Chapter 1: The Imperial Rose in the Tower. Supplement. Dual male protagonists, forced love. The author has a penchant for this genre. Due to its obscurity, there is little to be gained, thus the passion for writing. If it suits your taste, let us indulge together. If not, let us part amicably. P.S. Please leave your thoughts at the door for a moment. I beg you. Layla, are you delivering something to that individual in the tower today? A voluptuous blonde woman halted the maid, who was struggling to carry a load of items out, and snatched a half-green, half-red apple from her pile. Sasha, these belong to His Highness Xie Wei. Seeing her rummaging through the items while munching, taking what she fancied, and stuffing it into her apron, Layla couldn't help but offer a soft reminder. Feel free to take whatever you desire. I shall keep your secret. Sasha, recalling the prince confined within the tower, wore a look of disdain. What could a neglected prince, forbidden even from venturing outside, do if she withheld all these items? Aside from the exclusive royal servants, who would know that the current Imperial Rose, His Highness Xie Wei, had merely a year prior been a nameless prince, caged within the tower? Layla fell silent. After Sasha had selected her items, she hastily departed, cradling the remaining belongings, her heart simmering with indignation. Reflecting on the gentle and frail prince she had been tending to over the past days, confined within the tower, she felt it was utterly outrageous to steal from him. As Layla entered the room, she found Xie Wei seated in a corner on a dilapidated chair, engrossed in a hefty tome. With all the windows boarded up, the room was shrouded in gloom. He had to lean closer to the solitary thick candle to decipher the densely packed text within the book. During the day, the temperature was high, with sunlight filtering in through the cracks of the nailed-up windows. The indoor atmosphere was stifling, even somewhat oppressive. Yet Xie Wei was clad in thick, long garments, with a woolen blanket draped over his legs. Your Highness Xie Wei, these are recent supplies. Is there anything else you require? Layla stood there, twisting her apron with her fingers. She thought to herself that as long as it was not something too difficult to procure, she would do everything in her power to fulfill His Highness' needs. The young man, referred to as His Highness yet dressed in plain attire, possessed soft, silky platinum hair. His skin, meticulously cared for, was as pale and delicate as fine porcelain, and his amber eyes resembled rare and precious gems. Layla struggled to find words within her meager vocabulary to describe His Highness. She simply knew that each time she visited, she could not bear to divert her gaze from this youthful figure. Xie Wei understood the maid's goodwill. Yet even if he truly desired something, he could not allow Layla to bring it to him. Past experiences had taught him that once he made a request, she would never again appear before him. Thus, he shook his head and replied, "This is sufficient, thank you for bringing them." Compared to previous maids, Layla had brought him quite a lot. No need for thanks, this is my duty." Upon hearing Xie Wei's words, Layla's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. But soon she felt despondent again. She had not managed to bring everything His Highness required, and the shame was overwhelming. All she could do was ensure she delivered the items promptly, hoping to prevent too many from being taken by others. After the maid, who had always gazed at him for long moments, departed, and the knights outside firmly closed the heavy door, Xie Wei rose to assess the neatly separated supplies. The food was sufficient for several days, but the fresh vegetables and fruits were woefully scarce, and there was no meat at all. After examining the food, he turned to the most crucial aspect, the potions. Reviewing the labels on the vials and sniffing each one, he realized they had indeed been swapped out. These potions offered no benefit to his health. Prolonged use would only exacerbate his frailty. Having been reborn into this world for 18 years, Xie Wei had been confined within this tower since birth. He had attempted to escape, but to his dismay, the tower, at least 50 meters above ground, had sealed windows and was guarded by 2 robust knights at the only exit. The knights outside were forbidden to speak with him, and prior to that, no one was allowed to communicate with him at all. With his current frail body, escaping the tower was an impossibility. At the age of 6, after accidentally revealing his magical talent, he had hoped to use this extraordinary power to flee, but before he could mature, he was shackled with anti-magic chains. It was only after that incident that he finally had someone to converse with. A cloaked magician would periodically visit the tower to teach him, simultaneously instilling in him twisted ideologies, such as the necessity to obey the emperor and empress, who kept him confined for his protection, and that he must dedicate everything to them. Xie Wei endured this existence for 9 years, never stepping outside his room, let alone leaving the tower, until his 15th birthday, when he was suddenly enveloped in a cloak by intruding attendants and taken out of the tower. Xie Wei set foot on the land of this foreign world for the first time. However, he was immediately ushered into a peculiar chamber, and the events that followed were unclear to him. After emerging from that chamber, his body ached and was weak, and he lay in bed for half a year before recovering. During those days of slumber, he sometimes regained consciousness but found himself unable to open his eyes, piecing together fragments of information from the hushed conversations between his caregivers and the occasional physician who checked on him. His magical talent had been sacrificed to another since leaving that chamber. He had become a useless individual devoid of any abilities. Xie Wei optimistically mused that being deemed useless and of no value might just offer him an opportunity to escape the tower. After a 6-month recuperation, he indeed received the chance to leave. The empire had suffered defeat in a war against the northern territories, which demanded exorbitant reparations. The lavish and war-hungry emperor could not afford the payment and proposed exchanging his young and beautiful offspring, along with a third of the reparations. After providing portraits of all the available children for exchange, the lord of the northern territories firmly rejected the offer until the empress recalled the now seemingly worthless Xie Wei confined in the tower. Though the empress was reluctant to admit it, Xie Wei was indeed the most striking among all princes and princesses. Once Xie Wei's portrait was sent, a swift reply came. The lord of the northern territories consented, but insisted on additional terms alongside the third of the reparations. After calculations by the finance minister, it was found that this additional request, when combined with the third of the reparations, amounted to less than half of the original sum. The emperor, weighing the pros and cons, acquiesced to the new terms. In a manor located outside the imperial capital, Lion stood by the dining table, reporting to the man seated at the head regarding the wedding arrangements. They were to hold the wedding with the Imperial Rose in the imperial capital before returning to the northern territories. I've heard his health is not very robust. Has the accompanying physician been arranged? It has been taken care of, my lord. After the wedding, we shall depart for the territory immediately. I do not wish for any oversights. Salpukaz set down his utensils, uttering this command before rising to leave the dining hall. Lion bowed respectfully to Salpukaz's departing figure. Everything will proceed as you wish, my master. Chapter 2. This is his wedding. On this day, the somewhat listless Xie Wei was abruptly awakened from his midday slumber by a rough shove. The stout maid, whose physique was comparable to that of any adult male, lifted him from his bed and carried him to the bathroom, where she proceeded to subject him to an unceremonious washing. Xie Wei had never encountered such a terrifying bathing experience, yet these maids seemed unable to comprehend his pleas. They disregarded his every inquiry and held him down forcefully as he struggled. After being cleaned and dressed in a slightly ill-fitting, opulent gown, Xie Wei felt as though he had lost nearly half of his vitality. However, this did not deter them from further tormenting him, as a figure resembling a physician soon arrived to forcibly administer several vials of potions. Following this, a tall male servant draped an ornate lace veil over him, adorned him with a jeweled crown, and, after ensuring he was thoroughly wrapped in a cloak, carried him away from the room. Uncertain of where he was being taken, Xie Wei found himself temporarily rendered mute after consuming the potions, and his body felt even weaker than usual. He found it rather amusing that these individuals, fully aware of his frail condition, still insisted on forcing the potions upon him, stripping him of any semblance of resistance. What were they truly concerned about? Suppressing the tumult of emotions swelling within him, Xie Wei lowered his eyelids expressionlessly when the servant finally set him down and removed the voluminous cloak that enveloped him. He realized he had been relocated to an exceptionally spacious and lavish chamber. The wooden windows were shut tight, heavily draped with thick curtains, and the illumination came from crystalline stones emitting a bright light, each about the size of a palm. Gazing at those crystals, Xie Wei recalled the thick candle in his own room. Previously, he had believed that this world lacked advanced lighting tools. It now appeared that such luxuries existed, but were simply withheld from him. After spending approximately an hour in the room, Xie Wei was suddenly ushered out by a throng of maids, who encircled him as he was led through the door. The servants on either side appeared to be guiding him, their hands tightly gripping his arms, compelling him to move forward. Xie Wei could not utter a word. Through the elaborate veil, he could only discern the outlines of objects. After walking for a short while, the maids and attendants surrounding him gradually dispersed. With the obstruction removed, Xie Wei found himself in a grand hall teeming with people, and before him stood a towering figure on a raised platform. He was soon brought to stand beside this man, and upon closer inspection, Xie Wei realized that this individual was not merely tall. His own height of approximately 1.75 meters barely reached the man's shoulders, which were still some distance above him. This man must have exceeded 2 meters in height. As the self-proclaimed high priest of the goddess began his address, Xie Wei finally grasped the reality. This was his wedding, and his betrothed was the imposing lord from the far north, whom he had never encountered before. The wedding ceremony was intricate and protracted, with Xie Wei being guided through the entire process by the servants behind him, only to be returned to the previous room afterwards. As he departed, he overheard the emperor and empress remarking on his frail health, suggesting that he should forego the upcoming ball to rest and recuperate, so that he might accompany his new husband back to his territory the following day. Seated on the edge of the bed in a soft, lightweight nightgown, Xie Wei had been subjected to another forced bathing upon his return to the room. And then the maids dressed him in a sheer garment that left little distinction between being clothed and unclothed. His long, silky hair remained somewhat damp. The attendants lacked the patience to dry it completely. And after applying a fragrant ointment, they hastily exited, as if the room were about to transform into some monstrous lair, not daring to linger for even a moment. When Sal burst through the door, reeking of alcohol, he found no sign of his expected bride. He was strikingly handsome, tall and robust, clad in the empire's fitted attire that accentuated his alluring physique. This newlywed lord had maintained a facade of composure outside the door for quite some time, entering with an uncharacteristically forced smile, his eyes brimming with warmth. However, as his sharp gaze scanned the room and failed to locate his partner, an icy chill swiftly enveloped him. Yet, this coldness began to dissipate as he reached the grand canopied bed, where his new spouse lay, half of his face buried in the plush velvet bedding, blissfully unaware and soundly asleep. Gently adjusting the angle of the boy's face, Sal's silver-gray eyes sparkled with profound astonishment. He had known from the portraits that the prince he had chosen was an extraordinary beauty, but in person, the likeness fell woefully short. Sal unfastened the collar of his attire and seated himself at the edge of the bed, leaning closer to the unsuspecting youth. Chapter 3. You are mine now awake. Sal's tone was somewhat flat, as though the person in his arms had merely taken a brief nap rather than having been unconscious for an entire week. Yet the dark circles beneath his eyes and the stubble on his chin told a different story, revealing the anguished days he had endured. On the second day of their nuptials, he had departed the imperial capital with the slumbering Xie Wei. But they had scarcely traveled far when the figure wrapped in furs on the carriage bed began to spike a high fever. The accompanying physician exhausted every remedy at his disposal, managing only to reduce Xie Wei's fever temporarily, only for it to return with a vengeance. Subsequently, they enlisted the aid of a mage within their retinue to employ a healing magic not often mastered by the palisoi. Yet the results proved no more effective than the physician's efforts. For an entire week, Xie Wei endured recurring fevers, compounded by an inability to consume food, only able to ingest minimal amounts of water and potions, which resulted in his already slight frame becoming alarmingly emaciated. He appeared as fragile as glass, as though a mere touch could shatter him. The household retainers observed their lord's perpetual brooding countenance and instinctively steered clear of his foul mood, though several would occasionally stray from the group only to return bearing peculiar restorative items. Yet, these remedies proved futile, for the lord's consort was gravely ill, unable to swallow anything beyond water and medications. The delicate Imperial Rose was well aware of what had transpired on their wedding night, yet they had never witnessed such a condition following a union, leading some retainers to speculate that the issue was not solely the prince's fault, but rather the result of their lord's excessive demands. After all, the guards stationed outside had reported hearing considerable commotion throughout the night, yet not once had they heard the prince's voice, given the intense possessiveness their lord had exhibited in recent days. They even entertained the notion that he might have silenced the young prince to prevent others from hearing him. In light of this, Xie Wei's condition began to make sense. Xie Wei stared at the individual speaking to him, his mind taking a moment to register that this man was his new spouse. Where am I? The dryness and swelling in his throat made it difficult for him to articulate, and whether it was a lingering effect of the potions he had consumed. His voice emerged as a strained whisper, barely audible unless one drew near. Cao retrieved a water jug from the cabinet and poured a small amount, bringing it to Xie Wei's lips, after he had consumed nearly half a cup. Cao responded to the inquiry. We have been away from the imperial capital for 7 days. We should reach a town by tonight. Once Xie Wei finished his drink, he craved more, yet Cao showed no intention of refilling his cup. Xie Wei gazed longingly at the water jug, pressing his lips together in contemplation. He pondered how best to address Cao. What would be most fitting? During the wedding ceremony, the high priest had referred to him as Lord Cao Pukas, the guardian of the far north. Unbeknownst to Cao, Xie Wei's thoughts wandered. He intended to set down the water jug and request some food, but before he could act, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. The pale lips of the man cradled in his arms parted, emitting a faint, fragile sound. Lord Pukas, could you grant me a bit more water? Cao, upon hearing this, poured another cup and offered it to Xie Wei. As the prince drank, Cao's silver-gray eyes fixated on the water stains at the corners of Xie Wei's lips, a dark intensity flickering within them that was almost unsettling. Xie Wei instinctively recoiled in fear. He wished to distance himself, but found himself unable to move. Before he could think of a viable escape, he felt himself lifted slightly by an unseen force. His feeble resistance went unnoticed, and even if it had, it would have made no difference. Cao could easily restrain his wrists, rendering him incapable of any small gestures of defiance. I trust you understand that we are now bound as partners. The vows taken before the statue of the goddess cannot be violated. From this moment forth, you and I are inseparable, the closest of companions. You should call me by my name, rather than refer to me as Lord Pukas. You, dear Imperial Rose Xie Wei, are mine now. The searing breath accompanied by a deep voice cascaded over Xie Wei, as Cao's tone was as gentle as that of someone soothing a Na'vi child. Yet, his powerful hand gripping Xie Wei's lower back slid threateningly beneath the fabric. Caressing back and forth, Xie Wei found himself ensnared in the man's embrace, unable to move, as a chill surged from the depths of his heart with each of Cao's movements. The words "I do not belong to anyone" that had once lingered on the tip of his tongue were forcibly swallowed back. He relaxed his body and closed his eyes, opting for silence as a form of resistance. Upon learning that His Highness Xiavi had awakened, Ryan prepared food and potions, then knocked gently on the carriage door as a reminder. Subsequently, standing quietly at the entrance, awaiting a summons, he understood that he should not disturb the two masters at this moment. Yet the frail new master clearly could not endure further hunger. Perhaps sharing the same thoughts, Cao momentarily released his obstinate partner. He pressed a hidden mechanism at the bed's head, opening the carriage door and commanding Ryan to bring in the provisions. However, before the door fully opened, he turned Xie Wei to face him, cradling him so that Xie Wei's face was entirely buried in his chest, and then draped the blanket over Xie Wei's back. When Ryan entered with the items, he beheld the sight of his lord possessively hiding the prince, completely shrouded by the blanket, not even a strand of hair exposed. Having followed Cao for many years, Ryan was well aware of his master's demeanor at such moments. It was akin to a dragon that had just seized its beloved treasure. Unable to tolerate anyone's gaze upon what was rightfully theirs, not even for an instant, with his eyes shut, Xie Wei pondered his current situation. Having no experience in romantic relationships in his past life, he remained uncertain of his affections for men or women. Perhaps due to his lack of family since childhood, he found it difficult to invest emotion in anyone other than himself. That he seemed to possess an innate coldness, devoid of excessive desires, and had never had a partner in his previous existence. The notion of being forced to become Cao's partner was, in truth, not as unbearable and loathsome as he had initially imagined. For compared to this predicament, a life imprisoned in a tower with no hope was far more terrifying. Therefore, he could endure. It was all manageable. He could withstand it. Since awakening, not a single part of Xie Wei's body felt comfortable. While in a state of unconsciousness, he had been blissfully unaware. Now that he was awake, the injuries upon him were impossible to ignore. Cao removed the blanket, intending to feed Xie Wei. He suddenly noticed the prince's brow furrowed, as if he were enduring some pain. Ryan summoned the physician immediately. With a swift motion, he opened the carriage window and issued the command to Ryan outside, then laid Xie Wei back upon the soft bed. This carriage was a luxurious mobile castle, specially crafted by the Emperor of the Hayton Empire for the Empire's Rose. From the outside, it appeared to be a standard carriage, yet within lay a compact bedroom adorned with a spatial magic array. Reminiscent of the room from Xie Wei's wedding night. After all, being the most cherished youngest son, the Emperor deemed a carriage a trivial matter to ensure the frail young prince could safely accompany his newlywed husband back to their territory. As long as the Imperial Rose could survive the journey to the far northern lands, the deal between the Lord of the Snowfields and the Emperor of the Empire would be sealed. Any subsequent issues would thereafter be of no concern to the Empire. Chapter 4. Everything belongs to his partner. Before entering the carriage, Afra reiterated her instructions to her young apprentice, Mom. Keep your head down and do not attempt to look at His Highness the Prince. Not even once, Mom. This is no jest. The gentle-eyed female physician used her slender fingers to tidy her apprentice's disheveled hair, smoothing out the creases in his clothing as best she could. Rest assured. I shall not. The 8-year-old mom nodded earnestly, affirming that he had truly absorbed his teacher's words. In truth, even without the warning, he would not dare to look during the past few days of His Highness Xiaovi's illness. Anyone with a semblance of sense understood the gravity of not casually observing the Lord's partner. Those who had dared to sneak a glance in recent days had faced severe repercussions. With injuries that would require weeks of healing on the continent of Lar, genuine physicians enjoyed numerous privileges, yet he, along with his teacher and other physicians, were merely slaves purchased by the Paraso people from the black market. Capable of identifying and preparing medicinal herbs to treat common ailments, slaves were devoid of human rights, and a careless mistake could lead to brutal punishment. Mr. Gibbon, who had been whipped 40 times for merely touching the prince's finger, was still unable to rise, lying in the gaps of a flatbed cart. The carriage they occupied was shared among many, with no space for him to lie down and recuperate. Fortunately, the Paraso people had provided Mr. Gibbon with herbs and had not abandoned him by the roadside to fend for himself. After entering the carriage with their heads bowed, Afra and Mom walked straight to the bedside, bowing before standing quietly at the side. Awaiting instructions. Inform them where it hurts. I shall have them devise a remedy. Sal sat on the chair beside the bed, using a warm towel to gently wipe Xie Wei's cheeks and hands, noting that the young prince had already begun to break out in a cold sweat. The cold sweat was born of pain. Throughout both his past and present lives, Xie Wei had always been intolerant of suffering. While enduring the agony, he observed the two individuals standing a short distance away. The tall, slender woman with brown hair appeared to be around 40 years old, while the 7- or 8-year-old red-haired boy was equally thin. Both bore distinct blue totems on the backs of their hands, marking them as bonded slaves. What troubles you? Seeing Xie Wei remain silent, fixated on the two newcomers, Sal repressed his displeasure at Xie Wei's attention being diverted elsewhere and endeavored to keep his tone sufficiently gentle. Nothing. Xie Wei shook his head, refraining from inquiring about the physician's contract marks. He then began contemplating how to articulate his injuries, and as he did so, his ears flushed with heat, ultimately asking Sal despondently, "Could you perhaps step outside for a moment?" No. Sal coldly denied his request. Xie had anticipated this refusal and thus pushed away Sal's hand that sought to support him, rising with resolve to swiftly remove his clothing down to his waist. Revealing an upper body marred with purplish bruises and numerous bite marks, he wore a loose-fitting silk ensemble, with the top secured by a single knot, allowing for easy removal, due to the swiftness of his disrobing. Sal was caught off guard. By the time he registered what was happening, Xie Wei's ghastly upper body was already laid bare before him. A string within Sal snapped, and he hastily grabbed a blanket, wrapping Xie Wei within it, his dark gaze then turning toward the woman and child who were still bowing their heads at the side. "Leave the medicinal and pain-relieving ointments. You may take your leave." Enveloped in the blanket and ensnared within the man's embrace, Xie Wei could sense Sal's rage, though he was oblivious as to why. Had he done anything to provoke his ire? But soon, he had no time to ponder this question. For after the physicians hastily delivered their supplies and exited, the blanket and bedding that had covered him were unceremoniously tossed to the foot of the bed. The carriage was equipped with a temperature-regulating magic array to maintain a comfortable warmth. Yet Xie still felt a chill, curling slightly as he hazily gazed at the figure rising to retrieve the medicine. Sal stood beside the bed with the medicine bottle in hand, looking down at Xie from his elevated position. With a gaze that roamed possessively over the curled form of the young prince, he thought to himself that the Empire's Rose was indeed well-nurtured, with not a single imperfection to be found upon his exquisite frame. Yet, in this very moment, the delicate body of the young Rose bore the marks left from their wedding night. Even after several days, those marks had not faded. Such a beautiful body could only be appreciated by him, and the traces of ownership could only be left by him. His little prince seemed still unaware of this truth. How could he display his body before others? Such behavior is intolerable. It is erroneous. And errors must be rectified, with transgressions deserving of punishment. Only through such measures can one truly learn from their mistakes and refrain from repeating them. Xie Wei keenly sensed the danger. The man looming over him at the edge of the bed was decidedly unsettling. The Northern Territories have long been regarded as a savage land on the continent of Lar, characterized by its extreme cold and treacherous terrain, where only the resilient parasol people can endure and thrive. Over 20 years ago, the Northern Territories were not yet unified, comprising numerous scattered tribes. It was not until war engulfed the sacred snowfields that the parasol people united to form a berserker army. Capable of facing 1,000 foes, the chieftain elected at that time led his kin to drive the invaders from the snowfields, after which they rebuilt their homes and recuperated, dispatching valiant warriors to seek their abducted kin. Today, the parasol people still retain certain tribal customs. They cherish all things beautiful and do not shy away from deep communication with their partners, exhibiting an openness and fervor that can even border on wildness. There are established conventions regarding disputes between partners, most of which can only be resolved upon the beds within their tents. The parasol seldom allows their partners to weep outside the confines of the bed. Regardless of gender, should one provoke their partner to tears through other means, they will undoubtedly face ridicule and scorn from their kin. One must not display their body before anyone other than their partner, for that constitutes betrayal and provocation. You cannot act in such a manner. Sao, with his rough, calloused hands, was gentle. Sao remained consistently tender and patient. Xie Wei found it difficult to articulate that sensation. His consciousness was hazy and indistinct, leaving him no choice but to heed Sao's words, repeatedly affirming his loyalty to his partner, declaring that all he possessed belonged to them, not to be glimpsed by any other. Chapter 5. Having lain in bed for over a month. The Imperial cavalry required a month to march from the Imperial capital to the Tajiyama snowfield in the Northern Territories, while the parasol warriors led by Sao typically accomplished the journey in less than half that time. However, that was the speed at which they arrived. On their return, burdened with thousands of carts filled with compensatory goods and a multitude of slaves selected by the Lord for the Imperial Rose. Such a rapid pace was evidently impractical. Even if the carts, horses, and slaves could endure the strain, the esteemed prince could not withstand such tribulation. After all, it was common knowledge that the prince was so delicate he remained bedridden following his wedding night. For over a month, aside from the times they passed through towns where the Lord ensured he was thoroughly concealed and rested from the carriage, he had not disembarked at all, not even opening the carriage windows. Moreover, due to the Lord's unreasonable possessiveness, he did not permit anyone to approach the prince, personally attending to all his needs throughout the journey. Consequently, apart from Ryan, only a few loyal retainers and select physicians had glimpsed the young prince's true visage. Yet, not a single person could adequately describe the beauty they beheld. Inquiries were met with flushed cheeks and stammering responses that it is well known that the parasol people, in addition to their formidable combat prowess, are exceptionally striking in appearance. They not only possess remarkable beauty themselves, but also hold a deep appreciation for those who are aesthetically pleasing. Some bounty hunters, having returned from treasure-seeking in the snowfields, have remarked that if one possesses a commendable appearance, even trespassing into the parasol's forbidden lands would elicit no punishment. They might even kindly direct you on your way. However, if your visage is less than remarkable, even mediocre, the gods help you, for you would face severe and brutal retribution. The caravan traversed Lake Gan, then continued for half a day through the Nalan Valley. As they exited the valley, everything in sight was enveloped in a layer of pristine white, and the temperature plummeted sharply. They had reached the Imperial borderlands, with less than 3 days' journey remaining to enter the Northern Territories. Yet the harshness of the Tajiyama snowfield was already evident in the early morning. The caravan, stationed for rest, began bustling with activity. Xie Wei heard the lively sounds outside the tent and sighed softly. He had thought that upon leaving the tower, he would gain some freedom. But it seemed little different from being within the tower, for his partner was domineering and unreasonable. However, aside from restricting his outings and forbidding him from seeing others, he generally acquiesced to Xie Wei's requests, enduring without retaliation. Yet, he seldom struck or scolded. It was only on rare occasions that he felt genuinely provoked to retaliate. lost in thought. He was soon interrupted by the arrival of a man at the door. The man who entered, still carrying the chilling air of the outside, made the once spacious tent feel cramped upon his arrival. Wrapped in a fur blanket, Xie Wei stretched out his hand toward the fire. Shifting aside to make room for the man, Cao placed the items he carried onto a wooden box used as a table, then gently tucked Xie Wei's nearly singed platinum hair behind him. After completing these tasks, Cao quietly sat beside him, fixated on Xie Wei, as though deep in contemplation or simply lost in thought. Having grown accustomed to Cao's unwavering gaze, Xie Wei was now largely immune to it. Once the food on the box had cooled slightly, he reached for a wooden spoon from the tray. "How far are we from your territory?" he inquired softly, stirring the bowl of soup filled with chunks of meat and a few wild vegetables. His voice remained hoarse from a recent argument with Cao, reverting back to its former raspy state. "It is our territory," came Cao's cold, desolate voice, as if it were entwined with the ice and snow outside the tent. After uttering this, he did not answer Xie Wei's question, instead glancing at the lower half of Xie Wei's body wrapped in the fur blanket. He then turned to rummage through a wooden box discarded in the corner of the tent. Retrieving 4 fluffy white knee pads and then lifting the blanket covering Xie Wei's legs. Beneath the blanket, his legs were swathed in a layer of silky fabric, with delicate feet peeking out, their skin tender as though they had never touched the ground. Cao was unaware that this was the result of a royal secret potion, a masterpiece cultivated over a year, during the years Xie Wei was confined within the tower. He had lived a life devoid of sufficient clothing and sustenance. Though he did not face starvation or freezing, he had not been nurtured like the Imperial Rose, which thrived on the finest milk, honey, flowers, and all things beautiful and precious. Xie Wei preferred not to dwell on how those medicinal baths had inflicted excruciating pain, akin to being flayed alive, only to have new skin grow in its place. The memory of that agony haunted him. He allowed Cao to help him into woolen socks, which were then wrapped around his calves and knees with the remarkably warm knee pads. He knew this preparation was for their impending journey. As they were nearing the border, Cao had indicated they would hasten their pace once they crossed over, hence they had taken 2 days to rest at this campsite point. 3 more days of travel. 3 more days. Indeed, Cao was at a loss for how to comfort his delicate and fragile beautiful partner, and his tone remained somewhat stern. Upon hearing this, Xie Wei fell silent, quietly consuming the oddly flavored food. Ultimately, he only ate the wild vegetables and drank the soup, leaving most of the meat untouched. Cao attempted to persuade him to eat, but he resolutely refused, cocooned within his blanket. Cao, feeling somewhat helpless, ultimately acquiesced and took the remaining food outside. Wrapped in the fur blanket, Xie Wei sighed. In his last year of life, he lay in a hospital bed, vowing to himself that he would never again endure such prolonged confinement. Yet here he was, lying in the bed of a foreign lord for nearly a month. Outside the tent, Cao entered another larger tent, carrying the bowl. The previously boisterous tent instantly fell silent upon his arrival. Jerry took the bowl from Cao's hands and retrieved a ceramic jar from a basket behind him. As he produced the jar, the people within the tent instinctively licked their lips, some even inhaling sharply. Though they had just dined, nothing could compare to what was contained within the jar. It was the meat of a 5th-tier magical beast, the Snow Domain Lion, a true restorative. Were it not for the presence of the Lord, the aroma wafting from that jar would have made them drool. Last night, their lord had gone out with a few others to provide warmth for the young prince, returning only in the early hours after a night spent hunting this Snow Domain Lion, solely to nourish the prince's health. Regardless of how many times it was stewed, it would retain its restorative properties. For those mages with little wealth but frail bodies, even a small piece would be cherished and repeatedly boiled. Their lord had captured an entire one for his beloved partner. Truly, he was the mightiest warrior of the Parasol. Jelly poured the leftover chunks of meat, untouched by Xie Wei, into a ceramic jar, his mouth watering in temptation. He forced himself to seal the jar tightly before placing it back into the wicker basket. Only he was aware that the Lord would never permit His Highness the Prince to consume food that had been repeatedly boiled. The remnants would, after a proper reprocessing, be preserved for the Lord's contracted magical beast left behind at home. Given the Lord's possessive nature, allowing his contracted beast to partake in the leftovers meant a considerable concession. No one else would dare to entertain such thoughts. Although the Snow Domain Lion was substantial in size, the edible meat it provided was rather limited, and the prince's almost negligible appetite could scarcely sustain him for a few meals. Yet, it seemed that His Highness had little interest in eating, leaving Jelly somewhat disheartened, wondering if perhaps his culinary skills were lacking. Unbeknownst to him, the meat he regarded with slight disdain was, in fact, a source of longing for Xie Wei, who slept soundly in the tent. only to be gently lifted into a snug, airtight warm carriage by Sal in his dreams. This carriage, devoid of wheels and horses, had its compartment disassembled and placed upon a large sled after coming to a halt. The beast pulling the carriage was a creature known as a Kalutu. When Chevy first laid eyes upon the Kalutu, he was utterly astonished, marveling at the sight of such a massive husky, one as large as a horse. The thought of it wreaking havoc was indeed terrifying. Chapter 6. The terrifying strength of possession beyond the borders of the Hasidian Empire, near the Frugen Rift, which delineates the boundary between the far northern territories and the empire. There stood a relatively large post station, frequently referred to by travelers as the Rift Post Station. It had been established approximately 8 years prior. It was only after the construction of this station that merchant caravans began to gradually re-enter the snowfields, trading various daily necessities from the empire and other nations. Chevy's carriage awaited passage at the border city gate, followed by an interminable line of vehicles, due to the extensive length of their caravan. The guarding Viscount Pritt had informed the townsfolk a day in advance that travel would be prohibited the following day to facilitate a swift clearance for the convoy. As everyone awaited the opening of the city gate, they failed to notice a golden-haired knight swiftly slipping through a small door at the corner of the city wall. Cradling something in his arms, he adeptly passed through the small door into a lounge within the walls, where a fellow knight guided him through a secret passage out of the city. After his exit, the knight shut the passage behind him, and a flash of white light enveloped the area, seamlessly merging the exit door with the adjacent city wall, rendering it indistinguishable from a solid structure. "Good morning, Kelly. What is that you are carrying?" Hans called out from a sheltered spot outside the city wall as he spotted the golden-haired knight. Having patrolled outside the city the previous day, he had yet to return, but with the weather being unfit for patrol, he had come back early to hide in the corner and indulge in some tobacco while waiting for the time to re-enter. Unexpectedly encountering a colleague, he felt at ease with Kelly, knowing he was not one to report on his peers, and exchanged greetings. "Good morning, Hans. This is some freshly baked bread from home, stuffed with smoked meat. To give it a try." The golden-haired knight did not seem surprised to see him. Instead, he retrieved a small leather pouch from the cloak he held, producing a palm-sized, substantial loaf of dark brown bread. As he did so, the cloak opened slightly, revealing a tender, pale face peeking out. "Go. Is that not your younger brother, Noi?" Hans remarked, admiring the adorable child. Without lingering to chat further, Kelly adjusted the cloak, ensuring his brother was snugly wrapped before preparing to leave. "I knew I would run into you, so I brought you a portion for breakfast. Noi has been ill for several days, and the physician has exhausted all options. I've heard that the proprietor of the post station outside the city is knowledgeable about herbs, so I intended to ask for his assistance. However, with the Lord of the Snowfields returning with His Highness Ziavi today, I had to exit through the secret passage. The poor child is nearly delirious with fever. The physician warned that we cannot delay any longer. "Doe, you mean Mr. Lauren? He is indeed skilled in that regard. He cured my leg injury not long ago. You must hurry. Take my horse. The weather is unbearably cold. Here, take my cloak as well, and wrap the little one up warmly." "Thank you. I shall treat you to a drink upon my return." Kelly accepted the reins and cloak, forgoing any further pleasantries, watching the Kelly brothers depart. Hans quickly stuffed the still warm bread into his mouth, savoring the salty, fragrant flavor. Kelly's dark bread was truly delicious, neither hard nor lacking in flavor, with the smoked meat being exceptional. After riding for about an hour with his brother, Kelly finally spotted the 3-story post station. Surrounded by a wooden fence, 2 young boys were busy cleaning the stables within. "Are you here for lodging or a meal?" as Kelly entered the yard. The slightly older boy approached but kept his distance due to his dirt-streaked appearance. After questioning Kelly, he called out loudly, "Father, come quickly. We have a guest." Just as the boy's voice echoed, a figure wrapped in a cloak emerged from the post station. A man of diminutive stature and slender build, occasionally coughing lightly, his gait somewhat peculiar as if he had suffered an injury. As Kelly noted the man's petite frame, he was taken aback when the figure drew closer, revealing the face of Lauren. Swathed in heavy winter garments, his black cloak adorned with a hood lined in white rabbit fur, his delicate features appeared even more charming and sweet against the backdrop of the fur. "It's cold. Please come inside." Lauren, unfazed by the young knight's scrutinizing gaze, slightly turned his face to beckon him to enter the post station. "Yes, of course." The young knight, snapped back to reality, felt a flush of embarrassment, his previously numb cheeks growing warm. Upon lifting the heavy door curtain of the post station, a wave of warmth enveloped Kelly, gradually reviving his frostbitten limbs. Upon entering, he was greeted by numerous horse-drawn carriages and patrons, confirming that the establishment was indeed bustling with activity. The first floor had been divided into 3 areas: a large counter at the center, adorned with shelves brimming with jars, bottles, and an assortment of wooden signs and boxes of uncertain purpose. The left area appeared to be a relaxation zone, furnished with soft sofas and benches, while a small counter stood unattended, with a taskboard typical of other post stations. The right area was the most spacious, with neatly arranged wooden tables and chairs, nearly half of which were occupied by diners. As Kelly followed Lauren to the counter to register, he continued to survey the surroundings, having visited many post stations. This one, located outside the fortress, was unlike any he had seen before. Recently appointed as a knight, he had never ventured beyond the fortress walls. In stark contrast to the noisy post stations he was accustomed to, this one exuded cleanliness and warmth. The travelers, upon entering, seemed as if they had been soothed like wild beasts, radiating a sense of languor from head to toe. "Greetings, I am Lauren, the proprietor of this establishment. Are you seeking lodging or a meal?" His gentle and welcoming tone drew the knight's attention back. "Hello, Mr. Lauren. What a lovely name you have. I am Kelly, a trainee knight from Drew Bordered. I came to inquire if you could assist my brother Noy. He has been ill for several days, and the town's physician has been ineffective. I have heard of your expertise in herbal remedies." As the young knight spoke earnestly, he observed Lauren's warm demeanor and lack of impatience, which put him at ease. "Very well. Please follow me upstairs, Mr. Banjer. Do keep an eye on the counter for a moment. I must step away." The tall man tidying the tables looked up and replied loudly, "Understood, young master." As Lauren departed, Banjer continued his chores while listening for any commotion outside. Just as he finished tidying up, a commotion erupted from a gathering of horses. Banners emblazoned with a golden lion crest on a black background heralded the arrival of a convoy of carriages. Spotting the procession, the brothers Andy and David, who were busy in the stables, excitedly dashed into the post station, shouting, "Father, father, it's the Rhine Mercenary Corps. They have returned." Upon hearing this, the patrons in the post station hurried to the windows to catch a glimpse of the commotion. The Rhine Mercenary Corps, which had emerged rapidly on the continent 10 years ago, had now risen to become the third-ranked mercenary group in the realm of Rao. "Let those people go. You'll have to explain it to Lauren later." Audric cast a wary glance at his deputy, then swiftly dismounted and hurriedly made his way toward the inn. It had been an entire month since he left Lorland, and he could not help but wonder whether Lorland had been losing sleep over his absence. As Audric burst into the inn, Banjer adeptly positioned himself at the foot of the stairs, barring access to the upper floor. The young master was currently occupied, and ascending now would surely incite his ire. Banjer, a member of the Cook tribe, stood over 2 meters tall, his auburn curls tied back, his muscles bulging and hard as stone. His mere presence at the staircase rendered the path completely obstructed. Audric, initially intent on pushing through, quickly reconsidered and, despite the throng surrounding him, leaned in closer to Banjer and whispered, "Do you think Lorland misses me at night, unable to find rest?" Banjer maintained a stern expression, responding flatly, "No, the young master sleeps a full 10 hours each night. Furthermore, the Lord of the Far North has sent word that he wishes to entrust you with a task when passing through the inn. He is expected to arrive today." Just then, a commotion erupted outside, far louder than Audric's entrance. Curious, the bystanders peeked out, only to retract their heads in shock. By the gods, it was their first encounter with living Paraso berserkers beyond the battlefield. Aside from the slave drivers, there were likely 3,000 to 4,000 Paraso warriors. This sight was indeed daunting, for the last time Paraso warriors had crossed the Fogan Rift to leave the snow plains, no invading nation had been able to withstand the wrath of the Paraso people. They were a race more formidable and fearsome than hordes of monsters, and those who had participated in that war still recalled it with trepidation. Although the Paraso army had retreated swiftly back to the snow plains after all invaders surrendered and vowed never to desecrate the land again, their formidable prowess continued to instill unease among the monarchs of various nations. They feared the might of the Paraso, yet coveted the treasures of the snow plains, which had led to years of harassment against them, albeit without the audacity to venture deep into the snow plains for plunder. Outside the inn, Sal commanded the convoy to proceed into the far north, while he entered the rift inn with a small contingent. Wrapped tightly in layers, Chevy was silent as Sal cradled him, having finally relented after days of protest, allowing Sal to leave a small opening for his eyes to observe the outside scenery. Yearning to see the overall appearance of the inn, Chevy's head moved restlessly against Sal's shoulder. prompting Sal to gently press his head against his own shoulder. Do not fidget any longer. He merely wished to prevent Xie Wei from straining his neck and risking an injury, yet it was clear that Xie Wei misconstrued his intentions. After these words were spoken, Xie Wei fell utterly silent. Sal paid no mind, leading Xie Wei into the inn, where they soon spotted Audric engaged in quiet conversation with Banjer. Banjer, with a look of exasperation, immediately greeted Sal with respect, saying, "Esteemed Lord of the Snow Plains, welcome." Audric, having regained his composure, approached Sal and offered a similar greeting. "I have heard you wish to entrust me with a matter. The Rhine Mercenary Corps would be honored." "Are you Audric Mesfiel?" "Indeed, my lord. How may I serve you?" Audric had noticed the individual cradled in Sal's arms from the outset, yet he and Banjer had not directed their gaze toward the person. From the manner in which Sal held the individual, it was evident that he possessed a strong sense of possessiveness over them, a sentiment that would appear excessive to outsiders. "I wish to meet your companion, the proprietor of this inn." The Parasso were not ones for circumlocution. Sal stated his purpose plainly. "Toc Lorland, you will have to wait a moment. He is currently occupied." Audric found the act of sending word to him while expressing a desire to see Lorland rather peculiar. Yet he did not dwell on it further. Meanwhile, Banjer discreetly clenched his fingers, realizing that the Lord of the Snow Plains evidently regarded his young master as Audric's possession. Hence the message relayed to Audric instead of directly to the young master. Chapter 7. Not mindless puppets. The inn was warm, and Xie Wei, tightly wrapped, initially felt quite comfortable. However, as time passed, he began to feel stifled. Once inside the inn, he remained perched on Sal's shoulder, able to hear their conversation, but unable to see the people or surroundings. Audric led Sal upstairs to the resting quarters designated for their mercenary corps while awaiting Lorland. Yet, once inside, the Lord of the Snow Plains made no attempt to place the person in his arms onto the sofa. Nor did he even loosen the heavy cloak enveloping them. He mused that the individual must be somewhat uncomfortable being wrapped up indoors, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. After treating Kelly's brother, Noi, Lorland first reduced his fever, then paused to contemplate before inquiring about some specifics. He subsequently retrieved a vial of potion from a wooden rack and handed it to Kelly. Noi's condition was somewhat severe, and the previously concocted potion could only temporarily alleviate his symptoms. He needed to consider alternative herbs with greater efficacy. "I recommend that you and your brother remain at the inn for a few days. This potion will only ease his symptoms. A complete cure will require further exploration of remedies." Lorland placed his hand on Noi's forehead and gently advised Kelly, "The weather is too cold. Such back-and-forth travel would be too taxing for a child." "Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your help," Kelly replied, feeling relieved now that his brother's fever had subsided. He pulled out a coin pouch from beneath his leather armor, opening it with a hint of apprehension as he asked, "May I inquire how much I owe for the consultation?" The golden-haired knight's pouch contained roughly a dozen silver coins, and Lorland took one with a smile, saying, "Just 1 silver coin will suffice." Kelly was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Good heavens, we have already spent a gold coin and several silver coins over the past few days, and yet we could not bring down Noi's high fever. 1 gold 100 silver, 1 silver 1,000 copper." Now, to learn that only 1 silver coin was needed was astonishing. After tucking the silver coin into a small pouch at his waist, Lorland exited the patient room. Having just been visited by Banjer, and made his way to the mercenaries' lounge, where the Lord of the Snow Plains awaited him. There was indeed a meeting room, but due to an overflow of guests, it had been converted into a bedroom, and now the mercenaries' lounge served as a makeshift meeting space. Lorland wondered if the Lord of the Snow Plains would mind this arrangement. If he did, there was little that could be done since everyone adored his inn. Lorland had no inkling of the purpose behind the Lord's visit, but he surmised it could not be anything nefarious. After all, despite the numerous conflicts between the Empire and the far north, the Parasso had only ever driven the Imperial army from the Snow Plains, never once crossing the Fogan Rift to invade the Empire. The Parasso worshipped the snow mountain goddess, Nyasos, and as her adherents, they pledged lifelong service to the mountain, making them reluctant to leave the Snow Plains. However, their reluctance to depart stems not only from their faith but also from the fear other nations harbor towards the formidable Parasso, who are often derided as primitive and barbaric. The last time the Parasso left the Snow Plains was to exact revenge on the invaders. What could have compelled them to leave this time? It piqued Lorland's curiosity. Upon entering the lounge, Lorland's gaze was immediately drawn to Audric, who rushed toward him. Before the man could embrace him, Lorland lowered his voice to issue a warning. "There are guests present. Do not embarrass me," or, before he could finish, Audric stepped aside to grant him passage. Lorland shot a disapproving glare at the grinning man before turning his attention to the Lord of the Snow Plains. Fortunately, the Lord's focus was not on them. He was engaged in conversation with the tightly wrapped individual in his arms. Lorland observed the person shrouded in layers and then glanced at the slightly subdued Lord of the Snow Plains, further piquing his curiosity. "Greetings. I am Lorland. I understand you wish to see me." Taking a seat on the sofa opposite Sal, Lorland's demeanor was evidently less reverent than that of Banjer and Audric. Audric stood at his right, his posture straight, exuding an air of dignity rivaling that of the Imperial Knights. Sal, however, seemed oblivious to these nuances, appearing to endure some form of agitation. "Before we converse, I suggest you loosen your companion's cloak. The fire crystals in this inn are abundant, and such wrapping may be quite uncomfortable for your companion." Sal was somewhat displeased, but upon hearing that Xie Wei would feel uncomfortable, he reluctantly loosened his cloak. The cloak was cast aside, revealing only a slender silhouette with platinum long hair to Aldrich and Roland. Previously, Xie Wei had been discussing with Sal the necessity of removing the cloak, yet no matter what was said, Sal remained unmoved. Now, with someone advocating for him, Sal surprisingly acquiesced. Xie Wei felt immense gratitude towards this kind-hearted individual and wished to turn around to catch a glimpse of their appearance, but Sal firmly pressed him back down. Xie Wei observed Sal gazing at the young mage across from them, acutely aware of the immense magical power that belied his age. It was no wonder he dared to establish a post near the Fogan Rift. Being so close to the strength of a grand mage at such a young age, after evaluating the other's abilities, Sal directly stated, "I wish to commission you to craft a few magical items for my companion. His health is frail, and he cannot endure the cold of the Tajiyama snowfield. I have brought the materials, and we shall remain here until the items are completed before venturing into the snowfield." Xie Wei had heard from bounty hunters entering the snowfield that the magical items crafted by Roland, the owner of the Rift Post, were among the finest on the entire continent. However, to procure such items, one must offer a reward that would satisfy him. Just as Roland was about to speak, Sal interjected, "The reward will be the locations of 2 ancient ruins." The deal was struck that Roland's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Clearly pleased with the compensation, the two swiftly concluded their transaction, and Roland took Aldrich outside to arrange their accommodations, while Sal and Xie Wei remained in the lounge. Once the lounge door was closed, Sal cautiously placed Xie Wei onto the sofa and squatted beside him to remove his boots, then grasped Xie Wei's icy feet in his hands. Xie Wei struggled for a moment but yielded. For since he had discovered that no matter what, he could not warm his extremities, Sal had taken to this gesture, initially feeling a bit embarrassed, but now immune to it. "We shall return to the territory later. Without magical items, you will fall ill," Sal explained dryly, omitting any mention of his earlier reluctance to untie Xie Wei's cloak. Xie Wei, not particularly keen on engaging, nestled into the sofa and closed his eyes wearily. Sal remained silent, quietly warming Xie Wei's feet. His hands were large, and though the calluses in his palms were somewhat uncomfortable against the skin, Xie Wei had to admit they were indeed very warm. More effective than the heating pads of his previous life. Xie Wei lay there until Aldrich knocked on the door, announcing that their room was ready. He was carefully bundled up and carried out of the lounge. The warmth lingering on his feet after putting his boots back on caused a slight wavering in Xie Wei's heart, but this fleeting sentiment was quickly stifled by the constraints of his current predicament. He repeatedly reminded himself, "I am a person of sound character, not a thoughtless puppet, and I cannot allow myself to be treated as a canary caged merely for the pleasure of its master." He was not, and he could not be. Chapter 8. Would you braid my hair for me? Previously, within the Empire's borders, Sal, armed with the Emperor's edict, could select a merchant or noble from designated towns along the way to host him and Xie Wei, thus eliminating the need for rest at inns or taverns. Beyond the towns, due to the poor conditions of roadside posts, Sal did not permit Xie Wei to disembark from the carriage, at most carrying him into a makeshift tent. Thus, this marked Xie Wei's first experience staying at an inn in another world, which felt rather novel to him, upon entering the room where they would be residing for the time being. Xie Wei momentarily enjoyed his freedom. Sal sat in a chair, watching Xie Wei as he wandered about the room, touching this and inspecting that, the little Rose seemingly captivated by everything, even playing with the magical device in the bathroom that dispensed water automatically for quite some time. After a while, Sal buried his face in his hands, propping his right leg over his left. He felt as though he might lose his mind from the sheer adorableness. Why was his companion so utterly charming? He found himself yearning to scoop the little Rose into his arms and kiss his cheeks, to press his lips against his eyes, wishing to hold him close at all times, but he knew better. In a space meant solely for them, restricting the little Rose's freedom would only lead to him sulking and ignoring Sal for the entire day. At some point, Sal found himself increasingly unable to tolerate Xie Wei's indifferent demeanor. As the coldness in Xie Wei's gaze ignited a fire in his heart, leaving him feeling scorched, allowing Xie Wei to explore the room, he was halted as Xie Wei approached the window. Eager to push it open, Sal rose to stop him. "Xie Wei, how about a bath? Then you can change into a comfy robe and rest in bed for a while," grasping Xie Wei's hand. Sal led him away from the window and gently nudged him toward the bathroom. Xie Wei was pushed into the bathroom, watching in astonishment as the man intended to bathe him began to remove his own shirt. "What are you doing?" Xie Wei took a step back, intending to flee the bathroom. Yet Sal's tall, muscular frame blocked the already narrow door, leaving Xie Wei no choice but to watch as he stripped off his clothing and attempted to undress him as well. "I do not wish to bathe. If you want to, you may do so alone." Xie Wei clung tightly to his collar, but his feeble strength was no match for the mightiest warrior of the Palazzo. Rather than pry Xie Wei's delicate fingers away, Sal simply tore at his clothing. The garment he had personally dressed Xie Wei in that morning could only be removed by him. Xie Wei, unable to resist, was forcibly carried into the generously sized bathtub. The bathroom was illuminated by fire-type magical crystal stones. Although the tub was not yet full, Xie Wei felt no chill for the time being. The showerhead in this world bore some resemblance to those from his past life, but had its differences, such as needing to be connected to a water pipe and its circular shape with holes. However, it floated in the air, allowing one to push it anywhere, and with a touch of the blue crystal, cool water would spray forth, while touching the red crystal, released pleasantly warm water without the need for manual temperature adjustment. Marking a notable difference from the showerheads of his previous life. With his hair wet, Xie Wei found himself seated on Sal's lap, too afraid to move. He allowed Sal to wash his hair and apply a substance akin to shower gel from his past life onto his body. Once he was thoroughly pampered and fragrant, fearing that Sal might attempt something in the bathroom, Xie Wei proactively suggested washing Sal's hair and scrubbing his back. Sal, somewhat taken aback by this unexpected favor, obediently lowered his head to allow Xie Wei easier access to his hair. Xie Wei slid off his lap and knelt beside him, retrieving some cleansing gel from a box at the edge of the bathtub to apply to Sal's long black hair. Sal's hair fell just slightly below his shoulders. Among the few Palazzo people Xie Wei had encountered, many sported numerous braids, yet Sal had none, typically binding his hair with a simple knot or occasionally tying it into a ponytail. Having tugged at Sal's hair before, Xie Wei was surprised to discover that the man's hair was unexpectedly thick and resilient, unlike his own soft and fine strands that in fact, Xie Wei thought that if Sal were to style his hair into braids like the other Palazzo, adorned with beautiful gems or stones at the ends, he would appear even more handsome than he already did. With this thought in mind, he inquired, "Why do you not braid your hair?" as Xie Wei's hands worked through his hair. Sal, who had been feeling light and utterly comfortable, suddenly felt as if he had been dropped from a great height onto cold, hard stone upon hearing Xie Wei's question. A flash of deep-seated hatred flickered in his eyes. And after concealing the darkness beneath his lashes, he replied in a low voice, "Palazzo can only have their hair braided by their parents or siblings before finding a partner. I'm sorry." After digesting this statement, Xie Wei lowered his hands, feeling somewhat at a loss that he had not known this. And according to this reasoning, Sal's parents and siblings must no longer be alive. There is no need to apologize. It was simply something you deserve to know. Sal reached out and pulled Xie Wei back into his embrace, burying his face in the crook of Xie Wei's neck, his arms tightly encircling him as if drawing something from him. "I now have you, my little Rose, my prince. Would you braid my hair for me?" Once a Palasaurian finds a partner, only that partner is permitted to braid their hair. Sal yearned for a reassuring affirmation from Xie Wei, persistently pressing him for a response. Yet Xie Wei remained silent. Unbeknownst to Xie Wei, Sal's thoughts were a tangled web. Perhaps in the eyes of the world, their union was both commonplace and reasonable. But Xie Wei did not wholly belong to this realm. Deep down, he rejected the notion of their forced marriage. Perceiving their current relationship as little more than a transaction, he still harbored thoughts of escaping to a place where no one could confine or coerce him. So he could truly savor this rare opportunity of rebirth. Devoid of a response from the little Rose, Sal felt a simmering frustration within, yet he found himself with no other recourse that he reassured himself that, after all, Xie Wei was already his. Given enough time together, the little Rose would surely come to willingly braid his hair. After a prolonged ordeal in the bathroom, Xie Wei emerged, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Lunchtime consisted of an indescribable concoction of milk and vegetable soup, which Sal fed to him spoonful by spoonful, coercively persuading him to consume a modest portion. Following their meal, Xie Wei lay upon the bed and soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening and gazing out through the wooden window adorned with glass, he realized the sky had darkened entirely. In this world, time is marked by 12 red moons, with the final day of each month showcasing a crimson moon. Hence, a month is referred to as a red moon. On this day, demonic entities exhibit heightened agitation, wreaking havoc, particularly as night falls, prompting people to return home early and secure their doors before sunset. A grand defensive magical array envelopes the town, with soldiers poised for any impending attacks. Aside from the monthly red moon, the day still comprises 24 hours, akin to his previous life, and this realm possesses clocks similar yet distinct from those in his former existence. For instance, the clock at the inn scuttles across its wall at every hour, initially startling Xie Wei, yet he grew fond of its whimsical nature, particularly as it resembled a somewhat foolish little lion. Xie Wei speculated that the clock was crafted by a magician named Lauren, for only magicians possess the ability to create magical artifacts. Though not all magicians engage in such craftsmanship. In his earlier days of magical aptitude, he attempted to design several items, only for the blueprints to be confiscated by the magician who taught him, who deemed his creations as worthless scraps. He had also designed numerous practical magical arrays, all of which were similarly seized. At that time, he bore a magical suppression chain, rendering him unable to validate his arrays, reliant instead on the magician's assistance, which ultimately led to their dismissal due to his inability to activate them. Xie Wei remained uncertain of his magical prowess within this world, as his former instructor had been exceedingly harsh, occasionally berating him. Perhaps his comprehension of magic was indeed mediocre, rendering his creations and arrays ineffective. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, the educational institutions of his previous life did not impart magical skills. Reflecting upon his magical talent, during the initial period of its loss, Xie Wei experienced a tinge of sorrow and disappointment, though it was merely fleeting. Over the years, he had worn the magical suppression chain, never having fully unleashed magic, and his practice sessions left much to be desired. Thus he had yet to grasp the distinction between possessing magic and lacking it in this world. Consequently, Xie Wei remained oblivious to the profound impact of losing magical aptitude on those who had always dwelled in this continent. Such a magician would undoubtedly descend into madness. Xie Wei, having lived in a world devoid of magic, had been confined to a tower upon his arrival in this realm. He lacked an understanding of the significance of talent to its inhabitants. Thus his dismay upon losing his abilities was transient, and he had since come to terms with it. He believed that in his former life, he could sustain himself through work, and even in this world. Lacking magical talent did not preclude him from pursuing other endeavors. Hence, he often contemplated how he would survive on this continent once he regained his freedom. In his previous life, due to a disdain for monotonous employment, he had explored a myriad of ventures, having been a food blogger, studied veterinary medicine, assisted a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for a year, taught in rural areas, and even volunteered for rescue missions. Upon recollecting these experiences, Xie Wei felt a sense of reassurance, believing he could indeed sustain himself. Speaking of his time as a food blogger, he recalled the dismal culinary offerings he had endured during his years of imprisonment within the tower, limited to dark, grayish bread or vegetable soup. Now, liberated from the tower, he found his daily meals to be of superior quality, though the culinary execution left much to be desired, simply boiled and seasoned. While he wished to enhance his meals, he found himself unable to leave the confines of the room, rendering such aspirations impractical. When Sal returned to their quarters with dinner, he found Xie Wei sitting by the window, lost in thought. Xie Wei was quite slender, his wrist bones delicate, and Sal was always cautious when grasping them, fearful of inadvertently breaking his partner's wrist. Observing his pensive companion, Sal felt a wave of irritation. He had gone to great lengths to procure an imperial chef for their territory, concerned that the little Rose might struggle to adapt to the Palasaurian cuisine. Yet, his little Rose continued to eat very little, and Sal was at a loss as to why, nor did he wish to inquire, fearing he might receive an answer he would rather not hear. This evening's dinner was prepared by the inn chef. Do you have a taste, and let me know your thoughts, if you enjoy it. I can arrange for someone to learn the recipe. Setting the meal before Xie Wei, Sal arranged the utensils and took a seat opposite him, silently hoping he would eat a few more bites. Xie Wei nodded, his eyes widening in disbelief as he poked at the fried rice before him. Rice and fried rice, he marveled, cherishing each spoonful that found its way to his mouth. The flavor was nothing extraordinary, merely oil and salt, but it was sufficient to whet his appetite. And he devoured half a plateful that as Sal watched Xie Wei consume so much. His previously stern expression softened. He realized that the little Rose's reluctance to eat stemmed from a lack of desired food rather than any other issue. He resolved to have someone learn from the chef. Once Xie Wei finished, he noticed Sal preparing to leave with the empty plate and called out, "I would like to cook something for myself tomorrow." Fearing Sal might refuse, he quickly added, "We can share the meal. Please gather some ingredients for me, similar to those used for dinner. I can make it taste even better. At this point, how could Sal possibly decline? He promptly dashed downstairs to procure the requested ingredients, neglecting his own dinner in the process. Not only did he find rice for Xie Wei, but he also went hunting, bringing back a deer and several wild boars to stock the kitchen. Convinced that his little Rose needed to consume more meat, Lauren lounged behind the counter, flanked by Audric, as they observed the lord of the snowfield bustling about, sometimes hunting deer, other times raiding their vegetable cellar, and occasionally requesting rice. "What is he doing?" Lauren inquired, tilting his head towards Audric. Audric quickly kissed Lauren's lips and straightened up, replying earnestly, "I apologize, Master, I do not know." Chapter 9. The Rhine Mercenary Corps does not accept robbery tasks, having resolved to prepare his own meal the following day. Xie Wei informed Sal the night before, requesting his assistance in borrowing the kitchen from the inn. The inn featured 2 cooking areas, a temporary stove set up beneath an outdoor wooden shelter, and a permanent stove located behind the indoor dining area. Equipped with a large oven and various iron pots of differing sizes, Xie Wei believed that since Sal had acquiesced, he ought to descend to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, upon awakening and completing his morning routine, he was greeted in his room by 2 petite, exquisite silver pots. These silver pots resembled the soup pots commonly found in his previous life, resting atop a square base adorned with several red magical crystal buttons. Xie Wei recognized this as a household magical artifact, akin to the showerhead in the bathroom, with an operation method likely similar as well. Sal remarked, "There are too many people downstairs. This is a portable pot crafted by the innkeeper. And it is not significantly different from those below, merely smaller." Sal interrupted Xie Wei's words, and after finishing his own thoughts, he lowered his head to examine the patterns on the floor. Observing Sal's demeanor, Xie Wei lost all desire for conversation, knowing that if the dialogue continued, they would inevitably fall into arguments as before, after which Sal would use coercive means to force him to concede. He had no inclination to engage in such a futile endeavor. Xie Wei picked up the already cleaned rice, which in this world resembled glutinous rice in appearance, but had the same texture as ordinary japonica rice. He thought this rice tasted quite similar to the pearl rice of his past life. Regardless of the type, the mere availability of rice brought him immense happiness. The portable pot was placed on the table, and as Xie Wei stood at the table preparing the ingredients, Sal, at an unknown moment, raised his head and gazed at Xie Wei's silhouette with a complex expression. Xie Wei skillfully sliced the red-skinned fruit, which bore a sweet and tangy flavor, opening its top skin before placing it in hot water to peel it. This fruit, reminiscent of tomatoes in taste, and with its red hue growing on vines, was commonly referred to as the red vine fruit. The red vine fruit was a prevalent winter fruit in this region, remarkably hardy, and one of the few fruits available to the border dwellers and the Paraso people during the harsh winter. The extreme North Territory only experienced spring and winter, with 5 months of blossoming spring and 7 months of withering decay. The Paraso people were exceedingly busy in spring, as the harvest during this season directly influenced their ability to survive the winter. Sal's decision to fetch Xie Wei from the Empire at this time stemmed from the fact that the extreme North Territory had already entered winter. This was also why Sal insisted on waiting until the magical tools were completed before bringing Xie Wei into the snowy expanse. Upon nearing the Empire's border, Xie Wei could barely endure such frigid temperatures, let alone the -60 degrees of the extreme North Territory. After peeling the red vine fruit, Xie Wei diced it and set it aside, then proceeded to crack 4 eggs into a bowl and whisk them briefly. Glancing at the limited seasonings available, salt, sugar, fragrant powder, honey, sauce, and lard, he concocted a simple mixture using salt, sugar, fragrant powder, and sauce, tasting it and finding it satisfactory before advancing to the next step. The only leafy green at hand was unfamiliar, resembling a slender version of bok choy but emitting a pungent aroma. sauteing it in oil should enhance its flavor. He diced the leafy greens and the wild boar meat separately, first melting the lard in the pot before adding the chopped greens to stir-fry with the lard. After a while, he introduced the diced wild boar meat and continued to stir-fry until the meat changed color, at which point he added the diced red vine fruit, cooking it until the fruit softened and released its juices before pouring in the previously prepared sauce. He stirred until the broth thickened, then incorporated the egg mixture, gently mixing it with the tomato and meat before allowing it to set on the surface before serving, though he could not utilize the kitchen downstairs as anticipated. As Sal had remarked, this portable pot was virtually indistinguishable from the stove below, and the final product was quite gratifying. Xie Wei tasted the dish with a spoon. The broth was sweet and tangy with a hint of saltiness, not perfect, but he was eager to pour it over the rice. Prior to preparing this dish of red fruit meat stew with eggs, Xie Wei had already cooked rice in another pot, which was now ready. He ladled some rice into a deep plate, then topped it with the dish and broth, successfully creating a version of red fruit meat rice reminiscent of the tomato meat rice from his past life. Give it a try. Xie Wei pushed a generous serving of the dish towards Sal, then, disregarding Sal's reaction, began to eat. Sal, having watched from the side, was already famished. He could not understand why the same ingredients transformed into such a novel dish in Xie Wei's hands. It was a culinary method he had never witnessed before, and the aroma was utterly enticing. As Xie Wei saw it at the meat, he felt hunger stirring within him, and now, with the dish before him, he was momentarily overwhelmed with a profound sense of satisfaction, almost reluctant to indulge. After a few bites, Xie Wei's mood brightened. Indeed, delicious food holds a miraculous healing power regardless of the world. However, when he glanced at Sal, he found him staring blankly at the plate of rice. Do you not like it? Any chef would be disheartened to see indifference towards their creation. Xie Wei had already tasted it, although slightly out of practice after years away from the kitchen and with some differences in ingredients. His culinary skills remained reliably steady. Overall, the flavor was not significantly altered, and in this culinary desert of a continent, such a dish was an exquisite delight to him. I truly like it. I just feel somewhat reluctant to eat it. Although I haven't tasted it yet, I know it must be more delicious than anything I've ever had in my life, Sal replied, shaking his head and candidly expressing his thoughts. Xie Wei understood that Sal was not merely flattering him. He genuinely felt that way, yet he could not shake off a subtle sense of embarrassment. Lowering his head to conceal his discomfort, he dryly urged, "Hurry and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold." However, the person across from him remained motionless, prompting Xie Wei to add, "If you truly don't want to eat it, then take it while it's hot and let others try it. We shouldn't waste food." As soon as he uttered these words, Sal began to act. Xie Wei could hear the sounds of movement, knowing without needing to look that Sal was hastily finishing off the remaining rice. Not a grain would likely be left behind. The two individuals in the room sat facing each other, enjoying breakfast, while outside the inn, the proprietor stood with arms crossed, kicking at the air. Lauren's fair, delicate face was etched with grievance as he solemnly turned to his companion, Audric, saying, "I want to eat the meal prepared by the partner of the Lord of the Snowfield. I command you to go in and snatch the food." Audric reached down and lifted his temperamental young master as one would a child, expertly soothing him as they descended the stairs. "The Rhine Mercenary Corps does not engage in robbery. Shall we go downstairs and have Lily prepare you an apple pie instead? And a cup of sweet milk." "Very well, my little master." Audric bestowed a gentle kiss upon his pouting young master, and while the latter was momentarily distracted, he stole a glance back at the closed door behind him. It was rare for his finicky young master to express a desire for particular food, thus it was imperative to devise some means to satisfy his whims. Chapter 10. He entered, lured by the aroma after settling at the inn. Xie Wei could only gaze out at the world beyond the window each day. The room that Lauren had prepared for them was the largest suite, featuring 2 windows directly facing the inn's main entrance. Xie Wei delighted in sitting at the small tea table by the window, observing the courtyard blanketed in pristine snow, the stables, and the enclosures for chickens, sheep, and cattle, along with the hay bales. The inn was bustling with a myriad of visitors, treasure-hunting bounty hunters, wandering minstrels with their lutes, and small merchants laden with various goods. With such lively sights to behold, the days spent confined within the room became considerably more bearable. Sal was not always present in the room. When he was, he either sat silently watching Xie Wei or sought to draw closer to him. When he had matters to attend to outside, he would station his subordinates at the door. For the past few days, Xie Wei had prepared all their meals himself, as Sal had thoughtfully arranged a small indoor kitchen within the spacious room. even bringing in a magical plant capable of absorbing smoke. Positioned beside the portable stove, ensuring that no trace of smoke lingered indoors, truly a marvel of convenience. This magical plant resembled a closed flower bud, with a pot containing 5 or 6 buds, each about the size of a half palm. When smoke filled the room, the buds would unfurl into a V shape, only returning to their bud form once all the smoke had been absorbed. Sal explained that this plant was known as smoke swallower, which, upon reaching level 3, could exhale fire. Some travelers would contain it in special vessels to ignite fires in the wilderness. However, it was more commonly fashioned into rockets, capable of injuring foes even in the rain. The clock indicated that noon was fast approaching, prompting Xie Wei to ponder what to prepare for lunch. Sal had mentioned he would return before dinner. Thus Xie Wei need not concern himself with preparing a meal for him. The available ingredients included beef, onions, fish, red vine fruits, spicy fruits, and 2 types of fresh wild vegetables. The day prior, Xie Wei had requested some herbs and magical plants from Sal to serve as spices. Given that the world had only a few existing condiments, Xie Wei had previously come across some plants and books that bore resemblance to those from his past life but had never had the opportunity to experiment. Over the past few days, he had tried all he could obtain, and indeed, the flavors proved quite similar. The spicy fruit resembled round red peppers, the multi-angled fruit was akin to star anise, and the thorny fruit grew underground, its skin adorned with a ring of thorns, reminiscent of ginger. Interestingly, the onion in this world retained its name and appearance, although it was significantly larger than those from Xie Wei's previous life. Providing several meals upon being cut. On Sal's second occasion assisting with the cooking, he forbade Xie Wei from chopping the ingredients, instead instructing him on how to do so while he took care of the preparation. Placing the cut ingredients into clean containers, Xie Wei found it quite agreeable to have assistance with meal prep and, observing Sal's adeptness in slicing, entrusted the task to him, unbeknownst to Xie Wei. Although the inn's rooms were relatively soundproof and sealed, the enticing aroma of the dishes he prepared wafted throughout the establishment, prompting several patrons to approach Lauren, inquiring whether the inn's cook was experimenting with new recipes. When informed that the guest was cooking for himself, those who had previously relished the cuisine at the Rift Inn found their meals less appealing in recent days, after several days of tantalizing aromas without the prospect of tasting the dishes. Not only did the patrons harbor discontent, but Lauren was also in a foul mood, often casting glances at Sal with a scowl. Yet, the Lord of the Snowfield seemed oblivious, persistently demanding updates on the progress of his magical artifacts. Finally, a meal arrived when the Lord of the Snowfield was absent. Lauren instructed Audric to create a diversion to draw the attention of the guards outside, while he utilized his teleportation magic to swiftly enter Xie Wei's room. Xie Wei was startled when someone suddenly appeared beside him while he was tending to a pot of stewed beef with red vine fruits. My apologies for startling you. I am Lauren, the proprietor of the Rift Inn. Lauren gazed at the pot, emitting a mouth-watering aroma, his beautiful amber cat-like eyes filled with admiration. If the companion of the Lord of the Snowfield were not of imperial lineage, they would undoubtedly become a culinary sensation across the continent. He and Audric had traveled extensively, yet he had never encountered such delectable cuisine that haunted his dreams. How did you get in? Xie Wei was taken aback, for it was the first time he had met someone with eyes mirroring his own. Both their gazes were amber, leaning towards a golden-hued aura. I merely followed the alluring aroma, Lauren confessed, feeling an unusual sense of embarrassment. He was unsure why he felt suddenly shy. Having been so engrossed in the stew, he now felt vulnerable under Xie Wei's gaze, akin to a child caught sneaking candy by their mother. Inexplicably guilty. Moreover, this Imperial Rose was undeniably beautiful, reminiscent of his mother. While he privately believed his mother to be the most exquisite beauty in the world, he couldn't help but acknowledge that this Prince Xie Wei appeared to surpass her, if only slightly. Lauren began to comprehend the Lord of the Snowfield's possessiveness. Possessing such a treasure warranted vigilance, although it could be overly inconsiderate of others' feelings in any case. He mused that if Audric were to confine him in such a manner, he would certainly instruct Benji to turn Audric into a meat pie. Even if they were partners, Audric must never restrict him, not even in the name of love. Xie Wei scrutinized the youth before him, who was of similar height, estimating that he was likely around the same age as himself. Upon learning that this was the innkeeper, the one who had released Sal from his cloak, Xie Wei's wariness of this unexpected visitor diminished considerably, especially as he noticed the youthful man's ears turned a shade of red, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, as he bowed his head, unable to resist glancing at the stew. Xie Wei was nearly certain that this young man had indeed come drawn by the fragrance. And as for how he had bypassed the guards at the entrance, he suspected it was through some form of spatial magic. He had secretly studied spatial magic, such as teleportation, yet the sorcerer who taught him only imparted theoretical knowledge, never freeing him from the magical restraints that bound him. Consequently, the scant magical energy he retained was insufficient to perform such spells. Thus, he had only visualized them in his mind, never having practiced them in reality. Would you care to try some? I prepared quite a bit today, and I doubt I can finish it all myself. Although Sal had mentioned he would not return for lunch, upon reflection, Xie Wei had opted to prepare a bit more. Considering that all the ingredients had been prepped by Sal, that he felt it would be courteous to allow the other to sample the meal. However, with a guest present, a rather charming guest, Xie Wei resolved to first attend to his newfound visitor. Then I shall be in your debt? Lauren lifted his face, his eyes sparkling brightly, and a playful smile revealed his two pointed little tiger teeth. His arrival was perfectly timed. The beef stew was nearly ready. And all Xie Wei had to do now was salt a wild vegetable before they could enjoy their lunch. Unable to lend a hand, Lauren obediently sat to the side, yet he did not simply wait in silence. He regaled Xie Wei with amusing tales from the relay station that it had been quite some time since Xie Wei had conversed with anyone other than Sal, and he found every story Lauren shared to be utterly captivating. For the first time in many days, he felt a sense of ease and joy wash over him. The two men found an unexpected harmony in each other's company, and in no time, any sense of unfamiliarity vanished. Xie Wei did not consider himself a particularly outgoing person, and Lauren, who appeared quite amiable, likely was not either. Perhaps it was simply that they had a genuine affinity for one another. As Xie Wei served the rice, Lauren instinctively brought the red vine fruit stew and the sautéed wild vegetables to the table. If Audric and Benji were to witness this, they would surely be astonished. Their young master had taken the initiative to serve dishes, a rarity indeed, more so than the absence of injuries during the red moon. Once they were both seated, Xie Wei observed that although Lauren ate swiftly, his table manners were impeccable. After being designated as a gift to Sal by the Emperor and Empress, Xie Wei had not only been compelled to endure medicinal baths, but had also been subjected to numerous lessons in court etiquette. As he watched Lauren's actions, he silently compared them and realized that he lacked the same grace and proficiency. However, Xie Wei did not dwell on it too much, for his understanding of this world was still quite limited. And he had encountered few people. The only individuals he had dined with, aside from the instructor of his table manners, were Sal and the Lauren before him. Audric had waited outside for a full 2 hours before receiving a signal from his young master. And the two employed the same trick once more, with Lauren once again teleporting out of the room, if it weren't for the presence of guards watching the windows of Xie Wei's chamber. It would have been far more convenient for him to enter through the window. After a satisfying meal filled with pleasant conversation, Lauren leaped into Audric's embrace, still lingering in thought about the next meal. Unbeknownst to him, his delightful repast had brought Xie Wei considerable trouble. Chapter 11. I dislike sharing you upon hearing the sound of the door opening. Xie Wei was adding salt to the milky white fish soup. The fish, caught that very morning by Sal's subordinates, bore a striking resemblance to the fish of his previous life, adorned with many beautiful patterns. Xie Wei was uncertain how this fish, seemingly more suited for ornamental purposes, would taste, yet the aroma wafting from the soup was quite fragrant, suggesting it would not be unpleasant. His mood was buoyant today as he prepared dinner, humming a nameless tune softly to himself. After entering, Sal first removed his armor before approaching the person with their back turned to him. He was taller than Xie Wei had anticipated, and standing straight, his chin was still some distance above Xie Wei's head, allowing him to easily glimpse into the pot's contents. I returned to Gidet City today to inspect the room we prepared for you. It has been decorated in the Imperial style. Take a look when you get back, and let me know if you like it. If not, we can make changes. I had the sacred spring from the mountain diverted down for you, so you can soak in it for a while each day. It's good for your health. Like a task report, Sal stood behind Xie Wei, detailing all his activities for the day. Xie Wei responded nonchalantly, harboring no expectations, for he believed he would not remain in the Northern Territory for long. He would find a way to leave. The room fell silent once more, the only sound being the bubbling of the fish soup. Upon entering, Sal had noticed Xie Wei was unusually cheerful today. It was the first time he had seen him so relaxed in many days. However, as he drew closer, that joyful demeanor seemed to evaporate in an instant, leaving no trace behind, though his partner did not turn around. preventing him from seeing the expression on his face. Cao could sense Xie Wei's sudden tension. It was as if a heavy weight bore down on him, causing him to breathe cautiously. The warmth that had filled his heart upon entering began to cool, dissipating gradually due to Xie Wei's serene silhouette. That a portion of the attention that had once been solely on Xie Wei was now diverted back to Cao, whose senses sharpened once more. A faint yet sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils, a scent that should not have been present in this room. This aroma belonged to Lauren, the relay station's owner, and since he had not encountered Lauren today, it could not have been brought back by him. The presence of this scent here indicated that, while he was away, another person had been in this room with Xie Wei. Anger quickly surged within Cao's chest at the violation of his personal space. While Xie Wei's silence about the events of the day suggested a desire to conceal something, which only heightened his agitation, just as Xie Wei was about to ladle the soup into bowls, a hand suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind. Cao, one hand securing Xie Wei, turned off the portable stove, burying his face in Xie Wei's hair, inhaling deeply from the crown of his head. As if confirming the presence of his lingering scent, Xie Wei, held tightly, found himself unable to move, forced to endure as Cao nuzzled against his collar. Feeling discomfort, he attempted to push Cao away, only to have his wrist caught and pressed against the wall. His back met the cool surface, facing Cao, with his right hand pinned and his left hand firmly held at his waist. "What are you doing? Stop it now." As Cao's outer garments were about to be torn away, Xie Wei's expression hardened. "Are you so happy today? Yet you turn unhappy upon seeing me. Why is that?" Cao released Xie Wei's right hand, choosing instead to grasp his chin, lifting it to meet his gaze with those striking amber eyes. "The fish soup will lose its flavor if it cools." Xie Wei averted his eyes, refusing to meet Cao's stare, offering no reply. "Answer me." Cao intensified his grip, his gaze unwavering on Xie Wei. The thought of preparing a beautifully warm greenhouse for his little Rose, only to find him enjoying the company of another, stirred dark thoughts within him. Perhaps he should not provide his little Rose with a warm and comfortable room with a view of Gudet City, but rather a windowless chamber with heavy chains on the door, accessible only to him. Only in such a space would his little Rose be shielded from the eyes of others, free from covetous glances, and would not turn his attention to anyone but him. From the moment Cao had laid eyes on Xie Wei's portrait, he had deemed this exquisitely beautiful noble prince as belonging to him. Yet it was evident that his chosen partner did not share the same sentiment. He yearned to punish him, to brand him, to ensure his compliance from body to soul. Xie Wei's skin was delicate, and coupled with his intolerance for pain, his skin reddened at the grip on his chin, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Unable to contain the physiological tears, they cascaded swiftly down his cheeks, melding into his platinum hair. Despite the discomfort, Xie Wei enunciated each word with deliberation. "There is no reason." Confronted with Xie Wei's tears, Cao felt an unusual surge of emotions swell within him. Emotions he could not fully comprehend. He released Xie Wei's chin, instead wrapping his arms around his waist and lifting him, setting him down gently on the edge of the bed. Sitting there, Xie Wei was uncertain of Cao's intentions, his fingers instinctively clutching the blanket as he looked up at the towering man before him. "Cao, you claim that I am your partner, yet your actions make me feel like a pet for your amusement. I am a person, with my own independent persona. Why can I not speak to others or step outside? Why can I not even open the window to touch the snow outside? Tell me why. I do not wish to share you with anyone. As my partner, you should submit to me, and in return, I will grant you everything except freedom." Cao knelt beside Xie Wei, his height nearly level with the seated Xie Wei. "I do not require anything from you. I desire nothing but a normal, ordinary life." Xie Wei felt fatigued. No matter what he said, the person before him seemed impervious to his words. Such conversations had been repeated numerous times since he awoke from his coma. Yet each time, it was the same. This person simply disregarded his will. The accumulated frustration erupted, and Xie Wei forcefully pushed Cao away, rising to rush toward the door. Grasping the doorknob, he yearned to escape this wretched room. Why could he not even leave a single room? Just as Xie Wei's fingers brushed the doorknob, before he could turn it, he was pressed against the door. The person behind him pinned his hands against the surface. Likely infuriated by his actions, this time, he did not restrain his strength as before. Xie Wei felt as though his wrists might snap under the pressure, a sharp pain coursing through him as he gritted his teeth to stifle a cry. "I told you, I do not like sharing you. Why must you defy me?" Cao's gaze was shrouded in darkness. His fingertips traced a depression, and then, seemingly out of nowhere, he produced an exquisitely crafted seal embedded with a crimson magic crystal. Such seals were typically employed to stamp the wax of envelopes. One would place the prepared wax disc at the sealing point, then press the seal upon it, touching a specific area, causing the seal to heat instantly and melt the wax. Unbeknownst to Xie Wei, a horrifying event was about to unfold that he lay against the door panel, attempting to regulate his breathing, bracing himself to struggle valiantly. The searing pain surged from his skin to his cerebral cortex. The acute agony piercing his threshold of endurance, rendering Xie Wei momentarily blind. He could not even utter a scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Emotionless, Sal branded his private seal onto the delicate skin that belonged to him. He felt it imperative for the little Rose to recognize to whom she now belonged, and this act of marking was the most effective means. Yet, he did not anticipate that what represented belonging among the Paralazans would cause his little Rose to faint from the pain. As the grip of his hand slackened, Xie Wei's entire being slumped down, sliding from the door panel. Upon realizing something was amiss, Sal lifted him and turned him towards himself, only to find Xie Wei's lips pale. His face drenched in cold sweat, trembling even in unconsciousness from the lingering pain. Chapter 12. A blow with a sweet date. Afra gently tended to the severe burn on the lower back of the unconscious youth sprawled on the bed. The damage to the skin was grave. After cleansing it, she applied ointment, knowing it would require time to heal. However, the more pressing issue at hand was that the administered painkillers had proven ineffective. After some contemplation, Afra addressed the stoic lord beside her. Your Highness seems to possess a constitution unlike that of ordinary individuals. To put it simply, the pain endured by a common person from a single branding is akin to experiencing 100 brandings for His Highness. This level of pain exceeds the efficacy of any pain relief available, and the current concoctions are ill-suited for His Highness's constitution. Sal's complexion grew increasingly grim, yet he refrained from speaking, instead adjusting Xie Wei's clothing and tucking him in before seating himself at the bedside. Gently wiping the cold sweat from Xie Wei's face and neck with a warm toweled eye in the corner, like an invisible observer, Ryan motioned for the physicians by the wall to form a line, and they followed him out of the room. Upon exiting, Ryan led them to an adjacent room that had recently become available, casting a cold glance at the physicians within and stating bluntly, "If the current potions are ineffective, then you are to concoct those that work. The Lord did not purchase your services merely to listen to your futile ramblings. If you fail to produce effective potions by tomorrow morning, prepare to be relegated to the status of the lowest slaves." The pharmacists exchanged glances, despair evident in their eyes. How could they possibly produce such potions? Had they been capable of such feats, they would never have been captured by these barbarous Paralazans and brought to this frigid, desolate place. For the love of the goddess, the noble little prince of the empire was being tormented by these savages. How much worse could their own plight become, now that they had been reduced to slavery? After delivering his orders, Ryan departed the room, troubled as he touched his forehead while gazing at the tightly shut door across the hall. Though he spoke with conviction, he held little hope for the physicians. The Empire and other nations would never allow mid-level or higher pharmacists to venture into the extreme northern territories, nor would any pharmacist wish to brave the bitter, harsh snows. The slaves procured from the black market were merely individuals who could identify herbs or concoct simple remedies, likely lacking even the qualifications of an apprentice pharmacist. Even if they pooled their efforts, the likelihood of producing an effective potion remained dismally low. When Sal emerged from the room, Ryan awaited him outside. Ryan was several years Sal's senior, and their acquaintance spanned over a decade. They were sovereign and subject, close friends, and indeed, family. Ryan found it unsurprising that Sal had taken an interest in the Empire's young prince. The mightiest warriors ought to possess the most exquisite companions, a truth ingrained in the bloodline of the Paralazans. Yet, they had never considered the will of this Imperial Rose. Confronted with the Lord's brooding demeanor, Ryan sighed and could not help but voice his thoughts. He lowered his voice, saying, "You should not treat him this way. This young prince has only recently come of age, having been raised in an environment of adoration and privilege. Suddenly, he has been torn from his parents, friends, and the vibrant, bustling empire of Hysadon, thrust into our cold, desolate lands. It is remarkable that he has not protested more vehemently. You confine him to this small space, denying him contact with anyone but yourself. What young man does not crave joy and merriment? It is entirely normal for one of his age to express discontent or even frustration." Sal remained silent for a moment after hearing this, then fixed his cold gaze upon Ryan's eyes and replied sternly, "He will eventually acclimate. I shall treat him well, providing him with the most precious things from the snowfields." Clutching the object that had seared the little Rose, he pressed the still warm seal tightly in his palm. Feeling only a faint burn. At first, The flock was also averse to the confines of a pen. However, the Paralazans corralled them, guiding them to graze in spring and providing warm shelters in winter, ensuring they had ample fodder. Over time, the sheep ceased their attempts to escape the enclosure. His Imperial Rose was merely a delicate, endearing lamb. The winds of the snowfields could wound his skin, and the beasts of the tundra could rend his flesh and shatter his bones. Yet, as long as he remained obediently by Sal's side, the little Rose could dwell forever in the greenhouse, protected in his embrace, safe from any harm. When Xie Wei awoke, the wound on his lower back still throbbed painfully. But perhaps due to a degree of acclimatization, it had become bearable. Reflecting on the moments before he fainted, he recalled the burning sensation. It must have been something scorching pressed against his lower back. It was an indescribable feeling, for beyond anger and humiliation, he felt a profound sense of disappointment and cold despair. He had not been mistaken. Sal regarded him merely as a pet, and pets that misbehave are reprimanded. Prior to this, he had considered the possibility of Sal resorting to violence, having heard tales of the Lord of the extreme Northern Territory's cold-blooded cruelty. Yet, in the days they had spent together, this man had been nothing short of gentle and considerate. Allowing Xie Wei to let his guard down, the burn on his back served as a reminder that Sal was not an easy person to deal with. In their relationship, Sal was the one in power, the one who had the right to treat him as he saw fit. Staring blankly at the patterns on the bed linens, Xie Wei snapped back to reality, noticing the clock on the wall indicated it was just past 9 in the morning. Had a whole day passed? Lying on the bed, he felt the dampness of his light robe, which had been soaked with sweat. Discomfort washed over him, and he longed for a bath, gritting his teeth against the pain. He attempted to rise from the bed. However, before he could even manage to get out, the door swung open, and in the brief moment of raising his head, Sal had already reached his side. Wrapping an arm around him, avoiding Xie Wei's injury, Sal helped him sit at the edge of the bed, bending down to assist him in putting on his shoes before guiding him gently to his feet. His movements were cautious, as if handling a fragile object, yet to Xie Wei, it seemed laughable. Was this not the classic case of administering a blow followed by a sweet reward? "Are you hungry?" Sal inquired, observing the beads of cold sweat re-emerging on Xie Wei's face, indicating that the pain from his injury remained severe. He attempted to divert Xie Wei's attention. Ryan had mentioned that the pharmacists might be incapable of producing effective potions. But the station master, Lorlan, also provided treatments and concocted remedies. It was said he possessed skills surpassing that of an intermediate pharmacist, and perhaps they should invite Mr. Lorlan to take a look. Sal was well aware that Lorlan had knowledge of medicine. The previous night, when he summoned all the pharmacists remaining at the station, it had naturally drawn the attention of others, and Lorlan had sent inquiries about what had transpired. However, Sal did not divulge the truth and had no intention of soliciting his assistance. The mere thought of Lorlan sneaking into the room and spending an extended period with his partner filled his heart with a sensation akin to being torn apart by a beast. Ultimately, he did not wish for Lorlan to approach his companion again. Xie Wei, ignoring Sal's question, was still in pain and felt a surge of anger upon seeing him. Noticing Xie Wei's cold demeanor, Sal spoke to himself. "I will have someone bring in some food." Xie Wei was half supported, half carried to the dining table, where he was seated. He turned his face away to gaze at the window. The curtains still drawn, leaving him to stare blankly at the patterns upon them. Noticing Xie Wei's fixation on the window, Sal approached and drew the curtains apart, then turned to observe Xie Wei's expression, which indeed softened the rigid features of his small face. The silent treatment that Xie Wei had imposed seemed to have little effect on Sal, who continued to sit beside him while he ate and followed him to the bathroom. As Xie Wei stood at the bathroom door attempting to close it, Sal blocked his way, insisting on entering alongside him, leading to a stalemate at the threshold. Eventually, wearied from the absurdity of it all, Xie Wei surrendered, stripping down to his upper garment before stepping into the bath. That he settled at the edge of the tub, turning on the faucet to let warm water flow in, with his feet submerged. Xie Wei watched the water level rise slowly, inwardly wishing that the person behind him would have the decency to leave. Yet, it was apparent that Sal was not one to take such hints. "You cannot let your wound come into contact with water," Sal said, moving behind Xie Wei, gathering his long hair and securing it with a leather tie from his wrist, allowing the platinum strands to drape over Xie Wei's shoulder. Exposing his back. "Allow me to dry you with a towel." Sal took a nearby towel, dampened it, and began to wipe down Xie Wei's back, starting from the nape of his neck. Xie Wei did not resist. After all, Opposing him would only exacerbate his pain. Once he finished the back, Sal crouched beside the tub, watching as Xie Wei used the towel to dry his chest and arms. The bathroom was filled with steam, causing Sal's sun-kissed skin to flush that he felt an acute thirst. Yet he understood that leaving the bathroom to quench it would not alleviate his parched state. Chapter 13. Right here, when Sal brought Xie Wei to the way station. Alongside a contingent of guards, he also retained all the apothecary slaves. The Rift Valley way station comprised 3 levels. The third floor housed a dozen suites of various sizes, while the second floor featured accommodations for the way station staff and the Rhine mercenaries on the left, and a dormitory with around 10 shared rooms on the right, each capable of housing at least 20 individuals. Xie Wei's suite was located on the 3rd floor, while the apothecaries, originally lodged in the 2nd floor dormitory, had been gathered in the room opposite his. Around 4 in the morning, they had nearly given up, pooling their knowledge of apothecary lore to allow the most experienced among them to formulate a remedy. They attempted several concoctions, but the results were less than satisfactory. As they waited, pallid-faced, for the Palasoians to decide their fate, Gibbon, who had been nursing his injuries in a corner with Mom, suddenly exclaimed as if struck by a revelation. "I've got it. The horn of a giant armored rhino combined with the shell of a numb fruit and some herbs can create a paralyzing potion. Why not use this? We only need to dull the pain and numb the wound." A numbing potion. You can actually create a numbing potion? Where did you learn this formula? Such knowledge is typically reserved for apothecaries. You're not scheming because of the lashings you've received, are you? Don't drag us into your troubles. It was likely just bravado. If he knew such a potion, why wait until now to mention it? A throng surrounded Gibbon, each person clamoring with questions, skepticism palpable in the air. Mom, who had recently spent much time with Gibbon and had grown fond of him despite his tendency to mutter to himself, listened intently. Afra, silent until now, considered that Gibbon might not be exaggerating. Yet a formula for a numbing potion was something even she, who had nearly become an apothecary, did not know if Gibbon could produce it. He must at least be an intermediate apothecary, a status that would prevent him from being reduced to slavery and certainly not purchased by the Palasoians. This raised suspicions. The potion they concocted could not be directly applied to His Highness Xie Wei. The Lord of the Snowfield would certainly inspect it, and if it proved ineffective, they would face punishment by lashes and be relegated to join the ranks of lower slaves. However, if their potion harmed His Highness, none of them would survive. Time was of the essence. They decided to attempt creating it, for it was better than having nothing at all. After sipping a glass of ice water, Afra's gentle demeanor hardened as she approached Gibbon, urging Mom to assist her in helping him to a seat at the long table. "I believe you are not deceiving us, by the grace of the goddess. May your potion alleviate His Highness's suffering," she said, locking eyes with Gibbon before rallying the others to assist. Due to her frequent visits to tend to the Lord of the Snowfield and her amiable nature, Afra held considerable sway among the group. Everyone was willing to heed her. With her words, the others ceased their bickering and quietly began to assist, some gathering herbs while others ground the monster materials, uniting their efforts in the potion-making endeavor. When Sal received the potion, he was anything but pleased, for Xie Wei's wound on his lower back had reopened during their struggle in the bathroom when he had resisted Sal's kiss. Lying on the grand bed, Xie Wei buried his face in the pillow, gripping the blanket tightly with both hands. The pain was excruciating. Though it was a mere burn, it felt as though a chunk of flesh had been excised. Sal's wrist bore a neat circle of bite marks, the result of Xie Wei biting down in agony as the wound tore open. He appeared to have bitten down hard, yet it left no more than an indelible mark on the tough skin of the Palasian warrior. Afra and Gibbon stood at the farthest edge of the room, heads bowed, their eyes fixed on the floor since entering. "This is the numbing potion. When applied to the wound, it will alleviate the pain. Ryan had it tested. It is effective." Cradling Xie Wei in his arms, Sal gently lifted the blanket covering him to reveal the freshly treated wound. Xie Wei was still unclothed, having only a light blanket draped over him since being carried out of the bathroom. His platinum hair was gathered in front of him, and he leaned against Sal's chest like a doll, his lips slightly swollen and his overall appearance one of frailty mixed with allure. As he was lifted, the movement tugged at the wound in his lower back, prompting an involuntary soft groan from him. In retaliation, he bit down on Sal's chest, who wore a thin shirt that already had a loose collar. Seeing Xie Wei bite him through the fabric, the Lord of the Snowfield pondered for a moment before tugging at his collar to widen it further, then pointed to his exposed chest. "Bite here." Little Rose's teeth were exquisitely small and arranged in a neat row, akin to the milk teeth of a newborn creature. Biting was not painful. Rather, he was more concerned about injuring his own teeth. Glancing at the spot pointed out by Cao, Xie Wei unceremoniously bit down again, nearly driven to the brink of rage. His tongue had been bitten and was now bleeding, and his lips were slightly swollen and painful. Earlier in the bathroom, had it not been for the opening of his wound, Cao would have certainly not let him off so easily. This person, even during their arduous journey when he was physically weakened, would relentlessly demand from him, resembling a vigorous beast. After applying the numbing agent, 5 minutes later, Xie Wei, who was strenuously trying to tear a piece of flesh from Cao, felt his eyelids droop with fatigue. The pain from his wounds had significantly diminished. He felt numbness across his lower back, yet for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt an urge to sleep. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his eyes fluttered shut completely. The body in his arms suddenly went limp, startling Cao. As he embraced Xie Wei and was about to question the apothecary, he heard the murmurs of the person in his arms, expressing discomfort and a desire to lie down. Upon leaning in, Cao discovered that Xie Wei's breathing was remarkably steady, and after a careful observation, he confirmed that he had merely fallen into a deep slumber. Xie Wei slept soundly for a full 2 days, unaware of the terror that gripped Cao when he found himself unable to rouse him. The physicians were nearly dragged out to the open space outside the inn for their limbs to be severed. Had it not been for Lauren noticing something amiss and coming to check, discovering that Xie Wei had merely succumbed to a deep sleep due to an improper ratio of the ingredients in the numbing agent, and that he would be fine once the effects wore off, Cao would have undoubtedly wreaked havoc upon all the physicians that day. Though Lauren ultimately confirmed that their concoction, aside from the ratio issue, had caused no harm to Xie Wei's body, the physicians were still punished. They were denied food for the day. However, such punishment was hardly a deterrent for the physicians, compared to the brutal lashings that could strip flesh from bone or the prospect of having limbs severed and freezing to death in the frigid wilderness. Being deprived of a meal was hardly a punishment at all, as the effects of the potion gradually diminished. Xie Wei, although unable to open his eyes, felt a vague sense of relief from the pain in his wounds. However, his mind was clouded, and his body felt weak and heavy, lacking even the strength to lift his arms. Moreover, it felt as though something was constricting around his neck, wrists, and ankles, and even his thighs and waist seemed ensnared by some binding, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Chapter 14. You are truly overstepping to speak candidly. Your partner requires the care of a far superior physician, yet even with better physicians, he is ill-suited to reside within your territory. Lauren fiddled with the exquisite magical accessories on the tray. The Lord of the Snowfield had commissioned numerous sets, and even with expedited efforts over the past fortnight, they had managed to complete only half of a set. Over 100 5th-level fire-type magical beast cores and several hundred auxiliary magical crystals were crafted into winter wear accessories. The entire set comprising a collar, a pair of armlets, a pair of bracelets, a waist chain, a pair of leg rings, a pair of anklets, a pair of earrings, and a headpiece. Such a complete set would fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins within the empire. And for the Parasun people, who were not lacking in magical beast cores and rare materials, it was an exceedingly extravagant adornment. Cao, seated on the opposite sofa, turned his gaze toward the beautifully crafted winter accessories upon hearing Lauren's words. He contemplated these ornaments, as if envisioning how they would appear adorning his partner, before finally speaking in a deep voice. I shall prepare the most suitable dwelling for him. He will remain by my side forever, and no one shall take him away from the snowfield. The man's eyes reflected infatuation and obsession, yet intertwined within was a sharpness. Lauren frowned, contemplating whether to say more, but ultimately only remarked, in that case, I hope you will treat him kindly. Anyone who encounters His Highness Xie Wei would desire to pamper him, would they not? Pushing the tray across the table, Lauren leaned back against the soft, fluffy cushion, his delicately crafted chin tilted slightly upward, his gentle, smiling countenance losing its mirth. He was not one to meddle excessively, yet having witnessed the young prince enjoying the meals prepared by others, he felt a semblance of camaraderie and naturally hoped that the Lord of the Snowfield would treat him with greater kindness. Cao's gaze fell upon Lauren, who was of a similar age to his partner. Yet the individual before him always bore a cheerful expression, as if living each day in comfort, devoid of any worries. Upon closer inspection, Cao suddenly realized that Lauren's eyes also possessed a golden amber hue, strikingly reminiscent of Xie Wei's, though their shapes differed. Furthermore, Lauren's eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance, while Xie Wei's were perpetually filled with sorrow and melancholy. Cao was not oblivious to this. He understood all too well. The Imperial Rose he had forcibly taken had been reluctant from the very beginning. He had unilaterally chosen him, claimed him, marked him. It was akin to hunting. Once the prey was selected, it belonged to him. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Cao found himself growing increasingly greedy. He yearned for Little Rose's genuine smiles, desired his affectionate kisses, longed for him to braid his hair with his delicate, alabaster fingers, to receive his responses, to possess all that he was. Returning to the bedroom with the completed magical accessories, Cao approached the bed where Xie Wei had been in a deep slumber for 2 days. Xie Wei lay ensconced in the soft, expansive bedding, his platinum hair cascading over the black blanket, covered by a plush, silver-white blanket crafted from magical beast fur. As Cao lifted the covers, the sleeping figure visibly shivered. The room was sufficiently warm. Yet even so, the delicate little prince remained cold. He reached out to grasp Xie Wei's slender wrist, feeling the soft, pale skin beneath his fingers. After adorning Xie Wei with a bracelet embedded with fiery red crystals, Cao continued to pull back the remaining blankets entirely. The magical accessories' effect was immediate. Once the covers were removed, the lightly clad figure no longer shivered, and the temperature of his fingers gradually warmed. No longer as chilly as before. Methodically placing the remaining accessories upon Xie Wei, Cao gathered his Little Rose into his embrace, savoring the sight. How beautiful! Adorned with these splendid trinkets, his Little Rose appeared even more enchanting. And this exquisite beauty belonged solely to him. Only he could behold it. That a profound sense of satisfaction surged within Cao, his heart racing, blood coursing through his veins, his body becoming feverishly warm, holding the person in his arms in tranquil stillness. He eventually quelled the tumultuous desires within him. With his arms tightly encircling Xie Wei, Cao reclined on the bed. He had not slept for days, and now, cradling his soft, sweet-smelling partner, exhaustion washed over him. He rested his chin atop Xie Wei's head, allowing him to face his chest, and as the gentle warmth of his breath brushed against his skin, Cao gradually closed his eyes. Xie Wei was roused from his slumber by the constricting pressure. The pain in his lower back had lessened, yet he felt profoundly uncomfortable, as if something were pressing down on him, nearly suffocating him. Struggling to awaken from the haze of his consciousness, he opened his eyes to find himself gazing at the solid, firm chest of the man before him. Having previously been scratched by Cao's outer garment, he had now learned to change before approaching Xie Wei. Just as Xie Wei attempted to push Cao away, the man seized his wrist and gently pulled him onto his lap, soothingly patting him twice. Unlike before, when Cao's comforting touch had rendered him compliant, he now scrutinized the bracelets on his wrists and ankles, as well as the gem-studded chain connecting the leg rings around his waist. His lips quivered in indignation, and he was at a loss for words, anger welling up within him, his eyes reddening as he pressed his hands into the man's flesh. Yet this only caused his fingers to ache without affecting the man beneath him. You were truly overstepping. Grinding his teeth, Xie Wei yearned to bite a piece of flesh from Cao to assuage his indignation. This person had truly treated him as a plaything, for the brain had settled somewhat, and Xie Wei raised his hand to inspect the exquisitely crafted bracelet adorning his wrist, which was embedded with red gemstones of various sizes. Upon closer examination, he realized these were not ordinary gems, but rather magical crystals, with some potentially being cores from magical beasts of level 5 or higher. Although he no longer possessed magical aptitude, he still retained the ability to discern such things. After scrutinizing the decorations on his person, Xie Wei was astonished to discover that they were all magical artifacts, and that the cores and crystals embedded within them were of exceptional quality. Why were they styled this way? Upon realizing he had misjudged Sar, Xie Wei's tone softened. It is a popular style in the Empire. I thought you would appreciate it, and I will provide you with anything you fancy. And you need not feel obligated about what you do not like. Sar did not ponder much, believing Xie Wei was upset over the design of the magical artifacts. That I do not favor this waist chain connected to the leg ring. Nor do I like the leg ring itself. Xie Wei tugged at the chain on his leg. It was indeed intricate and beautiful, yet it caused him discomfort, which weighed on his mind. As soon as the words left his lips, the waist chain suddenly loosened, and the leg rings were swiftly removed. Sauter casually tossed the gem-studded waist chain and leg rings onto the floor, then leaned down to kiss Xie Wei's flushed lips. As he savored the fragrance of his Little Rose, he coaxed, "They are gone now. Do not be upset, my Little Rose. Would this make you happier?" Chapter 15. System sleep concluded, restarting after Xie Wei's wounds had scabbed over. Nearly half of the winter in the Northern Territories had passed. Lolan had hurriedly crafted a complete set of magical artifacts for Xie Wei, since Xie Wei expressed his dislike for the waist chain and leg rings. Lolan recombined the materials from them to forge a short sword. When not in use, it could be hung at the waist as an accessory. When drawn from its gem-encrusted sheath, touching a specific point would activate the magical core in the hilt, allowing it to strike specific targets with a damage output 100 times greater than that of an ordinary short sword. When wielded, flames would dance along the blade, which could also serve as a fire starter. Upon receiving the short sword, Xie Wei initially thought Sara would keep it, but Sara merely inspected it to confirm there were no hidden functions before handing it over. He carefully instructed Xie Wei on its use, advising him to handle it with caution to avoid injury. Xie Wei was enamored with the beautiful short sword, playing with it for an entire afternoon. Observing his delight, Sara brought forth his own sword for Xie Wei to see. However, Sara's sword was far too large and heavy. After a few glances, Xie Wei showed no inclination to take it up. Sara felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at this, yet upon glancing at his own heavy sword, marred with scars, and then at Xie Wei's delicate, fair hands, he silently sheathed his weapon. Xie Wei's attention was diverted by other matters and did not notice Sara's unusual demeanor. Accompanying the dagger were some unused cores and crystals. After sorting the materials provided by Sara, Lolan had a surplus remaining, which he polished into shiny beads for Xie Wei to play with, since most of the materials given by Sara were fire attribute. He also included a few crystals of different colors to mix in. With this collection of beads, Xie Wei could not resist pulling Sara into a game of marbles. After all, his entertainment options were quite limited, and playing with marbles was a delightful distraction. He even pocketed some to play with at leisure. Yet, for some reason, the magical crystal marbles tucked into his clothing always seemed to dwindle, and Xie Wei thought nothing of it. Assuming they had simply fallen somewhere, he did not realize that the missing marbles were consistently the golden or green magical ones. With the magical artifacts completed and his wounds nearly healed, everything was in place for their departure from the inn to Goat City. The day before their journey, Xie Wei prepared numerous milk candies, and the following morning, he handed the sealed jar of candies to Sara, saying softly, "Sara, could you please deliver this to Lolan for me?" Sara, holding the jar of candies, appeared somewhat displeased, but before he could voice his thoughts, a piece of the rich milk candy was thrust into his mouth. "I accepted a gift from Lolan, so I must return the favor. Tea is a matter of etiquette, and we are about to leave. We may not meet again, correct? I will give him just one jar, and the rest shall be yours, all right?" Xie Wei pointed to the 10 jars of milk candies remaining on the table, all of which Sara had helped him prepare yesterday, so it was only fair that he kept more for himself. Looking at the jars that belonged to him, and then at the solitary jar in hand, Sara's initial dissatisfaction was subtly replaced by a sense of superiority, though he remained somewhat reluctant. However, under the gaze of Xie Wei's beautiful eyes, as he gently inquired whether it was acceptable, Sara's reluctance melted away, and he could only utter a single word: "All right." Having said that, he quickly took the jar and exited the room, eager to deliver it before he could change his mind. Watching Sara's retreating figure, Xie Wei smiled softly, realizing he had figured out how to interact with Sara. In simple terms, it was about being gentle rather than forceful. As long as he did not tread on Sara's sensitive areas, Sara would generally acquiesce to his wishes. With everything packed in the room, Xie Wei donned his outer garment and settled into a chair, gazing out the window. It was a fine day with no snowfall. Outside the inn, the snow was perhaps over a foot deep, and his carriage was parked in the courtyard. It was said that the snow in the northern territories was even thicker than what he saw here, and the terrain there was quite complex. A moment's inattention could lead to stepping into hidden crevices or caverns. As he glanced at the gemstone bracelet on his wrist, Xie Wei also touched the ornament dangling from his forehead. He relied entirely on these magical artifacts to maintain his body temperature. Without them, he would find it nearly impossible to function outdoors. While imprisoned in the tower, he had firmly believed he could escape. Yet now he felt uncertain about whether he would be able to emerge from the snowfields today. He and Sara had played marbles for several days, and neither had broached previous matters. But Xie Wei could tell that Sara was making an effort to cheer him up. Although he was not allowed outside, he was permitted to open the window and play with the snow on the window ledge when no one was around. Furthermore, upon casually remarking that the dog guarding the entrance was quite adorable, Sara had gone downstairs to fetch a small puppy for him to play with, prompting the puppy's mother to follow upstairs, whining at the door. Ultimately, Xie Wei merely petted the little puppy before returning it, and Sara said he would buy one if Xie Wei liked it. Xie Wei declined. He adored the puppy, but felt it would be happier at the inn. surrounded by familiar faces and an environment filled with its parents and siblings. When Sara returned, Xie Wei was lost in thought, gazing out the window, and did not notice his entrance until Sara approached him. Draped in a heavy cloak, "We can leave now. If we set off early, we should reach Goat City by tomorrow morning at the latest." Sara steadied Xie Wei by the shoulders, assisting him to his feet. Fastening the cloak around him and pulling the large hood over his face, "I can walk on my own," Xie Wei protested, tugging at the brim of the hood, extending his hand. "You must guide me." Sara initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing Xie Wei's hand reaching out to him, he grasped it without hesitation. His broad, rough palm enveloped Xie Wei's hand, the warmth of Xie Wei's fingers pressing against Sara's heated palm. They descended the stairs slowly, Xie Wei trailing half a step behind Sara. The warmth from Sara's hand spread through him, yet the mark on his lower back continually served as a reminder. The inn's first floor was sparsely populated early in the morning. Lolan and Audric stood below, watching them depart. Xie Wei did not lift his gaze to observe the people around him, cloaked as he was in the hood, which was Sara's current boundary. Lolan watched Xie Wei's retreating figure with a faint sigh. Then, feeling dejected, he fished a piece of milk candy from Audric's pocket and popped it into his mouth. "I would really like to be friends with him, but it seems unlikely now." Lolan's voice was not loud, yet Audric heard him clearly, contemplating the closed carriage door and thinking it was truly a pity. His young master had rarely found a peer he liked. Unable to say a proper farewell to Lolan, Xie Wei felt a twinge of regret. Strangely, he found himself inexplicably fond of this youth with whom he had merely shared a meal. The carriage sped swiftly across the Fogan Gorge, and upon crossing it, they fully entered the northern territories. It was then that Xie Wei suddenly heard a mechanical voice. System sleep concluded, restarting. Chapter 16. Perhaps it doesn't hurt so much anymore. Accompanying the mechanical voice was a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm him. Xie Wei nearly toppled onto the tea table before him. Although he managed to brace himself against the table edge just in time, the commotion drew Sara's attention as he swiftly rose and stepped to Xie Wei's side. "What happened? Are you unwell?" Sara cradled Xie Wei's face, his concern palpable. "I am fine. I just felt a little dizzy all of a sudden." Xie Wei gazed intently into the silver-gray eyes of Sal, who was filled with concern, through the blue floating panel before him. His expression was calm and natural, giving the impression that there was truly nothing amiss. After Sal listened, he grasped Xie Wei's hand. Revealing the reddened palm that had struck the table, recalling the physician's words, he lifted that beautifully jade-white hand slightly, and then bent down to gently blow on the injured area. Initially, Xie Wei had been too stunned to feel the dull ache in his palm. But now, as Sal held his hand and softly blew on it, the pain gradually transformed into a tingling itch, with the bruised spot becoming warm and flushed. He had never experienced such tender care for his wounds in either of his lifetimes. Leaving him momentarily at a loss. Noticing that Xie Wei was staring blankly at him, Sal assumed he did not understand his actions and explained, "When I was a child and got hurt, my mother would do this. It alleviates the pain. Is it not hurting as much now?" Thank you." Feeling somewhat awkward, Xie Wei withdrew his hand and rubbed the bruised area with his other hand. The pain had diminished considerably, leaving only a slight tingling sensation. Seeing that Sal remained squatting beside the sofa with no intention of returning to his seat, Xie Wei felt an urgency to investigate the suddenly appeared floating panel. He stood up and walked towards the bed, saying, "I'm a bit tired and wish to rest for a while. I got up too early this morning, which was my oversight. You should sleep more since your health is not well." Sal stood up and followed Xie Wei to the bedside, skillfully reaching for the buttons of Xie Wei's outer garment. He was aware that in the palace there were dedicated servants to assist Little Rose with dressing and grooming. But he preferred not to have anyone else touch his partner, nor did he want Little Rose to be burdened. Therefore, for these trivial matters, he would take care of them whenever he was present. Xie Wei numbly allowed Sal to unfasten his garments, and after changing into a nightgown, he was gently tucked into the bedding. Since being taken out of the Empire by Sal, he often felt like a helpless being unable to care for himself. Having to be carried around, with even dressing and tying shoelaces all being managed by Sal, he had attempted to refuse before, but it was clear that his objections were utterly ineffective, without needing Sal's prompting. Xie Wei instinctively closed his eyes. The moment his eyelids fell shut, the panel materialized in his mind. The bright blue panel displayed characters that momentarily disoriented Xie Wei. Having spent over a decade in this world, he was nearly convinced that his previous life was merely a dream. Yet now, this panel, reminiscent of the prompt screens from online games of his past life, instilled a sense of reality within him. The translucent blue panel revealed the following text. System has been reactivated that if you wish to receive assistance through the system, you may click on the taskbar to select an appropriate task. Completing tasks earns you points, which can be used to draw random skills or items from the card pool or to purchase daily goods in the system shop. This system is designed to assist the host in survival and help the host lead a fulfilling life in the new world. After reading the message, Xie Wei attempted to visualize clicking on the card pool, and astonishingly, he found himself on the card pool page. However, the points bar at the top of the panel displayed a 0, rendering the card pool inactive. Thus, he exited to explore other features. Having played online games in his previous life, Xie Wei navigated all the pages with great familiarity. He discovered the system to be quite practical, as it included a taskbar, card pool, shop, map, inventory, and even a library. Upon opening the library, he found that nearly all the books from his previous world were available, while only one shelf of books was unlocked in this world. As he perused the contents, he realized that the books on the unlocked shelf contained material he had studied in this world. Suppressing his inner excitement, Xie Wei entered the taskbar to check for available tasks. He was eager to earn points quickly and subsequently draw cards. As for purchasing items from the shop, he decided to set that aside for now, having discovered that even the cheapest items required 1,000 points. The phenomenon of being reborn in another world was already astonishing enough, so the sudden emergence of the system did not overly surprise Xie Wei. He merely felt a twinge of frustration. If the system had activated earlier and genuinely could assist him, perhaps he would not have been imprisoned in the tower for so many years, nor would he have been brought to the far northern territories. Upon opening the taskbar, he found only 3 tasks listed, each accompanied by the potential points to be earned. 2 of the tasks offered a mere 1 point each, while one task promised 5 points. Without hesitation, he selected the task with the highest reward, and the task information popped up before him. It read, discover an unhatched frost dragon egg to earn 5 points. Chapter 17. Obtain rare ingredient. Powder-scaled fish. Xie Wei thought he was concealing his excitement well, but Sal did not leave after Xie Wei closed his eyes. Instead, he took a seat on the chair beside the bed. The person with closed eyes had an uneven breath, and the corners of his mouth occasionally curled upwards, indicating he was not truly asleep. Sal was unaware of what delightful thoughts occupied Xie Wei's mind. He only knew he cherished this little rose. The carriage was exceptionally warm, and the bedding was so soft and comfortable that after examining the system's functions, Xie Wei eventually fell into a genuine slumber. When he awoke again, Sal was no longer in the carriage. He got out of bed, draping a thick outer garment over himself before stepping barefoot onto the carpet. Glancing at the boots beside him and then at his bare feet, Xie Wei resolved to find time to make a pair of indoor slippers. While the Empire did provide indoor shoes, none had been packed for him. His luggage contained only a collection of ostentatious items, including the sleepwear, undergarments, and warm clothing, cloak, and snow boots that Sal had prepared for him. The Parasol people had no custom of wearing slippers indoors, which was why Sal had not thought of it. Previously, at the inn, Xie Wei had rummaged through his luggage to find a pair of open-toed shoes to make do with. However, he had no idea where Sal had placed those shoes now. Walking across the short plush carpet to the window, Xie Wei pulled aside a portion of the curtain and peered outside. The carriage had come to a halt, and people were gathered around a fire pit behind a massive rock shielded from the wind, cooking something over the flames, with skewered pieces of meat propped nearby. Xie Wei observed quietly, believing he was concealed well, but in truth, the moment he pulled back the curtain, he had already attracted the attention of the keen-eyed Parasol warriors. Yet, none dared to cast their gaze towards the carriage. They merely whispered among themselves. By the fire pit, Toin inquired of his companion Buck, when will the Lord return? Do you think that Prince is hungry? He keeps looking our way. I don't know. But the Lord wouldn't let his partner go hungry, Buck replied, rotating his roasted meat before adding. Earlier, while we were taking turns watching Prince Xie Wei at the inn, I caught a whiff of an irresistibly tempting aroma coming from outside his door. They say that Prince himself cooked that delicious meal. Hey, really? How could a prince of the Empire possibly do such a thing? Toin, recalling how the Empire's Rose had been pampered by their lord throughout the journey, found it hard to believe. In a room with only the Lord and Prince Xie Wei, do you really think our Lord could make food with such an enticing fragrance? Buck offered no further explanation. Well aware of their Lord's peculiar ability to consume food without needing it to be fully cooked, Toin, realizing his lord might indeed have a peculiar sense of taste, fell silent. When Buck and Toyn finished their roasted meat and hot soup, they saw their lord returning with 2 pale pink fish in hand. The fish were approximately the length of half a grown man's arm, entirely pale, with deep crimson heads and tails. Buck, I think I'm seeing things. Our lord caught 2 powder-scaled fish. Toyn was baffled, unable to fathom how those fish, which could only be found in the sacred pool of the goddess, ended up in their lordess' hands. And worse, already eviscerated. You're not seeing things. That is indeed a powder-scaled fish. Buck cast a brief glance before averting his gaze, thinking to himself that if the high priest learned their lord had fished from the goddess's pool, he might once again seek out the old lord in tears. After all, there were fewer than 100 powder-scaled fish remaining in the sacred pool, and devouring 2 in one sitting would soon deplete their supply. Those fish were known to contain a variety of magical elements that replenished energy. Inside the carriage, Xie Wei had already set the curtain aside and sat on the sofa long before Sal's appearance. It was then he noticed 2 portable pots had somehow been placed in the corner of the carriage, along with a cabinet holding the tools and spices he had used for cooking at the inn, and a basket nearby filled with fruits and ingredients. Checking the clock, he saw it was around 1 in the afternoon. Mealtime had long passed, though he hadn't felt hungry before. Upon seeing the tools and ingredients, he suddenly became quite ravenous. He quickly recalled the dishes he had prepared previously, contemplating what could be made with the ingredients before him. As Sal entered, carrying the fish, Xie Wei was preparing to chop the cleaned leafy greens. Hearing the door open, he turned to see the fish in Sal's hands, his eyes lighting up as he gently asked, "Can you eat spicy food?" Xie Wei wished to make boiled fish. He had enjoyed spicy dishes in his previous life and had hardly tasted any spice since arriving here. "That I can eat it." Sal certainly noticed the reaction of Xie Wei upon seeing the fish, and felt quite pleased to see him so delighted. If it brought joy to little Rose, he would not hesitate to consume even the spiciest of dishes. He would devour it whole, skin and bones included. Sal placed the fish into a nearby ceramic basin that he had already cleaned upon his return, and noticing that Xie Wei was holding a knife, he carefully took it from him and stood by the table. Then inquired, "How should we cut it?" "Just cut it into segments about this long." Xie Wei indicated a length with his hands before proceeding to prepare the 2 fish. As he approached the basin, just as his hand touched its surface, a notification sound rang in his ears. "Acquired rare ingredient. Powdered scale fish 2. Points 1. What's the matter?" Even while chopping vegetables, Sal remained vigilant, observing Xie Wei, who stood frozen beside the basin, and laid down the knife to check on him. "It's nothing. It's just that I have never seen such a beautiful fish before," stifling his excitement at the points credited to him. Xie Wei gazed at the beautifully gutted fish in the basin, finding it more splendid with each glance. This was a point he had obtained for free. Sal asked, "Do you like it?" He had no reason to doubt Xie Wei's words, for indeed, the powdered scale fish was quite a sight to behold, especially with its tail resembling a flowing skirt. "I do." Xie Wei nodded. After all, this was points he cherished dearly. "Next time, I'll catch some for you," Sal replied with an indifferent tone, as if he were merely speaking of an ordinary edible fish. "All right." Xie Wei smiled brightly as he prepared the fish, unaware that he would soon face complications due to the fish's unique attributes. As the aroma of boiled fish began to waft through the carriage, the Paraso warriors outside, having just finished a hearty meal, instinctively rubbed their stomachs, despite having just consumed roasted meat and broth. The enticing scent made them feel as though they could indulge in much more. What on earth are they cooking? It smells divine. They had never encountered such mouth-watering aromas before. Was it perhaps a delicacy exclusive to the palace? After all, they had never seen food this fragrant in the inns of the imperial towns. A campfire nestled in a rocky corner. Jelly, responsible for preparing meals for His Highness Xiavi alongside several slaves bought from the empire, felt utterly despondent, for he and the other cooks had no knowledge of such tantalizing cuisine. No wonder the prince always ate so little. Accustomed to such exquisite fare, how could he possibly enjoy their simple dishes? Yet, regardless of the thoughts of those outside the carriage, it did not affect the 2 inside. Xie Wei picked up a piece of boiled fish, savoring its numbing spiciness and tender texture. His previously poor appetite was completely awakened by this dish. The 2 of them quietly indulged, with Xie Wei finishing half a bowl of rice along with a serving of boiled fish, while Sal polished off the majority of the remaining rice, fish, and 2 side dishes. After their meal, Sal took the utensils outside to be washed, while Xie Wei slowly paced within the carriage to aid digestion. He had eaten too much and felt a bit uncomfortable. As he continued to move about, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Why did he suddenly have an abundance of energy coursing through him? Since arriving in this world, he had never experienced a day without weakness. Tiring after merely a few steps, often spending most of his time lying down to rest. But now, he felt remarkably well, even wanting to run a couple of laps outside. Chapter 18. As if a deity had descended upon earth while it had not snowed in the morning. Shortly after entering the snowfield, the daylight gradually dimmed, and by noon, delicate flakes began to fall, resembling goose feathers. Inside the carriage, Xie Wei felt no change in the weather, possibly due to the thick blanket of snow. The carriage wheels had been replaced with snowboards, allowing for a smooth journey. However, if he were to open a window or the door, he would discover the formidable resistance of the swirling snow and wind outside, which would make progress nearly impossible for anyone venturing out. For most, entering the snowfield in winter would be tantamount to courting disaster. After all, even mercenaries and bounty hunters from adventurer teams would hesitate to undertake tasks or treasure hunts in the snow at this time. The relentless snowfall blanketed everything in sight, erasing the tracks left by the giant magical beasts that roamed near the camp. A black wolf, significantly larger than a bison, circled a short distance from the camp. Appearing somewhat bored, it then halted and buried its head in the snow to be why the time Sal arrived. The black wolf was close to digging a pit to bury itself, holding 2 large pieces of deer meat. Sal's silver-gray eyes met the wolf's silver-gray gaze. The wolf, slightly embarrassed, climbed out of the pit and nuzzled against Sal's leg, affectionately rubbing its large head against him, then began to whine and fidget. "Puka, hurry back. You need to stay and guard good a city for me. My companion is quite fond of the fish you brought. He will like you." Sal coaxed, though he felt uncertain if Xie Wei would indeed like Puka. He recalled the soft white-furred puppy at the relay station and looked at the large black wolf beside him, feeling even less sure. Contract beasts possess greater intelligence than ordinary magical beasts. And the higher the level, the smarter they become. Sal's contract beast, Puka, had surpassed level 7 and was nearing level 8, now possessing an intellect comparable to that of a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Due to the ability to communicate through a brief telepathic bond, Puka, who had spent over 2 months in Gouda City while its partner was away, eagerly scoured the city for a gift when it learned through this connection that its companion had returned with a beautiful partner. In its eyes, delicious food was the best gift, so it painstakingly caught 2 beautiful and tasty fish from the sacred pool at the peak of the Nyaso's snow mountain, even gulping down a bellyful of pool water in the process. After its arduous efforts, it carried the fish in a bucket embedded with fire crystals, specially pilfered to avoid freezing. Yet, its partner enjoyed the delicious fish without bringing it along, nor allowing it to meet his companion. It longed to know what they were eating that smelled so delightful. It could even smell it from such a distance. Sal was indulging himself without sharing. Puka felt betrayed, frustrated, and aggrieved. Puka began digging in the snow again, deliberately showering Sal with snow in the process. Puka, stop it. Don't be a nuisance. Just go back. You can't enter the carriage. It's too cold for him to come out. We'll arrive at Gouda City by tomorrow morning. You will meet him soon. Sal regretted allowing Puka to play with the young Kurutu that it had only learned mischief and destruction from following them. After a while, Puka reluctantly turned back, glancing over its shoulder repeatedly. The convoy took a short rest before continuing onward. Sal entered the carriage, and upon stepping inside, the snow on his hair and clothes gradually melted into water. Droplets forming on his frost-laden lashes, he removed his outer coat, tossing it onto a rack by the door, and changed out of his damp boots into a clean pair. The carriage was carpeted, and little Rose sometimes walked barefoot on it, so he had prepared a new pair of boots to keep the carpet clean. He then retrieved a pair of white soft leather shoes and a set of cozy plush long socks from a cabinet. Xie Wei had spun around in the carriage several hundred times, nearly dizzying himself to expend some excess energy. After moving about for a while, his previously pale cheeks took on a rosy hue, and his light-colored lips grew vibrant. His naturally fair skin, akin to that of someone raised in milk, now bore these radiant colors, accentuating his exquisitely beautiful features and making him appear even more striking. As Sal turned the corner from the entrance of the carriage, he was immediately captivated by the sight of the youth leaning against the window, having drawn back the curtain slightly to gaze outside. His heart raced, overwhelmed by a peculiar emotion, one of immense joy and excitement. He approached Xie Wei step by step, but suddenly hesitated to touch him. The platinum-haired young man resembled a deity fallen to earth. Everything about him, from his soft hair to his round, pearly toes, seemed imbued with divine blessing, perfection that was utterly astonishing, leaving no part of him that did not invoke feelings of inadequacy. However, after a brief moment, Cao reached out and firmly pulled Xie Wei into his embrace, lifting him by the bend of his knee and swiftly walking to the side of the bed. He neatly placed Xie Wei's shoes and socks on a nearby chair with one hand, while gently seating him on the bed with the other. Xie Wei looked at the man whose expression was sharp and intense, momentarily unsure if he was upset about him peeking outside. The guards were required to ride alongside the carriage for protection. Thus Cao had forbidden him from drawing back the curtains. I merely wanted to see if you had returned, which is why I pulled back a bit of the curtain. Those outside cannot see me. Xie Wei spoke softly, his voice tinged with trepidation. Cao, however, paid little heed to Xie Wei's words. His attention was wholly captivated by the delicate, cherry-red petals of Xie Wei's lips, those lips as soft and fragrant as flower petals. Held an allure known only to him. His heart raced uncontrollably, each beat quickening the flow of blood through his veins, while a voice in his mind clamored, "Possess him, crush him, devour him, bind him closely to you. Never depart." As Xie Wei concluded his explanation, he noticed the intensity of Cao's gaze had transformed into something even more fearsome. Instinctively, he recoiled, retreating slightly into the bed. Yet, with a swift motion, Cao's large hand pulled him back, and a rush of heated breath enveloped him, consuming him entirely. Chapter 19. What he could not do. With his arm draped over his eyes, Xie Wei repeatedly implored Cao to release him, to refrain from touching him. Yet he could not muster a single harsh word. Unlike other noblemen of the empire, he could not bring himself to denounce Cao as a base barbarian. Venomous words eluded him, leaving him feeling both aggrieved and pitiable. The Paraso people were forthright and candid in matters of desire. Had Xie Wei understood, he might have wished for a crevice to bury himself within. Yet Cao seemed to comprehend that Xie Wei, as an imperial citizen, might struggle to accept such crude and explicit expressions. Thus, he recited in the ancient tongue of Paraso, followed by a practical demonstration. He sought to convey to the little Rose that everything he desired was not sullied, but rather a testament to their bond as partners. Their palms were damp and warm, black and platinum strands of hair intertwining. In a hushed tone, he spoke in the common tongue. Do not fear, do not resist. This is a joyous affair. Every pair of partners engages in such acts. It is perfectly normal. Do not feel shame. I shall teach you, my little Rose, and you shall have ample time to learn at your own pace. In both this life and the last, Xie Wei's existence had been monotonous and dreary. Since the dawn of his memories, he had dwelled alone in a grand house. Initially unaware of the reasons behind his solitude, it was only upon maturing that he realized he was a bastardy child. An unwelcome presence with no place to call home, devoid of family who needed him. His father arranged for a nanny and a steward to care for him, yet both remained distant and indifferent. In his childhood, he lacked companionship. In elementary school, he was isolated for his inability to fit in. Throughout middle and high school, he buried himself in studies, and upon entering university, he worked fervently to repay the father he had never met. Yet the response from his father was a dismissal of his efforts to gain their attention. He was to live quietly in the shadows, accepting only the meager offerings bestowed upon him, and to abandon any hopes of receiving more. Xie Wei could scarcely recall his emotions upon receiving such a reply, but it felt as though a hole had been opened in his heart, leaving him hollow yet numb to the pain. Thus, he began to live quietly in the shadows, moving out of that house after graduation to settle in a distant city. His days were consumed by work and solitary confinement until he succumbed to brain cancer in a hospital. Perpetually alone, after being reborn into this world, he had continued his solitary existence for many years. Yet now, he found himself forcibly bound to another, who relentlessly asserted his claim, stripping him of freedom, yet somehow alleviating his loneliness. Reflecting on this, Xie Wei felt both melodramatic and conflicted. He questioned himself. Was he prepared to remain merely a beautiful plaything for Cao, engaging in but 2 activities each day, dining and sleeping by his side? Could he truly live as a pet tethered by chains, remaining in the room awaiting Cao's affection, relying on his favor to survive, entrusting his fate to someone who merely appreciated his appearance and physique? Was that truly feasible? He found it impossible. The fish he had consumed must have possessed some extraordinary effect, replenishing his vitality and invigorating his frail body within a brief span. The blizzard outside did not penetrate the magically shielded carriage, and the sounds within remained unheard by those outside. As night fell, the caravan produced lighting tools, intending to rest and prepare food and warm water, prompting Cao to open the carriage window and summon a physician. Chapter 20. From now on, Gut City shall be his home. As the morning sun finally emerged from behind the snow-capped peaks, the exquisitely adorned carriage arrived at the grand gates of Gut City. Constructed from towering black stones reaching over 20 meters high, although its design lacked the grandeur of the imperial walls, its unpretentious appearance suggested an indomitable fortitude. This wall had risen swiftly from the snowy plains following the conclusion of the war 25 years prior, safeguarding Gut City for nearly 2 decades. Upon spotting the carriage, the Paraso warriors atop the wall immediately sounded their horns, and the soldiers awaiting at the gates erupted in jubilant cheers. As these voices rose, the heavy gates slowly creaked open, revealing 2 rows of warriors clad in the distinctive garb of the Paraso, standing at attention along the main thoroughfare, some brandishing horns entwined with colorful ribbons, while others held hand drums adorned with totems. The citizens within the city, hearing the sound of the horns, donned their finest garments reserved for festive occasions and gathered along the sides of the main road. The elegantly attired Paraso warriors, accompanied by their similarly adorned beastly companions, performed the unique Zansong dance, their feet keeping rhythm with the drums, exuberantly guiding the carriage toward the castle. In his slumber, Xie Wei heard the lively rhythm of drums and bells, mingled with the cheers of the crowd, and could not help but smile. Sao, cradling Xie Wei, stood at the carriage window, marveling at the serene expression gracing the dreamer's face, a surge of warmth coursing through his chest. He then stepped out of the carriage, the doors now ajar, carrying Xie Wei with him. Today marked the first day he brought the Imperial Rose back to Gut City, and the rising sun along with his subjects should celebrate this occasion. All of nature upon the snowy plains would bear witness to his claim over this beauty. Only on such a day would he willingly share his partner. The atmosphere of celebration reached a crescendo as Sal emerged from the carriage, holding Xie Wei, who had been adorned in an opulent imperial gown embellished with intricate patterns and gems, draped in a cloak with a plush white fur collar. The young prince, adorned with a ruby at his brow, appeared to be attempting to awaken his beautiful amber eyes, his long, dense eyelashes fluttering gently as if struggling to emerge from dreams. All eyes were drawn to the enchanting young prince, with his platinum hair and resplendent attire, his light brown boots pristine and unblemished, his features sculpted as though fashioned by divine hands. The crowd erupted in waves of delighted gasps, their excitement palpable. They chanted, Nyasos Gielida, Sabana Walyagarkia, in the common tongue. This translates to, the blessings of Nyasos are the supreme glory of the snowy plains. Amidst the fervent cries of the crowd, as Sal carried Xie Wei for some distance, a massive black wolf charged towards them from afar, its mane braided with stunning agate and jade, adorned with silken ribbons strung with bells, producing a melodic jingling as it approached. The black wolf halted a few meters away from Sal and Xie Wei, tilting its head, waiting for Sal to draw near with his partner. Sal approached his beastly companion, allowing the fluffy wolf to nuzzle Xie Wei's delicate nose. The wolf's warm, damp snout gently brushed against Xie Wei's elegant features, its front paws tapping rhythmically upon the ground. It fought against the urge to nip at Sal's companion, for he smelled divine. It was fond of Sal's partner, with great restraint, just as I contemplated extending my tongue to caress the sweet, soft visage of humanity. I was abruptly halted by the perilous glare cast by Sal. Puka, in a disgruntled manner, uttered a few gruff utterances in the tongue of wolves, before graciously lowering himself to allow Sal to mount his back. In deference to the fragrant and tender companion of Sal, he resolved to overlook the miserly demeanor of Sal for the day. As Sal embraced Xie Wei and settled onto Puka's back, preparing for a swift yet steady return to the castle, Xie Wei finally opened his eyes. He had not anticipated such a grand spectacle upon awakening, having not witnessed such a lively scene in quite some time. Xie Wei instinctively nestled closer into Sal's embrace. Though he soon composed himself, leaning against Sal, he sat upright on the wolf's back, his amber eyes sparkling as they surveyed the elegantly adorned revelers around him. In the distance, the lofty snow-capped peaks cradled a bright, warm sun, and amidst the fervent celebratory atmosphere, Xie Wei completely disregarded the biting cold wind that grazed his face, causing his skin to sting. This time, Sal did not impose restrictions upon Xie Wei. He wished for Xie Wei to behold his domain, to understand that he possessed the capability to provide a life akin to that which he had experienced in the Empire. He aimed to convey to Xie Wei that the Northern Territory welcomed his presence, and that his subjects held him in great esteem. He wanted to assure Xie Wei to relinquish his lingering attachment to his former home. For henceforth, Goda's city would be his true abode, and the snowy plains and Sal's embrace would be his ultimate sanctuary. Chapter 21. Does this mean it is so ugly that one cannot bear to look? The imposing castle belonging to the Lord of the Snow Plains stood majestically beside Grayson Lake, nestled at the foot of the Nyaswosi Snow Mountain. The main thoroughfare leading from the residential area of Goda City to the castle was flanked by towering coniferous trees. Due to its proximity to both the Nyaswosi Snow Mountain and Grayson Lake, the castle was often referred to as Nyasa Castle or Grayson Castle. In earlier times, it had simply been dubbed the Snow Plain Castle. Had Xie Wei been aware of the origins of the castle's name, he would undoubtedly have scoffed at the simplicity of the three monikers. The materials used for Nyasa Castle's construction, including its outer walls, were composed of a uniquely hard rock indigenous to the Snow Plains, resulting in a rather unattractive and somber appearance devoid of artistic merit. Yet it stood tall and imposing, with a considerable expanse. After inheriting the territory from his adoptive father, Sal not only erected this castle but also reclaimed all powers held by the tribal leaders, transforming them from minor chieftains into loyal vassals of the Lord of the Snow Plains. Over 2 decades had passed since Sal's adoptive father unified the Parasol people and expelled the invaders. During his father's reign, governance was relatively lenient, but upon Sal's ascension, his stringent approach elicited considerable discontent among many. Sal resolutely dealt with each faction, inducing compliance from the pragmatic while swiftly resolving internal conflicts with decisive measures. Now, in addition to Goda City, there existed 15 other tribes. It sounded like a considerable number. Yet the total population was merely around 5 to 600,000 at this moment. The vassals who had arrived early to celebrate the union of their lord and the Empire's Rose awaited at the castle gates. Puka, without needing Sal's prompting, came to a halt at the entrance, as Xie Wei's attention had been captivated by the splendid festivities and the picturesque scenery along the way, only now realizing he was seated atop a magical beast. Puka, with its pitch-black fur adorned with silver totems on its neck and limbs, was already a strikingly handsome black wolf. Having been specially groomed for the occasion, it appeared even more dashing, perhaps due to Sal's presence. Xie Wei felt no fear, even reaching out to touch the small braid at the back of Puka's head. A long crimson carpet embellished with golden patterns extended from the castle, leading to the entrance, where a dozen vassals stood at attention on either side. As the black wolf came to a stop, they simultaneously knelt in homage, clad in the vibrant ceremonial attire of the Parasol people. The vassals knelt on one knee, their right fists placed diagonally over their left chests, gazing up at their lord, who sat regally upon the back of the magical beast, alongside the Empire's Rose. Prior to catching sight of Xie Wei, the vassals had heard from Ryan that the Empire's Rose was a rare beauty. Upon seeing her in person, they collectively gasped in silent astonishment. This was not merely a rare beauty. This was a treasure that should not exist in the mortal realm. Both supporters and detractors of Sal's union with the Empire's Rose fell into a hushed silence. The supporters mused that their lord was indeed the mightiest warrior of the Parasol. Such a beauty was rightfully his. Meanwhile, the dissenters considered the compensation of over 10,000 carats for a prince to be quite unreasonable, yet they could not deny the allure of this young prince. Originally, they had intended to seek opportunities to put this precious young prince through some trials, but now, with such stunning looks and youth, it seemed quite pitiful to send him to the Snow Plains. They decided to relent. After enduring the collective gaze of the vassals fixed upon Xie Wei for a moment longer, Sal could no longer restrain himself. He lifted his hand and tugged Xie Wei's hood up, obscuring most of the delicate Rose's face while revealing only a portion of his fair chin. Suddenly deprived of his view, Xie Wei felt a flicker of discontent but did not resist. He adjusted the ornamental hairpiece on his forehead and resumed playing with Puka's braid. At some point, Ryan had arrived, holding a piece of colorful silk at the edge of the carpet, accompanied by a maiden bearing 2 silver bowls. Under the silent scrutiny of the vassals, Sal lifted Xie Wei down from the back of the black wolf, then approached the edge of the carpet to gently set him down. Xie Wei's pristine boots touched the carpet. The vassals, who had previously harbored grievances about the opulent carpet prepared by Sal, meant solely for the nobility of the empire, now found a peculiar sense of relief that the carpet had indeed been laid. Otherwise, the lord's castle would appear rather shabby in comparison to the resplendent presence of the Empire's Rose. Standing upon the carpet, Xie Wei allowed Sal to take the colorful silk, unfold it, and draw down his hood. Draping the silk over his head, The long strands of silk cascaded down either side of Xie Wei's face, touching the carpet below. Cao then dipped his fingers into the bowls held by the maiden, first applying gold powder, followed by red pigment, as he adorned Xie Wei's forehead with a symbol of blessing, and gently smeared the red-gold mixture at the corners of his eyes. The emblem on Xie Wei's forehead and the red-gold accents at the corners of his eyes imbued the youth with a touch of exotic wildness. After completing his work, Cao stole but a glance before quickly averting his gaze. Observing Cao painting on his face, Xie Wei's elegant brows briefly furrowed, wondering if Cao intended to mar his visage with something grotesque. The maiden holding the bowls discreetly cast several glances at Xie Wei, a rosy hue blooming on her honey-hued cheeks. She suppressed her inner excitement, practically yearning to share the news with all her friends and family. This was the prince she was destined to care for. To behold such a divine countenance daily was worth a lifetime for her. Gesang, suppressing his overwhelming desire to kiss the delicate little rose, Cao took Xie Wei's hand, and together they stepped onto the crimson carpet. He guided Xie Wei step by step toward the castle, adjusting his pace to match Xie Wei's, taking noticeably smaller strides than usual. Upon entering the castle, they had to traverse a vast forecourt to reach the main building, which would typically take an ordinary person around 10 minutes. However, Xie Wei took a full half hour, needing to pause for rest after every short distance. This time, for reasons unknown, Cao quietly accompanied him on this journey, refraining from treating his legs as mere decorations, as he had done previously by carrying him directly to their destination. Although Xie Wei walked slowly, Cao did not rush him, patiently holding his hand as they leisurely strolled along the lengthy red carpet. Their retinue observing them with expressions ranging from astonishment at Xie Wei's frailty to surprise at their lord's remarkable patience. Standing alongside Gesang, Ryan found himself inexplicably pleased by the amusing spectacle of his fellow vassals. Bemused by their ignorance, he had grown accustomed to such scenes. Finally, upon Xie Wei's arrival in the grand hall of the main building, almost the instant his feet touched the ground, Cao scooped him up with one arm. The hall was flanked by numerous guards and servants, and as Xie Wei sat in Cao's embrace, he instinctively wrapped his arms around Cao's neck to steady himself. Thus, in full view of everyone, Cao swiftly carried him out of the hall. Despite Xie Wei's usual calm demeanor, he felt a twinge of embarrassment under the gaze of so many. But once they ascended the stairs, he breathed a sigh of relief. Cao carried him up multiple flights of stairs straight to the top floor, and after traversing a long corridor, Xie Wei beheld two imposing doors nearly 3 meters high. The guards stationed beside the doors, upon seeing them, promptly swung them open. Cao carried him inside, and the heavy, grand doors slowly closed behind them. It seemed as though the door divided the outside world from this inner sanctum. As Xie Wei surveyed the interior, he noted that the castle, both in its exterior and interior decor, was rather simple and unpretentious. However, this room, absurdly spacious, was adorned in exquisite luxury. Handwoven carpets covered the floor, while the walls displayed fine oil paintings and various decorative crafts. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the imperial-style bed and assorted furniture were crafted with exceptional artistry, rivaling even the chambers of the imperial emperor. Although Xie Wei had never seen the emperor's quarters, he had glimpsed royal chambers in films from his past life that paled in comparison to this room. As he took in his surroundings, Xie Wei could not quite articulate the feelings stirring within him. He understood that this lavish arrangement was orchestrated by Cao. Yet, did he truly like it? "I had it arranged in the style of your previous room," Cao said as he set Xie Wei down on the grand bed. Removing the colorful silk from his hair and placing it aside, he then leaned in to kiss Xie Wei's perfectly shaped rose-like lips. Chapter 22. A duty to observe him. Cao was quite tall, and as he leaned over Xie Wei, his hands braced on either side of Xie Wei's body, he kissed along the contour of his lips. Xie Wei submissively allowed Cao to draw near, having learned from past attempts at resistance that ended in him biting his lip and tongue. This time, Cao did not delve too deeply. After a brief encounter, he straightened up and fetched a glass of milk from the table to feed Xie Wei. The little Rose had not eaten since finishing fish the previous afternoon, and although he had attempted to get him to sip some soup last night, Xie Wei had adamantly refused to swallow. As Xie Wei took small sips of the milk, he found the unprocessed liquid somewhat off-putting. Yet feeling a twinge of hunger, he forced himself to drink a little. In the end, he managed to consume less than a third of the glass. Noticing Xie Wei's pursed lips and refusal to drink any more, Cao resignedly finished the remainder himself. Previously, when he asked Xie Wei if he liked the room, It seemed to have been a casual inquiry. Xie Wei's silence left no room for further questioning. Soon after finishing the milk, a voice emanating from a magical amplification device at the bedroom door announced that the guards were requesting permission to enter. As Ryan had instructed Gisang to bring breakfast, Sal felt pleased with Ryan's attentiveness, and he retrieved the accompanying magical device from the bedside to allow the guards to enter. As Xie Wei observed the trumpet-shaped magical device in Sal's hand, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It wasn't merely because it resembled the intercoms from his past life, but because he had once crafted a similar device in this world, identical to the one Sal held, albeit with a more exquisite design. He vividly recalled the magician who had taught him, remarking that he had never seen such an oddly shaped flower and mockingly suggesting that he had never encountered flowers before. Hence his creation of such an unattractive design. After completing the device, he had been unable to activate it due to the lack of a magic crystal, leaving him unaware if it would function. Ultimately, that device had been taken by the magician, who deemed it worthless and suggested it should be discarded. If his creation had been discarded, then who had crafted this one? Was it merely a coincidence? Noticing Xie Wei's intense gaze on the magical device, Sal offered it to him, saying, "Your father's castle should have many of these. They are not easily obtainable, so only this set exists in the northern territories." When did this magical device come into existence? How much does it cost? Xie Wei inquired, taking the device and examining it. The craftsmanship was identical to his own design, yet he currently lacked the magic to activate the engraved array. Sal, without overthinking, replied honestly, "It was likely created by a magician from your empire about 10 years ago. Initially, the quantity was very limited, reserved for the royal family and nobility, but now it can also be purchased from smugglers for 25 level 5 magical beast cores." How much? 25 level 5 magical beast cores. Xie Wei's amber eyes widened in shock, almost visibly declaring robbery across his face. The value of currency varied across the continent's nations, but it was not vastly different. For instance, in the Empire, 1 copper coin could buy a palm-sized black bread, and an average farmer earned around 300 copper coins a month, with the conversion rates being 1,000 copper coins equaling 1 silver coin and 100 silver coins equaling 1 gold coin. The value of currency might differ slightly, but the exchange rate for crystals and magical beast cores was standardized. 1 level 1 crystal equaled 1 silver coin, with each subsequent level adding another silver coin. And 1 level 1 magical beast core equaled 100 silver coins, with each level adding 100 silver coins, excluding the exchange rates for rare magical beast cores, which could command even higher prices. 25 level 5 magical beast cores would amount to 25 by 512,500 silver coins. If this voice amplification device was like the one he had crafted at the age of 8, which took him less than 3 hours to make, then although this device was exquisite, it bore no precious gems or embellishments, and when calculating time, labor, material, and transportation costs, it should not exceed 20 silver coins. The more Xie Wei calculated, the more complex his expression became, ultimately releasing a resigned sigh. He pondered whether this magical device was indeed the one he had created, and if so, had the magician who taught him profited from the others as well? Was his discontent stemming from its perceived cheapness? "I'm sorry, I'll find a way to get you something better." Sal initially found Xie Wei's reaction endearing, but as he saw the growing unease on Xie Wei's face, anxiety crept into his heart. He thought perhaps the item he purchased could not compare to what the little Rose was accustomed to. When Xie Wei heard Sal's words, he returned the voice amplification device to Sal and shook his head in refusal. "No, I just think it's too expensive. This isn't worth that many level 5 magical beast cores. Please refrain from purchasing such things in the future." Upon hearing this, Sal tightened his grip on the amplification device, bewildered by the notion of it being expensive. Surely, the little Rose deserved only the finest. It seemed that the little Rose was merely concerned about his difficulties due to the scarcity of such items. When Gisang entered with a tray, she made not a sound, standing quietly in the corner as she observed the lord and the prince engaged in conversation, refraining from interrupting. Seeing her lord's downcast expression while examining the object in his hand inexplicably reminded her of the time she had chased a rabbit in the snow and ended up falling into a pit. Emerging dejectedly, the resemblance was striking. Unbeknownst to Xie Wei, he noticed the young woman in the corner and, seeing her glance in his direction, spoke gently, "You may place the items on the dining table over there." The tray she carried was quite large, laden with an abundance of food, including a ceramic pot that appeared heavy. Upon hearing Xie Wei's words, Gisang's eyes brightened, and as their lord glanced up, she quickly averted her gaze to the ground. suppressing her eager smile as she replied, "Yes, Your Highness." After placing the items down, Xie departed quietly, having made no sound upon entry or exit, and even while setting down the tray, it was evident she had been specially trained. Cao was quite satisfied with Xie's demeanor and then introduced her to Xie Wei, saying, "This is Xie, a level 4 warrior. She will look after and protect you in my absence." Xie Wei nodded perfunctorily. A level 4 warrior? In addition to caring for and protecting him, one could also be responsible for monitoring his actions. However, even in the absence of surveillance, without Cao's permission, it is unlikely he could escape the confines of this room. Xie Wei consumed a bowl of gray, porridge-like gruel served in a ceramic pot, sweet, with a texture reminiscent of rice paste. Cao, as usual, devoured all remaining food, for sustenance in the Northern Territories is exceedingly precious. And no Palasaurian would dare waste a morsel. After breakfast, Cao sat with Xie Wei for a while, simply keeping him company in silence. Throughout their 2 months together, aside from their physical interactions, they had not truly come to know one another. Moreover, the unresolved conflicts between them led Xie Wei to cease attempts at communication, while Cao, preoccupied with his affection for the little Rose, showed little inclination for anything else. Thus, their time together was often marked by a profound silence. As Xie Wei began to stifle yawns, Cao removed his formal attire and hung it up, then cradled him and carried him to the bathroom. Upon emerging, Xie Wei felt drowsy from the warm water. And after having his hair towel dried to a soft, fluffy state with a magical tool, Cao laid him on the bed and tucked him in. He only left the bedroom after witnessing Xie Wei close his eyes and drift off to sleep. Once Cao exited, Xie entered the bedroom. Forbidden from approaching, she could only stand in the corner, temporarily taking the place of the Lord to guard his Imperial Rose. Chapter 23. I am now filled with strength after a few hours of slumber. Xie Wei was awakened by Cao. Following a brief wash, he felt somewhat fatigued. His health was too frail to endure Cao's excessive desires. It seemed the man possessed no understanding of moderation. He either needed to refrain from intimacy for several days or, after indulging, leave Xie Wei to recuperate for a few days. In truth, days without closeness merely meant a lack of depth. Kissing and caressing were daily rituals. During lunch, Xie Wei consumed only a small amount before remaining still. His face a portrait of exhaustion. Awakening from his nap, his mental state had not improved. Rather, he appeared even more haggard. Cao, observing this, commanded a servant to summon the physician to facilitate care for Xie Wei. The upper floor, beyond Xie Wei's suite, which included a bedroom, bathroom, dressing room, entertainment room, living room, dining area, storage room, and study, had rooms prepared for the physicians as well. He also ordered the preparation of a small kitchen for Xie Wei. Should he wish to cook, the physician arrived promptly, accompanied by Afura and her young apprentice, Mom. She brought Mom along to showcase his abilities. Only capable slaves fared decently, and in her previous master's household, she had refrained from allowing Mom to reveal his gifts, fearing that his lineage would be discovered. After her former master fell into ruin and sold them to the black market, she had not devised a plan to ensure they would be purchased together. Then they were bought by the Palasaurians. When the Palasaurian who bought them learned she had a child, he readily acquired them both, binding them to lifelong servitude and bringing them to the Northern Territories. Afura understood they would likely never escape the snowfields. Thus, she aimed to swiftly demonstrate their worth to the Lord, hoping that if he took an interest in them, they could secure a better life in such a place. With her head bowed, Afura remained silent, while Mom obediently followed her. Both gazing at the floor, they donned clean, warm clothing. Thanks to the Palasaurian guards who had often given Mom extra food, he now appeared as a healthy child. My lord, the young master is naturally frail, and there is currently no potion to remedy this. He must consume more food and avoid excessive fatigue to prevent frequent illnesses. Cao reclined on a spacious sofa, still holding Xie Wei in his embrace, who drooped his eyelashes, appearing on the verge of sleep once more. There is a banquet this evening that I must attend. Is there nothing you can do? Cao's gaze fell upon the female physician, his eyes icy with disdain. He knew he would not find a better physician in the short term, yet he would not tolerate useless individuals. Esteemed lord, this is my assistant, Mom. He possesses a unique magical talent that can effectively alleviate both physical and mental fatigue to a certain extent. Afura felt the oppressive aura released by Cao, the weight of a powerful warrior's presence nearly compelling her to kneel. Struggling to steady the trembling Mom before her, she gently stroked the child's hair, whispering encouragement. Mom, just do as you did for me before. "Do not be afraid. You can do it, that we have practiced many times." "Have we not?" The child nodded, striving to control his trembling form. Yet he faltered. The Lord of the Snowfields was simply too intimidating. "Sao, I wish to eat that fruit," Xie Wei murmured, half awake, as he overheard their conversation. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the comforting sight of the physician and the small red-haired boy nestled together. He held a favorable impression of Afura. The gentle physician always treated him as a child, exhibiting warmth and kindness. The boy he had only seen once before. He had assumed they were mother and son, not realizing he was merely her little assistant. Upon hearing Xie Wei's words, Sao ceased his intimidation. Extending his long arm to retrieve a fruit with a purple skin from the table, in a few swift motions, he peeled away the top half of the skin and offered it to Xie Wei. Observing the milky white fruit flesh revealed beneath the skin, Xie Wei opened his mouth and took a casual bite. The sweet juice burst forth between his lips, the flesh cool and slightly chewy. Initially, he merely intended to ease Afura's and the other's tension, not expecting the fruit's flavor to be so delightful. Slowly finishing the peeled fruit, he gazed eagerly at Sao, awaiting the peeling of the remaining half, only to find Sao devouring it himself. "Cool. Now I can only have half. If you eat more later, you may have another." Sao swallowed the skin in one bite. Then, seeing the little Rose's expectant gaze, he averted his eyes and coldly declared that there would be no more fruit. He then beckoned Mom, who had stopped trembling significantly, to come closer. The Palasaurians were generally kind to children, and Sao inquired gently, "Do you possess magical talent?" "Yes, my lord," Mom replied, head bowed, his serious expression betraying a determination to not burden his teacher. Raised by Afura, he had been presented as her son in their previous master's household. Yet privately, he referred to her as teacher. Afura had taught him to read and write, and shared knowledge of medicinal herbs. In the realm of lore, such a mentor-student relationship was the norm for imparting knowledge. "Show me a demonstration," Sao requested, his concern evident. He needed to experience it for himself. "My lord, I need to touch you. Any part will suffice," Mom timidly articulated his requirement. "Give it a try," Sao responded, extending his hand towards the child. Mom eagerly reached out, his small hands gently enveloping Sao's larger one. Sao noted the numerous frostbite marks on the child's hands and frowned slightly. But soon, a soft blue light emanated from Mom's palms. As the glow appeared, a warm current flowed from his hands throughout his body, gently soothing his physical and mental fatigue, leaving him feeling refreshed. However, the warmth soon ceased. The child's hands broke out in cold sweat, and he swayed unsteadily. Xie Wei, observing closely, tugged at Sao's sleeve in urgency. "Sao, bring me my marbles, the blue transparent ones." Sao realized that the boy might have released too much magical energy at once, depleting his reserves. If not replenished promptly, this could harm the child's body, and in severe cases, even prove fatal. He reached into his own garments, producing a small pouch. Xie Wei was taken aback to discover he had been carrying these orbs with him. After a brief moment of surprise, he took the bag and extracted several blue magical crystals, placing them into the child's hands. "Mom, adjust your breathing and hold the magical crystals. Look, the blue crystals emit beautiful specks of light. Use your magic to grasp them. Just a little touch will suffice." Afura, not being a magician herself, had little understanding of magic. Upon discovering Mom's talent, she had secretly researched some information, now standing nervously in place, unable to approach, tears threatening to spill as she anxiously glanced toward Mom. Seeing Mom follow Xie Wei's instructions, his expression of discomfort gradually eased, allowing Afura's heart to settle. With Mom's recovery, both Sao and Xie Wei breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right now. I've experienced this myself when I was young. You're feeling much better, aren't you?" Xie Wei rose from Sao's embrace, offering a fruit to the child. Believing he had failed, Mom's eyes brimmed with tears, and he wanted to cry but dared not. Xie Wei gently comforted him with the fruit. Tears cascaded down his cheeks. Witnessing the child's tears, Xie Wei felt utterly helpless, reaching for more fruits to give to the child. "Do not cry, do not cry. It's all right. I'm perfectly fine now, filled with strength. Wait until you're ready next time to come and treat me, all right?" Sao was initially perplexed by the casual remark made by Xie Wei about having encountered a similar situation in his childhood. However, upon hearing him boast of being filled with vigor while clumsily tending to the child, he could not help but chuckle softly, a smile of uncontainable mirth gracing his face. With an air of amusement, Sao turned to Afra and suggested, "Take him outside. I shall arrange for someone to deliver the magical crystals shortly. A mage will come to instruct him." since His Highness Xie Wei claims to be brimming with strength at present. Your presence is no longer essential." Upon catching Sal's teasing remark, Xie Wei's ears flushed crimson, though he maintained a composed exterior as he offered a few comforting words to the child. After Afra departed with Mom, Xie Wei settled into a single armchair, deliberately averting his gaze from Sal, his ears still tinged with a hint of red. Observing that Xie Wei had just gently comforted the child, yet now wore a cold demeanor towards him. Sal chose not to take offense. Instead, in a buoyant mood, he picked up a fruit, peeled it, and inquired, "Would you care for half?" Xie Wei turned back, scrutinizing the fruit before glancing at Sal, his face adopting a serious expression as he parted his rosy lips. With good humor, Sal brought the fruit to his lips. Chapter 24. I shall forever be loyal to you. Despite declaring himself filled with vigor, Xie Wei ultimately succumbed to slumber once more as the evening banquet approached. Sal carried the rather listless little Rose to the bathroom for his evening preparations, personally dressing him in formal attire. Once attired, Sal patiently braided Xie Wei's long hair into 4 3-strand braids on each side, each adorned with silver chains embellished with gemstones and bells. After arranging his hair, Sal placed a crown, featuring a red Tier 10 magical beast core set within a floral design, atop little Rose's head. This crown was not the one from Xie Wei's wedding, but rather one Sal had commissioned prior to their journey to the Empire. Such a rare Tier 10 magical beast core was a rarity across the continent, and to utilize it in crafting jewelry seemed a gross misallocation of resources. Finally, Sal draped a veil, embroidered with silver threads and crystals, over Xie Wei's head. Xie Wei awakened just as the veil was being placed upon him. He instinctively raised a hand to touch it, his vision obscured by the fabric. "Why must I wear this?" His amber gold eyes sparkled, rivaling the brilliance of the crown and veil that he gazed at Sal, who deliberately evaded his gaze. "The banquet is about to commence. Shall we descend?" Sal had anticipated Xie Wei's displeasure while preparing this ensemble, yet he proceeded nonetheless. "Is this customary for your Parleso people, to don such an item for a banquet?" Xie Wei was well aware that the Parleso did not have a custom of veiling their faces. He recognized that Sal's possessiveness was at play. However, unwilling to acquiesce to Sal's comfort, he chose to remain sullen. "Could you behave a bit better today?" Sal gently kissed Xie Wei's eyes and forehead, attempting to placate him. By afternoon, all the vassals had gathered at the Naya castle, and that evening marked little Rose's debut as one of the castle's hosts at the banquet. He was determined to avoid any quarrels with Sal beforehand. Xie Wei fell silent, knowing that Sal was quite resolute in these matters, yet he still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Perhaps he was influenced by the ideologies of his past life, struggling to accept such feudal remnants. Ultimately, with a cold expression beneath the veil, Xie Wei rejected Sal's embrace, deliberately descending the staircase slowly, his heart simmering with unexpressed frustration, yet he did not feel fatigued. Upon reaching the banquet hall on the first floor, rows of long tables were filled with vassals and castle guards, all awaiting the arrival of their lord, and the Imperial Rose as the grand doors swung open. Xie Wei strode ahead, with Sal trailing half a step behind, appearing more like a servant than the lord of the snowfields in the presence of the Imperial Rose. Vassals who had seen Xie Wei in the morning exchanged glances of pity at the sight of the veil, while those unfamiliar with him were captivated by the crown upon his head, casting disparaging looks at their lord, as if to say, "Is a Tier 10 magical beast core to be used as a toy? Wouldn't it be better suited to sharpen your sword? Is there anyone on this continent who could rival our lord?" Xie Wei approached the main seat on the dais, adopting an impassive demeanor as he surveyed the hall, resolutely choosing to be a docile ornament. Following him to the main seat, Sal observed the murmuring vassals below, glaring at a few who dared to steal glances at little Rose, before finally raising his goblet and proclaiming, "The Rose of the High Seaton Empire, His Highness Xie Wei Feechild, shall be another master of Naya Castle. I hope you will join me in safeguarding him." The vassals fell silent, gazing up at their lord in the Imperial Rose. Upon the completion of his declaration, they rose from their seats, kneeling on one knee with their right fists pressed against their left chests. Although they believed their lord's decision to encrust the Imperial Rose's crown with a Tier 10 magical beast core was a waste, they solemnly vowed in unison, "I shall pledge my loyalty to you. I shall become your sword and shield. I will defend your life, dignity, and all that is yours with my life. May you, His Highness Xie Wei Feechild, forever bask in the blessings of Nyasos." The resonant and harmonious vows echoed throughout the banquet hall, and regardless of the thoughts swirling within the hearts of the vassals, the moment of oath-taking was sacred and profoundly stirring. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, Xie Wei recognized the universal language spoken by the vassals. Understanding every word, he instinctively turned to Sal, who was also gazing at him. Noticing Xie Wei's look, Sal softly declared, "I shall forever be loyal to you. I shall defend your life, dignity, and all that is yours, my little Rose." That a flush crept onto Xie Wei's cheeks beneath the veil, and he hastily averted his gaze, unaware that his once pale ears had turned a vivid shade of red. Inadvertently exposing himself to Sal's discerning eyes, his heart began to race inexplicably, a swell of emotions rising within him as he fixated on the distant doors of the banquet hall, counting the intricate patterns upon them, repeatedly cautioning himself not to waver. Yet, he found himself lost in confusion. He even contemplated that if Sal could grant him a modicum of freedom, then This thought was ultimately quashed deep within his mind. What he yearned for was absolute freedom. Could Sal provide him with such liberation? Throughout the banquet, Xie Wei sat still, resembling a finely crafted puppet, while the vassals below noticed the anomaly. However, seeing their lord's dark expression as he consumed drink after drink, they refrained from glancing at the two figures above. The revelry continued as the vassals indulged in the feast, contrasting sharply with the silence of the two castle masters. Xie Wei, too, did not persist in counting the patterns on the doors. Instead, he opened the system panel and began to peruse a collection of works. Yet, as he read, the pent-up tension dissipated, and with it, a wave of fatigue washed over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and his body swayed slightly before he leaned against the individual beside him. When Xie Wei leaned towards him, Sal instinctively wrapped an arm around little Rose's waist, pulling him close. Once embraced, Xie Wei nestled comfortably against Sal's chest, swiftly drifting into slumber. Sal's previously tumultuous mood calmed instantaneously as Xie Wei nuzzled against him, a soothing balm to his troubled heart. Even through the veil, he could discern the captivating beauty of Xie Wei's sleeping visage. As Sal cradled him, the banquet hall gradually quieted down. Rising from his seat, Sal announced, "Please, continue." Before carrying Xie Wei away from the table, the banquet hall erupted once more with lively chatter. A few fleeting glances cast upon the slumbering Xie Wei, but they quickly averted their eyes before Sal could perceive their gazes. He carried Xie Wei back to their chamber, seated at the edge of the bed, watching over him for a while before eventually departing the room. Yet, rather than returning to the banquet hall, he made his way to the castle's large kitchen. As the little Rose, still irked by the veil, had not consumed any food or drink during the banquet, the physician had advised that he needed to eat more. Chapter 25. His heart grew cold. The castle's large kitchen was located on the first floor. Since the Parleso people were not averse to the cold, and the castle was quite expansive, only Xie Wei's room was equipped with a magical array requiring the replacement of fire-type magical crystals for heating. The other areas still relied on the most primitive fireplaces for warmth. The evening banquet was drawing to a close, and the kitchen staff was busy washing dishes and preparing ingredients for the following day. When Sal entered, Chef Jeffrey, who had initially been humming a tune while preparing to join a friend for a few cups of hot ale after work, was taken aback upon seeing the Lord appear in the kitchen. His nerves immediately tensed. Hastily approaching Sal, Jeffrey wiped the sweat from his brow, having been standing by the oven and sweating profusely. Upon reaching Sal, the temperature of his body quickly dropped. "My lord, how may I assist you?" he inquired, his mind racing with questions. What could possibly necessitate the Lord's presence in the kitchen? Was there an issue with today's ingredients? Or perhaps His Highness the Prince was unsatisfied with their culinary offerings? Without allowing Jeffrey to be perplexed for long, Sal had already shed his outer garments in the bedroom. Now clad only in a shirt, he untied the knots at his cuffs and rolled up his sleeves. As he walked towards the kitchen stove, he commanded, "Fetch me a cleaned fish, along with river rice, thorny ginger, and spicy leaves." River rice, as described by Xie Wei, originates from a region called Hejia. It resembles glutinous rice in appearance, but tastes akin to japonica rice, with a texture reminiscent of the pearl rice from his previous life. Thorny ginger is a prickly variety of ginger, while spicy leaves bear a resemblance to scallions, albeit with a different shape. Xie Wei had once prepared a fish porridge, and Sal had participated in the entire process. Now he expertly sliced the fish into neat fillets, carefully cleaned the fish bones and slices, drained the moisture, and cautiously added salt, spices, shredded thorny ginger, and melted lard, mixing them together to marinate the fish fillets, emulating Xie Wei's technique. While the fish was marinating, he cooked the porridge, and after it boiled, unsure of the appropriate amount of salt to add, he opted for a modest quantity, then included the fish bones and boiled them for a while longer before adding the fish slices. Once the fish was cooked, he sprinkled chopped spicy leaves on top. The fragrant fish porridge was now ready. Geoffrey and everyone else in the kitchen were astonished. Their lord could actually cook, and he managed to create food that looked and smelled delightful. They had never witnessed such a method before. But the resulting dish seemed quite commendable, prompting Geoffrey to secretly resolve to give it a try himself in the future. Before ladling out the porridge, Sal first served 2 bowls, handing one to Geoffrey while he took the other for himself. Let us see how it tastes. The indoor temperature was low, and the porridge cooled quickly in their hands. Sal finished his bowl in a few gulps, feeling it was satisfactory, though uncertain if it could be deemed delicious. Geoffrey cradled his bowl with both hands, reverently sipping a small mouthful before quickly finishing the remainder, then thumping his robust chest affirmatively. My lord, this is undoubtedly the most delectable food I have ever tasted. Sal paid no heed to Geoffrey, who was still raving about the fish porridge with a face full of reminiscence, once he confirmed that his creation was not only edible but also delightful. He took a thermal pot to preserve the remaining fish porridge and placed it on a tray to carry away. The kitchen staff exchanged glances, unable to contain their whispers. When did the lord learn to cook? His skills seemed quite impressive. I heard that the lord's roasted meat was charred. Hey, you just heard about it. I've seen it with my own eyes. That the lord not satisfied. Then why would he come to the kitchen himself? I believe what the lord just made is definitely imperial cuisine. He must have prepared it for that prince. I think so too. Let me tell you, when I delivered something to the banquet hall earlier, that prince did not engage with the lord at all, and the lord seemed quite displeased, drinking heavily. Ah, did they have a quarrel then? Perhaps. I've heard the imperial palace is built with jade, adorned with colorful flowers, and filled with endless fruits and delicacies. Maybe that prince does not favor Naya Castle. Enough standing around. Let us tidy up and rest. Usually, Geoffrey would not mind casual chatter in the kitchen as he was a good-natured person. But seeing them discuss the prince now, he hurriedly interjected. Lord Ryan has expressly instructed us not to discuss the prince privately. We must serve him with utmost dedication, and his commands and needs must be addressed immediately. In short, the Lord places great importance on that prince, and they were still unaware of what kind of person the Imperial Rose truly was, nor whether he was a benevolent master. It was best for everyone to remain cautious. Geoffrey's words proved effective, and the kitchen staff quickly returned to their tasks. Sal carried the fish porridge upstairs, and upon entering the bedroom, Xie, who had been guarding it, stepped back respectfully, placing the thermal pot on the dining table. Sal approached the bedside, just as Xie Wei opened his eyes. Having barely eaten throughout the day, Xie Wei, half awake, was roused by the enticing aroma of food. Sal lifted him from the bedding, and following Xie Wei's customary routine, took him to rinse his mouth and wash his hands and face. Once the simple cleansing was done, Xie Wei felt more awake. Emerging from the bathroom, he did not allow Sal to carry him further. Instead, walking to the dining table in his low-heeled shoes, Sal deliberately led him around the table, making it difficult not to notice the thermal pot. As he approached, Xie Wei discerned that the pot likely contained porridge. Though the lid remained closed, the fragrance was reminiscent of the fish porridge he had previously made. Observing the table, he noticed there were no utensils aside from the pot, and propping his face on his hand, he said to Sal, "Are you expecting me to drink from the pot?" The man, poised to lift the lid of the pot, paused mid-motion, realizing only then that he had not brought any utensils. "I'll have someone bring them over shortly," Sal replied, turning to fetch a communication device to instruct Xie to deliver the utensils. They arrived promptly, and unlike the ancient design of the thermal pot, Xie Wei's utensils were not the wooden or iron tableware used at banquets, but rather exquisite porcelain bowls and glass cups. During the banquet, everything had been quite rustic. However, his utensils were uniquely refined and luxurious within the castle. After Sal ladled the fish porridge into a bowl, he said nothing, quietly sitting beside Xie Wei as he savored the dish in small bites. Holding the delicate silver spoon, Xie Wei slowly relished the bowl of fish porridge, discovering that apart from being slightly bland, it was not inferior to what he had crafted himself. The fish porridge was delicious, and Xie Wei consumed 2 small bowls, leaving plenty in the thermal pot. Setting down his spoon, he contemplated before speaking. "It's very good. Did you have the kitchen prepare it according to my method?" "Yes. Tomorrow I'll have them make something different for you. I'm familiar with everything you've made." Sal took the napkin beside him to dab at the corner of Xie Wei's mouth. His face, which had been grim since the banquet, softened considerably at the compliment from the little Rose, filling him with joy. Not mentioning that he had prepared the dish himself seemed unnecessary to Sal. After their exchange, silence enveloped the room once more as they sat at the table for a while. Xie Wei pondered that he should discuss something with Sal. Since arriving at Naya Castle in the morning, he had sensed Sal's attentiveness towards him in various aspects. To be honest, he was not entirely unaffected by it. Yet, this was a lavish cage. Sal, do you intend to keep me confined in this bedroom indefinitely? Xie Wei inquired, a mix of anticipation and apprehension swirling within him, hoping for a different response while fearing that Sal truly harbored such intentions. His system panel still displayed a pitiful single point. What would he do if trapped here? It was cold, and your health is poor. I will take you outside periodically. The innkeeper at the Rift Station was correct. The little Rose is ill-suited to live in my territory. For now, I can only create a lavish warm room for him. How often do you plan to take me out? Each time we go out. You must wear a veil, correct? Xie Wei's heart sank further. Even keeping a dog required daily walks, yet his situation had been reduced to infrequent outings. Xie Wei, I hope you can understand my intentions. It is late now, let us rest. That evening, Sal indulged excessively in libations, and merely lingering in the kitchen did little to dissipate the intoxicating scent that clung to him. He wished to dissuade Xie Wei from dwelling on this matter. So he lifted the petite Rose from her seat and escorted her to the bathroom. Chapter 26. The inability to bear offspring for him since taking residence in the Naya Castle. Xie Wei's realm of activity had been confined to a spacious suite of approximately 800 square feet, along with a 200-square-foot terrace. To be honest, the space was not insubstantial. From the expansive terrace outside Xie Wei's room, one could gaze upon the entirety of Gyuda City, yet Sal permitted Xie Wei only to stroll upon the terrace during midday. The terrace had been adorned to the best of Sal's ability. Though in the frigid northern territory, blooming flowers were a rarity in winter. Thus, most of the flora in the terrace's flower beds consisted of aesthetically pleasing magical plants. Each day, Xie Wei would behold the snowy mountains and Grayson Lake. Occasionally catching sight of the castle guards patrolling outside the castle walls, the kitchen consistently delivered meticulously prepared dishes, sometimes including meals he had once crafted at the inn, and even innovative dishes inspired by his culinary creations. In summary, the fare far surpassed what he had dined upon in the Imperial Tower, yet Xie Wei's appetite continued to cause concern for the maid, Xie. Upon returning to the frigid northern territory, Sal appeared increasingly occupied. Often, by the time Xie Wei roused from the comfort of his bedding, the man had already departed long ago. The maid named Xie would present him with the exquisite traditional attire of Palazzo after he awakened, requiring him only to don a silk long-sleeve shirt and trousers for lounging. Topped with a voluminous robe fashioned from the hides of magical beasts, the room was imbued with a magical array, rendering the robe light and comfortable. Only when venturing to the terrace did he need to switch to a heavier outer robe and leather boots. The magical accessories tailored by Sal were essential to wear daily, for only when adorned with these items did his limbs feel warm. During the day, Xie Wei rarely caught sight of Sal, yet no matter how occupied he was, Sal always returned to share dinner with him. Occasionally, he would linger after the meal, but more often than not, he would depart once more to attend to affairs, returning only in the dead of night when Xie Wei had succumbed to slumber. Awakening in the midst of sleep due to Sal's insistence had become a frequent occurrence. Initially, Xie Wei would react with anger, but of late, he had surrendered to the man's whims. Resistance proved futile, and so he lay passively. Consequently, his energy during the day was perpetually low. On this particular day, he had scarcely consumed any breakfast, and while nestled in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, he found himself engrossed in a book from the system. Eventually drifting off to sleep, Xie was not one for idle chatter, often standing silently in the corner. Sal disapproved of Xie Wei engaging in conversation with others and forbade any contact. The fact that Xie was permitted to maintain a distant vigil within the room was, Xie Wei surmised, the extent of Sal's current tolerance. Occasionally, Xie Wei would express gratitude for the 18 years of confinement within the tower and for his own fierce will to survive. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to stave off despair. Eating little and sleeping poorly, coupled with a sour disposition, it was entirely natural for him to lose weight, which caused Sal some distress as he listened to Xie's reports. Over the past fortnight, the petite Rose had been remarkably well-behaved. He had not protested against staying too long on the terrace or mentioned the desire to go outside. However, the gradual decline in her appetite and the gauntness of her visage filled him with agitation and unease. At the time when the kitchen sent lunch to the top floor, the maid delivering the meal encountered the lord, who had just finished expressing his ire in the council chamber, upon seeing the exquisite tableware in the maid's hands. Sal glanced at the sky and realized it was already noon. Having just passed a blood moon, several tribes had been besieged by high-level magical beasts, leading to the destruction of food storage tents and resulting in casualties. He had been quite irked by this situation, particularly as the defensive magical array they had purchased at a premium had malfunctioned on the very day of the blood moon. Such a coincidence was infuriating. During the recent meeting, someone had even suggested that his decision to return with the Imperial Rose was erroneous, claiming he should have brought back full compensation. If that were the case, there would now be enough food within the territory for everyone to enjoy a bountiful winter. In a fit of rage, Sal hurled his cup across the room, the implication of such statements suggesting that he had allowed his subjects to suffer from frostbite and hunger in previous years. Were his people truly starving before the arrival of the Imperial Rose and the subsequent compensation of over 10,000 carts? After venting his frustrations, Sal's expression remained dark, and upon encountering such a brooding lord, the maid nearly dropped the food and dishes she was carrying. However, before that could occur, Sal intercepted the tray, casting a displeased glance at the maid. Noticing her terrified expression, on the verge of tears, he restrained himself from exploding, instead turning to personally deliver the meal upstairs. He was eager to see his petite Rose as Sal entered the bedroom. His gaze immediately fell upon the boy nestled in a rocking chair, sleeping with a rosy hue gracing his cheeks. He set down the items he was carrying, and the tumult of emotions that had been building in his chest began to subside upon seeing the petite Rose. For reasons unknown, merely observing the serene slumber of the petite Rose made Sal feel as if his heart were immersed in warm water, softening and warming him. Approaching the rocking chair, Sal admired his enchanting partner from close range, momentarily reluctant to rouse him from his peaceful repose. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed faint shadows under the petite Rose's eyes, and his cheeks and wrists appeared to have lost considerable weight since their arrival in the snowy expanse. Gently tracing the darkened skin and the delicate wrist bones, Sal lowered his head, tenderly kissing the petite Rose's lips, which were as soft and sweet as petals. He was not oblivious to the fact that he often left the petite Rose feeling drained. Yet Sal could not suppress his desire for intimacy. The Palazzo people inherently valued closeness, yearning to kiss and embrace their beloved incessantly, utilizing each other's warmth to combat the biting cold of the tundra, creating new life amid the harshness, perpetuating their existence. At times, Sal would ponder that if the Imperial Rose were a princess, he would ensure she bore him many children. Yet his petite Rose was a delicate prince, unable to bear offspring for him. He could only imprint upon her with increasing depth, leaving indelible marks upon her body and spirit. Sal, it hurts. I am so tired and in pain. Xie was jolted awake from his slumber, struggling to breathe, and before he had even opened his eyes, he instinctively pushed away the person beside him, still in pain. The moment Xie felt the touch, he became fully alert, seizing Sal's hand to stop him. His face and ears flushing crimson, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do not touch me. Sal could not bear to see him cry. He hurriedly adjusted Xie's clothing, soothing him for quite some time until Xie collected himself, adopting a cold demeanor and ignoring him, at which point he finally sighed in relief. He would rather Xie scowl at him than witness tears outside the confines of the BED as a result of this incident. Xie was so furious at lunchtime that he could hardly eat, and Sal, unable to find a solution, ultimately promised to take him skiing the following day to placate him. Xie, besides being genuinely angry, was also seeking to leverage the situation. It had been half a month, and he needed to find a way to venture outside, for without points, he could not draw cards and was thus trapped in this place. Chapter 27. The uncontrollable drool before dinner. Xie informed Guxiang that the kitchen need not prepare his evening meal, as he intended to cook for himself, making provisions for tonight and tomorrow's outing. Knowing he would be able to go outside the next day invigorated Xie, who appeared rejuvenated and full of energy. Guxiang, delighted to see the prince so lively, personally went to the kitchen to select fresh ingredients for Xie to use later. Apart from arranging for Guxiang to care for Xie, Sal also assigned 2 maids of considerable combat prowess and a servant. They typically received instructions from Guxiang regarding Xie's needs and rarely entered the bedroom. Only when Guxiang needed to step away for a brief period would they rotate in to temporarily replace her. Toya was entering this magnificently adorned room for the first time, yet upon entry, she merely cast a quick glance before lowering her gaze to stand in the corner. When Toya entered, Xie scrutinized the dark-haired maid, whom he had never seen before, but soon diverted his gaze elsewhere. He had previously attempted to engage Guxiang in conversation to glean information about the frigid northern territory, yet she always responded with an apologetic tone, saying, "I am sorry, Your Highness, but I cannot answer your questions." Guxiang's refusal was not due to ignorance, but rather because Cao forbade it. Following that particular conversation, Cao returned home that night and addressed the inquiries Xie Wei had posed to Guxiang earlier. Wrapping him in his embrace and kissing his neck, his voice low and steady in Xie Wei's ear, "If you wish to know anything, I will tell you. Do not grow close to anyone but me." Understood. In that moment, Xie Wei found Cao utterly unreasonable. Was it merely speaking with a maid that constituted closeness? Cao's possessiveness had reached an almost pathological level, which caused him considerable discomfort. Xie Wei activated his system, revealing 4 tasks on the taskbar panel. In addition to the previous task worth 5 points and 2 tasks worth 1 point each, there was now a new task added. The task read, obtain attribute ingredients or magical plants to receive corresponding point rewards. Xie Wei believed that attribute ingredients should be akin to magical plants, both containing magical elements. Consuming these ingredients or dishes made from them should yield certain benefits for the body. For instance, the powdered scaled fish he had eaten before provided a temporary surge of energy. This task did not specify a fixed point value, but rather stated corresponding points, suggesting that the points would be assessed based on the specific items acquired. Guxiang delivered the ingredients to Xie Wei's exclusive kitchen, located just outside his bedroom, approximately 5 meters from the bedroom door. The entire top floor was essentially Xie Wei's domain, but other areas lacked temperature-maintaining magical arrays. Cao generally permitted Xie Wei to remain in the warm confines of his bedroom. The kitchen had been recently arranged similarly to the bedroom, with a small magical array capable of maintaining a certain temperature. Xie Wei changed into a more comfortable outfit that would not hinder his movements. Although the distance to the kitchen was minimal, Guxiang insisted he don a cloak. Xie Wei did not mind and obediently allowed her to fasten it around him. Then he was escorted to the kitchen by Guxiang and several other maidens on the way. Xie Wei contemplated preparing some portable meals for their outing the next day, as the cold weather would not spoil the food. They could simply reheat it in a portable pot when it was time to eat. This world perpetually struck Xie Wei as both backward and advanced. The medical practices included scientifically questionable methods like bloodletting. Yet at times, a single potion could resolve severe injuries. The culinary methods were so simplistic that they often failed to whet one's appetite. Yet there were numerous useful magical tools that could rival the intelligent appliances of his previous life. In the small kitchen, Xie Wei was in high spirits as he cooked. The maidens had already been instructed by Cao to prepare the ingredients for him, saving him a great deal of effort. Among the supplies Guxiang brought were pork from a breed of long-haired pig raised in the castle, known for its thick skin and tender meat. Xie Wei stir-fried the pork with fiery fruit over high heat, filling the kitchen with an enticing aroma that caused Guxiang and Toya, who were stationed in the kitchen, to swallow several times in anticipation. It smelled incredible. For the first time, Guxiang felt that being near His Highness Xie Wei was a form of torment. Noticing the 2 stealing glances at him, Xie Wei pretended not to see. Before transferring the spicy stir-fried pork into an insulated box, he served a generous bowl to Guxiang, casually remarking, "I wonder if it suits the palate of you parasol people. Do give it a taste and see if Cao will like it." Initially hesitant, Guxiang quickly accepted the bowl upon hearing his last words. The 2 maidens were quite young. Guxiang was just over 20, and Toya was 19, merely a year older than Xie Wei. The 2 parasol girls huddled together, sharing bites of the meat, before covertly hiding the remainder of the bowl under a larger bowl in the corner of the cupboard. Xie Wei surmised they intended to save some for others to try, so he feigned ignorance. After hiding the leftovers, Guxiang and Toya eagerly described how delicious the dish was, making Xie Wei feel somewhat bashful from their unabashed compliments. Once the first dish was complete, Xie Wei noticed several arm-length white radishes in the basket. The white radish bore no significant difference from those in his previous life, but to be safe, he sliced one open for a taste. Confirming the flavor was identical, he instructed a nearby maiden to chop it into pieces for later use. Reflecting on it, he requested some spare ribs to be brought up. Planning to make a soup with the radishes and ribs, among the ingredients was an entire chicken, plucked and eviscerated, which appeared nearly double the size of an ordinary chicken. What pleasantly surprised Xie Wei was a basket of fresh shiitake mushrooms. Their light brown caps, white gills, and stems indicating they had been recently harvested, clean and ready for cooking. Having always enjoyed shiitake mushrooms in his past life, he promptly prepared a stir-fry with them and leafy greens. Cao was not picky and had a particular fondness for meat. Thus Xie Wei cooked larger portions for the 2 meat dishes, while the vegetarian stir-fry was prepared in a smaller quantity. After spending 2 hours in the kitchen, Xie Wei completed a 3-dish and 1-soup dinner, consisting of spicy stir-fried pork, hand-pulled chicken, vegetarian stir-fried shiitake mushrooms, and radish rib soup. He then devoted over an hour to crafting 2 simple, yet delectable picnic bento boxes. Xie and Toya tasted each dish and even received the remainder of the soup. Since he had boiled a large pot of ribs, Xie Wei set aside portions for himself and Sao, while the rest was generously given to Xie and Toya. Although he claimed not to waste the excess, Xie and Toya soon realized that Xie Wei had intentionally reserved it for them. They worried about being discovered by the Lord, while simultaneously salivating at the thought of the delicious food. Xie Wei's culinary creations delighted them, and he even provided the recipe in the common tongue for them to share with the kitchen, stating that anyone wishing to replicate it could do so. For Xie Wei, knowing that others enjoyed his cooking brought him great joy. For Xie and Toya, the chance to savor the delicacies personally prepared by His Highness Xie Wei was a source of envy for others. However, this was a secret that must not reach the Lord's ears, so it was best not to tell anyone else. Chapter 28. Why only one side of the face was slapped. Dylan was the attendant assigned to Xie Wei by Sao. At just 16 years of age, he was already a level 3 warrior on the continent. The classification of martial artists did not differentiate between warriors. Rather, all martial artists were ranked according to the standard of swordsmen. Due to their racial talents, most Parasol people were martial artists, and in their early days, they lacked weapons like swords and knives. Thus, they referred to those with martial abilities as warriors and established 10 training methods as a standard for ranking, with the highest being level 10. Generally, it was quite impressive for a Parasol individual to reach level 5 by the age of 40, making Sao's achievement of level 10 at 19 unprecedented in Parasol history. In the land of Rao, apart from some long-lived races, the average lifespan of ordinary individuals was around 120 years, whereas the Parasol people typically lived to over 200 years, with higher-level warriors enjoying even longer lives. Some sufficiently powerful mages could live close to 700 years. Achieving level 3 or 4 warrior status in one's teens or 20s was indeed a remarkable talent. Sao ensured that the attendants and maidens assigned to Xie Wei were no less than level 3 warriors. Even the seemingly frail Toya could bend an Imperial Knight's iron sword with her bare hands. That as the youngest, Dylan was often doted upon by Xie and the others. The dishes Xie Wei had prepared for them, along with the pot of soup, were generously shared with him. When Dylan received the food, he was utterly surprised, yet he did not intend to indulge in the visually appealing dishes and soup. Instead, he asked Xie for a moment's leave and hurriedly raced downstairs with the soup in a ceramic pot and a small bowl of vegetables. Dylan's mother was the castle's cook, responsible for simmering meat broths, but she had been bedridden for quite some time due to illness, unable to eat. Therefore, upon receiving food prepared by His Highness Xie Wei, Dylan's first thought was to bring it to his mother. He dashed to the adjacent tower on the left side of the main tower, where the smaller towers connected to the main structure. The left tower mostly housed the attendants and servants of the castle, while the right tower was home to the guards. Families like Dylan's, where all members worked in the castle, were provided with a suite for their accommodation. When Phila saw her youngest son burst into the room, she initially thought he was in trouble and would come to her in tears. This little one was delightful in every way, except for his tendency to cry, which often made him the subject of playful teasing. "Mom, let me heat this up for you. This is dinner made by His Highness Xie Wei, and he shared it with us to try." Xie said it's especially delicious. Dylan rushed to the small stove in their room, placing the pot on top to warm it, while setting a bowl larger than the pot's opening on the pot to heat the vegetables inside. There was not much food, and with the fire blazing, it would be ready to eat in no time. Phila stared wide-eyed at the items on the stove after hearing Dylan's words, exclaiming, "Dinner made by His Highness Xie Wei. Banayasos, I can eat food personally prepared by the Lord's companion?" "Dylan, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" "Of course not. If you don't believe me, just taste it. The food made by His Highness is something I've never seen before." Dylan first ladled a bowl of steaming soup, then carried it along with the scant vegetables to the cabinet beside the bed. Having calculated the time, he surmised that his brother should soon return from his patrol shift. He gently propped Am up against the pillows at the head of the bed, urging her to eat while it was hot. Before hurriedly departing, Philadelphia shook her head at her son's retreating figure and cautiously lifted the bowl of hot soup, even while the soup simmered on the stove. Philadelphia could catch its enticing aroma. Now, bringing the bowl to her lips, the extraordinary scent stirred her appetite. A sip of the soup warmed her entire stomach, and a bite of the vegetables, particularly the spicy stir-fried meat with fruit, ignited her cravings. Thus, when Dylan's brother Barney returned from his duty, he found their mother, who had been bedridden for several days, seated by the hearth, toasting slices of bread while savoring something with a look of deep appreciation. Unknown to Xie Wei, after consuming the meals he had prepared, Philadelphia felt invigorated, and after taking her medicine before bed, she surprisingly found herself fully recovered by the next day. Subsequently, she received from her younger son the recipe that Xie Wei had written for Gaizong. And that very day, she prepared a nourishing radish and pork rib soup for the guards at the castle, proclaiming its health benefits, claiming it was the very soup that had cured her. She also revealed to everyone that it was a secret recipe from His Highness, Prince Xie Wei, who generously shared it with all. After relishing the delectable radish and pork rib soup, the guards developed a newfound fondness for the previously unfamiliar Imperial Rose. Some even recovering from colds after consuming the soup the following day. As the tale spread, it became known that His Highness Xie Wei had brought a miraculous remedy from the Empire. This incident endeared both those who had met Xie Wei and those who had not to him. The debate that had troubled Cao for several days regarding whether marrying an Imperial Rose was a misjudgment gradually subsided within the confines of Gut City, thanks to the radish and pork rib soup. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Snowfields, unaware of the soup's significant impact, gazed with mild concern at his partner, who was joyously devouring a plate of mushrooms. Looking at the meat before him, Cao felt a twinge of headache. How could the little Rose regain her health without eating meat? Xie Wei, oblivious to Cao's worries, eagerly anticipated their outing the next day, having never skied in either his past or present life. After finishing dinner and spending some time reading, Cao returned to his duties post-meal, allowing Xie Wei to wash up on his own. After completing his ablutions, Xie Wei lay on the large bed, closing his eyes to read a novel in the system to aid his slumber. By the time Cao returned in the middle of the night, his little Rose was already deep in dreams. Quietly changing his clothes and washing up in the bathroom, Cao retrieved a delicate silver potion bottle from the cabinet. This potion had been given to him by the owner of the Rift Valley Inn, said to be a complimentary magical item along with the recipe, recognizing its potential benefits for his little Rose. Cao accepted it. However, his little Rose was exceedingly bashful, always enduring discomfort in silence. Thus, Cao could only check and apply the medicine on him daily, needing to do so while he slept to avoid a difficult application process. The first time Cao attempted to apply the medicine while Xie Wei was awake, he received 2 sharp slaps from the irate boy, resulting in Cao attending to his duties that day with visible handprints on his face. Much to the amusement of his vassals, later that evening, Xie Wei seemed somewhat remorseful, personally bringing boiled eggs to soothe Sal. In truth, the pain was trivial for Cao. He didn't mind being seen. But he felt a pang of sympathy for his little Rose's reddened palms. Yet, as Xie Wei awkwardly apologized and tenderly applied a compress to his face, Cao found great pleasure in it. He even pondered why he had only been slapped on one side, if both sides had been struck. He could have enjoyed the gentle, meticulous warmth of Xie Wei's hands on his cheeks, relishing the focused gaze of his little Rose upon him. Chapter 29. He began to feel uncomfortable inside, awakened by Cao's embrace for washing up. Xie Wei was still dazed. After dressing, he glanced at the grandfather clock, noting it was around 7 in the morning. Typically, he would still be asleep at this hour, but today he was roused early due to their planned outing. Cao first applied frostbite ointment to Xie Wei's face and hands, then proceeded to braid his long hair that cascaded to his waist. During his time in the Empire, Xie Wei had lacked the means to cut his hair, resulting in its current length. After arriving in the far north territory, he had considered a trim, but since Cao favored his long hair, he refrained. He himself was impatient with hair maintenance, while Cao took delight in styling it. It was unclear from whom Cao had learned such various braiding techniques. Had Xie Wei awakened on time, he might have enjoyed a different hairstyle each day. After a hearty breakfast and ensuring everything was in order, they departed around 8 o'clock, with Xie Wei donning a heavy cloak over his robe, the hood obscuring much of his face. Cao wrapped a plush white scarf around him, covering even the lower part of his face. As they descended the stairs, Xie Wei's view was obstructed, and he remained cradled in Cao's arms. Though he felt robust in his layered attire, Cao effortlessly held him, highlighting their considerable difference in stature. Each time Xie Wei looked at Cao, who towered over him, he consoled himself, reminding himself he was only 18 and still had the chance to grow. Carried out of the castle, Xie Wei spotted his carriage and the sleds loaded with supplies following behind. After a moment's thought, he inquired of Cao, "Do we need to bring so much?" "Indeed, we'll make a stop to see Jabeder," Cao replied. Jabeder was the term used by the Parasol people to refer to their fathers. Chevy recalled Sal mentioning that his adoptive father was the previous lord of the snowfields, the first lord of the far north territory, having spent so many days at Naya Castle without encountering the former lord. It appeared he resided elsewhere. Upon boarding the carriage, Chevy noticed the sturdy Karutu, who had been pulling his carriage, a towering husky that both surprised and delighted him. Observing Chevy's fascination, Sal explained that the temperamental nature of their snowfield horses made them suitable for battle but less so for hauling goods. Conversely, Karutu, with its gentle demeanor and stamina, was slower than horses but far more adept at pulling carts. After elaborating, Sal recalled that Chevy had previously expressed fondness for the puppies at the Rift Valley Inn. As they boarded the carriage, he added, "Recently, several Karuta have given birth to litters. Once they no longer need milk, I'll let you choose a couple to play with. They remain in their puppy phase for over a year. And you can enjoy a new pair each year." Sal suggested this arrangement to alleviate Chevy's boredom during the puppy's early stages, planning to return them once they matured. Chevy shook his head, declining the offer. He thought to himself that he was uncertain how long he would remain here. Fewer ties would be preferable. As Karuta pulled the carriage away from the castle, a black wolf emerged from the roadside woods. Trotting alongside the sled, the carriage departed Gut City, attracting the attention of the townsfolk. Yet this time, the splendid carriage did not halt but sped away along the main thoroughfare. Inside the carriage, Chevy dozed off again while Sal, cradling him on the sofa, addressed various matters pertaining to their territory. The Parasol people possessed their own language and script, but over the past 2 decades, the common tongue and script had gradually become widespread. While many ordinary citizens still struggled with writing in Parasol script or were unfamiliar with the common language, the vassals managing the tribes generally could read and write in Parasol text, with some having learned the common tongue as well. Sal never hesitated to conduct his affairs in Chevy's presence, who, unable to comprehend their writing, found it akin to the complexity of magical runes. Though he considered himself relatively intelligent, he had taken a full 2 months to learn the magical runes. To him, anything that required such a time investment was undoubtedly challenging. Unbeknownst to him, the mage who had instructed him was nearly driven to existential despair by the speed at which Chevy mastered thousands of runes and comprehended their various combinations. It was crucial to note that possessing magical talent was merely the initial requirement for becoming a mage. Completing the study of magical runes in 3 years was the true first step toward mageship. Magical talent was merely the basic criterion. As the carriage traversed into an open expanse, Xie Wei had already awakened, indulging in milk sweetened with honey after processing. The milk produced by the cows of the northern territories, once heated, did not quite please Xie Wei's palate. Prompting him to refine the taste himself, he meticulously documented his method for Gesang to relay to the kitchen, ensuring that he could savor milk more to his liking. When the carriage came to a halt, Xie Wei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sal disembarked first, instructing him to wait a moment, and thus Xie Wei eagerly awaited the thrill of skiing. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed an outing. And to be honest, he felt a rush of excitement. Outside, Sal observed the approaching Kalutu, and then the sneaky black wolf lurking behind the carriage. Ultimately, he harnessed the sled to the black wolf. Puka was no stranger to pulling sleds. In the past, it had always frolicked with the young Kalutu, readily embracing the sport. Indeed, in Puka's eyes, pulling a sled was merely a form of exercise. As Xie Wei disembarked, he beheld the sled adorned with soft cushioned seats. Feeling this was not quite the skiing experience he had envisioned, yet it seemed acceptable nonetheless. Cheerfully, he climbed into the sled, nestling into the plush cushions. Meanwhile, Sal mounted his black warhorse, a magnificent beast that matched the formidable stature of the Parasio people. The horses of the northern territories were exceptionally tall, swifter, and more combative than those from other regions. It could be said that whenever the Parasio wished, they could ride their warhorses and conquer all nations upon the continent. This formidable reputation was one of the primary reasons other nations regarded the northern territories with trepidation. Sal trotted alongside the sled, watching as the little Rose nestled within, gazing about and occasionally throwing her arms wide in joyful exclamations. A wave of boundless tenderness surged within him. His little Rose was brimming with happiness and vivacity, and he wished for her to always live joyfully in this place. However, after a while, Sal noticed that the little Rose's attention had completely shifted away from him as she merrily engaged with Puka, and a pang of discomfort began to stir within him. Although Puka was his contracted magical beast and, in theory, another version of himself, witnessing the little Rose play with Puka to the point of forgetting him filled Sal with a profound jealousy. Thus, while Puka was in the throes of exuberant labor, buoyed by Xie Wei's praises, Sal decided to call a halt. Reluctantly, Puka ceased its activity, turning back to glance at Xie Wei and then at Sal. Its expression seemingly pleading. Can you please manage this? Xie Wei understood the silent communication within the beast's gaze, and it amused him, causing him to overlook Sal's rather displeased countenance, believing Sal intended to have him return to the carriage. Xie Wei remained seated in the sled, silent and unmoving. However, he soon observed Sal removing the sled's harness from Puka and fastening it around his own waist, sensing that something was amiss. Sal, what are you doing? Xie Wei inquired of the man who had now secured the harness. The tall figure stood before the sled, turning to meet his gaze earnestly as he replied, I shall pull you for a while. Puka is fatigued. Puka, reluctantly exhausted, complied. Xie Wei had no reason to doubt Sal, acknowledging that they had indeed been racing for quite some time, and so he obediently nestled back into the sled, shortly thereafter. The accompanying guards beheld their lord galloping across the snowy expanse while pulling the sled. The soldiers exchanged glances, then tacitly redirected their gaze elsewhere, inwardly marveling at the extent of their lord's affection for the Imperial Rose. Cocooned within the sled, Xie Wei watched Sal's determined silhouette, his smile gradually fading as a twinge of discomfort began to tug at his heart. Chapter 30. You were the greatest gift. After Sal had pulled Xie Wei for several laps, he noticed the boy seated in the sled had grown suddenly quiet. Turning to face him, he observed that the little Rose was bundled up, leaving only her eyes visible, which were now adorned with delicate frost. Untying the harness around his waist, Sal approached the sled, bending down to kiss Xie Wei's eyelashes, the crystalline frost melting against his lips. The little Rose's long lashes fluttered momentarily, brushing against his skin and eliciting a gentle tickle. Are you cold? Sal inquired with concern. Like Puka, he nuzzled Xie Wei's face with his prominent nose through the plush scarf. Not cold, just a bit hungry, Xie Wei replied, shaking his head and naturally extending his gloved hands. Seeing this, Sal effortlessly lifted him from the sled, refusing to place him on the snow, and instead carried Xie Wei back toward the carriage. Puka, feeling disgruntled nearby, began to dig in the snow. Upon noticing their halt, it rushed over to strap the sled's harness around its neck, trailing loyally behind Sal. Xie Wei's face rested against Sal's chest. The man seemed unfazed by the cold, clad in minimal attire even in the frigid temperatures. Dressed in a black hunting outfit adorned with leather, his broad shoulders and narrow waist giving him the physique of a sleek leopard. One undeniable truth Xie Wei had to concede was that Sal's embrace offered an immense sense of security. Enveloped in Sal's subtly constraining hold, Xie Wei occasionally felt a comfort he had never experienced before. This was a deeply contradictory emotion, surfacing intermittently, causing the scales of his heart to waver. Not far away, the guards, upon spotting their returning lord, hurriedly approached with the horses and the kalutu. The two quickly reconvened with the carriage. Sal nestled Xie Wei within, shutting the carriage door behind them. He gently set Xie Wei down, assisting him in removing his cloak and scarf before attending to his own outer garments, which were now tinged with cold. Inside the warm carriage, Xie Wei, wrapped in his cozy robe, sat at the dining table, cradling a cup of hot tea while watching Sal heat the bento he had prepared the previous day. Fried pork cutlet omelet rice, devoid of curry, complemented by a sauce of his own creation. Sweet and savory in flavor. Sal's portion was an oversized version, prepared according to what he understood of Xie Wei's appetite. Packaged in a metal lunchbox, it merely required placement on a portable stove for heating. Afterward, it could be served directly on a wooden tray or transferred to a plate. The sauce was heated separately, and Xie Wei, uncertain of Sal's preferences, offered a gentle reminder, the sauce is sweet and savory. If you don't like it, you need not add it. That I enjoy all that you make, Sal declared, placing Xie Wei's pork cutlet omelet rice before him, arranging the utensils with care, and without hesitation, pouring the sauce into his own serving. He had not tasted it yet, but it smelled delightful. Everything crafted by the little Rose was delectable. Occasionally, Sal found himself pondering why Xie Wei took the time to prepare such dishes, yet he refrained from asking, as it was of no consequence to him. What mattered was that the little Rose was happy. Although Sal professed to like everything, Xie Wei, through his observations, concluded that Sal likely did not favor sweet flavors. The milk candies he had previously made were only sampled a few times by Sal, who had even set a jar on the tea table in the bedroom. Xie Wei would occasionally indulge in a few while sipping tea and had secretly shared some with Gesang and the others, while the rest remained a mystery as to where Sal had stashed them. In any case, he had not witnessed Sal consuming them again. While Sal would finish dishes that leaned towards sweetness, it was evident he preferred savory and spicy flavors. Pondering what to prepare next, Xie Wei mused about making spicy diced chicken. It had been a while since he had savored it, and he found himself craving it. In a valley situated 40 kilometers outside of Gutta City, a solitary two-story wooden cabin stood. The only path leading into the valley was singular, and as Xie Wei's carriage entered the mouth of the valley, a magical beast with silvery white fur dashed forth. Midway through its sprint, perhaps recognizing a familiar face, it promptly lay down. Puka, evidently well acquainted with the creature, dashed past the carriage to snuggle up beside it. The silvery white beast resembled a tiger, albeit without the characteristic stripes. Instead, deep blue flame-like totem markings adorned its forehead and limbs. After a brief interaction, the two magical beasts sprawled side by side, blocking the path. The Parasia warriors outside the carriage exchanged bemused glances at the sight of the black wolf. Soon, a youth with a head full of small braids emerged from the valley. Puka, did you come with Salanta? The boy inquired, stepping forward to stroke Puka's large head while casting a glance at the unfamiliar carriage, raising a well-defined brow. Enta translates to uncle in the Parasio tongue. Samar, I brought my partner to see Ada. Sal replied, peering through the carriage window toward the youth, then glancing at Puka. Puka, emboldened, nestled behind the silvery beast, its wolfish visage still exuding an air of majesty, albeit with a hint of mischief. Upon hearing Sal's words, Samar moved the two beasts aside and teased, no wonder Enta has been hiding in the carriage all this time. Sal paid little heed to the boy's jest, shutting the window once more. Inside the carriage, Xie Wei felt a pang of worry. Logically, one ought to present a gift when meeting elders, yet Sal had not broached the subject beforehand. Perceiving Xie Wei's unease, Sal pulled him onto his lap, offering comfort as he said, do not fret. Jibu Ada is a very amiable person. Sal, I haven't prepared a gift. It feels improper to meet an elder empty-handed. Xie Wei still approached the matter of visiting the elder Sal with the mindset of his previous life. Regardless of their relationship, it is customary to bring a gift when visiting an elder's home. Upon hearing Xie Wei's words, Sal initially felt a bit perplexed, but after a moment, he became somewhat elated. Little Rose wished to bring a gift for Ada, which seemed to be a tradition in the Empire when introducing a partner to family. Little Rose did not seem to resist meeting Jibu Ada. Rather, he felt anxious for not bringing a gift, which led Sal to believe that Little Rose had accepted their relationship and was gradually embracing all aspects of him. The Paraso people did not adhere to such customs. And you were, in fact, the best gift. Ada would surely be delighted to see you. After Sal spoke, he could not help but kiss Xie Wei, and they shared a brief kiss, had it not been for their impending arrival. Sal might have taken longer to quell his yearning to draw closer to Little Rose. Chapter 31. My sister is hurt. The carriage came to a halt at the fence in front of the wooden cabin in the valley. As Xie Wei, guided by Sal, stepped down from the carriage and looked around, he was greeted by a warm, teasing voice that, "Ha! You rascal, have you finally remembered the unfortunate Ada? Sal, let me have a look at your partner. I have heard from a few old-timers that he is a rare beauty." As the speaker approached, Sal, holding Xie Wei's hand, shifted to wrap his arm around his shoulder, almost cradling him in his embrace. Sal gently patted Xie Wei's shoulder and led him forward. Jibu, with his neatly tied gray hair, had anticipated Xie Wei's visit and had even shaved his beard for the occasion. At 76 years old. He was still considered to be in the prime of life among the Paraso, yet he was weary of dealing with various affairs, so after Sal's trial, he unhesitatingly passed the burden on to Sal and retreated back to the valley. With his freshly shaven face and new clothes, Jibu appeared to Xie Wei as a cheerful man in his 30s or 40s. Xie Wei lightly tapped his left arm with the fingers of his right hand, while slightly bending his right leg and bowing, offering Jibu the noble greeting customary in the Empire. Jibu was somewhat taken aback. Most people from the Empire treated the Paraso with considerable arrogance and never offered formal greetings. He did not expect this esteemed prince to be so approachable, and he quickly responded by placing his right fist against his left chest and nodding in acknowledgement. Sal stood by, astonished, as he watched Little Rose perform a bow for the first time. He had seen others do the same in the Empire, but he felt that Little Rose executed it with unparalleled grace and beauty. After Jibu and Xie Wei exchanged pleasantries, Jibu noticed Sal's dazed expression and playfully punched him in the chest. Laughing, "Hey, are you stunned? Have you not had enough of looking and holding him after 3 months?" Jibu spoke in the common tongue, and upon hearing this, Xie Wei felt a bit uncomfortable, diverting his gaze to the snowy ground. As he was still unaccustomed to the Paraso's openness in such matters, realizing that his words might have been somewhat offensive, Jibu quickly urged Sal, "Hurry and take him inside. I wouldn't want him to freeze and then blame me." Sal nodded, leading Xie Wei towards the wooden cabin, while Jibu remained behind to direct the guards following them to carry their belongings to the storage and cellar behind the cabin. Summer, accompanied by 2 magical beasts, was also trailing behind. When Jibu spotted him, he called out, "Go fetch your sister back. It's my sister." Summer replied loudly before heading out again with the 2 beasts. Jibu shook his head. Summer and Sona were twins. Sona had been born a few minutes earlier, yet Summer had always relished his role as the elder brother, often getting beaten by Sona over the debate of whether he was the older brother or younger brother. Sona, too, wished to be the elder sister, not the younger one. Jibu pondered how these 2 children thought, whether it mattered if they were brothers or sisters, as they were each other's closest kin. The children's mother was his adopted daughter, who had passed away due to excessive bleeding after childbirth, leaving the 2 children struggling to survive. Their mother's husband had also died during a blood moon when the children were 4 years old. He had taken in 3 children, the eldest, Modo, the second daughter, Eve, and the youngest, Sal. Now, all 3 children had found their partners. Previously, Eve used to tease Sal about his high standards, claiming he would never find a partner in this life. Had that child still been alive, she would surely be delighted for Sal now. Jibu stood lost in thought at the mouth of the valley until the daylight dimmed and snow began to fall again. He rubbed his eyes and turned to head back indoors. The Paraso warriors Sal had brought were already erecting tents outside the cabin, suggesting they intended to stay for several days. The wooden cabin was relatively spacious, with 2 stories and 6 rooms, 3 of which were reserved for his adopted children, while the other 2 served as guest rooms and a study. Later, the guest room was converted into Summer's bedroom, as he and Sona had shared their mother's room when they were younger. As they grew older, Summer moved into the guest room. The large bedroom on the first floor belonged to Jibu himself. It was not only the largest but also boasted a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, for which he had gone to great lengths to acquire transparent glass. The result was truly splendid. The valley was protected by a small defensive magic array, alleviating concerns about the wooden cabin being damaged by magical beasts during the blood moon. Jibu's bedroom door was ajar, and as Xie Wei entered, he caught sight of the floor-to-ceiling window, through which a serene lake and a small grove could be seen. Beside the window lay a reclining chair that seemed out of place in the otherwise simple yet cozy wooden cabin. The chair reminded Xie Wei of his exclusive rocking chair in the castle, equally exquisite, adorned with various gems, and piled high with plush cushions and a blanket that appeared both soft and warm. Noticing Xie Wei's gaze fixed on the chair, Sal, seeing that Jibu had not yet returned, whispered, "That belongs to Ada's partner, who is no longer in the snowfield." Xie Wei nodded in acknowledgement, but found Sal's wording somewhat peculiar. If Jibu Ada's partner had passed away, why refer to them as not being in the snowfield? However, as notions of death varied across regions, Xie Wei did not delve deeper and obediently followed Sal's lead to sit on the sofa by the fireplace. Sal busied himself, fetching blankets, hot water, and dried fruit snacks for him. By the time Jibu entered the room, Xie Wei had already finished a small plate of pine nuts. Xie Wei took on the eating, while Sal managed the shelling. The small pine nut seemed effortless for Sal to crack open between his fingers while ensuring the integrity of the kernels within. Jibu took a seat across from Sal and turned to Xie Wei, who was sitting beside Sal, and asked, "Are you still comfortable living in the castle? If there is anything amiss, please let Sal know. Make good use of him." They had not introduced themselves when they greeted at the door, as Xie Wei's identity as Sal's partner meant that Sal should introduce him to Jibu. However, before Sal could begin the formal introduction, Jibu had already started to express concern for Xie Wei. In Jibu's eyes, Xie Wei was far too young, possessing an exquisite beauty that was rare on the snowfield, which, when paired with the tall and typically stoic Sal, made anyone biased towards the latter. He worried that Sal might bully this young prince. Yet, it was not that Jibu doubted his adopted son's character. Rather, it was the sight of the delicate neck of the Imperial Rose, exposed after removing his cloak and scarf, marred by numerous bruises and unmistakable marks of rough handling. Sal, in front of his adoptive father, managed to restrain his possessiveness, not wrapping Xie Wei too tightly. He intended to wait for Summer and Sona to return before formally introducing Xie Wei. Thus, the 3 sat in the living room, exchanging casual conversation, while Xie Wei munched on his second plate of pine nuts when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. With a loud crash, the wooden door was kicked open, and Summer burst in, carrying Sona, who was clad in white hunting attire. "Ada, Sal, my sister is hurt." In Summer's urgent voice, there was a hint of tears, prompting him to call her sister Sona. The name he shouted, Adon, is a universal term among the Palisoi people used to address grandfathers, great-grandfathers, or other elderly male relatives. Chapter 32. "I will treat you better than she does." Gib was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward and lifted Sona down from Summer's back, then carried the child, whose face was drenched in cold sweat and whose lips were pale, upstairs, with Summer following closely behind, without needing any instruction from Gib. Sal had already gone outside to summon a physician. With Chevy present, Sal deemed it imperative to have a doctor by their side. The physician accompanying them this time was once again Afra, who entered the room and followed Sal and Chevy upstairs. After placing Sona on the bed, Gib pulled Summer out of the room, noting that Sona was already 12 years old. Summer had mentioned that there was blood on Sona's trousers, indicating that it was inappropriate for them to remain inside together. Upon exiting, they spotted a female physician trailing behind Sal, and Gib's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. He then opened the door to Sona's room, allowing the physician to enter. The group stood silently at the doorway. Noticing Summer's red-rimmed eyes, Sal reached into his chest pocket and retrieved something to place into Summer's hand, patting the boy's shoulder afterward. Chevy leaned in for a glance and saw that it was a small item wrapped in a hard paper made from a type of herb. Summer quietly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Sal and Ta. Afterward, he carefully placed the item into his jacket pocket. Seeing Chevy peering curiously, Sal produced another item from his pocket, this time unwrapping the herb paper. A sweet, milky confection adhered to Chevy's lips as Sal's fingers drew near. He instinctively opened his mouth, letting the sugary milkiness touch his tongue. Chevy blinked in surprise, realizing that Sal had offered him homemade milk candy, which he surprisingly carried with him. The thought that Sal, who typically did not enjoy sweets, had tucked some away brought an inexplicable warmth to Chevy's heart. Before long, Afra emerged from the room, her demeanor still gentle and devoid of undue tension. Upon seeing her, Chevy understood that the situation was not particularly grave. Indeed, Afra smiled kindly and reassured them, saying, "There's no need for concern. Miss has merely reached adulthood, and this will happen every month from now on." At her words, the four men outside the door, except for Summer, comprehended the situation. Gib clapped Summer on the back, who still appeared puzzled by Afra's explanation, and cheerfully said, "Relax, kid, your sister is fine. Nyasos will always protect her. Let's go prepare some delicious food for her." Chevy, of course, understood that Sona had just experienced her first menstruation. He recalled the limited medical facilities in the Northern Territories and the sight of Sona's perspiring face. Pulling Sal aside to whisper in his ear, "Go to the carriage and fetch more cotton cloth for Sona, and also fill a water skin with hot water for her." Sal, generally compliant with Chevy's suggestions, instructed Afra to stay with Sona while he took Chevy downstairs. Once back in the living room, Sal urged Chevy to sit by the fireplace and continue resting, summoning Summer to crack pine nuts for Chevy. Having been preoccupied with worry for his sister, Summer had scarcely noticed Chevy until he stood before him, and after a fleeting glance, his handsome, chiseled features flushed crimson. He stood there, momentarily entranced, until Sal playfully flicked his finger at him, prompting him to shuffle over to the couch where Sal had been seated, and he began mechanically shelling the pine nuts with his head bowed, devoid of emotion. Sal had yet to reach a point of reprimanding his nephew. After ensuring Chevy was settled, he stepped out to retrieve some items. The young man, confronted by the breathtaking beauty of the Imperial Rose, felt a mix of shyness and pride that as Summer diligently shelled the nuts. He mused to himself, "This must be Sal and Ta's partner, thus rendering him my Aunt Ta as well. That I shall share this delightful news with my sister shortly. We have a particularly lovely Aunt Ta. In Palisoi culture, uncles and male relatives are collectively referred to as Aunt Ta, while the partners of Aunt Ta are called to saying if female, or similarly Aunt Ta if male." Gib had gone to the outdoor kitchen, as he usually prepared his own meals. Today, with Sal and Chevy visiting, Gib worried that Chevy might not be accustomed to his cooking, so he summoned the chef brought along by Sal to assist him in preparing a sumptuous dinner. Under Sal's direct guidance, along with training from the Imperial chef and the castle's head cook, Jerry had become a proficient chef, confident in his culinary skills, with a rare opportunity to cook dinner for His Highness Ziavi. He was determined to make a splendid impression. The cotton cloth Chevy mentioned was, by its name, a fabric made from cotton and silk. This lightweight and soft material was favored by the imperial royalty and nobility for cleansing impurities, making it exceedingly expensive and inaccessible to the common folk. It was the very fabric that Sal had procured with great effort after Chevy had injured himself with coarse beast hide paper at the inn. They had managed to acquire only one card of it. While the Empire's commoners still had access to beast hide paper, in the Northern Territories, only cheaper grass paper was available. Chevy had not considered this before. But now, having discovered information on papermaking within the system, he contemplated trying to create better paper upon his return. Sal had expended considerable thought and funds on his behalf, and thus, Xie felt it was only fitting that he contribute in return, crafting more useful paper which would ultimately ease the lives of the inhabitants of the northern territories, reflecting on the lack of clean and sanitary menstrual products available to women during their periods. Xie felt a pang of sympathy, knowing well the harshness of their environment. While Sona had the care of her uncle, the Lord, others had to endure their discomfort in silence. In his previous life, Xie had never met his mother. The steward had said she left after receiving money. In his childhood, he had harbored resentment towards her, but as he matured, his perspective evolved, leading him to attempt to understand her choices. He reasoned that being deceived by his father into bearing a child at such a young age and subsequently returning him to his biological father was likely the best decision she could have made. As he grew older and became more aware of the societal issues faced by women, he harbored only blessings and remembrances for the mother he had never known. Perhaps due to these lingering thoughts, he habitually sought to understand and assist the women around him, believing that if he extended help in their times of need, others might also come to their aid. When Sal returned with the items, he handed the cotton cloth and the hot water bag to Summer, instructing him to take them upstairs. Once Summer departed, Sal lifted Xie into his arms once more and seated himself again. Seated on Sal's lap, Xie felt the strength of the man's embrace, but glanced uneasily at the staircase and the front door, saying, "Please let me go, Sal. We're in someone else's home. This isn't appropriate." As he held Xie, burying his face into the crook of Xie's neck to inhale the fragrance of the little rose, Sal felt his earlier agitation dissipate upon noticing the wistful expression on Xie's face. Eventually, he released Xie. Xie managed to slide off Sal's lap, but before he could settle onto the nearby sofa, Sal pulled him back by the arm. Gently grasping Xie's chin, Sal's breath brushed against Xie's face as he coaxed open his lips, kissing him deeply and seemingly seeking to affirm something through this intimate act. After a prolonged moment, Xie melted against Sal's chest, while Sal caressed his fingers, whispering in his ear, "What were you just thinking about, my little rose? Can you tell me?" Sal's mind raced with curiosity, pondering what thoughts had elicited such a tender expression from Xie. With his breath still somewhat erratic, Xie steadied himself before replying softly, "I was thinking about my mother." Realizing that withholding the truth would only provoke further inquiry from Sal, he opted for honesty. Upon hearing this, Sal found himself at a loss. He sought to comfort Xie, but was unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, especially as he could not send Xie back to the Empire. He assumed Xie was referring to the Empress. With a somewhat dry response, he managed to say, "She is well, in good health, and many people will take care of her." Xie recognized that Sal was speaking of the Empress, and he chose not to elaborate further, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. To Sal, this indicated that Xie was saddened by the separation from his mother. Feeling disheartened at the thought of never seeing her again, he rose and placed Xie back on the sofa, kneeling before him to kiss his fingertips while promising, "Do not be sad. I will treat you better than she ever could." Xie Wei initially felt no sorrow, but as Sal solemnly made his promise, a wave of emotion washed over him, causing tears to cascade down his cheeks. Chapter 33, Truly a Disgrace to the Parasol People. The crystalline droplets fell, each seeming to strike at the very heart of Sal. He yearned to wipe away the tears from the delicate rose, yet his rough fingertips only succeeded in reddening the corners of Xie Wei's eyes and cheeks. After a flurry of clumsiness, Sal cradled Xie Wei's petite face, showering it with kisses. He tenderly kissed away each tear that escaped the corners of the little rose's eyes, the saltiness of the tears leaving a bittersweet taste that lingered from his tongue to the depths of his heart. Though Xie Wei often wept upon the bed, never did it cause Sal such profound distress. He felt a pang of anguish, unable to comprehend why Xie Wei's tears stirred such feelings within him. All he knew was that he could not bear to witness the little rose's tears from outside the bed, as it left him feeling unsettled. Xie Wei did not perceive himself as a fragile individual. In moments when he could not contain his emotions, he simply allowed the tears to flow freely, pursing his lips to gradually process his feelings. Sal had always taken pleasure in kissing him. He did not understand the fervor behind it, yet he could not deny that he had begun to relish Sal's kisses. No one else had ever kissed him, in this life and the last. Only Sal bestowed upon him such passionate, tempestuous, frenzied, gentle, and affectionate kisses. Initially, he found them somewhat unappealing and even resisted them, but now, for reasons unknown, he had come to accept and even savor them. Speaking of enjoyment brought a tinge of embarrassment to Xie Wei. Yet Sal had indeed introduced him to an array of astonishing experiences in their intimate moments. Some were filled with agony and torment, while others brought unbearable delight. Had Sal been privy to Xie Wei's innermost thoughts, he would have realized that he had indelibly marked the little rose, both mentally and physically. These imprints would render it impossible for Xie Wei to extricate Cao from his life. The hunter had successfully tamed his prey. And now all that remained was to patiently await the moment when the prey would fully open up, completely conquered, and ultimately confined to his side, never to escape. After a while, Xie Wei managed to compose himself. And Cao let out a deep sigh of relief. He first fetched some warm water to offer him, then took a towel, soaked it in hot water, and gently wiped Xie Wei's eyes and cheeks. Xie Wei's skin had become extremely delicate after being immersed in the secret elixir, leaving it prone to marks, which both delighted and troubled Cao. Although Xie Wei's eyes were slightly swollen, they retained a certain charm that evoked a sense of tenderness. Cao lowered his voice, and Summer, standing on the stairs, dared not descend, lingering for a moment before quietly returning to his sister's room. He felt that the tone of Cao's conversation was almost unbearable. And if Xie Wei were to hear it, he might agree that Cao was acting rather indulgently. It was as if he treated his youthful partner as a cub, tenderly cleaning Xie Wei's face before retrieving a small box of fragrant balm from his pocket. Xie Wei had always wished to handle simple tasks like washing up and dressing himself, but whenever Cao was present, he took it upon himself to manage these matters. Cao never afforded him the opportunity to demonstrate his self-sufficiency. The man found joy in performing these trivial tasks for him, a sentiment Xie Wei struggled to comprehend, yet over time, he had grown accustomed to it, just like now, as Cao gently applied the balm with its accompanying brush to his face. Xie Wei no longer reached out to smooth it himself. Instead, he tilted his face upwards, allowing Cao to meticulously apply it for him. After Gib and Jerry prepared dinner, Cao took Summer to the kitchen to bring the dishes inside. Afra, upstairs, imparted numerous lessons to Sona that a mother should teach her daughter, assisting her in changing her clothes and taking the soiled garments to wash. The bathroom in the wooden cabin lacked the magical utensils found in the Rift Station and the castle. It was equipped with a large barrel of water, and heating it required a trip downstairs to stoke the fire, whether due to her constitution or the harsh conditions of the snowy expanse. Sona experienced intense pain, nearly fainting at its worst. Xie Wei had provided her with cotton cloth and a hot water bag, which offered her some relief, endearing him to Sona even before they had met. Afra shared that on the day she came of age, her father and brothers could not distance themselves from her quickly enough, urging her to stay in her room, believing that such a transition would bring disaster and defilement. Sona could not understand why Afra's family viewed this as a form of impurity. In the far northern territories, such notions had never existed, and Aiden and Cao had always shown her care and concern. Summer mentioned that Aiden was preparing a grand feast for her, that Cao's partner had gifted her precious cotton cloth, and that Cao had personally fetched it, even providing her with a hot water bag. Summer had also shared his milk candies with her, a treat she had never tasted before. Although Summer appeared to be particularly fond of the milk candies, he generously shared them with her. Originally, Sona had felt quite unwell due to her pain and had little appetite, but now, clutching the hot water bag against her abdomen, she felt a profound warmth enveloping her heart. The dining table overflowed with aromatic dishes. Upon returning from the kitchen, Gib instructed Cao to seat Xie Wei, then hurried upstairs to check on Sona. Shortly thereafter, Sona descended behind Gib, clad in a warm, fur-lined dress. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Summer. Save for her more delicate features, both possessed chestnut hair and green eyes. Sona had woven many small braids, but unlike Summer's, hers cascaded down her shoulders rather than being tied back. Xie Wei glanced around at the four parasol individuals and noted that only Cao's hair was simply tied back. Reflecting on Cao's earlier suggestion for him to braid his hair, Xie Wei quietly clenched his hands beneath the table. His heart wavered. Perhaps he could indeed braid Cao's hair once. Although Sona had heard from Summer that their new partner was exceedingly handsome. Witnessing him in person left her momentarily speechless. However, it was not long before her eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned in to whisper with Summer, the two of them chatting animatedly. Among those present, aside from Xie Wei, both Gib and Cao, endowed with sharp hearing, caught every word. The two children were conspiring to boast to their friends the next day, flaunting that they had the most beautiful partner in the snowy expanse. Cao and Gib feigned ignorance, urging Xie Wei to eat more. Cao soon discovered that his insistence had little effect on Xie Wei, but if Aiden encouraged him, Xie Wei would obediently take a few more bites. Thus, Cao spoke in the parasol tongue, urging Gib to persuade Xie Wei to eat, as his own words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Upon entering, Gib noticed Xie Wei's swollen eyes and immediately admonished him in their language. Chiding Cao for bullying his partner and expecting him to comply, what foolishness! To make his partner cry was indeed a disgrace to the parasol people. Xie Wei did not understand their conversation. While Sona and Summer stifled their laughter, heads bowed over their meals, Sona had little appetite and ate sparingly, prompting Xie Wei to request Sal to serve her a bowl of hot soup, saying to her, "Drink some more warm soup. It's good for your health." Upon noticing Xie Wei's concern for her, Suan Na joyfully consumed 3 bowls of soup and quietly boasted to her brother. This prompted Sua Imo to gaze longingly at Xie Wei, who found the scene amusing and, without favoritism, instructed Sal to serve another bowl to Sua Imo as well. After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room. Sal first formally introduced Xie Wei to Gib, and then introduced Gib, Suan Na, and Sua Imo to Xie Wei in turn. Following these introductions, Gib presented Xie Wei with a box, claiming it was a gift for their first meeting. Sal then produced another box along with 2 jars. Inside the box were 2 bottles of wine brought from the Empire, while the 2 jars contained the milk candies crafted by Xie Wei himself. Sal explained that the wine was a gift from the Empire, while the candies were made by Xie Wei's own hands. Gib and the 2 children were overjoyed with their gifts, particularly the children, who embraced the jars of candies as if they were treasures, their gazes towards Xie Wei more fervent than before. Feeling unprepared and somewhat guilty, Xie Wei lowered his head to stare at his fingertips, his ears flushing red, leading the others to believe he was merely SHY. As night fell in the snowy expanse, entertainment was scarce. Gib did not keep the children in the living room for long conversations, sending Sua Imo and Sua Na back to their room early, while instructing Sal to take Xie Wei upstairs to rest. Gib himself went outside to fetch hot water for their washing needs. These trivial tasks could have easily been delegated to the guards brought by Sal, yet Gib preferred to handle them himself. After escorting Xie Wei to his designated room, Sal advised him to call for Sua Imo in the room opposite should he need anything, before heading downstairs to assist Gib with the hot water. Chapter 34. What should I do if I lose you too soon alone in the room? With Sal absent, Xie Wei suddenly felt a chill. The wooden cabin lacked a thermal magic array, and having spent the evening near the fireplace downstairs, he found the warmth insufficient in the upstairs room, relying solely on the magical artifact he wore to maintain his body temperature. The artifact did not entirely shield him from the cold of the snowy plains, but merely adjusted the frigid temperatures from several degrees below zero to a more bearable chill. For others, donning warm clothing indoors would suffice, but Xie Wei still felt cold, unbearable, perhaps not, but certainly uncomfortable. From the window, he could see the kitchen below, which featured a wooden A-frame roof, 3 wooden walls, and a 1-meter-high stone enclosure that allowed visibility into the entire kitchen. Sal was stacking chopped wood beneath the stove, while Gib sat beside him, engaged in conversation. After observing for a while, Xie Wei's hands and feet grew icy and stiff, prompting him to turn away, remove his boots, and burrow under the covers. Nestled in the plush bedding, Xie Wei opened the wooden box Gib had gifted him. The box was palm-sized, and upon opening it, he discovered an oval object resembling a badge. Heavy in his hand, adorned with ancient patterns on one side and an irregular, textured design on the other, approximately the size of half his palm, its material was indiscernible, primarily white with golden and silver veins interwoven throughout. Although its purpose eluded him, Xie Wei sensed its value and chose not to stow it in his clothing pocket. Instead, he placed it alongside the short sword Lorelin had crafted for him within the system space, deciding to return it to Sal after he departed from the snowy plains. When Sal returned with the hot water, he found Xie Wei completely cocooned in blankets, not even a strand of hair visible. With only one washing area upstairs, Sal retrieved 2 new wooden basins, prepared a bowl of hot water, and gently lifted a corner of the blanket. Indeed, Xie Wei had already succumbed to slumber. Sal then quietly dressed Xie Wei in a thick nightgown made from monster fur, wrapping him from head to toe. As he changed, Xie Wei stirred awake briefly, and upon recognizing Sal, he felt reassured enough to close his eyes again. Sal worked swiftly, dressing Xie Wei, wiping him down with a warm towel, and tucking him back into the blankets before heading to the washing area. After Sal finished washing up and climbed into bed, Xie Wei instinctively sought the warmth, burrowing closer to him. Sal embraced his soft companion, gently stroking Xie Wei's hair to soothe him, and then leaned down to place a light kiss on his forehead. Having grown accustomed to this routine, Xie Wei responded subtly even in his sleep. The wooden cabin was constructed from a unique timber from the misty forest, providing both sturdiness and soundproofing. Sal endured a few playful bites from Xie Wei on his neck. The neck is a vital spot for both humans and beasts, capable of being lethal. Yet, Sal remained still, allowing Xie Wei to leave several love marks without flinching, expressing concern only for whether his robust skin might discomfort Xie Wei's teeth. After ensuring Xie Wei was asleep, he would rise to fetch hot water and tend to his sleeping partner. Sal gently massaged the abdomen of the murmuring Xie Wei, who would no longer bear children, nor would he. Yet, he could continue to nurture Xie Wei as if he were his own child, committing to care for him even better than his own mother had. Though he had deprived Xie Wei of the right to fatherhood, he would compensate in other ways. The nights in the snowy plains were invariably long and cold. Yet the love shared between partners rendered them warm and fleeting. Xie Wei felt as though he had barely drifted into sleep before dawn broke. As he was not within the castle. He awoke shortly after Sal rose, chilled to the bone. His waist and throat ached, and nestled in the blankets, he mulled over his morning irritability. Once he had calmed, he felt the urge to visit the restroom. With slow determination, he climbed out of bed, donning the plush nightgown that reached his feet. Upon leaving the covers, a shiver coursed through him, and after a moment of acclimatization, he slipped on his shoes and outer robe. Cautiously making his way to the door, Suo Imo, hearing the door open across the hall, recalled Sal's instructions and opened the door, intending to inquire if Xie Wei needed Sal. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by Xie Wei's strikingly radiant face, even more so after a night's rest. His amber eyes glistened with moisture as they regarded him. Suo Imo stuttered, "Xie Wei, Sal went to gather herbs. If you need anything, you may ask me." Before stepping out, Xie Wei had arranged his appearance, knowing there was nothing unusual about his attire. Observing Suo Imo's flushed cheeks and stammering speech, coupled with his averted gaze, Xie Wei assumed the boy was merely shy due to their unfamiliarity. After graciously acknowledging the boy as kindness, Xie Wei proceeded to the room at the end of the corridor. In the castle. His room featured a toilet-like seat connected to the sewage system below, allowing for easy flushing. In contrast, the restroom here only had a wooden bucket for sitting, requiring regular removal for cleaning. After attending to his physiological needs, Xie Wei noticed fresh towels, basins, and a new cup for rinsing in the washing area. The items were distinctly different from those used by Suo Na and Suo Imo, whose belongings appeared well used and worn. The washing area lacked hot water, with a thin layer of ice coating the water tank. Not wishing to inconvenience himself, Xie Wei scooped some water with a ladle, trembling as he washed his face and rinsed his mouth. After tidying up, he shivered his way back to his room, only to encounter Sal returning at that moment. Upon seeing the water stains on Xie Wei's hair and sleeves, coupled with his shivering form, Sal's expression darkened considerably. Xie Wei had witnessed this look before, but it was never associated with pleasant memories, causing him to feel anxious as Sal approached. "I merely got up to wash," Xie Wei explained. Perplexed as to why his simple act of washing his face and brushing his teeth had upset Sal, grabbing Xie Wei's hand, the icy touch intensified Sal's frown. Without hesitation, he lifted Xie Wei into his arms and hurried back to the bedroom. Swiftly removing Xie Wei's clothing and shoes before tucking him back under the covers. He then stripped off his own outer garments and boots before joining Xie Wei in bed, uncertain of Sal's intentions. Xie Wei instinctively recoiled, but was quickly ensnared once more. Sal nestled him firmly against his warm body, enveloping Xie Wei's hands within his chest to warm them and pressing Xie Wei's cold face against his own heated neck. As Xie Wei embraced Sal's warmth, he felt himself thawing, instinctively leaning closer to him without needing encouragement. The mage at the station had warned him that he had suffered 2 severe illnesses, advising against exposure to cold and frequent sickness, lest it affect his longevity. Sal cradled the person in his arms, and his inner tumult gradually subsided. After patiently elucidating the reasons for his discontent, Sal tightened his embrace around Xie Wei and said, "You lack magical aptitude. The lifespan of an ordinary human is at most 100 years, and you are far more fragile than an ordinary person. What shall I do if I lose you too soon?" Upon hearing this, Xie Wei trembled and silently returned the embrace. Chapter 35. He seemed to be in a nightmare. Xie Wei was not surprised that Lauren could discern he had suffered from 2 severe illnesses. Although the medical practices of this world were somewhat primitive, the existence of magical elements allowed sorcerers to employ alternative methods to ascertain conditions that would typically require machines in his previous life. Xie Wei always believed he belonged to the type of reincarnated beings endowed with memories. From the moment of his birth, he possessed a complete self-awareness, vividly recalling an extremely grave illness he endured shortly after entering the world. Yet, to this day, he remains uncertain about the nature of that illness. As a newborn, his vision was blurred, and his hearing was not particularly acute. He had never encountered his mother in this world, leaving him uncertain whether the queen was indeed his biological mother. The only certainty was his identity as a prince. During that time, being an infant, he was unable to control his body, lying daily in a cradle within the tower. Tormented by an unknown agony, his internal organs felt as though they were being scorched by flames, and he would occasionally vomit blood. After being administered various oddly flavored potions, his condition gradually improved by the time he reached 18 months. Before he turned 18 months old, an elderly maid cared for him, diligently feeding him goat's milk at regular intervals, and would gently hold him, softly patting him while whispering prayers when she sensed his distress. He grew fond of this old maid and secretly learned to speak from her. However, when it seemed she had been discovered for teaching him language, she was taken away and never returned. He even remained unaware of her name. Subsequently, she was replaced by a young, beautiful maid who appeared gentle but consistently forgot to feed him. Occasionally, when she brought food, she would intentionally spill it before him. Initially, her mischief was limited to such antics, but later, for reasons unknown, she began to treat him with increasing cruelty, often twisting his limbs. Leaving dark bruises beneath his clothing. He attempted to cry out in desperation to attract the guards' attention outside the door. Yet they remained indifferent, allowing the maid to cover his mouth and silence him. This torment persisted until he turned 6, with each passing year only escalating the maid's abusive tactics, through overhearing the maid's complaints. Xie Wei pieced together the reasons behind her malice. The maid had originally served the queen. She was young and beautiful, from a respectable lineage, her father a count with many children, and she was not favored. Unwilling to marry a minor lord 30 years her senior, she became a chambermaid for the queen. Her intelligence and efficiency, coupled with her skill in makeup and hairstyling, quickly won the queen's affection. However, such favor only permitted her to occupy a respectable position in the court, while her aspirations extended far beyond mere servitude. She successfully captured the attention of Viscount Chris, the eldest son of the Duke of Hudson, who, barring unforeseen circumstances, was destined to inherit the duke's title and considerable fortune. They fell in love beneath the queen's watchful eyes, and Viscount Chris promised her a grand wedding in the future. Everything seemed so promising. If she could just wait another year until Chris returned from his diplomatic mission, she would become a viscountess and eventually a duchess. Yet, the queen punished her for a trivial offense, confining her to this tower to care for a sickly child. As long as that child lived, she was bound to remain here, tending to him. Few within the palace were aware of Xie Wei's existence, and they were uncertain whether he was indeed the offspring of the queen and the emperor. The only certainty was that he possessed the pure bloodline of royalty. A golden dragon scale mark, the size of an adult's thumbnail, adorned Xie Wei's chest, a mark present on every direct descendant of the Fichild family. While its historical origins remained untraceable, it was an accepted notion across the continent that the imperial family of the High-Seaton Empire boasted dragon blood. The queen and emperor seemed indifferent to the life led by their pure blood prince. They appeared only to desire his survival, wishing him to exist like a small cat or dog, oblivious to human speech and reason. Yet, Xie Wei was not a true child. Through brief interactions with the elderly maid and the young maid's constant tirades, he learned the imperial language. Moreover, he awakened a formidable magical talent at the age of 6. One day, as was customary, the maid force-fed him mashed food, and when he choked and struggled to breathe, he shook his head in an attempt to free himself, inciting her wrath. Subsequently, in a fit of madness, the maid repeatedly lamented, "It's all your fault. He married another. It's all your fault. How can you still be alive?" As the maid prepared to pour hot wax upon him, Xie Wei felt a sudden surge of warmth within him, a force coursing through his body and ultimately converging at his fingertips. Instinctively, he unleashed the magic residing within him. In a burst of golden light, everything around him was thrust into chaos. The tower's sturdy stone walls cracked. The maid collapsed at a distance, her fate uncertain, and even the knights outside the door were caught in the aftermath. Blood gushed from their armor, rendering them nearly unable to stand. The commotion drew the emperor and queen to Xie Wei for the first time. He vividly recalled the couple's gaze. It was not the gaze of parents looking at their child. The emperor's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions: fear, nostalgia, obsession, and malice, while the queen's eyes glimmered with surprise and greed. Following this, his life experienced a slight alteration. The maid never reappeared before him. The reinforced tower now bore a protective magical array on its outer walls, and his limbs were shackled by anti-magic chains. Sorcerers came daily to impart knowledge, and his life became filled with purpose and activity. However, even this existence came to an abrupt end at the age of 15 when his magical talent was stripped from him. He subsequently fell ill for 6 months. In total, he endured 2 grave illnesses. Before 18 months, and after 15 years, Sal held Xie Wei close, and he drifted back to sleep, his dreams conjuring many memories that filled his slumbering self with unease and dread, occasionally eliciting painful groans. Believing Xie Wei's ailment stemmed from the cold, Sal, without awakening him, cradled the small Rose and ventured outside the room to summon a physician. He then returned to the bed, still holding his partner. When Afura entered, she beheld Sal, the lord of the snowfield, cradling his companion as one would an infant. She lowered her head and approached quietly, observing closely before gazing affectionately at Xie Wei, stating, "His Highness is not ill. It appears he is trapped in a nightmare, perhaps haunted by something frightful and distressing." Sal's sharp, dark brows furrowed tightly. He could not fathom what could instill such fear and unease in his little Rose. What could possibly cause the Imperial Rose, nurtured in love, to experience terror and anguish even in his dreams? Chapter 36. Sweet as if it could flow to the depths of the heart after a restful slumber. Xie Wei felt as though he had been basking in the warmth of a great furnace. His entire being was enveloped in a cozy warmth, so comfortable that he wished to remain in this state indefinitely. The ability to sleep comfortably is indeed a remarkable blessing. As Sal opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the man's exquisite atoms, apple, and jawline. Xie Wei discovered he still maintained the position of being snugly pressed against Sal, who had removed his outer garments, clad only in a thin shirt. An unceasing warmth radiated from him, prompting Xie Wei to nuzzle into the crook of his neck. He hesitated to rise from this comforting embrace. It was simply too warm. How could it be so warm? Like a little sun. The recipient of his affection felt quite pleased, and in a tone of tenderness he had never employed before. Sal gently coaxed, "Awake, my little Rose. It's time for you to have something to eat." Little Rose found herself ensnared in a nightmarish slumber, her rest initially troubled but gradually settling into tranquility, reluctant to rouse her. Sal wrestled with his own thoughts for a considerable time before finally offering her a cup of honeyed milk. Though Sal was not particularly fond of the taste, Little Rose relished it, eagerly sucking it down like a ravenous little beast, rendering his heart soft and tender. Holding Xie Wei gently, he patted Little Rose's back, reminiscent of how his mother would soothe him to sleep in the past. In those fleeting yet blissful moments, sheltered in the corner of their felt tent under the crimson moon, he was the most serene child upon the snowy plains, cradled by the gentle whispers of his siblings and the comforting embrace of his mother. Now, with his youthful partner still a mere child barely into adulthood, Sal hoped that his own soothing presence would convey love and security to Little Rose in her dreams. When Xie Wei awoke, Sal continued to softly pat his back, discovering that this action brought relaxation and comfort to Little Rose, not only proving effective during sleep, but also coaxing rare expressions of affection from him. As noon approached, he inquired, "May I prepare lunch? I wish to make something delicious for Jibwada and Summerzona to savor." Xie Wei felt a tinge of embarrassment, surprised that he had slept so late without Sal's insistence to awaken him. Indulging in such luxury at the home of his elders left him feeling somewhat awkward and bashful, especially after Sal had kept him up late the previous night. This thought ignited a flicker of annoyance within him, prompting him to shift away from the man. Cocooning himself in the blankets, he buried himself deep within a snug little bundle. Sal gazed affectionately at the cozy form before rising to fetch warm water for Xie Wei to wash up. He noticed that Little Rose's ears had turned a delightful shade of red once more. He cherished the sight of Xie Wei's flustered ears, which made him yearn to gently bite the lovely tips. Such actions elicited unexpectedly delightful reactions from Little Rose. As Xie Wei sat wrapped in the blankets, Sal covered him as he changed his clothes, ensuring he donned plush long socks and boots. The boots were always pristine, appearing brand new each day, with Sal tying them with beautiful knots, rarely allowing them to touch the ground. Inside the castle, the places accessible to Xie Wei were adorned with short pile carpets, meticulously cleaned to perfection daily. When venturing outside, he spent most of his time in a carriage, only briefly walking, as he was often cradled in Sal's arms, just like now, once he was dressed, washed, and had his hair styled by Sal. It was natural for Sal to lift him up. The homes of the Paraso people were grandly constructed, perhaps due to their towering stature and robust physiques, resulting in everything being oversized. Being carried around by Sal posed no risk of bumping into things for Xie Wei. He resembled a doll, completely unfazed by Sal's movements. The only one affected by this was Xie Wei, who felt uncomfortable being treated in such a manner in front of his elders and the children. However, Sal was unyielding in this regard. When he wished to hold Xie Wei, he paid no heed to his protests. Just yesterday, he had allowed him to navigate the stairs unassisted, yet today he forbade it. Leaving Xie Wei perplexed by Sal's seemingly capricious nature, sometimes he complied with Xie Wei's wishes, and other times he did not. Jibu had spent the morning with the two children, drilling a hole in the ice at the lake outside the wooden cabin to catch a few fish, and was now contemplating what to have for lunch. When Sal descended with Xie Wei in his arms, Jibu wore a knowing smile but refrained from teasing the bashful Xie Wei. Upon seeing Xie Wei, Summer and Sona also lowered their heads, cheeks flushed. They thought to themselves how beautifully Sal and Xie Wei's affection blossomed. Feeling somewhat shy, Xie Wei softly expressed his desire to prepare lunch for Jibu and the others. Initially, Jibu objected, doubting that the Imperial Rose would truly be capable of cooking, and concerned that the stone stove in his home might pose a risk to the delicate young noble should he impulsively attempt to cook. However, both Summer and Sona were eager, and Sal agreed, assuring Jibu that he would not actually let Xie Wei handle anything. Reluctantly, Jibu acquiesced, instructing Summer to assist and reminding Sal to keep a close watch on his partner. Xie Wei did not comprehend the tribal language spoken by Jibu and Sal, but he sensed it pertained to him and cocked his head, trying to guess their conversation, noticing Xie Wei's gaze. Sal carried him to a sofa near the fireplace after reaching the lower level. The flickering flames cast a warm glow on Little Rose's cheeks, giving them a delicate flush. Ada has instructed me to ensure your safety and prevent you from getting hurt, Sal explained, leaning down to press his face against Xie Wei's, savoring the warmth of his cheeks, which lifted his spirits. Upon hearing Sal's words, Xie Wei blinked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Sona, still feeling unwell today, could not stomach anything too greasy, prompting Xie Wei to consider preparing a sweet porridge just for her. Wrapped in a fur-lined cloak, he stood by the stove, unable to move his hands as Sal insisted on handling everything, only allowing Xie Wei to dictate the process. Thus, Xie Wei directed Sal to find a dried fruit resembling the taste of red dates and to substitute red beans with a type of honey bean native to the snowy plains. With rice and milk readily available, he intended to make a pot of fragrant red bean porridge for Sona. In the realm of Rao, sugar was a precious commodity. Xie Wei had never tasted it before turning 18. Only encountering sugar and honey after being taken away from the empire by Sal. Following Xie Wei's guidance, Sal added honey to the clay pot, and upon seeing Xie Wei glance his way, he fetched a clean spoonful and brought it to Xie Wei's lips. Instinctively, Xie Wei opened his mouth to receive the spoon, the rich sweetness of honey enveloping his senses, causing him to smile involuntarily. Sal rarely witnessed Xie Wei smile, so when he did, Sal wished to prolong the joy. He poured a bowl of honey, cleaned the spoon, and set it down before pulling up a stool for Xie Wei to sit beside Summer, who was tending the fire. Cradling the bowl of honey, Xie Wei observed Sal returning to stir the porridge, feeling as though Sal was treating him like a child, yet the honey was undeniably sweet, sweet enough to flow to the depths of his heart. Summer remained focused on the fire, unaware of what his two partners were up to. The red bean porridge would be complete once milk was added and stirred evenly, and while preparing it, Sal, under Xie Wei's guidance, made sweet and sour pork, spicy chicken bites, mushroom and chicken rice, along with stir-fried mushrooms and pork rib soup. Though it was designated as Xie Wei's lunch to prepare, in reality, he merely instructed Sal on how to cook, specifying the amounts of seasoning and monitoring the heat and timing, never once touching the stove himself. If pressed to claim he contributed, it would be that he manually crushed a type of sour fruit to substitute for vinegar. Despite the absence of the condiment, all the dishes Sal prepared were of generous portions, served on plates larger than Xie Wei's arm. Upon seeing the final products, Xie Wei fell silent for a moment, pondering that if he had truly been the one to cook this meal, he would undoubtedly be unable to lift his arms afterward. The Paraso people typically consumed only 2 meals during winter due to limited food supplies. Without much physical activity, they settled for breakfast and dinner. With the sun setting early, they usually completed their evening meal by 4 o'clock. Summer's breakfast was at 6:30, when dawn broke, and although their food was abundant, they still adhered to 2 meals a day. Ada insisted that all the vassals should follow suit, and any surplus food would be periodically distributed among those in need. When Xie Wei mentioned making lunch, Sal did not clarify, as Xie Wei was accustomed to 3 meals a day. Sal even contemplated providing him with extra meals. Xie Wei typically ate 3 meals, resulting in his dinner time being later than that of the Paraso people. The food Sal consumed at 6:30 in the morning was digested by noon, and even when he felt hunger in the afternoon, he refrained from eating until Xie Wei's dinner time, so they could share the meal together. Gasa and the others had been cautioned by Sal, hence no one dared to comment on this. Everyone was aware that the Imperial Rose was the only one in the castle, aside from children under 8 and the sick or injured, who dined 3 times a day, yet none harbored any resentment. They understood that every resource spent on the Imperial Rose was earned by their lord through his own merit, never utilizing anything belonging to the vassals. As a lord, Sal, despite his stern and ruthless demeanor, with methods that could be somewhat cruel, was nonetheless a competent leader. Chapter 37. Taking you to a place in the wooden cabin, Sona accompanied Jibu. Standing by the window, as they had been observing for quite some time, Jibu chuckled and remarked to Sona, "This is the first time I've seen Sal prepare something that looks edible." Upon hearing this, Sona also laughed. Salanta was not particularly particular about food. She had witnessed Salanta consume half of a small magical beast that had just been slaughtered in her youth. That incident had frightened her to tears, and since then, Salanta had refrained from eating raw in her presence. However, even when it came to cooked meals, if they were not prepared by others, the dishes Salanta conjured were often either undercooked or charred and hard. Adon mentioned that after Salanta was abducted from the snowfields at the tender age of 4, she endured a long period of hunger, leading her to prioritize mere sustenance over culinary finesse. Anything edible was simply shoved into her mouth and swallowed. Eating was merely a means of survival for her. No one knew the harrowing experiences Salanta had faced before Adon brought her back from beyond the snowfields. But it was universally acknowledged that she must have suffered greatly. The abducted Parasol people were not treated kindly anywhere outside the snowfields, a harsh truth known to all Parasol folk. Salanta was now 29. And Adon had discovered her at a beast-taming facility when she was already 16. Adon had never elaborated on the details of those years, but Sona could recall the glimmer of tears in Adon's eyes and the veins that bulged on the back of his hands whenever he mentioned it. The Parasol people of the extreme north do not forget their hatred or their deceased kin. They simply abhor slaughter and warfare. What Xie Wei considered lunch was, in fact, an early dinner for the others. The meal took about an hour to prepare, significantly faster than Xie Wei had anticipated. He was somewhat taken aback by Sal's culinary prowess, pondering how Sal could possess such a natural talent for cooking after only a few attempts. Meanwhile, in the castle, Chef Geoffrey had found the last 2 days quite relaxed in the Lord's absence. Since the banquet, the Lord had frequently ventured into the kitchen to prepare meals. Some turned out successful on the first try, while others required numerous attempts. The successful dishes were sent to His Highness Xie Wei's table, while the failures were consumed by the Lord himself, and occasionally, he would share the overly failed attempts with the others. Reflecting on this, Geoffrey sighed, feeling as if he had nearly lost his appetite after consuming so many of the Lord's failed culinary endeavors. Xie Wei was unaware of the taste of Sal's failures. He was currently savoring Sal's sweet and sour pork, which was delightful. Both Xie Wei and the two children had a fondness for this dish, while Sal and Gib had only sampled a few bites before turning their attention elsewhere. As they were more enamored with spicy chicken cubes. Of the 4 chickens cut into pieces, 2.5 found their way into Gib and Sal's stomachs, since the rice had been procured from Xie Wei's cart and was limited. Each person received only a bowl of steamed rice. Xie Wei could discern that Sal relished the mushroom chicken rice, and he silently resolved to prepare more for Sal upon their return to the castle. With 4 generously portioned dishes accompanied by steamed rice and pork rib soup, Xie Wei believed they had enough food for their dinner, sufficient to satiate 10 adult men in the empire. Yet, in reality, the 4 Parasol people present, apart from him, had not fully filled their bellies. Summer and Sona, being twins, were not as robust at birth as other children, and even at 12 years of age, they remained less strong and tall than their peers. Nonetheless, their appetites were considerable. The extreme northern territories were bitterly cold in winter, necessitating ample caloric intake to withstand the chill. Thus, the average Parasol person's food consumption was 2 to 3 times greater than that of those outside the snowfields. Eventually, the steamed rice and dishes were devoured, leaving only half of Sona's sweet red bean porridge, which she had kept warm by the fireplace. After sampling a few bites of her rice, Sona offered it to Summer, for she preferred the rich, creamy porridge prepared by Xie Wei. With every sip, the delightful amalgamation of river rice, honey beans, honey, and milk was so exquisite that she hesitated to swallow, after finishing a bowl of steaming sweet porridge. Sona felt the persistent ache in her abdomen ease. She had consumed 2 large bowls, while the others had not partaken at all. Summer had a slight desire to drink some but wished for his sister to have more. With no rice remaining, and with Salanta and Xie Wei returning to the castle the following day, it was uncertain when they would next indulge in the delightful sweet red bean porridge. In the extreme northern territories, rice was a rare and precious commodity, and the staple foods of the Parasol people were meat, bread, and dried flatbreads. Thus, porridge had yet to find its place on their tables, where all boiled foods were simply referred to as soup. After the meal, Summer took the 2 magical beasts out to play. Sal's beast, Puka, enjoyed the company of a silver-furred magical creature named Jelly, a female beast and Gib's contracted companion. Puka, having been brought out of the misty forest by Sal while still in its juvenile stage, was lively and unruly, often requiring Sal to leave it in Jelly's care. Jelly, having no offspring of her own, tended to Puka as if it were her young, and even now, Puka regarded Jelly as its mother. Whenever Puka had a quarrel with Sal or received a scolding, it would dash from the castle to the cabin to seek comfort and complain to Jelly. The magical beasts understood each other's thoughts without the need for language, communicating instead through various vocal frequencies. Across the entire continent of Laurel, only the ancient divine beings, alongside the long-disappeared dragons and elves, could communicate with magical beasts without the need for contracts, possessing an innate ability to converse with all magical creatures. Xie Wei and Sona remained seated by the fireplace, sipping on the herbal soup that Sal had prepared. The herbs had been gathered by Sal in the morning from the valley's outskirts, growing near the hot springs in the caves. Known for their healing properties against stomach ailments, last night, Xie Wei had been mumbling about his discomfort, prompting Sal to rise early to collect the herbs, initially intending to boil the concoction for Little Rose after breakfast. But it wasn't until the afternoon that she had the chance to drink it. Upon seeing Sona while boiling the herbal soup, Sal remembered that she could also partake, thus preparing an additional portion. Sal had been struggling with how to coax Little Rose into drinking the unpalatable herbal mixture, but with Sona joining in, the process proved remarkably smooth. Although still reluctant, Little Rose obediently finished the herbal soup. Unlike the time shortly after leaving the Empire when she had been unconscious, spitting out any potion fed to her, unable to swallow anything but water, those days had tested Sal's patience to its limits as he tried to administer the medicine. He had even resorted to prying open Xie Wei's lips to force a bit into him. Without such measures, in a state where he could only consume water, Xie Wei's body would have been unable to recover on its own. As soon as Xie Wei finished the last sip of herbal soup, Sal stuffed a milk candy into his mouth, also offering one to Sona. Taken aback, Sona accepted it. Salanta was neither particularly close to her nor Summer. While he cared for them, such an intimate gesture had never occurred before. Gib, sitting nearby, noticed this and smiled as he watched Sal and Xie Wei, eventually turning his gaze toward the darkening sky outside. Reminding Sal, it's about time. You should take Xiavi along. Upon hearing Gib's words, Xie Wei looked at Sal in confusion, asking, "Where are we going? Aren't we returning to the castle tomorrow?" Sal replied, "I'm taking you to a special place." Rising from his seat, he took the fur cloak hanging on the rack and draped it around Xie Wei. Fastening it securely, he then wrapped a scarf around him and placed a hood over his head. Ensuring he was snugly bundled before lifting him into his arms and stepping outside. At the edge of the wooden cabin's fence, Sal's guard was waiting with the horse. Chapter 38. Is it not just a scam? Xie Wei sat side saddle on the horse, cradled in Sal's embrace. Though he was already tightly wrapped, the addition of Sal's cloak shielded him from the chill, and the bumpy ride did not make him feel cold. After leaving the wooden cabin at Jibwada, they had galloped for nearly an hour. Xie Wei was unaware of Sal's destination, as Sal had not disclosed it, and being enveloped in the cloak, he could see nothing. Apart from occasionally assuring Sal that he felt no discomfort, Xie Wei seized moments to doze off. His body, whether in childhood or now, was prone to fatigue, leading him to spend much of his day in slumber. Had Xie Wei been able to peek out from Sal's embrace, he would have noticed that Sal was circling around a few fixed locations, as if searching for something, uncertain of where it might appear. Relying purely on chance, the stars above the snowy expanse shone exceptionally bright that night. Sal did not need to use the luminous crystal, as he could discern the path clearly by the light of the stars and moon. On such nights, the likelihood of encountering the divine beast Malloy increased significantly. Yet, Sal understood that Xie Wei's frail body could not endure prolonged exposure to the elements if he remained seated on the horse for too long. The Little Rose would undoubtedly feel sore all over the next day. Thus, he mentally set a time limit. If they did not encounter Malloy within 2 hours, he would take the Little Rose back. Though opportunities were scarce, occurring only once a year, he believed that he and the Little Rose still had ample time, and they would eventually receive the blessing of the divine messenger, Malloy, the ancient divine beast residing deep within the snowy mountains. Was known to the Parasol people as the Lord of the Mountains, meaning the sovereign of the snow peaks. The Lord of the Mountains, Malloy, served as the steed of the ancient goddess Nyasos and was a messenger of the gods. Even after the collapse of the floating island temple and the demise of the gods nearly 10 millennia ago, it remained a symbol of divinity. And the cultural heritage of the Parasol people. There are 2 ways to form a partnership. One way is to become nominal partners. Both parties construct a tent together, placing their belongings inside, and announce to their kin that they will live together from then on. They then light a bonfire at night and celebrate with meat and wine, thus solidifying their bond. The other way is to hold a binding ceremony, where, in the presence of their kin, a high priest engraves a soul contract for both parties. This ritual binds their souls together, ensuring they remain united across lifetimes. However, the binding ceremony requires the blessing of a divine messenger, and Malloy, who appears only once a year on the snowy plains, is not easily found. Most couples spend decades without encountering Malloy even once, and even when they do, it does not guarantee a blessing. Sal decided to bring Xie Wei to meet Jibwada at this time. Not only to introduce his partner, but also to search for Malloy. Many years ago, Jibwada also sought Malloy with his partner for many years, and they eventually succeeded. Drawing from this experience, Jibwada informed Sal that the probability of encountering Malloy that night was quite high. If he wished to bind their souls, he should take his partner and give it a try. Malloy would appear in a few locations dedicated to the worship of divine statues during winter nights. Those seeking Malloy must not accept help from others. Only the two of them could traverse between the statues. As sung in the songs passed down among the Parasol people, if destined partners are meant to be inseparable across lifetimes, they are sure to encounter Malloy. Sal firmly believed that he and the little Rose could receive the blessing of the divine messenger. They were fated to be together, inseparable across lifetimes. As the time limit drew nearer, Sal's heart grew increasingly anxious. He knew well that the blessing of the divine messenger was not easily obtained, yet as long as they could not bind their souls, his heart would remain restless. As he had expressed, he feared losing his little Rose too soon. He had never been so terrified of losing anything before. Despite once having nothing, he felt no fear. Yet now, he found himself constantly needing reassurance that his little Rose would remain by his side. Each night, as he fell asleep holding the little Rose, though it had only been a few months, he had already become deeply enamored with this sensation. After a long, exhausting day, returning to the greenhouse and gazing at the tranquil sleeping face of his Imperial Rose brought him immense peace. Yet, the solitude that crept in after nightfall would often invade his very being, replaying the purgatory in his mind. But at that moment, it all faded away. The monstrous beasts lurking in the darkness ceased to torment him. His gaze would solely rest upon the Imperial Rose in his bed. He would embrace his delicate, fragrant partner tightly, releasing his pent-up emotions in soft murmurs, surrendering himself to the tender embrace of his partner. The Imperial Rose was both his sanctuary and his prison. He would lay bare his most vulnerable self before her, yearning for her to tame the beast within him. In a drowsy haze, Xie Wei felt Sal's heartbeat racing, so he tentatively placed his hand against Sal's chest through the fabric. Despite the lightweight clothing beneath Sal's cloak, Xie Wei could feel the tension of his muscles. Noticing Xie Wei's gesture, Sal tightened his hold around him and softly inquired, "Do you feel stifled?" Startled by Sal's voice, Xie Wei quickly withdrew his hand, responding with a low, affirming hum. The Parasol people's senses are significantly sharper than those of ordinary humans. Thus, Sal heard Xie Wei's faint sound clearly through the thick cloak that he reined in the horse, bringing it to a halt. Sal then lifted his cloak, pulling down the little Rose's hood slightly, exposing his amber eyes. Upon encountering the cold air, frost quickly adorned Xie Wei's long eyelashes, enhancing his beauty. Sal, unable to resist, leaned in to kiss the little Rose's eyes. Were it not for his concern about his fragile partner succumbing to the cold, he would have wished to pull down the scarf and kiss him deeply. Being with Xie Wei filled Sal with an insatiable desire to kiss him. He was captivated by the little Rose's skin and scent, which perpetually tempted him. Xie Wei could not discern Sal's thoughts, but he noticed a change in Sal's gaze, a hunger he had seen too many times before, which had begun to form a psychological shadow over him. Thus, he averted his gaze, avoiding Sal's eyes, and asked, "Sal, have we not yet reached the place you intend to take me?" Sal, still holding Xie Wei, glanced at the vacant statues nearby, contemplating as he gently led the horse towards them. He softly explained, "I wanted to bring you to seek Malloy, but since I was uncertain if we would encounter it today, I did not inform you in advance," detecting the melancholy in Sal's tone. Xie Wei grew curious about what Malloy was, prompting him to inquire further. "What is Malloy?" "A divine beast that brings happiness," Sal summarized succinctly. As the horse moved forward under his guidance, Sal was so captivated by the delicate, curled lashes of his partner that he failed to pay attention to the path ahead. "What does it look like?" "Malloy glows with shimmering white and blue lights, resembling a horse covered in silver blue scales. With a pure white tail and a head like a deer, its antlers translucent like crystal, white at the top and blue at the bottom," Sal described based on the images he had seen. Oblivious to Xie Wei's gaze fixed on a creature with golden eyes nearby, matching Sal's description, Xie Wei suddenly noticed a figure by the statue that had been sticking out its tongue at him, which seemed to be the Malloy Sal was searching for. Tugging at Sal's cloak, Xie Wei pointed at the creature that had resumed spitting at him, saying, "Sal, is that it?" Upon hearing Xie Wei's words, Sal immediately turned his gaze and beheld the divine messenger spitting at his partner. The saliva falling from Malloy transformed into shimmering diamond-like crystals upon touching the ground, rare materials for crafting defensive magical artifacts, making them highly sought after. However, it seemed the creature had already produced a considerable amount and showed no signs of stopping. Watching the Malloy continue to spit at him, Xie Wei raised his face in confusion and asked Sal, "Why does it dislike me and spit at me?" Sal, stifling the urge to laugh at his partner's distressed expression, leaned down to plan a gentle kiss on Xie Wei's forehead as a gesture of comfort. He then tenderly assured the little Rose, "It does not dislike you. It adores you. So, shall we dismount and pet it? I find it difficult to comprehend the behavior of spitting on someone simply because of affection." Yet Xie Wei was still embraced and dismounted by Sal.as the spirited Malloy continued its vigorous spitting. It noticed their approach, halted its actions, wagged its tail, and gracefully trotted over from beside the statue. It leaned forward, first sniffing Xie Wei, then Sal, before lowering its head in front of Xie Wei, remaining still. Xie Wei, now placed on the ground by Sal, stood at the height of Malloy's neck, but with the towering divine beast bowing its head. It seemed to invite him to caress its exquisite antlers. Thus, Xie Wei reached out to stroke the crystalline beauty of the antlers. Sal made no sound to deter him. He believed that everything should unfold naturally when interacting with Malloy. Just then, he witnessed the enormous antlers atop Malloy's head suddenly fall away. Xie Wei was taken aback, while Sal stood in stunned silence. Xie Wei thought, did it just drop off from a mere touch? Is it trying to trick me? Sal pondered. Isn't the blessing of the divine envoy only a small fragment? How could an entire set fall off? Simultaneously, a clear system notification echoed in Xie Wei's mind. Acquired the blessing of the divine envoy 1.500. Chapter 39. He wished to remain by this man's side forever. After hearing the system prompt, Xie Wei confirmed it 3 times before he could truly believe that he had miraculously gained 500 points. Adding to his previous 1 point, he now possessed a total of 501 points. With 5 points required for a card draw, he could now draw 100 times. This was akin to a windfall. And Xie Wei was overjoyed. Glancing at the beautiful antlers resting in the snow, he reached out once more to touch Malloy. The great beast nudged its large head against his palm, and then a radiant white light glimmered atop its head, followed by swirling blue orbs that danced gracefully, reconstituting a pair of splendid antlers atop Malloy's crown. In an instant, Malloy's golden eyes gazed gently at the human before it, sensing a remarkably familiar aura that drew it closer. Sal bent down to pick up the fallen antlers along with nearly 100 crystal stones, then stood beside Xie Wei, observing as the divine beast nuzzled affectionately against him. After enduring the sight for a moment, he could no longer restrain himself as Malloy leaned in to lick Xie Wei's cheek, pulling the boy back into his embrace. Malloy tilted its head, surveying Sal, sensing a distinctly dangerous aura emanating from him. Thus refraining from approaching Xie Wei again. It stood there, reluctantly gazing at Xie Wei, but seemed unable to linger any longer, turning away to walk back to the statue, looking back with every step until its figure gradually faded, ultimately transforming into countless white and blue orbs that swirled around the statue. Xie Wei and Sal stood in place, watching the illuminated statue, which was not crafted with great precision and, after years of exposure to the elements, had left Xie Wei struggling to discern its indistinct features and some runes from its 3-meter height. The orbs gathered around the statue, gently brushing against it, and Xie Wei surprisingly felt their affection and endless longing. After a time, the orbs began to dim, and Malloy retreated deep into the snowy mountains, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his eyes. Xie Wei raised his hood to shield his face and gently sniffed. In the present day, the continent of Lar no longer harbored any gods. Aside from the Parasol people, who continued to worship the goddess Nyasos, a significant portion of other nations had abandoned their faith. He recalled hearing from the mage who once taught him that many temples had fallen into disrepair. People no longer believed in deities because, during the catastrophe wrought by the Red Moon, countless souls had prayed to the gods for salvation, yet none came to their aid. Eventually, they grasped the harsh truth. There were no gods left on this continent. Now, only Malloy could attest to the existence of divinity, and it alone would forever cherish the memory of its god. Sal sensed Xie Wei's somber mood, and though he did not yet fully understand his little Rose, he could feel his sensitivity and fragility at that moment. He stowed the antlers in a bag, secured it to his horse, and retrieved a Malloy crystal, its luminous white glow captivating. He placed the crystal in Xie Wei's hand, speaking softly, "I shall have this made into a piece of jewelry for you. The latest and most exquisite design. You will look splendid wearing it." Xie Wei gazed at the sparkling crystal in his palm, recognizing Sal's intent to cheer him up. Sal had a few methods for lifting his spirits, and gifting him beautiful adornments was one of them. He did not respond verbally, merely turning to bury his face into Sal's cloak. Sal's warmth enveloped him entirely when embraced by his little Rose. A rush of warmth coursed through Sal's veins, and he held Xie Wei tightly, wishing to meld him into his very being. This time, Xie Wei did not struggle against Sal's fervent grip. Instead, he murmured softly, "The vanishing deities shall forever be remembered by Malloy, yet my disappearance will go unnoticed by anyone. In truth, Xie Wei rarely contemplated his past life anymore, but for reasons unknown, he found himself recalling the deep-seated longing he felt during those solitary days in the hospital, awaiting death. Back then, he had harbored a hope that someone would discover his plight, yet no one did, until the very end. The only sight that met his eyes was the stark white ceiling of the ward. The situation was no different in this world. He had been sent from the Empire to the far northern territory, his second birthplace, where no one would remember him, think of him, or care for him. Cao could not fathom why Xie Wei would utter such words. He lifted Xie Wei into his arms and whispered into his ear, "You cannot disappear from my side. If you dare to leave, I will notice immediately and retrieve you, locking you away in a place where no one but I can find you, ensuring you see only me from henceforth," though his words were steeped in threat. His tone was remarkably gentle. Xie Wei silently wrapped his arms around Cao's neck, and in that moment, he wished to remain by this man's side forever, for it seemed he truly cared for him. When Cao returned to the valley with Xie Wei, the latter had already succumbed to sleep in his embrace. As he entered the small wooden house, Gib was seated by the fireplace, engrossed in a book. "How did it go?" he asked softly upon seeing Xie Wei asleep. "I got it." Cao dangled the bag containing the antlers from his finger. Feeling a surge of pride, he approached Gib and waved the bag in front of him. Continuing, the mountain lord took a liking to Xie Wei and gifted him an entire set of antlers. "The Imperial Rose is destined for the snowfields, and Xie Wei is meant to be mine." Upon hearing that Cao had obtained something, Gib's book fell from his hands to the floor, and when he heard the mention of an entire set of antlers, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could he have misheard? Cao was claiming to have received an entire set. The blessing of the divine envoy could only be a thin sliver the size of a fingernail. To encounter Malloy for the first time and receive a whole set of antlers. Gib began to doubt Cao's sanity, wondering what nonsense this child was spouting. Regardless of Gib's skepticism, Cao had already ascended the stairs with his little Rose. Glancing at the time, Cao noted it was 9 in the evening. After some thought, he decided to wake Xie Wei so he could eat something. Before leaving, he had instructed the chef, Jelly, to prepare fish soup, which would be perfect for consumption now. Gently, Cao changed Xie Wei's clothes, wiped his hands and face, and after placing him on the bed and tucking him in, Summer returned with the fish soup. Before Summer departed, Cao whispered, "There's plenty of fish soup left. You and Sona should have some before sleeping." Summer intended to refuse but swallowed his words upon meeting Cao's gaze, closing the door and rushing downstairs to fetch the soup. Cao remained as he always was, allowing no one to defy him. He remained unaware that as the lord of the snowfield, he would not permit anyone to defy him. Bent at the bedside, he gently coaxed his partner to rise for a bowl of soup. When met with refusal, he did not succumb to anger, but rather, with a hint of resignation, he gathered them into his embrace, feeding them spoonful by spoonful like nurturing a young creature. Chapter 40. Can my little prince forgive me? The following morning, in a haze of drowsiness, Xie Wei was fed breakfast by Cao. He did not change his attire. Instead, he was bundled along with the bedding and carried onto the carriage by Cao. Xie Wei felt discomfort throughout his body. With every slight movement from Cao, he would wince and cry out in pain, yet the soreness would linger for days if not alleviated. This meant that for the next few days, Xie Wei would not allow Cao to touch him, save for kisses and gentle caresses, a notion Cao found intolerable, as he craved to embrace the little Rose daily. Thus, after the carriage departed from the valley, Cao removed Xie Wei's nightclothes and began to massage his tense muscles. Xie Wei, abruptly awakened by the pain, was filled with irritation. He raised his leg to kick Cao, but his ankle was seized. After a flurry of aimless punches and kicks, Xie Wei found himself breathless and pinned down by Cao. The guards outside the carriage could not hear Xie Wei's cries, but Pu Ka could. Worrying, it trailed alongside the carriage, occasionally pressing its ear against the wall. It pondered how Cao could act thus. Was he truly assaulting his partner? Beasts of magic would never harm their companions. Cao was changing for the worse. In the meantime, Cao was trying to appease his sulking partner, who had wrapped himself in the covers after dressing. Xie Wei resolved not to speak to Cao for the day, although he felt considerably better physically. The recent pain had left him irritable. He was naturally sensitive to discomfort, and Cao's treatment had genuinely angered him. Previously, Xie Wei had also been forcibly massaged by Cao, resulting in anger that dissipated quickly. Easily soothed, which led Cao to underestimate the severity of the situation. This time, however, Xie Wei was resolute in his silent treatment, eyes closed as he perused the card pool within the system that he had yet to draw cards. But his points were sufficient, and the pool was now open. Today, he intended to draw a few cards. Rather than drawing a multitude at once, Xie Wei opted for a 10 draw at the cost of 50 points. After selecting the 10 draw option, a series of notification chimes echoed in his ears. Congratulations! You have obtained item card. Cold-resistant wheat seeds 100. Congratulations! You have obtained item card. Cold-resistant rice seeds 100. Congratulations! You have obtained item card. Cream strawberries 100. Congratulations! You have obtained item card. Contraceptive supplies 100. Congratulations. You have obtained item card. Contraceptive supplies 100. Once the notification subsided, Xie Wei opened his backpack to inspect the items acquired from the tin drawer. 100 cold-resistant wheat seeds, 100 cold-resistant rice seeds, 100 cream strawberries, 300 contraceptive supplies, 1 magic talent recall scroll, and 3 bottles of stamina potion. Gazing at the 300 small, square packets, Xie Wei felt his ears flush crimson. He could not fathom why he had drawn such items, and in such quantity. Cao, troubled by Xie Wei's silence, pondered how to placate him, knowing full well that preventing any contact with the little Rose was out of the question. Just as he was deep in thought, Cao was unexpectedly struck by a pillow. Xie Wei had risen and fiercely hurled the pillow at Cao's face before burrowing back into the covers. He contemplated that Cao must not be human. No one could possess such insatiable desires day after day. Xie Wei could not comprehend how, in his fragile state, he had not been utterly broken by Cao. Each night, as Xie Wei succumbed to slumber, Cao meticulously applied ointments and cared for him, even channeling the holy spring into Xie Wei's bathing area for daily soaks, all while remaining a hidden benefactor. Xie Wei's one-sided Cold War persisted until they were nearing Gyuta City that evening. On the journey back, Cao's caravan encountered a patrol of Paulus soldiers returning to the city. Upon recognizing their lord, the patrol hurried forth to report their rescue of a winter bounty hunter who had ventured into the snowfield. The bounty hunter, Kirk, had risked everything to enter the snowfield in search of relics to save his gravely ill wife. He had intended to bring back valuable artifacts to exchange for gold for her treatment, but had fallen into a trap within the ruins. Plummeting into a cavern, trapped in the labyrinthine cave for an entire month, he survived on the meager supplies he had brought, finally discovering a hard egg in a more spacious chamber. After securing the egg in his spatial pouch, he continued his search for an exit, ultimately finding one on the third day when his food and water ran out. Upon escaping, he lacked the strength to forage for food, resorting to eating snow before making his way to a known supply point of the Paulus people, where he encountered the patrol. The Paulus were fairly amicable towards civilian bounty hunters as long as they did not trespass into forbidden territories. The continent of Lal was dotted with countless ruins, accessible to anyone in ancient times, yet now certain nations claimed these relics as their own. All who entered must pay a fee, and any items extracted must first be offered to their nation, often at meager prices. Currently, only the ancient ruins in the far northern territories remained open for exploration, which had prompted nations, led by the Dekara kingdom, to invade the snowfield. However, it was proven that the peoples inhabiting such harsh lands were not to be trifled with. The lord of the far northern territory had repelled an invading army of millions with less than 10,000 cavalry. Soldiers from various nations who had lived through that war would still feel a surge of inexplicable fear at the mere mention of the Paulus. Xie Wei, upon hearing of the hard egg, emerged from the covers. Cao remained in the carriage, partially opening the window to listen to the patrol leader's report. Knowing Xie Wei was eavesdropping, intrigued, he cautiously approached the bed to observe the little Rose, who had turned his face away. The patrol saved a bounty hunter who possesses a beautiful egg. Would you like me to procure it for you? Xie Wei turned his face back, maintaining a stern silence. Thus, Cao continued, very well, I shall send someone to purchase it from the bounty hunter immediately and bring it to you shortly. Please do not remain angry. Can you forgive me? Seeing Xie Wei's demeanor soften, Cao quickly lifted him into his arms, gently patting his back while soothing him. Can you forgive me? My little Rose, my prince, will you forgive me? His deep, melodious voice was a tender balm, and Xie Wei found it hard to resist, especially with the possibility that the egg might be a dragon's. That I wish to rest well tonight. Xie Wei finally spoke, and Cao sighed in relief. He took Xie Wei's hand and kissed the tips of his fingers before gently saying, As you command, my prince. Chapter 41. Is there not enough food in the territory? By the time Cao had finished feeding Xie Wei a cup of honeyed milk, the egg had arrived. It was indeed a stunning specimen. A shimmering ice blue with white patterns adorning its shell. Cao held the dragon egg before Xie Wei, who, upon touching it, revealed a faint smile, which in turn lifted Cao's spirits. However, soon after, Xie Wei's smile faded once more, prompting Cao to inquire, What troubles you? However, Xie Wei merely shook his head in mild frustration, choosing not to articulate his thoughts. He then nestled back into the bedding, cradling the dragon egg. As he caressed the shell of the dragon egg and observed the system panel displaying unhatched frost dragon egg 1. He pondered for a moment and arrived at a conclusion. The items he acquired passively, regardless of their rarity or quantity, seemed to merit only a single point. He recalled the peculiar instance when he obtained 2 rare pink-scaled fish. which also yielded merely 1 point. In contrast, the divine blessing he had previously received had granted him a substantial 500 points. He mused that although it was Sarl who had guided him to find Malloy, he was the first to discover Malloy and to make contact with him. Thus, that encounter could be considered as his own initiative. Conversely, the pink-scaled fish and the dragon egg had been gifts from Sarl, which clarified why they were valued at only 1 point. After coming to this realization, Xie Wei sighed. Acknowledging that accumulating points was indeed a formidable challenge, he glanced at the magic talent recall scroll in his bag and clicked on it, revealing its description beside him. The scroll explicitly stated that it could only recall 2 points of talent. Although Xie Wei was uncertain of his total talent points, he knew that 2 was likely a meager amount. A magician's talent typically increases with continual learning, and their magical power grows with age and understanding of magic. This understanding dawned on Xie Wei while he lay in bed, enduring pain after being stripped of his magical talents. Prior to this, he had found it odd that, despite being forbidden from speaking, a magician was assigned to teach him about magic. If the intention was to hone his talent and enhance his magical power only to take it away. Then it all made sense. Looking at the scroll floating before him, Xie Wei pressed his lips together and expressionlessly used the scroll. Consequently, a magic power bar icon appeared in the system, indicating a total of 2. With the overall gray icon showing little change, observing the small Rose, who had closed her eyes after lying down, Sarl gently caressed the silky strands of her long hair, contemplating that she might simply be fatigued. Especially since she had barely slept due to her earlier tantrum, Xie Wei had spent the entire day lying in the carriage, and having not taken a nap due to his quarrel with Sarl. He indeed felt a bit weary. After using the scroll and closing the system, he drifted off to sleep while holding the dragon egg, thus missing the emergence of a new task on the taskbar. Hatch the frost dragon egg to gain 500 points. Sarl had grown accustomed to Xie Wei occasionally dozing off. When the carriage came to a halt in the castle courtyard, he wrapped Xie Wei in the bedding as he had done in the morning and carried him to the greenhouse on the top floor. The guards outside the bedroom, along with Gesang, paused momentarily upon seeing Sarl approach with the large bundle of fur and bedding. However, they quickly noticed the few strands of platinum hair peeking out from the bedding. They lowered their heads to the floor, some open doors, holding their breath and moving quietly, fearful of awakening the Imperial Rose cradled in their lord's arms. Upon entering the bedroom, Sarl gently laid Xie Wei onto the soft, plush bed, ensuring the room was warm. He first placed the dragon egg he had been holding into a decorative basket on the cupboard, then removed Xie Wei's thick nightgown, setting it aside, though completely undressed. Xie Wei remained slightly chilled, yet he did not awaken as Sarl tenderly stroked him into a deeper slumber. After swiftly shedding his outer garments and donning a comfortable robe, Sarl cradled the small Rose once again, admiring her delicate, smooth skin and appreciating every aspect of her form until Xie Wei, growing restless, nibbled at him in his dreams. Sarl chuckled softly and carried his partner into the bathroom. Xie Wei's bathroom was divided into 3 sections: a restroom for physiological needs, a spacious washroom, and a bathing area capable of accommodating 10 individuals. The bath was constructed from a cool-touch jade stone, filled with milky white water. Since Xie Wei had moved in, he had indulged in soaking here daily. Sarl had arranged for his subordinates to painstakingly source the holy spring from the Nyaso's snow mountain. For an ordinary person, bathing in its waters would heal most surface injuries, making it a remarkably restorative spring. However, due to the prolonged exposure to the palace's secret medicines, the marks Sarl had left on Xie Wei were difficult to erase even with the holy spring, leaving his skin a mottled tapestry of bluish-purple hues, suggesting he had endured some inhumane torment. In truth, Sarl had been exceedingly gentle, far more so than on their wedding night. Though still assertive and unwilling to accept refusal, he had become more attuned to Xie Wei's feelings. Thus, at this point, Xie Wei had not yet realized that, regardless of his internal hesitations, his body was always willing. In the washroom's bathing area, Sarl meticulously cleaned Xie Wei, washing his long hair, before carrying him into the holy spring. Leaning against the smooth, polished wall of the bath, he seated Xie Wei in his lap, allowing the small Rose to face him. Having a partner whom he adored so profoundly sometimes felt like a sweet burden to Sarl. For instance, at this moment, he could only gently stroke or kiss the small Rose, fulfilling his promise while simply offering solace to the beast within his heart. After approximately half an hour of soaking, Sarl massaged Xie Wei's thighs and waist, noting that the slumbering figure displayed no further signs of discomfort. He then lifted him from the bath. The small Rose's sore muscles would benefit significantly from another half hour in the holy spring, and by the following day he should feel much improved. Anticipating the next day, Sarl inhaled deeply. Just one more day was bearable for him. Upon exiting the bathroom, Gasang had already delivered dinner. Xie Wei, having eaten little during the day in the carriage, was roused by the enticing aroma of food. He awoke from a deep slumber, momentarily disoriented. Sarl cherished these moments when Xie Wei was just waking, as he gathered the silk-robed figure into his arms and brought him to the dining table. He served a bowl of warm porridge to Xie Wei's lips, who obediently drank, gazing expectantly at Sarl for the next bite. In just a few months, Xie Wei had fully adapted to a life of being waited upon. And under Sarl's meticulous care, he had increasingly conformed to the persona the Empire had crafted for him. He now embodied the essence of a pampered young prince, yet Sarl found great delight in this. He wished for his small Rose to remain forever the joyful prince. After Sarl had fed him, Xie Wei did not attempt to leave Sarl's embrace. Sarl held him as he finished the remaining bowl of porridge. Along with a plate of bread and a dish of roasted meat, a delayed dinner. Sitting obediently in Sarl's arms, Xie Wei observed the leftover porridge and gently touched Sarl's abdomen. "Sarl, will you be full after eating this?" Xie Wei inquired uncertainly. It seemed Sarl had consumed less than before. After finishing the porridge sent from the kitchen, he had only a small bowl remaining. Xie Wei suspected this was merely an adjustment based on his own appetite. Comparing the remaining porridge with the other food on the table to Sarl's previous consumption, it appeared to have been reduced by more than half. Is something troubling you? You've eaten very little today. As they were now nominal and actual partners, Xie Wei naturally expressed concern for Sarl's well-being, despite the occasional unreasonable behavior on Sarl's part. "No, I feel perfectly fine." Sarl froze when Xie Wei touched his abdomen. Momentarily unable to respond, upon hearing Xie Wei's words, he felt as if his heart was ablaze, his mouth dry, and his rationality wavering. The small Rose was concerned for him. Realizing this, a surge of happiness washed over Sarl. A feeling he hadn't experienced in ages. His body felt remarkably light, almost as if he might float away. Sarl had not discussed the affairs of the territory with Xie Wei, yet he never shied away from addressing the matters at hand. Occasionally, he would jot down important tasks in the common tongue. Xie Wei vaguely recalled a certain incident involving a tribe that had suffered an attack from magical creatures, resulting in the destruction of their stored food. "Sarl, is there a shortage of food in the territory?" Xie Wei speculated that this must be the reason. Surprised that Xie Wei had made this connection, Sarl discreetly crumpled the iron spoon into a flat piece of metal. Then, in a husky voice, reassured his partner, "There are some issues, but I will find a solution. Do not worry. Do not be afraid. Whatever you wish to eat, I will ensure it is prepared for you." Chapter 42. Living freely, the city of Gudo had allocated a significant portion of its winter food reserves to the besieged tribe, leading to a reduction of meals throughout the castle, including for Sarl himself. However, Xie Wei's dining table remained lavishly adorned, with no decrease in the provisions within the small kitchen. Just as Sarl had promised that night, he would always prepare whatever Xie Wei desired. The days following their return from the valley were no different from before. Standing on the terrace, Xie Wei admired the vibrantly colored magical plants in the flower beds, while Gasang lingered nearby. "Could you help me clear a few flower beds? I wish to plant something." Xie Wei found himself feeling somewhat bored. He gazed at the seeds nestled within his backpack, contemplating the prospect of planting them to see what would transpire. The description on the seed packet stated that they could be sown in any season, under any environment and any conditions, taking 2 months to mature naturally, while magical acceleration could yield results in as little as a day. If this were indeed the case, Xie Wei was determined to devise a way to present these seeds to Cao. In the northern territories, only during spring could a modest harvest of crops be gathered. Throughout the winter, the food reserves primarily comprised dried meats derived from hunted magical beasts or ordinary animals, supplemented by some dairy products and livestock raised by the Paraso people. Under normal circumstances, these provisions would suffice for the inhabitants to endure a winter, yet there was rarely any surplus. Instances of losing food reserves due to monstrous attacks, as had occurred this time, were not uncommon, albeit this particular occurrence was rather severe. When such situations arose, even Cao would curtail his own food intake, yet he would still ensure that Xie Wei's quality of life remained intact. Deep down, Xie Wei felt a twinge of guilt and yearned to assist Cao in some way. Hearing Xie Wei's thoughts, Gusang instinctively reminded him, "Your Highness, it is not the season for planting. Only a magician could hasten the growth. It's quite all right. I merely wish to sow them for the sake of passing time," Xie Wei replied, turning to return to his room. As Cao had stipulated, he should not linger outside for too long. Gusang, having heard his words, fell silent and followed closely behind him. Upon returning to his chamber, Xie Wei wandered through the various rooms, seeking something to occupy himself. In his previous life, he had spent much time alone. Thus he had learned to coexist with himself, adept at finding ways to keep busy. During the years he had been confined within the tower upon arriving in this world, particularly after the departure of the elderly maid before he turned 6. He had experienced a less than pleasant time. However, truth be told, there had been little he could do at the time other than to protect and guide himself as best he could. He often felt fortunate that he had once been an adult. Had he been a true child in such circumstances, he likely would have struggled to persevere. The adaptability of humanity is remarkably strong. As long as one wishes to live, one can find a way to survive. Yet, humans are inherently greedy, and upon acquiring some things, they tend to desire more. During his time spent with Cao, Xie Wei sensed an imbalance within himself. Recognizing that he was becoming enamored with the joy and warmth that Cao provided, while Cao appreciated his appearance and physique, Xie Wei questioned how long such admiration could endure. He was uncertain. Any emotions related to love seemed to elude him. He felt utterly foreign to such sentiments, unsure of what constituted affection or love. Yet, within his relationship with Cao, he had found joy and satisfaction. However, these fleeting pleasures could not sustain him as a mere appendage to Cao. He could not rely on Cao for his existence if a day came when Cao no longer found him appealing. Everything he had would dissipate into nothingness. Living freely, unshackled, was the belief that had sustained him since arriving in this world. During the time he had spent lying in a hospital bed in his previous life, he had contemplated many things and ultimately concluded that nothing held more significance than life itself. Only by living could one embrace infinite possibilities. Thus he yearned to live freely. Noticing the grass paper on his desk, Xie Wei recalled his earlier desire to experiment with papermaking. The letters and written documents that Cao typically used were composed either of animal hide or this grass paper. The animal hide paper was evidently made from hides, while the grass paper was derived from fibergrass. In spring, fibergrass was abundant in the northern territories. Consequently, the writing and daily use paper here was primarily grass paper, albeit the writing paper was thicker and sturdier than the everyday variety. Although Xie Wei had never used grass paper, he had experience with animal hide paper, which was reputed to be softer than the thinner grass paper, though even that was a matter of contention. Now, as he held the grass paper and examined it, he discovered it was crafted from interwoven plant fibers, pressed and dried to form sheets. Essentially, treated fibergrass was layered and woven together, then pressed under weight and dried before being cut. After spending considerable time researching in the system library, Xie Wei resolved to attempt the ancient method of papermaking. He requested fibergrass from Gu Sang and described some tools for her to procure. Gu Sang swiftly gathered the necessary items, and due to the processes of treatment, drying, soaking, and cooking, Xie Wei instructed her to place everything in the small kitchen. Subsequently, Xie Wei and Gu Sang proceeded to the kitchen to process the fibergrass. As the existing fibergrass had already dried, they could directly remove the outer skin before soaking it, thus eliminating the need for the drying process. During the processing of the fibergrass, Xie Wei merely oversaw the operation, as Gu Sang and her companions prevented him from participating directly. Understanding that the dried grass could easily injure the skin, Xie Wei did not insist. He did not wish to burden Gu Sang and was aware that if he were to sustain an injury, Cao would undoubtedly take issue with the maid's. One aspect of Gu Sang and her companions that Xie Wei found particularly considerate was their lack of probing into his intentions. He did not need to concoct suitable justifications for his pursuits. As long as he did not engage in actions prohibited by Cao, they would merely remind him of the common knowledge known to the Paraso people without discouraging him from any particular endeavor. Whenever he articulated a request, Gu Sang and her companions executed it promptly and effectively. After processing the fibergrass and soaking it in a water tank, when Xie Wei returned to his room, he noticed that several empty flower beds had been cleared on the terrace outside. That he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gently touching the glass as a sigh escaped his lips, aside from the constraints on his freedom. The current days were remarkably comfortable. His fingertips pressed against the glass, a wisp of green magical energy coalesced at his fingertip, only to dissipate swiftly. Gazing at his fingertip, Xie Wei wearily leaned his forehead against the glass. With merely 2 points of magical energy, he found himself unable to accomplish anything. Those gifted with magical aptitude on the continent typically possessed a close affinity to specific magical elements, with the foundational elements being metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside other elemental properties. Xie Wei had 2 affinity elements, one being the wood element and the other the light element, which had manifested on the day of his awakening. The light element was classified as a rare element, and magicians attuned to it could practice the goddess magic. According to the historical records of magic on the Rao continent, there were 4 ancient goddesses, and magicians aspiring to study goddess magic were required to undergo trials at the temple to obtain the tome of inheritance. Without this tome, magicians could not practice goddess magic, and the foundational spells and advanced magic suitable for practitioners of the light element were primarily limited to healing and purification spells. However, without sufficiently high aptitude, healing spells could only mend superficial wounds, while purification spells could merely dispel common toxins. Thus, for magicians who had not obtained the tome, the light element could be somewhat redundant from the outset of his studies. Xie Wei had been informed by his instructor that no magician had passed the temple trials in several hundred years on the Rao continent. Therefore, for Xie Wei at that time, wood magic was the primary focus of his studies. With other elemental magics as supplementary courses, he had only learned a simple healing spell within the realm of light magic, after which there were no further classes on the subject. After standing by the floor-to-ceiling window for a while, Xie Wei moved toward the 4-poster bed, nearly forgetting one important item. The voice magic device rested on the bedside cabinet, and after retrieving it, he first glanced at Gusang, who stood quietly in the corner. Before inputting a minuscule amount of magical energy to attempt to manifest the magical array inscribed upon it, with a magical crystal marble in hand, ready to replenish his energy, he could only restore a mere 2 points. Had he not been continuously replenishing his magic with the crystal, he would not have dared to draw upon his energy. Any depletion at this moment would surely expose him. Xie Wei harbored a deep fear that Cao might discover his magical abilities. Even though he possessed only a scant amount, he dreaded the possibility of Cao imposing magical restraints upon him. Chapter 43. Are you angry, Xie Wei? Before the last magical crystal marble in his pocket was expended, the magical array inscribed on the voice device finally manifested. Xie Wei merely needed a glance to confirm that it was the array he had designed himself. He had intricately woven Chinese characters among the magical runes. If all went as expected, he would be the sole individual in this world with knowledge of such writing. Cao returned in the evening to join Xie Wei for dinner, having already received a report from Gusang regarding Xie Wei's activities throughout the day. Thus, upon noticing that the little Rose seemed somewhat discontent, he discreetly cast a glance at Gusang. Sang. Her head bowed, suddenly sensed the Lord's oppressive presence. When she lifted her gaze, she found the Lord watching her with a somber expression. However, he soon redirected his attention to converse with His Highness Xie Wei. Listening to the Lord's voice, which bore an unusual tone, Gusang could not help but rub the back of her hands. "What have you been doing today?" Cao inquired, feigning ignorance. He merely wished to engage in conversation with the little Rose. Xie Wei was aware that Gusang reported daily to Cao. Thus, when Cao posed a question, he responded honestly. "After waking up, I had breakfast, then read for a while. After lunch, I took a brief nap, and upon waking, I went to the terrace to observe the magical plants. After that, I spent some time in the kitchen playing with the fiberglass." Xie Wei did not mention that he was attempting to create paper. He merely stated that he was playing. Cao showed little concern for what he was doing with the straw, believing that as long as Xie Wei could remain quietly in the bedroom and patiently await his return for dinner, he could expend his excess energy as he pleased, provided he did not defy him. Was straw truly entertaining? Cao was merely making conversation, for he could not accompany Xiaomei for long. He was quite busy lately and would be handling affairs shortly. Returning late in the evening, should he wake Xiaomei from her slumber, she would certainly be irritable, so it was only now that she would engage him amiably. Xie Wei felt somewhat agitated after examining the magical array on the props. He had not paid much attention prior to confirming it, but once he did, discomfort set in. That was his possession. All the items he had crafted, the blueprints he had drawn, and the scrolls inscribed with magical arrays had been taken away by that sorcerer. If they were of no use, it would be one thing, but discovering that the individual profited from his belongings made it difficult not to feel anger. Yet, what could he do now? His magical power was limited to merely 2 points, and he was confined to the bedroom with a maid constantly watching over him. He had not felt such frustration in a long while, as he had long since learned to self-soothe, a skill that prevented him from feeling too distressed. Seeing Xie Wei declare he was fine while clearly growing more upset, Cao set down his utensils and pulled Xiaomei, who was sitting beside him, onto his lap. Xie Wei had already finished his meal, and rather than allowing him to leave, Cao insisted he stay by his side. In matters such as these, Cao was quite authoritarian. "Xie Wei, accustomed to being held on Sal's lap. Did not struggle but adjusted himself into a comfortable position. Sal lifted Xie Wei's chin, gazing into his eyes and inquired, "Who has upset you?" "No one has upset me," Xie Wei denied, though he was evidently not skilled at lying. After uttering those words, Sal pressed a gentle kiss to the tip of his nose and said in a deep voice, "You are deceiving me. You are angry, Xie Wei. What is the reason? Please tell me." Without waiting for Xie Wei's response, he turned to Gu Sang and coldly commanded, "Bring everyone in." Ji Sang could not help but shudder. Then without raising her head, she went to summon the others. Her mind raced as she replayed the events of the day, failing to comprehend when or why His Highness Xie Wei had become upset. "What are you doing?" I said, "I am not angry." "And it has nothing to do with them," Xie Wei exclaimed, growing anxious as he attempted to rise from Sal's lap, only to be firmly held in place. "You are angry. If you do not tell me the reason, then it is their fault." Over the course of these months, Sal had observed that Xiao Mei was nothing like other noble youths, who were often spoiled and capricious. He treated everyone with utmost kindness. Whether it be the physician who bore the brand of slavery or the maid who cared for him, to him, they seemed no different. Sal struggled to find the right words to describe this, but ultimately concluded that Xiao Mei regarded everyone as equals. This perplexity and admiration deepened his infatuation with his young partner. Sal had encountered a multitude of individuals, yet none of the noble youths or maidens he had met possessed the purity, softness, and beauty that Xiao Mei exuded. In Xiao Mei's eyes, the Palasins were neither barbaric nor of a lesser race. They were simply human. This realization contributed to Sal's guilt over his rough treatment of Xie Wei on their wedding night, as he regretted having assumed that Xie Wei loathed the Palasins and thus hesitated to become his partner. However, upon witnessing the feverish, unresponsive Xiao Mei the following day, akin to a shattered crystal doll, Sal thought how terrified Xiao Mei must have been. Abruptly awakened from a sweet dream only to be treated so harshly. It was entirely natural for a naive and innocent youth to be rendered speechless by fear. Sal understood that Xie Wei was always considerate towards Gu Sang and the others. His remarks were likely intended to coax Xie Wei into revealing the truth, yet they only served to infuriate him further. Xie Wei pushed against Sal, attempting to free himself from his lap. Raising his voice for the first time, "I told you it has nothing to do with them. Can you not use reason? Have you ever considered that it might be your fault? I do not wish to spend every day confined to this bedroom. I mentioned this from the beginning, yet you never listened." Xie Wei unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration upon Sal. In truth, he was more upset about his painstakingly crafted possessions being stolen and exploited than anything else. Sal had expended considerable magical crystals to procure those items, and it hardly seemed worth it. Regretting his outburst, Xie Wei found himself at a loss for why he had directed his ire at Sal, as this was not something he should have imposed upon him. Worrying that Sal might be angry, he retracted his hand and murmured, "I'm sorry, Sal." Before he could finish, Sal gently pulled him into his embrace, continuously kissing his forehead to soothe him, and said, "I understand that I am sorry. It is my fault." As Gu Sang, along with Tuaya and the others, entered, they overheard His Highness Xie Wei admonishing the Lord. At least, it seemed to be an admonition, for they had never before heard Xie Wei speak in such a tone. To them, Xie Wei had always been a gentle and amiable master. Having failed to remain in the bedroom for long, Gu Sang and the others retreated once more. Xie Wei sat upon the sofa, while Sal knelt before him, grasping his hands, and said, "You can adapt. Whatever else you desire, I shall provide that I will make time to return and accompany you. Please do not let this upset you any longer." While Xie Wei was not angry for that reason, Sal's words reignited his emotions. Perhaps Sal's excessive pampering led him to develop expectations that should not have existed. Thus, Xie Wei found himself feeling more distressed than at any previous moment. He gritted his teeth, holding back the warmth in his eyes, and after a moment of silence, muttered, "I need to rest." Observing his partner in such discontent, Sal felt uneasy as well. Yet, he believed that given time, Xiao Mei would surely adapt. After soaking in the sacred spring, Xie Wei tossed and turned under the warm covers. He had previously come to terms with the sorrow of having his magical gifts stripped away, and logically, he should have been able to counsel himself again, allowing himself not to dwell on matters beyond his control. After all, fixating on such things would only bring him further distress. However, nestled in Sal's embrace, the sense of grievance seemed to amplify infinitely, reaching a point where he could no longer comfort himself. Xie Wei did not fall asleep, while Sal returned with a darkened expression after addressing his affairs. Once he entered the bedroom on the top floor, he discovered that Xie Wei was still awake. He refrained from disturbing him, quietly going about his evening routine. After cleaning up, he laid down beside him, gently cradling him and softly patting him. After a while of such tender affection, Xie Wei turned to bury his face in Sal's chest, and before long, the fabric of Sal's clothing became damp. Sal understood that Xie Wei would feel sorrowful. He allowed him to cry himself to sleep before rising to fetch a warm towel to wipe his face, though aware that Xie Wei would find it difficult to accept. Sal's resolve remained unshaken. He was still obstinately determined to cherish his Imperial Rose all to himself. Chapter 44. I desire would element magical crystals in recent days. Xie Wei had been sleeping until the afternoon. The straw would need to soak for roughly 10 days, yet he had not yet discovered the method for hatching dragon eggs. Sal had mentioned that the dragon egg had lost its vitality, but could inquire with the high priest to see if there was any solution. However, the high priest had entered the snowy domain labyrinth for training 2 months prior and would return to conduct the sacrificial ceremony sometime before spring, with no definite date. There were still about 2.5 months until spring. In the morning, Sal had fed Xie Wei a hearty soup, and by noon, he returned to coax him out from under the covers to drink some porridge. Xie Wei allowed Sal to feed him, but how much he consumed was entirely up to him. It was not that he was deliberately punishing himself. He genuinely had little appetite. After venting his emotions a few days earlier, Sal had consistently been gentle in his attempts to comfort him at night. Yet Xie Wei remained sulky. In truth, his mood had improved significantly, yet he felt somewhat embarrassed. He had never behaved this way before. He was the type to adeptly process his emotions, and he could neither comprehend nor accept Sal's pathological possessiveness. Yet, at present, there seemed to be no better alternative. Aside from this aspect, Sal was exceptionally indulgent in every other regard, making it difficult for Xie Wei to remain angry for long. For the time being, he chose not to dwell on the matter. After all, he could always devise a means to escape. He still had points to exchange for cards. He possesses a dragon egg, and a new task has appeared in the quest log, granting 500 points for hatching the dragon egg. The issuance of such a task by the system implies that this dragon egg is indeed hatchable. As for the items he had taken by others for their own profit, once he accumulates sufficient points to recall his magical talents, he will certainly demand a double recompense from them, given that even a common communication device is sold at such a high price. He must have earned a considerable fortune over the years. Nestled under a plush blanket, Xie Wei gazed at the card pool before him, expressionless as he executed 2 10 draws, with only 352 points remaining. He refrained from excessive draws, aware that card pulling can be addictive and his points were too scarce to squander. After a flurry of system notifications, Xie Wei inspected the items he had drawn: 5 bottles of stamina potions, 400 cold-resistant rice seeds, 300 cold-resistant wheat seeds, and 5 scrolls for recalling magical talents. He also obtained 3 new item cards, including 10 cold-resistant potatoes, 100 cold-resistant corn seeds, and 100 cold-resistant watermelon seeds. Xie Wei now comprehended the meaning behind the system's statement that it was designed to assist the host in surviving and thriving in this new world. The seeds he drew from the card pool were all suited to thrive in his current environment. This meant that even if he lived alone in the far northern territories, as long as he had enough points, he could draw items beneficial to his survival in that harsh land. Frustrated, Xie Wei buried his face in his pillow, pondering why the system had remained dormant for so long. Surely it could not be due to something that occurred when he was reborn into this world. Could it? And what could have prompted the system to abruptly awaken upon his arrival in the snowy plains? Xie Wei began to mentally retrace the events since he awoke in the carriage. Considering that apart from his overly intimate encounter with Sal, the only other notable incident was at the way station, the magical crystal marble that Lauren had gifted him, he suddenly bolted upright in bed. But the abrupt movement made him dizzy, causing him to collapse back onto the bedding. In the distance, Gesang hurried over to check on Xie Wei when she saw him topple onto the bed. But she could not touch him, especially since he was still clad in a thin silk nightgown. The Lord only permitted them to touch His Highness Xie Wei in very rare circumstances. And this was not one of them. Your Highness, do you feel unwell? I shall fetch the Lord and the physician at once, Gesang said, already reaching for the communication device on the cabinet to inform Toya and the others. Once Xie Wei sat up again, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, I'm fine. Gesang noted that he did not look well, but since he insisted, she put down the communication device. Xie Wei requested Gesang to gather all the remaining magical crystal marbles he had. Only magical crystals with elemental affinities compatible with a mage could replenish the mage's mana. He had previously exhausted all the remaining wood-type magical crystals. Among the magical crystal marbles Lauren had given him were some rare light-type magical crystals. He recalled that there were initially 12 of these golden light-type marbles, which he had counted because he was particularly fond of them. At the way station, he had noticed that the magical crystals in his pocket were mysteriously dwindling. With dozens of both golden and green magical crystals inexplicably lost at that time, he did not pay much attention, as magical crystals were merely ordinary marbles to him then. The last 2 golden magical crystals were still in the pouch that Sal had on him. When he had used magical crystals to replenish Mom's mana, he had spotted these 2 golden magical crystals in the pouch Sal retrieved from his bosom, and afterwards, he had placed them into his own magical crystal marble box. Sal had later arranged for various colored magical crystal marbles to be polished for him, but none were golden. Gazing at the golden magical crystal, Xie Wei contemplated attempting to place one into the system's backpack. Upon doing so, one magical crystal vanished from his hand, yet it did not appear in the backpack. The system remained unresponsive. He continued placing the remaining magical crystals into the backpack, after another crystal disappeared. This time the system reacted that a segment of text appeared on the panel before him. Energy saving mode has been disabled. Current system energy is 6. Please replenish the system's energy in a timely manner. If the system's energy falls below 1, it will enter sleep mode. An hour prior to dinner, Sal learned that Xie Wei had felt unwell in the afternoon. He had just finished dealing with flying magical creatures that attacked the residents within the city, and the lingering scent of blood clung to him. After listening to Toya, Sal promptly removed his cloak and soft armor in the hall, took the towel from Leon to meticulously wipe his hands and face, and then hurried upstairs to check on Xie Wei. After verifying that the system was powered by magical crystals, Xie Wei remained listless on the large bed. Not only did he lack sufficient points, but the system's energy was also dwindling. He was at a loss as to how to quickly amass a significant number of points and was conflicted about requesting magical crystals from Sal. He calculated that Lauren's magical crystal marbles, when converted to the same attribute, required 16 level 1 wood-type magical crystals to yield 1 energy unit, while only 4 light-type magical crystals were needed. To replenish the system's energy to 50, he would need 704 wood-type magical crystals or 176 light-type magical crystals. Regardless of which, the quantity was overwhelming. Sal might provide him with some, but he was certain Sal would inquire about his need for these magical crystals, and he would be at a loss for an explanation regarding their mysterious disappearance. When Sal entered the bedroom with the physician, Xie Wei was staring blankly at the bed curtains. Upon regaining his senses and seeing Sal and the familiar female physician, Xie Wei was not particularly surprised. As long as he appeared unwell, Gasang and the others would undoubtedly inform Sal. Thus, he stated directly, "I felt a bit dizzy from getting up too quickly, but I'm fine now." "Are you truly not feeling unwell?" Sal asked, sitting at the edge of the bed and pulling Xie Wei, along with the bedding, into his embrace, gazing intently into his eyes. Sal had long noticed that when little Rose lied, he disliked maintaining eye contact. Xie Wei lowered his lashes and replied honestly, "I'm not unwell. What would you like for dinner? You haven't eaten properly today." Sal's hand slipped into Xie Wei's nightgown, gently caressing the soft curve of his abdomen. Gasang and Afra both lowered their heads. Upon hearing this, Gasang led Afra out of the bedroom, leaving the space for Sal and Xie Wei. "You smell of blood. Are you injured?" Despite Sal having removed his outer clothing and cleaned his hands, face, and neck, a trace of the magical creature's blood remained. Xie Wei caught the scent as he nestled into Sal's embrace. "That I'm not injured. I dealt with some flying magical creatures. Next time, I will wash up before returning. For now, would you accompany me to take a bath?" Sal inquired, though he was already lifting Xie Wei into his arms. Xie Wei was taken to the bathroom, where he washed up and was then compelled to soak in the holy spring for half an hour. After dinner, Sal did not depart but rather stayed in the bedroom to accompany Xie Wei. Sal held Xie Wei and recounted the legend of Nyasos, but today, Xie Wei appeared somewhat distracted, lacking his usual interest. After a while, noticing that little Rose seemed disinterested in stories, Sal set the book aside and adjusted Xie Wei into a comfortable position to begin gently kissing him. Recently, Sal had enjoyed this tender kissing, having discovered that little Rose favored such gentle affections. After an extended time, they finally parted, and Xie Wei gazed at Sal with a dazed expression. Following their frequent closeness, as Sal had said, he had learned well from him. Xie Wei felt a tinge of embarrassment. He did not dislike this sensation but found it peculiar that he had changed so much. Reason told him to distance himself from Sal and not to succumb to temptation. Yet he yearned for Sal's embrace, as it instilled in him a unique sense of belonging. Xie Wei stammered, "I want a vast quantity of wood-type magical crystals." That Sal's heated breath brushed against Xie Wei's skin. "I will give you whatever you desire. I will offer you everything. CWE.to remain within the greenhouse I have constructed, eternally belonging solely to myself." Chapter 45. He cannot leave the bedroom again. Xie Wei seldom desires anything. Thus, when he expressed a wish for wooden magic crystals, Sal, though unaware of his intentions, arranged for several boxes to be delivered the following morning. The extreme North Territory is rich in crystal mines. Aside from a few rare attributes, basic attribute crystals are abundantly available. However, no nation offers a unified exchange rate for their crystals. Instead, they are traded at exceedingly low prices for the magic crystals and cores of magical beasts from the Parathos people. Similarly, they procure rare magical materials, magical plants, and artifacts discovered in ancient ruins from the Parathos at minimal costs. All the inexpensive goods brought into the snowfields by merchants are priced several times higher outside the snowfields. While the items they export from the snowfields are worth a fortune beyond measure, the Parathos people require these everyday necessities, and they have grown accustomed to such inequitable exchanges, isolated from the entire continent. The Parathos mages are barred from entering the esteemed magical academies, and the erudite archmages do not venture to the extreme North Territory. Due to their racial advantages, most Parathos individuals possess warrior talents, with only a select few awakening magical abilities, and these are predominantly combat mages, excelling in close-quarters combat rather than arcane arts. Hence, even to this day, the mages of Parathos study the ancient magical knowledge passed down through generations. In the annals of magical history on the continent of Lar, it has been several millennia since magic became widespread. Within these millennia, various forms of magic derived from ancient practices have proliferated into tens of thousands. These encompass ancient magic, divine magic, folk magic, basic magic, master-level magic, and academy magic, among others. The academy magic taught at the magical institutions includes elements of ancient magic, folk magic, basic magic, and master-level magic. The foremost magical academy on the continent, located in the central city of Lebesite, is open for enrollment, yet expressly excludes the Parathos people. The Parathos have perpetually lagged in the realm of magic, or rather, their entire territory remains in a state of backwardness. Despite this, the Parathos have never contemplated the invasion of other nations. When Sal conveyed this to Xie Wei, he inquired with a complex mix of emotions, questioning why, despite possessing ample strength to conquer the entire continent as adversaries, they did not choose to do so. Sal remained silent for a moment. Xie Wei initially thought he would not respond to the question. However, Sal eventually buried his face in Xie Wei's neck and, as if sighing, remarked, "As long as we can continue to live, we shall not choose war. War only begets evil, and evil taints the pure snowfields. The souls of the Parathos shall ultimately return to the snowfields. Our eternal resting place should not be drenched in blood and corpses." Xie Wei, unable to resist the urge, embraced Sal after listening to him. He imitated Sal's gentle patting technique, lightly tapping the man who was leaning over him. In that moment, he felt that Sal could really benefit from a hug. Although his embrace was not particularly broad, it was better than nothing. Sal cherished Xie Wei's tenderness, and whenever he displayed a less dominant demeanor, the little Rose would become exceptionally accommodating. In those fleeting moments, Sal would perceive that the little Rose was no longer a mere youth, but rather resembled an elder. 10 days had elapsed since the day the Rami was soaked, and it was now time to proceed to the next step of ancient papermaking. Throughout these 10 days of soaking, Xie Wei would deposit a few crystal stones into the system each day. Sal had provided him with nearly 1,000 wood-type magic crystals, so such a small amount disappearing would go unnoticed. After all, aside from him, no one would bother to count. However, since he claimed that the wood-type magic crystals were for amusement, he crafted a deck of playing cards. Recently, he and Sal would engage in card games almost every evening, with the winner receiving a reasonable wish from the other in exchange for the crystals won. In his past life, Xie Wei often emerged victorious in card games, yet against Sal, he consistently found himself at a disadvantage. Consequently, he owed Sal many wishes, some of which Sal had already made him fulfill at night, leaving only one remaining. Due to his frequent losses, Xie Wei had grown reluctant to play cards with Sal, resulting in Sal withholding that final wish. Sitting in a chair, he observed Gasang and the others boiling the Rami, which was being cooked in water mixed with wood ash, giving it a rather murky appearance. Nonetheless, Gasang and her companions would not question him. They followed his instructions without hesitation. The raimi required several hours of boiling. And after watching for a while, Xie Wei retreated to his bedroom. He had not been preparing meals himself lately, but he had written numerous recipes for Gasang based on the available ingredients. Gasang would pass these recipes to the head chef in the large kitchen downstairs, who would then explore other dishes based on those instructions. Now, Xie Wei's dining table no longer featured dishes that did not suit his palate. Cao had developed a slight obsession with plumping Xie Wei up, constantly devising ways to encourage him to eat larger portions at each meal. To this end, he collaborated with the kitchen's head chef to create many dishes that catered to Xie Wei's tastes. The Palazzo people believed that eating more would lead to better health and strength, which motivated Cao to ensure Xie Wei consumed enough to grow healthier. Under Cao's meticulous care, Xie Wei had begun to experience fewer physical discomforts, except in one particular area. Yet, in that regard, Cao had already found a solution, leading to the pleasures of their shared bed outweighing any discomfort, which left Xie Wei feeling both shameful and yet somewhat addicted to the experience. Having lived for over 40 years in total, Xie Wei had been completely oblivious to that aspect of life before encountering Cao. His blank slate was gradually being filled with vibrant colors. Guided by Cao's domineering yet gentle patience, during the day, Xie Wei often found himself thinking of Cao, wondering what he was doing and when he would return. The burn on his lower back had healed completely, leaving the skin smooth and delicate, just like the marks left by Cao's teeth. Now entirely imperceptible, crouched by the flower bed, gazing at the barren soil, Xie Wei felt the coldness of the extreme North Territory. Having neglected to wear any neck accessories for warmth today, allowing the bone-chilling cold to seep in, he covered his icy face with his hands, and after using 5 recall scrolls, his current magical energy level stood at 12 points, enough to sense some trace magical elements, but insufficient to manipulate them. He could not afford to relax until he could harness those magical elements. Xie Wei feared becoming ensnared in this warmth, yet he could not suppress the stirring in his heart. Once the free time was over, he nestled in a rocking chair, wrapping himself in a plush blanket, feigning a desire for a nap while actually stifling the itch in his throat. However, he could not hold it back and curled up, succumbing to a fit of coughing. Upon witnessing Xie Wei's relentless cough, Gasang refrained from questioning this time and promptly sent for a physician. With Cao out of the city today, Gasang could only bring the doctor over first. After consuming a few vials of the Affula potion, Xie Wei finally managed to quell his cough. He remained curled up in the rocking chair, looking frail and pale, eliciting sympathy from anyone who beheld him. Gasang brought honey water for Xie Wei, and he sipped a little to mask the strange aftertaste left by the potion. Then, he closed his eyes and truly fell asleep. When Cao returned, Xie Wei was still slumbering. He lifted Xie Wei from the rocking chair, checking for magical accessories on his body, only to discover that Xie Wei was not wearing his neck accessory. With a cold expression, he threw Xie Wei's neck ornament onto Gasang, who silently placed it back on the table and quietly exited the bedroom. Cao then laid Xie Wei onto the bed, tucking him in with a blanket, before retrieving a neck ring from the box containing cold-resistant accessories. This type of neck ring could not be removed by the wearer, and though Xie Wei disliked wearing it, Cao had now decided that all of the Little Rose's cold-resistant items would be designed in such a way that they could not be taken off. The Little Rose was mostly obedient, but occasionally displayed some stubbornness. He could indulge the Little Rose's tantrums, but he could not allow him to neglect his own health. In truth, Xie Wei had not intentionally removed his neck accessory. It was simply that Cao had lingered too long at his neck and collarbone the previous night, causing discomfort when he wore it today. He believed that stepping out for a while would not pose a problem, so he did not wear it when he went to the terrace, but he had clearly overestimated his own physical condition. After being cared for by Cao for so many days, he had nearly forgotten how fragile he truly was. Therefore, upon waking to find the neck ring secured around his neck, he said nothing, remaining docile throughout the night. Yet this did not appease the man's ire. Cao declared that starting tomorrow, Xie Wei's outdoor excursions to the terrace would be cancelled. Before the arrival of spring, he was not permitted to leave the bedroom, not even to visit the small kitchen. Chapter 46. How could he make the Little Rose hate him? Cao's insistence that Xie Wei remain confined to the bedroom was a resolute plan to keep him there until winter's end. Regardless of whether Xie Wei engaged in a one-sided Cold War or stubbornly refused to let Cao embrace him, none of it swayed Cao's determination. He understood that in Cao's eyes, he was merely a beautiful little pet. doted upon when obedient and met with a different demeanor when defiant. Much like how some people in his past life cherished their cats and dogs, they were fond but not to the extent of altering their lives for them. Xie Wei himself was no different. Although he reveled in Sal's fervent kisses and gentle hugs, he never contemplated disregarding his own feelings for Sal's sake. That it is inherently challenging for humans to change, let alone change for someone else. Yet, Xie Wei still sought to test Sal's limits, curious whether the man could yield further. Perhaps after being indulged for so long, it was easy to believe that the other party could concede even more. Wanting to extract more from them, leaning against the edge of the bath, with about 3 meters separating him from Sal, Xie Wei turned his head to avoid looking at him. He acknowledged that his current behavior was quite immature, but he simply wanted to sulk. Throughout the months spent with Sal, Xie Wei had nearly exhausted all the pent-up grievances he had harbored in both this life and the last. Recently, Xie Wei had not seen Gisang. Instead, he was being attended to by Toya. That he inquired about Gisang's whereabouts, and Toya merely stated that she had other matters to attend to. Yet, Xie Wei suspected that Gisang had likely incurred Sal's displeasure. However, he could not plead for Gisang. Speaking up for her would only aggravate Sal further, as the man forbade him from caring about anyone except himself. This had been one of the rules Sal established from the beginning. Such a pathological possessiveness made Xie Wei extremely uncomfortable. He attempted to reason with Sal, but each time, it ended in his one-sided Cold War. Sal's resolve felt as immovable as steel reinforced with concrete. Impervious to Xie Wei's pleas, Sal furrowed his brow, gazing at Xie Wei's slender yet elegantly contoured back. He had endured Xie Wei's coldness for far too long and had reached his breaking point. After soaking in the sacred spring for around 30 minutes, Xie Wei rose to the edge of the bath, desiring a respite. Each time he emerged from the sacred spring feeling revitalized, he longed to return to the soft embrace of his bed for a deep slumber. However, before he could step onto the stairs, he was swept into Sal's arms. Sal, seated on the platform of the bath, drew Xie Wei onto his lap, gently cradling his face with both hands, with a hint of exasperation. He implored, "Please, do not torment me any longer, Xie Wei. Can we reconcile? It has been 3 days since I've held you properly. You find this tormenting? Have you considered how difficult it is for me? Confined to this bedroom, able to communicate only with you, waiting for your return from dawn to dusk." Xie Wei, in his anger, grew all the more serene. His tone remained remarkably steady, yet the words he uttered pierced the man's heart like sharp thorns. Sal's silvery gray eyes dimmed momentarily, but he soon leaned down to bestow kisses upon Xie Wei's forehead, eyes, nose tip, and then the corners of his lips and delicate neck. He was evading the question posed by Xiao Mei, well aware that she would feel discomfort and reluctance. However, this was not the Hasidian Empire. They found themselves in the harshest northern reaches of the continent. His little Rose could not thrive healthily in this land and could only remain in a greenhouse, tenderly cared for. Moreover, he harbored a strong aversion to others admiring Xiao Mei. Why could she not comprehend his feelings? Sal believed that Xiao Mei had developed affections for him, for she no longer resisted him. Initially, she had always struggled and feared within his embrace. Yet now, she was unafraid, and they interacted harmoniously. Xiao Mei would accommodate him, respond to him, and had even learned to kiss him. Although her kisses were merely habitual during her slumber, did this not signify her acceptance of becoming his companion? Xie Wei pushed at Sal's face, for the man, reluctant to answer any inquiries, sought to divert his attention, nuzzling against him in a clingy manner. Initially, when he heard that the personalities of contracted magical beasts closely resembled those of their partners, Xie Wei found it peculiar, as Sal bore no resemblance to Puka. Now, he wished to retract his prior judgment. In moments of mischief, this man was strikingly similar to Puka. Grasping Sal's hair, Xie Wei tugged at the man's half-long black locks, threatening, "Let go, or I shall pluck you bald." Sal's previously vexed mood brightened instantly at Xie Wei's words, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. With a chuckle, he replied, "Please, do as you wish, Your Highness." Thus, Xie Wei yanked out 2 strands of Sal's hair, without concern for the 2 hairs lost. Sal bent down to kiss Xie Wei's fingertips, gently taking the little Rose's soft fingers into his palm. Xiao Mei had yet to fully mature. His outstretched hand was still considerably smaller than Sal's. Ryan was correct. His partner was still very young, at an age where boys delighted in play and revelry. As Sal tenderly squeezed his fingers, Xie Wei felt an unusual comfort spreading from his fingertips throughout his entire being. Despite still being upset with Cao, he found himself unwittingly relaxing that he sank into Cao's embrace, his eyelashes fluttering before surrendering to sleep. Noticing that his little companion had fallen asleep once more, Cao lifted him from the bath. Xiao Mei's hair was long and thick. Cao enjoyed gently drying it bit by bit, and then using a fire-based magical tool to completely dry it. Having done this numerous times, he knew that the process would not disturb Xiao Mei's peaceful slumber. Cao cherished the sight of his little Rose sleeping soundly beside him. After drying Xie Wei's long hair, he would always hold him close, admiring the beauty for a while. That night, Cao pondered throughout, cradling his companion, who lay beside him in deep, tranquil sleep, stroking the soft, smooth strands of hair while simultaneously soothing the beast within his heart, wrestling with his thoughts, apart from Xiao Mei's own willingness. He could not conceive any means to ensure her happiness in the greenhouse. He desired not to upset her, yet he also wished to avoid his own discomfort. Before acquiring Xie Wei, Cao had never invested such care into any matter. He was always swift to make decisions. However, when faced with his fragile, exquisite partner, he found himself lacking the heart to be harsh. Initially, he had contemplated keeping Xiao Mei like a penned lamb, but he had no concern for whether the lamb would feel unhappy or fretful. He could even chastise the lamb into obedience. Yet ever since he had scalded Xiao Mei at the post station, such thoughts had dissipated. Pain might induce fear and compliance, but it could also breed resentment and defiance. What he sought was Xiao Mei's affection and undivided love. They were to be bonded partners, destined to be together for eternity. How could he allow Xiao Mei to harbor hatred towards him? In his childhood, Am and Ada would quickly reconcile after arguments, as she had said that if rifts arose between partners, their hearts would drift further apart until they could no longer draw close. Chapter 47. The Snowfield's Nyasa Barney was a guard at Naya Castle, while his brother Dylan served as an attendant to the Lord's partner. Dylan would return each day, regaling them with tales of his daily exploits or the latest delicacies prepared by His Highness Xie. However, recently, the boy had grown notably silent, returning home each day with a furrowed brow. One day, after his shift, Barney noticed Dylan engrossed in a thin white piece of paper. Approaching, he was about to inquire what was so captivating about the paper when he noticed it appeared different from the usual kind. Although the parchment made by the Parasol people was also white, it typically bore intersecting yellow patterns, whereas the paper Dylan held was devoid of any such markings. Dylan, where did this come from? Barney settled beside his brother, reaching out to touch the item, only for Dylan to swiftly pull it further away. Do not touch. This is a gift from His Highness Xie. Dylan cradled the piece of parchment he had crafted himself. Still incredulous that His Highness had commissioned them to create such a thing, the paper was remarkably soft, entirely snow white, and without any texture. Tea was made from reed grass and wood ash, boiled, cleaned, pounded into a pulp, and then evenly spread on a fine mesh frame floated on water, before being filtered and finally baked with a fire-based magical tool. He had pondered all day, unable to fathom how the dark ash and reed grass could yield such a thin, pristine sheet. His Highness gifted this to you. Be cautious not to speak of it publicly. If the Lord finds out, it may bring trouble to both you and His Highness. Barney was aware that Xiang, who had been taking care of His Highness Xie Wei alongside Dylan, had recently departed from the castle, as the Lord had commanded her to hunt the 5th-level snow domain lion alone. Xiang, being a 4th-level warrior, could undertake such a perilous endeavor, though it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost given her current capabilities. The Lord's exact words were that should she fail in her hunt, she would not be permitted to return to the castle, a most severe punishment indeed. Although no one on the top floor divulged the reason for Xiang's punishment, it was widely speculated that it undoubtedly related to the esteemed prince. The Lord held a deep affection for His Highness, often cradling the Imperial Rose even during his departures, reluctant to allow the young prince to endure even the slightest discomfort. Those working in the grand kitchen were well aware that many of Xie Wei's meals were prepared by the Lord himself. In addition to showering that particular prince with affection, the Lord's possessiveness over Xie Wei was astonishing. He was unwilling to let anyone else admire the prince's beauty, resulting in the fact that most individuals within the castle had yet to behold the prince's true visage. Some vassals and residents of Gut City, however, would speak of the prince with expressions that suggested having witnessed such beauty was worth a lifetime of experiences. as if encountering the prince had rendered their existence devoid of regrets. The curiosity surrounding the nature of this beauty, which could ensnare the lord, who typically exhibited little interest in anything, was palpable. Barney cautioned his younger brother against allowing youthful vanity to provoke the lord's jealousy. He felt a twinge of sympathy for the Imperial Rose, who had been given to a stranger as a male consort by his own parents, leaving behind family and familiarity at such a tender age, only to endure the peculiar possessiveness of their lord in this harsh land. Despite all this, the prince had never raised a fuss nor displayed anger towards the maids or attendants. Initially, he and his parents had worried that Dylan, serving as the prince's attendant, might become a target for the whims of the pampered young royal, for the imperial nobility often treated their servants as little more than livestock, free to chastise them at will should they be displeased. Yet, Dylan returned each day in high spirits, claiming his role was merely to stand guard outside the door, with only rare glimpses of his highness. He described Xie Wei as an exceedingly gentle individual, sharing delightful culinary creations with them. Speaking of food, their mother had recovered from her illness after consuming dishes prepared by His Highness, who had generously shared his recipes. Recently, however, Dylan had been wearing a frown, for he had not seen Xie Wei in many days, as the lord had decreed that the prince must not leave his chamber until spring. With Gishan gone, only Toya and another maid named Shalene remained, leaving no opportunity for him to guard His Highness. This meant he would be unable to see Xie Wei until after spring, as even the herbal paper he had crafted was taken by Toya to show the prince, who would then distribute it back to her for them. Reflecting on this, Dylan glanced at the herbal paper in his hands, pondering that His Highness must have grown increasingly bored, resorting to having them concoct herbal concoctions for amusement. Meanwhile, the increasingly bored Xie Wei tossed a box of white paper to Sal, with whom he was currently engaged in a one-sided Cold War, though this did not conflict with his act of giving Sal the paper. Sal had recently taken to returning to the chamber early to keep Xie Wei company, and upon receiving the rare opportunity for interaction, quickly opened the box that Xie Wei had thrown. Initially, Sal intended to shower Xie Wei with praise for whatever he had produced. But upon removing the thin stone slab from the box and discovering the pristine white sheets within, he immediately recognized their exceptional quality without needing Xie Wei to inform him. This was a type of paper far superior to the herbal sheets they had used before, crafted from the grasses of their frigid northern territory. Sal returned the paper to the box and then embraced the young prince, who had turned away from him. He held Xie Wei tightly, grappling with how to articulate his feelings at this moment. Did his little Rose understand the significance of these sheets for the Paraso people? They would greatly ease their lives, allowing them to exchange goods with merchants using this special paper made from the readily available grasses. The ability to trade such valuable items, crafted from common resources, was akin to receiving something for nothing. Did he truly gift this to me? Did he understand its worth? After releasing Xie Wei, Sal gently cradled his face, searching deeply into his eyes, where he saw a reflection of himself. The little Rose did not shy away from his gaze. Fake, Xie Wei retorted, pushing Sal's hand away and turning his face in a stoic manner. Unable to appease Xie Wei, Sal found himself wavering in his resolve after days of inner turmoil. Setting the box containing the paper aside, he leaned closer to Xie Wei, who turned away from him, leading him to persist in his attempts until Xie Wei eventually burrowed beneath the covers, concealed within the blankets. Xie Wei mused that Sal was indeed quite bothersome. Xie Wei, will you not make any requests of me? Sal inquired through the fabric. If I ask, will you comply? Xie Wei replied, his voice muffled. Aside from leaving the chamber, I can agree to anything, Sal answered, patting the little bundle. After he spoke, an extended silence followed, so long that Sal nearly believed Xie Wei had fallen asleep. However, when he pulled back the covers, he found Xie Wei awake, curled tightly within, his petite form appearing significantly smaller than Sal's, resembling a vulnerable newborn animal wary of the outside world. Sal, I am truly grateful for all that you have done for me. Consider this paper as a token of repayment. It may not suffice, but I will provide you with more in time. Xie Wei did not meet Sal's gaze, his eyes fixed on a void, where an unseen panel displayed a glaring system notification. Passive trigger for side quest Nayasi of the Snowfield completion progress 5. Points 2000 at chapter 48. The unease and anxiety must be his mere illusion. Sal furrowed his brow, pulling Xie Wei from the blankets. He began to doubt his command of the common tongue, for he could not comprehend what the little Rose meant by repayment. Why must he repay me? We are partners. Such a word should not apply. Everything I possess is yours, and everything you have is mine. We belong to one another. Cao felt somewhat uncomfortable with the words of the little rose. Such expressions rendered their relationship less intimate. Xie Wei was puzzled, wondering how Cao, as a Parasoan, could master the common tongue so well and yet nitpick at words that he knew he could not continue to dwell on this issue with Cao. Fearing that his true thoughts might be revealed, the suddenly triggered task rewarded him with 2,000 points, bringing his total to 2352. With these points, he could begin his preparations. He planned to leave the snowfields before spring, a season that was crucial and bustling for the Parasoans. If he could get ready before then, as long as he could depart from the far northern territory, Cao would not have the manpower to pursue him in such a short time. Therefore, before spring arrived, he needed to draw cards to accumulate enough magical energy, replenishing half of the system's power, ultimately leaving Cao a portion as compensation for the method of hatching the dragon egg. If that high priest had a solution, he would also leave an appropriate reward. Xie Wei reflected on the fact that Cao had hurt him at the beginning, yet he had invested emotions, time, energy, and money into him. It was because of Cao that he had the opportunity to leave the tower. He had experienced an unprecedented joy and solace in Cao's presence. Overall, the balance of gains and losses was evident. Though he had once feared Cao, he neither disliked nor hated him. Xie Wei found it difficult to comprehend why he did not harbor any animosity towards Cao. After much contemplation, he arrived at an objective reason. Cao always expressed his desires for him candidly. In Cao's eyes, he was needed, cared for, and cherished. Cao's obsessive possessiveness, in a way, filled the void within him. Aware that his psyche had never been particularly healthy, he had specifically learned how to regulate his emotions. He had done quite well, managing to overlook the small gaps in his heart most of the time. Gradually, as he ignored these feelings, his mindset grew more peaceful, reborn in this world, yet carrying the memories of his past life. He realized that nothing was more important than living healthily, especially during the time he had been ill. 18 years of confinement altered some of his thoughts, transforming the notion of living healthily into one of living freely and healthily. At present, he lacked the ability to investigate the reasons behind his confinement. His intuition suggested that it was not something worth uncovering. Until he possessed sufficient power, he wished to avoid any trouble. If he could fully resolve the matter, he would choose to do so. If not, he would prioritize his safety and desires. Life is exceedingly brief, and rather than expend energy on unpleasant troubles, he preferred to live the life he envisioned. Engaging in activities that brought him joy, Xie Wei reached out to embrace Cao's neck, planting a gentle kiss on the man's chin. Cao thoroughly enjoyed his initiative. Naturally, Cao leaned down, transforming Xie Wei's light kiss into a deep one. He tenderly held the little rose, and upon receiving a response, his thoughts were consumed by the person in his arms. Casting aside his questions in avoiding the issue, Xie Wei had completely learned from Cao, who evidently thrived in this dynamic. Grasping Cao's hair, Xie Wei mused on the peculiarities of human nature. He had resolved to leave Cao, yet found himself naturally engaging in intimate acts, even reveling in the pleasure of it. Thus, for the first time, he took the initiative to hold Cao tightly. He thought that after leaving the snowfields, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he and Cao would likely never meet again. That he wished to savor the warmth this man offered him in their final moments together. For he had never experienced such feelings before, leading to a sense of reluctance and appreciation. As Xie Wei embraced him, Cao, filled with immense satisfaction, poured forth all his patience and tenderness. The little rose rarely displayed such initiative, which thrilled Cao. However, he had learned not to disregard Xie Wei's experience. He had mastered the art of pleasing his delicate partner to the utmost. Following that night, Cao noticed that Xie Wei had become somewhat clingy. The little rose seemed to have fully opened up, no longer erecting barriers or sulking due to confinement. Cao was quite pleased with Xie Wei's transformation. It appeared that his little rose was adapting to life in the greenhouse. Yet, amidst his satisfaction, Cao felt an inexplicable unease. He could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, yet it lingered in his heart. However, each day upon returning to his room, he was greeted by the smiling eyes of the little rose, which helped him dismiss his inner turmoil. Each day now resembled the daily life he had long desired since bringing the little rose back. The unease and anxiety must surely be mere figments of his imagination. After living in such a manner for over a month, Cao gradually became numb to his worries, fully letting go of his concerns, and began preparing for the bonding ceremony with the little Rose. During this time, Xie Wei replenished the system with 50 units of energy. He placed the seeds acquired from card draws into a box containing wood-type magic crystals, layering the top with the crystals. Since the maid could only stand in the corner, bowing her head in his service, Xie Wei replaced the wood-type crystals with great ease. Cao would not disturb his collection of magical crystal toys. Whenever he wished to play cards, Xie Wei would take the crystals from the unaltered box. Once all the replacements were complete, he instructed someone to place the box in an empty room, telling Cao that he did not wish to play at the moment and would retrieve it later when he felt inclined. Cao had no reason to suspect anything. He merely inquired if Xie Wei desired crystals of different attributes. The far northern territory was not lacking in magical crystals, and should the little Rose fancy them, he could arrange for an assortment to fill the entire room. The seeds Xie Wei had planted in the terrace flower bed had now sprouted. He had sown various seeds, and the magical plants in the flower bed were primarily replaced by cold-resistant rice, cold-resistant wheat, cold-resistant potatoes, cold-resistant corn, and cold-resistant watermelons. Initially, Xie Wei worried that Cao might ask what he was cultivating. But after expressing his intent to plant something, Xie had provided him with an array of seeds, all of which were brought from the misty forest, never having been grown before. The far northern territory was incapable of producing crops in winter, making grain seeds incredibly precious. Xie Wei wished to engage in planting for fun, and Xie had humorously sourced these seeds that could not grow. Since they were all unyielding, it mattered little what he planted. With Xie absent from the castle, no one knew exactly what Xie Wei had sown. When the seeds sprouted, Toya was astonished for quite some time, her gaze towards Xie Wei becoming somewhat peculiar. Toya harbored suspicions that His Highness Xie Wei might not be human, for he was undeniably extraordinary, capable of transforming the region's flax into an incredibly soft white paper never before seen, and also managing to cultivate seeds from the misty forest. She had witnessed His Highness casually tossing the seeds into the hole she had dug, and after burying them, he did not instruct her to tend to them. It seemed as if he were genuinely planting for amusement, yet something had indeed grown, and it flourished remarkably well. Cao was astonished by the fact that Xie Wei could cultivate magical plants even in winter. However, upon realizing that the seeds originated from the misty forest, he found nothing amiss. Perhaps Little Rose merely selected a few varieties that could thrive during the winter months as for why others could not successfully grow seeds from the misty forest. Cao attributed it to improper methods. In any case, due to various reasons, no one suspected that Xie Wei had swapped the seeds. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Xie Wei understood. After all, Cao was fully aware of what he had taken when he left the empire. He could not possibly know of the system's existence, and the pouch of seeds given by Xie, stored within the system's backpack, conveniently dispelled all doubts. Chapter 49. That day was Little Rose's birthday. Once engaged in tasks, time seemed to fly. Before he knew it, winter had entered its final month, and in just over 10 days, spring would arrive in the northern territory. Xie Wei remained in his chamber, unaware of any changes outside. But he would inquire with Cao, who was always forthcoming with information. Cao mentioned that the first month of spring would still be quite cold, but by the second month, he could take Xie Wei out for some recreation. Whenever Cao made this remark, Xie Wei would smile, appearing genuinely pleased, yet he never responded. Cao, oblivious to any underlying issues, was immensely satisfied with his currently docile and obedient partner, the Lord. Cao was exceedingly busy. And now, in addition to managing territorial matters, he was also preoccupied with organizing the bonding ceremony. Consequently, the time he spent with Xie Wei diminished, but Xie Wei did not mind. This alleviated Cao's concerns while occasionally stirring a sense of loneliness within him. However, Little Rose always seemed to sense when such emotions surfaced in him and would tenderly kiss him, and being comforted by his partner made Cao feel excessively greedy. He requested Little Rose to remain in the chamber. And obediently, Little Rose complied, waiting for him there. This was no small feat, as his Little Rose had been saddened for quite some time, finally adapting to the situation. Yet, Cao found himself desiring that, in addition to waiting for him. Xie Wei would also miss him and care about the limited time they spent together. Such a desire was both unreasonable and contradictory. Because of this greedy thought, Cao felt immense guilt towards Xie Wei, which further motivated him to invest more effort into the bonding ceremony. Cao did not disclose the details of the ceremony to Xie Wei. He wished to hold an unparalleled grand event for his Little Rose. scheduling the ceremony for the second Sunday of the first month of spring. On that day, which coincided with Little Rose's birthday, he intended to present his soul contract as a birthday gift to his destined partner. Xie Wei also noticed that Sal's busyness seemed unusual, but he assumed Sal was preparing for the previously mentioned sacrificial ceremony. On the continent of Lar, various regions celebrated certain events during the last month of the year, which marked its conclusion, and the first month of the new year, which heralded its beginning. Xie Wei recalled that in the Xie Empire, the royal palace hosted a lavish banquet that lasted 3 days following the year's end. The imperial capital also held similar festive celebrations, with the streets aglow throughout the night, creating a vibrant atmosphere that Xie Wei could sense from the gaps in the tower's windows during his years in the tower. Those few days were his favorite, for the maids would bring him an abundance of food, far more sumptuous than usual. At midnight, when the clock tower chimed, Xie Wei would pull his solitary chair to the window to watch the magnificent performances of the palace mages. Although he could not see everything, he could still catch glimpses of the dazzling magic that resembled fireworks from his previous life. Xie Wei was familiar with the incantations and processes involved in such magic, and thought that once his magical energy was sufficient, he too would cast such spells, standing at an elevated position to behold the splendid patterns formed by the gathering of magical elements. Calculating the time, Xie Wei remembered that his 19th birthday in this world was approaching. He recalled the date of his birth. A kind old maid who had once cared for him had told him that he was born on the day of divine descent, a day when every child born was considered a treasure bestowed upon the world by the goddess of light. Cecilia, that he was born on the second Sunday of the first red moon in the year 973 of the Xie Empire, in the era before the floating islands collapsed. The southern regions worshipped the goddess of light. Cecilia, the sacred text of the temple recorded that the second Sunday of January in the year of divine descent was the day the goddess descended from the floating islands to the continent of Lar. She purified the land tainted by monsters, taught people to wield magic, and along with 3 other goddesses, brought hope and light to a continent plagued by monsters and dark forces. The goddess Cecilia was renowned for her purifying abilities, earning her the title of the goddess of light. This day, the empire preserves the most complete temple of the goddess of light, and the church holds celebratory ceremonies on the day of divine descent. However, the current church is less a congregation of the goddess's followers and more an institution that exploits her name to amass power and wealth. The Paralosians conduct sacrificial ceremonies on the first day of spring, where the high priest and various priests lead their people in prayers before the statue of Nyasos. The Paralosians firmly believe that Nyasos will forever protect the Tajiyama snowfield. Chapter 50. I must achieve watermelon freedom in the future. Sal always took his promises to Xie Wei to heart. As soon as the high priest returned to the temple of goddess Nyasos, he immediately ascended to the top floor chamber, intending to take Xie Wei to meet the high priest, in addition to the issue of hatching the dragon egg. Sal wished to present the horn of Moloi to the high priest alongside Xie Wei. The blessings they received from the divine messenger far surpassed those of others. Sal wanted the high priest to witness his partner, who even the divine messenger favored. However, since the high priest had just returned and required rest, it would be inappropriate to disturb her now. They could visit tomorrow or the day after. Xie Wei reclined in the rocking chair, while Sal knelt beside it, his arms resting on the chair's armrests. The rocking chair remained still under Sal's weight, and Xie Wei glanced at him, a hint of amusement in his expression as he leaned over to kiss Sal's lips. Then remarked, "Aren't you busy?" Sal was rather straightforward and juvenile in his attempts to gain Xie Wei's attention, and this was not the first time he had immobilized the rocking chair. After receiving the kiss, Sal contentedly raised his arm, allowing the chair to sway once more. Little Rose adored sitting on this gently rocking seat, spending most of her days either resting or reading in it. Although Sal yearned to respond that he was not busy, he still had numerous tasks to attend to. Xie Wei always considered others. Upon hearing that the high priest needed rest, and that they could go tomorrow or the day after, Sal should have immediately returned to continue with his responsibilities. Yet, simply being near Little Rose filled him with joy and contentment. Reluctant to leave, Sal lingered for over 10 minutes before finally departing. He was not only Little Rose's partner, but also the lord of the Northern Territory, responsible for the welfare of all its inhabitants. Jabata had entrusted the territory to him, and he bore the obligation to ensure his subjects led better lives. As Sal stepped outside, he encountered Toya, who was carrying a platter of some red, unknown delicacy. The Paralosians possessed an acute sense of smell, allowing Sal to detect a faintly sweet aroma. "What is this?" he inquired, picking up a half-moon-shaped item with green skin and red flesh from the tray, taking a bite as he spoke. The moment it touched his tongue, a cool sweetness spread across his palate. But he found it rather uninteresting and returned it to the platter. Toya replied, her head lowered. "This is a magical plant cultivated by His Highness Xie. After it ripened, His Highness instructed us to pick it and preserve it. We tried it, and it is indeed edible. His Highness named it the cold-resistant watermelon." Upon hearing this, Sal retrieved the piece he had previously tasted and popped it back into his mouth, finishing it in a few bites. "Skin and all that," he instructed. "Just let Xie have a taste. This is too cold for him to indulge in excessively." "Understood, my lord," Toya responded, although His Highness Xie had informed them to consume only the red flesh. It was a rare treat to have fresh fruits or green plants during this season, and they had all been eating the skin as well. The skin of the cold-resistant watermelon was not particularly palatable, but it was edible. Observing the large slices of watermelon, Sal added, "Take it back to the kitchen, cut it into small pieces, place them in a glass bowl, and then send it over. A small half bowl will suffice." Xie Wei lounged in the rocking chair, eagerly awaiting a slice of watermelon. After a brief interval, Tuya approached, carrying a beautiful glass bowl. Xie Wei gazed into the bowl at the meager watermelon cubes and, with a small silver spoon, poked at the fruit, casting a forlorn glance at Tuya. Sensing Xie Wei's melancholic gaze, Tuya lowered her head even further. Xie Wei understood that it was likely due to Sal's observation that things had come to this, and resignedly savored the watermelon cubes, vowing to himself that he would one day achieve freedom with watermelons. Once he finished the watermelon, Xie Wei began rummaging through his system backpack. Recently, he had drawn many useful items, and his magical energy had been steadily increasing. Currently standing at 340 points, he had tested his magical level in the washroom using the method of nurturing magic plant seeds. With some wood-type magic crystals, the amount of magic he possessed, combined with the potions, magical items, and scrolls in his backpack, would be sufficient for him to traverse the Nyaso's snow mountain and enter the Misty Forest. Once within the Misty Forest, with its abundant magical elements, he felt confident in his ability to remain undetected and ensure his safety. After familiarizing himself with the terrain surrounding Naya Castle, Xie Wei finalized his route. He planned to glide from the summit of Nyaso's snow mountain to the Misty Forest behind it. He was certain that the Misty Forest was replete with various attribute ingredients and magical plants, which he could use to earn points for further draws. His backpack was now well stocked with food and water, as well as an array of potions, including 18 stamina potions and 15 cold resistance potions, each with a duration of approximately 2 hours. Xie Wei had also discreetly packed some clothing and essentials. Sal had tailored and purchased numerous outfits for him, and the few that went missing were hardly noticeable. In recent days, Xie Wei had exhausted 2,000 points, returning to a meager 352, but the fullness of his backpack and the magical energy he could mobilize gave him ample confidence. Chapter 51. Well done, my little prince. From the castle's terrace, Xie Wei felt as though the Nyaso's snow mountain was within close reach to in reality. The journey from the castle to the goddess's temple atop the mountain, including the carriage ride and the segment where the carriage could not ascend, would take approximately 4 to 5 hours. Drowsily, he was lifted into the carriage by Sal, and it wasn't until noon that Xie Wei fully awakened. As he propped himself up with the plush bedding, the man who had been vigilantly watching by his bedside set down the beast-skin parchment he had been holding. Sal brought over a warm glass of honey-infused water from the bedside table, feeding Xie Wei a few sips before fetching a warm towel to gently wipe the face and hands of the still drowsy little Rose. After the warm towel had refreshed his face, Xie Wei was nearly fully awake. He extended his hand towards Sal, who expertly scooped him into his embrace. Sal, sitting at the bedside, meticulously tended to the little Rose, and then retrieved a balm from his pocket to apply to the exposed skin of the little Rose's garments. The delicate skin of the little Rose required careful daily maintenance from Sal's. The carriage could not ascend the final stretch near the mountain's peak. They would need to disembark and let Puka take them up. It had been a long time since Puka had seen him and had been clamoring to reunite. Sal spoke. He dressed Xie Wei's fair, delicate feet in plush long socks, feeling the softness beneath his palms. He yearned to place a kiss upon the instep of the little Rose, captivated by every aspect of him. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that such affection would cause the little Rose to blush and ignore him for a time. His little Rose was always so shy, but Sal cherished this innocent quality. Recently, Sal had noticed that his little prince seemed to have grown a little taller. While the change was subtle, he could discern it upon careful measurement. This realization brought him immense joy, for it signified that the little rose was putting down roots in this land. With a calm mindset, Xie Wei was able to eat and sleep well. His spirits high. Even when disturbed from his slumber by Sal, he bore no ill will, instead beginning to relish the man's warmth. Sustained by nourishing food and restorative soups, his physical condition had improved slightly, bolstering his confidence for the impending escape. However, along with this newfound confidence, a twinge of guilt began to take root in his heart. He sensed a gradual change in Sal's feelings towards him, and this transformation filled him with a sense of unease as he prepared to flee. Xie Wei had never considered what Sal would become after his successful departure, but now he found himself unable to shake the thought. Sal was known for his cruelty towards traitors, a fact he had heard from the maids who trained him during his time in the Empire. They had instructed him that upon reaching the northern territories, everything revolved around Sal's moods, assuring him that as long as he kept the Lord content, he would not suffer unduly. They had even taught him how to please a man and warned against harboring undesirable thoughts, such as escape or rebellion, which were deemed utterly treasonous. To avoid severe torment, it was best to not even contemplate such notions. According to the maids, the Palazzo people were a savage, bloodthirsty race, embodying violence, cruelty, and cold-heartedness. Yet, the Palazzo individuals Xie Wei had encountered were entirely different from that description. However, he had personally experienced the truth of their words through his interactions with Sal. Yet, as time passed, he found himself recalling less and less of the initial fear Sal had instilled in him. In less than half a year, he had nearly forgotten how terrifying that man could be. The current Sal was gentle, patient, and fervently straightforward, occasionally displaying a childish and mischievous side. This transformation made Xie Wei nearly forget Sal's darker nature. He pondered whether, upon his departure, Sal would revert to his former self, the grim and ruthless lord of the snowy plains. The thought filled him with trepidation, for he understood that once he began to escape, there could be no turning back. The mere idea of being caught again and how Sal might treat him sent shivers of fear through him, accompanied by emotions he found difficult to comprehend. After dressing Xie Wei in his boots, Sal noticed that the little rose seemed unusually silent. Yet, whenever he looked at the little rose, a gentle smile would grace his face. Each time Sal beheld that smile, he felt an inner relief, convinced that hiding the little rose away had been an astute decision. Xie Wei's appearance was already close to divine perfection, when coupled with an irresistibly endearing smile. The Imperial Rose would captivate all who laid eyes upon him, inciting a desire to possess him. He could not allow his treasure to be coveted by others, for such thoughts would drive him to eliminate anyone who dared to covet what belonged to him. After standing, Sal bent down once more, cradling the little rose's face in his hands, capturing his sweet lips in a tender and profound kiss, savoring the moment until he could quell the restless longing within himself. Eventually releasing the breathless youth, Xie Wei had grown accustomed to Sal's occasional kisses, feeling the warmth and tingling sensation on his lips as he allowed the man to gently caress his back. Xie Wei, you have now learned to regulate your breathing during kisses. Well done, my little prince. Sal's frank praise caused Xie Wei's ears to flush with warmth. Embarrassed yet flustered, he playfully attempted to punch Sal in the chest. But before his fist could make contact, it was captured. Do not feel shy. You are remarkable. We are partners, the closest of companions. There is no shame in this, just as there was none last night. You may let go a little. It is perfectly fine. Sal enveloped the little rose's fist, determined not to let the delicate hands of the little rose suffer injury from their playful exchange. The soft punches dealt by the little rose would hardly affect him, but the little rose's knuckles were bound to redden and ached. Be quiet. Sal, no more of that talk. How much longer until we arrive? Xie Wei interrupted Sal's musings, redirecting the conversation to more pressing matters. He cast aside the guilt that lingered in the corners of his mind, resolving not to dwell on the troubling thoughts any longer. Once you finish your lunch, we can disembark. With Puka's speed, it will only take about 10 minutes to reach the summit. Sal smoothly shifted the topic as he released his partner, turning to retrieve the lunch that had been gently warmed on the portable stove. After the two had finished their meal in the carriage, Chevy cradled the dragon egg in one arm, while Sal held his other hand, guiding him down from the carriage. The dragon egg was remarkably sturdy, and Chevy felt no concern about holding it with just one hand. Once they disembarked, Puka, who had been trailing alongside the carriage, eagerly approached, its large wolf head affectionately nuzzling against Xie Wei. He reached out to stroke its face, prompting the great black wolf to joyfully dig at the snow for a moment. However, upon hearing Sal's cold huff, Puka dutifully covered the two snow pits it had created. Sal embraced Xie Wei as they settled onto Puka's back, and the black wolf swiftly sprang into action, with Xie Wei securely held in Sal's arms, the only sound being the whistling wind rushing past. Chapter 52. He is a rather vain young man. The temple of goddess Nyasos was ravaged during the wars decades ago. Although some restoration had occurred later, many areas remained irreparable. Standing on the small square paved with stone slabs in front of the temple, Xie Wei looked around, observing the numerous giant stone columns encircling the area, many of which were damaged, hinting at the exquisite reliefs that once adorned them. Before the temple lay a shimmering blue pool, which Xie Wei surmised was the purification pool Sal had mentioned, as Puka was currently crouching by the edge, seemingly eager to leap into the water. Though it had been warned off by Salt, the center of the pool lay a 2-meter-wide stone walkway, with various shaped stone platforms submerged in the water on either side, from which beautiful tailed pink-scaled fish occasionally emerged. Xie Wei gazed at the scene for quite some time, and Sal, standing nearby, made no effort to hurry him along. That it had been a long while since little Rose had ventured outside, and since this was a rare occasion, he ought to have some fun, even if the temple itself offered little in terms of amusement. After all, it was little Rose's first visit, and it would surely be fascinating for him. Sal waited patiently for Xie Wei to finish admiring the surroundings before leading him toward the temple. They walked along the stone pathway across the pool and ascended hundreds of steps thereafter. Sal had previously mentioned that within the temple, he could not carry Xie Wei, hence the necessity for Xie Wei to climb the stairs on his own. Xie Wei felt no objection. He was often held by Sal because Sal wished to hold him, not due to any inability on his part to walk independently. However, upon completing the ascent, Xie Wei found himself at the entrance of the temple's front hall, his legs feeling heavy and nearly immobile. Sal supported him as they paused for a moment, allowing Xie Wei to catch his breath before he could manage to walk on his own again. The temple was situated at the peak of the snowy mountains, and from its front, Xie Wei could already glimpse the misty forest. Xie Wei. The temple of Nyasos bore some resemblance to the Parthenon he had seen in his past life. Both were rectangular structures adorned with lofty columns, and the interior was richly decorated with reliefs. Following Sal, Xie Wei traversed the ancient tiles from the front hall into the main hall, where the statue of Nyasos stood. The hall was spacious and bright, with intricate statues soaring 3 to 4 meters high, flanked by numerous lamp posts embedded with luminous white crystals. The ceiling above seemed to be maintained by a magical array, projecting a virtual image of a pitch-black night sky dotted with floating blue magical elements, forming shifting scrolls that resembled an ever-turning illustrated book. Sal held Xie Wei's hand, allowing him to admire the imagery until Xie Wei had taken in all the scrolls, after which they approached the statue to offer their prayers. Xie Wei mimicked Sal, crossing his hands over his chest and quietly reciting the prayer. Once completed, they proceeded to the rear hall. Within the entirety of the temple, only the high priestess and her successor were present, and upon entering the rear hall, the two immediately spotted the high priestess seated on a raised platform. This chamber also featured magical scenery, enveloped in darkness, save for the lamp posts flanking the stone pathway leading to the platform. Elsewhere, only blue magical elements and symbols floated and danced in the as they walked along the stone path to the platform. Sal had already taken the dragon egg from Xie Wei's arms and passed it to the white-robed successor positioned by the steps. The female successor, with her flowing black hair, playfully winked at Xie Wei before ascending the steps with the dragon egg. After the successor turned away, Sal, somewhat displeased, instinctively covered Xie Wei's eyes with his hand. However, Xie Wei promptly bit down on the hand obscuring his view. Once he had nibbled at Sal's hand, Xie Wei pushed it away and stepped aside, turning his face to gaze at the magical elements in the air. Sal unconsciously followed, enjoying the closeness to little Rose. Xie Wei did not move further away, allowing Sal to stay close. The high priestess, initially seated with her back to them, began to turn as the successor delivered the dragon egg. She was over 300 years old, having surpassed the average lifespan of the Palisoi people, and had once been the most formidable battle mage of the Northern Territories, though she appeared as an elderly woman. She was perfectly capable of hunting alone in the misty forest, Her eyes had been injured and were now blind. The injury was somewhat frightening to behold, leading her to cover her eyes with embroidered silk. She took pleasure in feeling the patterns she had sewn, always believing her embroidery to be the most beautiful. Except for significant rituals and celebrations, she would always wear her own creations. Consequently, Xie Wei's initial nervousness dissipated upon seeing the high priestess adorned in a piece of embroidered fabric that bore a chaotic design. Sal had noticed Xie Wei's tendency to feel anxious in the presence of elder figures, which prompted him to soothe him before entering. Now, observing Xie Wei's relaxed expression and the upward curve of his lips, Sal also found himself smiling at the high priestess's handiwork. Indeed, little Rose shared the sentiment that the high priestess's embroidery was lackluster. Yet, no one would dare inform her, as she had grown increasingly childlike with age. Criticizing her work would surely provoke her temper. The high priestess cradled the dragon egg, her palm surrounded by swirling blue magical elements. After a while, she suddenly spoke. "Sal, you mentioned wanting me to meet your partner. Why not bring him up here?" Hearing this, Xie Wei looked at Sal with a hint of confusion, noticing Sal's reluctance, yet he still led Xie Wei up the steps. The high priestess placed the dragon egg to the side, eagerly awaiting Sal to present the Imperial Rose before her. She understood this young man all too well. He sought to flaunt his beautiful partner while simultaneously keeping her from interacting with him. Hadn't he claimed he was exquisite enough to captivate even Morloy? With her impaired vision, she could only rely on touch to appreciate beauty, yet even a mere caress of the face would stir jealousy. What was he trying to show off for? As Xie Wei followed Sal to stand before the high priestess, the elderly woman warmly beckoned him to come closer. Xie Wei, ever polite towards elders, obediently approached the high priestess and half-squatted before her, allowing her to gently feel his face. Although her palm was not particularly soft, it radiated warmth as she delicately traced his features, praising, "You are truly handsome. If only my eyes had not been harmed. I would love to see such a beautiful child with my own eyes. What a pity. However, I did encounter a man as striking as you some 30 or 40 years ago. He was an exceedingly vain young man." Upon hearing the high priestess's words, Xie Wei felt a strange familiarity. As fragmented phrases from the depths of his memory began to surface, he recalled that during his early childhood, upon arriving in this world, he would curl up in a warm, safe, crimson-hued space. Occasionally, he would hear disembodied voices, the speaker's tones now lost to him. Yet some fragmented phrases remained. He remembered someone saying, in his youth, he was quite vain. "Do not emulate him. You too will be an exceptionally beautiful child. You must resemble me, but you should also take after him. Otherwise, he will surely be displeased." Chapter 53. He will hatch this dragon egg himself once the high priestess's hand withdrew from his face. Xie Wei lowered his eyelashes and softly inquired, "Did the person you met resemble me?" The high priestess, unable to see Xie Wei's expression, assumed the young man possessed a peculiar competitive spirit. Upon learning of someone who shared his beauty, he sought to glean more information about this individual. She offered a warm smile and replied candidly, "You bear a striking resemblance. Although I cannot see, I can feel that your features are nearly identical in their exquisite nature. However, I believe you surpass him in beauty, for you are a child favored even by Morloy." Although Morloy does not judge individuals by their appearance, the multitude of divine blessings bestowed upon the young man before her serves as a testament to his charm. Noticing that Xie Wei was particularly intrigued by the swordsman from decades past, the high priestess pulled him to her side and nostalgically recounted the tales of yore, standing quietly to the side. Sal observed as little Rose became enraptured by the story, patiently waiting without intruding. His young princess was still at the age where she delighted in tales, and whenever he could finish his duties early, he too would share stories with her. The high priestess spoke of events from 35 years ago, during springtime, when numerous adventuring parties would venture into the snowfields of the northern territories in search of ancient ruins. That year, 2 groups of adventurers unwittingly trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the Paralosians. Upon being discovered by the Paralosian patrol, one group attempted to force their way in, emboldened by a master-level mage among them. The patrol was outmatched until another group, lost and inadvertently wandering into the fray, intervened and halted the intruders. The assisting adventurers appeared to be a cadre of well-bred youths, led by a strikingly handsome young swordsman whose captivating looks and endearing personality made him impossible to dislike. Initially, they were to be imprisoned for 2 months in an ice cell for their trespass. However, After only one night spent with the patrol, sharing meals and camaraderie, they became fast friends, prompting the patrol's captain to personally plead for their clemency. At that time, the High Priestess Lita, whose eyes were unscathed, was taken aback by the rare plea for mercy from the notoriously stern Paralosian warrior, Captain Cheese. Lita was intensely curious about the young swordsman's methods that could sway Cheese to intercede on his behalf. Thus, she arranged to meet the group of 6, which included the swordsman and a seemingly aloof female mage, both of whom were humans, alongside 4 others, a Tyra, winged race, a Calatel, diminutive folk, a mermaid, and an elf. Collectively, they did not resemble typical adventurers. The entire party was united under the leadership of the young swordsman, who possessed a remarkable ability to communicate, coupled with his striking appearance and sincere, gentle gaze that endeared him to others. The group spent 2 months within their tribe, during which they aided in planting crops, tended to the sick and injured, hunted alongside the tribe, and occasionally explored ancient ruins. When they departed, they left behind nearly all the treasures they had unearthed, taking only the items they cherished. Because of these youths, it became known that the Paralosians were particularly lenient towards those of exceptional appearance, even allowing them to enter the forbidden grounds without punishment. Yet, in reality, only that one group of adventurers was granted such exception. Upon concluding the tale, Xie Wei realized he had gleaned little concrete information. The adventurers had used aliases convenient for their travels, and the Paralosians were not inclined to delve into others' backgrounds. The High Priestess Lita provided scant details. What Xie Wei could ascertain was that the young swordsman, who bore a striking resemblance to him, would now be approximately 53 years of age. This led him to contemplate the emperor and empress of the Heistan Empire, who, it seemed, had not yet reached 50. He bore no resemblance to them, save for the shared platinum blonde-haired. He also possessed a golden dragon scale mark, a remnant of childhood tales that suggested such marks were commonplace among royal bloodlines. However, the thought of this mark caused his ears to flush, as Sal was particularly fond of it, lingering there with kisses that often left indelible traces on his skin. Following the story, the High Priestess returned the dragon egg to Xie Wei, imparting with significance, "Your blood can awaken it. As long as it is near you, it shall grow." Sal, having overheard, furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, yet Xie Wei had already accepted the blood ritual scroll from the High Priestess. The magical array inscribed on the scroll required the summoner to drip blood onto it to activate the spell, necessitating a continuous supply of fresh blood until the dragon within the egg awakened. Sal pondered this troubling thought silently. How could his little Rose, who was particularly sensitive to pain and in poor health, provide such blood daily for the sake of a dragon? Though he refrained from voicing his concerns in front of the High Priestess, he handed over the horn of Morloyi before departing the goddess's temple with Xie Wei. Once outside, Sal seized the magical scroll from Xie Wei's grasp, cradling the dragon egg in his arms. As he led Xie Wei down the steps, he inquired, "Xie Wei, do you truly desire a dragon?" Xie Wei, puzzled by Sal's question, nodded, feeling the pressing need for the egg to bring him valuable points. He had not anticipated that merely providing some blood would suffice to hatch the egg. It seemed far simpler than he had imagined. The dragon kin of the Lar continent had long vanished. Yet dragons still existed, albeit in limited numbers, with a few dozen remaining. Seeing Xie Wei nod, Sal playfully tousled little Rose's fingers, saying, "What if I capture another dragon for you? You can keep this egg for fun. And I can fetch you other dragons." Though a bit challenging, it was not beyond possibility. Upon reflection, Xie Wei understood Sal's intentions. He grasped Sal's hand in return and gazed down at the stone steps, replying, "All right." Sal wished to prevent him from bleeding, hence his offer to procure other dragons. But Xie Wei planned to take the scroll and hatch the egg himself. Chapter 54. Do not hold so tightly on the final day of winter's red moon. Sal did not return all night. This had been the case during previous red moons. Yet this time, Xie Wei awoke well before breakfast. The illumination crystal stones in the bedroom had been partially removed, leaving only 2 small crystals near the bedpost, casting a soft glow that was just enough to see without disturbing sleep. The heavy bed curtains were drawn completely, and as Xie Wei stared at the patterns above, he realized this should have been the deepest part of his slumber, yet he felt no drowsiness. "Toya, are you there?" The silence in the room was palpable. Xie Wei knew Toya must be nearby, watching over him, but he still called out, "Do you have any instructions, Your Highness?" Toya approached the grand bed. "Nothing much. I just find myself unable to sleep." Would you mind chatting with me for a while? Xie Wei sat up, clutching the blanket, though he held little hope that Toya would engage in conversation. After a brief silence, Xie Wei leaned against the soft pillows at the head of the bed, intending to wait quietly for Sal's return. Are you worried about the Lord? Please rest assured, the Lord is exceptionally powerful and will be fine. Toya contemplated for a moment, sensing that the young prince was somewhat anxious, which likely prompted his early awakening, making comfort necessary. Although the Lord forbade them from getting close to Xie Wei or engaging in casual conversation, possessively wanting to monopolize all of his attention, Toya felt it was imperative to speak with her anxious young master at this moment. Xie Wei was unsure just how formidable Sal truly was, but considering his claim of capturing a dragon for him, he must be remarkably capable. Thus, his concern lay not with Sal's safety, but rather that today marked the first day of spring. The city of Gyuder would hold a sacrificial ceremony, with everyone expected to journey to the Nyaso's snow mountain. Sal had not indicated whether he would need Xie Wei to accompany him. He needed to find an opportunity to leave this month, yet the prospect of traveling alone to Nyaso's was daunting. Yes, I know he will be fine. Today is the day of the sacrificial ceremony. Correct? Xie Wei spoke while rummaging through his system backpack. Indeed, Your Highness, once the Lord returns, we shall head to the Nyaso's goddess temple, where we will remain for the entire day. You may rest a little longer now. Toya, recalling that they would be at the snowy mountain all day and would not return to the castle until nightfall, felt it imperative to encourage the frail Xie Wei to take advantage of the time to rest. Do I have to go as well? Xie Wei gazed at the spatial teleportation scrolls displayed on the system panel, instinctively clutching the plush bedding. The set of scrolls he drew could facilitate a single short-distance teleportation. As long as he concealed the positioning scroll at a specific location and subsequently activated the corresponding magic circle on another scroll, he could be transported to that designated spot, according to Toya. They were to remain on the other side of the snowy mountains for a day, and he was certain he would find an opportunity to place the positioning scroll there as long as Sal wasn't constantly monitoring his every move. He would have a chance that, of course, as the Lord's companion, you would need to lead the prayers alongside the Lord during the sacrificial ceremony. However, do not worry. Your presence is only required at the very beginning, after which the Lord has instructed us to escort you to the sacred spring, which is considerably warmer. The Lord did not specifically mention the sacrificial matters to Her Highness, nor did he instruct anyone to relay the information, likely out of concern that she would become anxious. Yet, Toya felt that knowing beforehand would only heighten Her Highness's tension, so she chose to elaborate a bit more. The sacred spring. Xie Wei recalled that Sal had mentioned the sacred spring in the bathing area was sourced from the Nyaso's snow mountain. He had even inquired how water could be drawn from such a distance. Sal had replied that it was accomplished using a spatial magic circle. The distance from the snowy mountains to the castle, based on his estimations, should fall within the teleportation range of the scrolls in his backpack. Similarly, he could also be transported to the sacred spring. With that thought, Xie Wei felt a slight sense of relief. Just as Toya was about to introduce the sacred spring to him, a sound emanated from the heavy bedroom door, prompting her to swiftly return to her original position, lowering her head and falling silent. Xie Wei lacked Toya's keen hearing. It wasn't until the door swung open fully that he noticed someone entering the room. He peeked out from behind the bed curtains, curious if Sal had returned. Upon entering, Sal immediately spotted Xie Wei's head peeking from the bed curtains, which softened his heart immensely. Nothing could alleviate the exhaustion of battling monsters throughout the night better than returning to see his beloved. He hurriedly approached, lifting the bed curtains and enveloping the person on the bed in an embrace, burying his face deep into the fragrant scent that emanated from him. Sal felt the tension that had gripped him all night instantly release. The little rose always exuded an intoxicatingly sweet aroma. Noticing Sal's breath becoming increasingly heated, Xie Wei saw that Toya had exited the room and gently pushed against Sal's body, saying, "Sal, please don't hold me so tightly. It's uncomfortable." Upon hearing Xie Wei's words, Sal loosened his grip slightly, but then tenderly pulled his beloved back into the bedding, enveloping him once more. The little rose's nightgown was crafted from fine silk, offering a remarkably smooth and lightweight touch. Sal had meticulously bathed before returning, now clad only in a base layer shirt. He held Xie Wei close, caressing his waist and back while kissing the little rose's soft, pale ear, appearing to soothe his partner while simultaneously calming his own emotions. After Xie Wei fell asleep, Sal carried him to the bathroom for washing up, then embraced him in the sacred spring for a while. Throughout this, the little Rose leaned against him, which brought Sal immense joy. Later, Sal gently dressed his little prince in new attire, but instead of putting on an outer garment, he wrapped him snugly in the plush bedding and, as before, carried him out of the bedroom. Toya and several others who were responsible for attending to Xie Wei followed closely behind, carrying all the items he would need for his outing. Chapter 55. The unexpectedly delicate Miao. The spring sacrificial ceremony of the Palasori people commenced an hour after sunrise and concluded an hour after sunset. The Palasori residing in Gudo City and the surrounding areas would first clear the bodies of the monsters after the red moon had set, before returning to their homes to wash and don their finery for the journey to Nyaso's Snow Mountain. The participants heading to the snowy mountains would form two lines, walking slowly one after the other towards the mountain. The left line would carry long spears adorned with ribbons and bells, while the right line would wield hand drums decorated with intricate patterns. They would chant praises in the ancient language of the Palasori, extolling the goddess Nyasos. The spears would be held before them, gently waved, sending a cascade of tinkling sounds from the bells along their path. They would strike the drums in a specific rhythm, the drumming synchronizing with their steps. As the Lord, Sal would set off 30 minutes ahead with the 20 most powerful warriors and 20 mages from Gudo City towards the temple of the goddess. Xie Wei slept soundly in the carriage, oblivious to the fact that their progress was far swifter than any previous journey. This time, Sal did not remain in the carriage with Xie Wei. He disembarked at the foot of the mountain while the carriage, carrying Xie Wei and Toya, sped away. Sal, at the mountain's base, joined the others with their respective contract beasts, chanting hymns as they ascended the snowy mountain step by step. The warriors held their great swords upright against their chests, blades pointed downwards, while the mages positioned their staffs diagonally across their fronts. By the time Xie Wei awoke, Sal and the others had also reached a section of the path that the carriage could not traverse. Sal entered the carriage to style Xie Wei's hair and then helped him into the colorful ceremonial attire of the Palasori people. The little Rose's legs were straight and slender, as Sal tied the robe around his partner. He was quite pleased to see those legs, clad in long boots, concealed beneath the hem of the robe. He had specifically requested adjustments to the size, and now it fit perfectly, warm and snug. Unbeknownst to Xie Wei, Sal's thoughtful intentions were focused on the new veil adorning his face. This time, Sal had again adorned him with a veil, but this one was distinctly different from the previous one. It was a magical accessory that rendered his face impervious to the cold, including his ears. In fact, Xie Wei's forehead ornament also provided some degree of warmth, but with the addition of this newly crafted veil, the effect was doubled. As Xie Wei donned the veil and was led out of the carriage by Sal, he found the imposition of the veil somewhat less objectionable, as it was truly quite warm. Once outside, Sal wielded his sword with one hand while securely grasping Xie Wei's hand with the other. He did not insist that Xie Wei join in the hymn singing. He understood that the people of the empire revered the goddess of light, Cecilia, and that the little Rose did not need to alter his beliefs simply because of their union. Following Sal's lead, Xie Wei stepped onto the final steep staircase leading to the snowy mountain's summit. The stairs were inscribed with Palasori script, and the stone walls flanking them were adorned with carved murals. Sal had recounted the stories behind these murals to him, which he had listened to as bedtime tales for quite some time. The goddess revered by the Palasori, Nyasos, was a valkyrie skilled in magical combat, and the ancestors of the Palasori called her the goddess of strength. Nyasos possessed no particularly benevolent magical element. She excelled at combining various magical elements for use, transforming any magical element into a deadly weapon, perhaps due to their devotion to Nyasos, or perhaps because they had long neglected external magical exchanges while continuing their studies in ancient magic. The Palasori mages were almost exclusively battle mages. Consequently, the Palasori's infrastructure remained among the most rudimentary on the continent. From what Xie Wei observed, the temple of the goddess Nyasos in the extreme northern territory was undoubtedly the pinnacle of their architectural achievements. Yet, this sole commendable structure had suffered significant damage during the war, and the Palasori had been unable to restore it fully, which pained Xie Wei greatly. Upon reaching the snowy mountain's peak, Xie Wei found himself somewhat breathless. Sal noticed that the little Rose's steps had grown heavier. He paused for a few minutes, waiting for Xie Wei to regain some strength before continuing forward. Once they entered the main hall of the temple, Xie Wei was nearly unable to stand and had to lean against Sal's arm for support. It was not that he lacked strength. Rather, His leg muscles had weakened from prolonged inactivity. If it weren't for the stamina potion in the system that could keep his body in peak condition for 2 hours. Given his current physical state, he would scarcely dare to prepare for an escape. The fear of freezing to death in the snowy plains of the extreme northern territory loomed large upon entering the main hall. Xie Wei followed Sal's movements as before. After completing the entire process, he was sent to the rear hall, where Toya and the others awaited him with their belongings. This time, upon entering the rear hall, it was no longer a dark and dreary space. The high priest was absent, and the rear hall was now adorned similarly to the main hall, except that the statue of the goddess had been replaced by a raised platform occupied by the high priest, behind which stood an open stone door. Following Toya and the others through the stone door, Xie Wei walked along the illuminated crystal stones lining the passageway. After twisting and turning for a while, he finally spotted the door leading outside. Just before stepping out, Toya fastened a palm-sized circular wooden token onto Xie Wei's attire. After securing it, she explained, "The sacred spring is guarded by magical beasts, and usually, no one is here. You must wear this token with a special scent. Otherwise, you will be attacked by the beasts." Upon hearing this, Xie Wei's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly picked up the token to examine it and curiously inquired, "Is this token a one-time use?" Toya replied as she guided Xie Wei outside, "Not at all. It can be reused. However, the tree from which this token is made has already become extinct, and there are only a handful of tokens left." As Xie Wei was about to express another thought, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a beastly visage that approached him. Dylan and another maid, Celine, had not anticipated the sudden rush of the magical beast. Despite their earnest efforts to obstruct its path, the guardian of the sacred spring managed to reach the front of the Xie Wei hall. Although they were aware that the wooden sign indicated the beast would not attack humans, they were nonetheless taken aback. Fortunately, the creature halted its advance upon arriving beneath the Xie Wei hall. Not only did it stop, but it also lay down on the ground, rolling over to expose its belly. Gazing up with its large, pale purple eyes, eagerly fixated on His Highness, Xie Wei looked at the oversized Maine Coon before him, feeling a mix of surprise and delight, observing its docile demeanor as it lay there. He hesitantly reached out to stroke its large head. The purring giant seemed delighted, nuzzling against his hand, prompting Xie Wei to continue caressing its face and chin, receiving enthusiastic responses in return. Meanwhile, Toya, Dylan, and Celine stood off to the side, questioning their reality. They observed the magical beast Mitaka being playfully rolled on the lawn by His Highness, completely unfazed and extraordinarily docile. It was hard for them to reconcile the fact that this gentle creature was, in fact, an 8th-level ferocious magical beast that often roared loudly enough to deafen those nearby. Chapter 56. Will you braid your hair tomorrow? When the sacrificial ceremony concluded and Sal arrived to escort Xie Wei back to the castle, he spotted Mitaka lying on the grass by the warm sacred spring, with the little Rose bundled in a plush blanket sleeping atop it. Mitaka's large tail encircling the child's body. It was astonishing that a magical beast like Mitaka, which had never entered into a contract with humans, would allow someone to rest upon it. Anyone witnessing this would find it incredible, yet Sal accepted it without reservation. He had seen how Molo interacted with the little Rose, and found it unsurprising that Mitaka would take a liking to Xie Wei. As an 8th-level magical beast, Mitaka possessed considerable intelligence, and being older than the high priest, it commanded great respect from the Paralo people, Sal included. However, seeing his partner sleeping soundly upon the beast made him feel a twinge of discomfort. But noticing Xie Wei's rosy cheeks and comfortable expression, he reasoned that resting against the magical beast was certainly warmer than sleeping on the small bed he had arranged for him. And he suppressed the feeling. Sal stepped forward intending to pick Xie Wei up, but was met with Mitaka's defensive stance, observing a line of ice spikes embedded in the earth at his feet. Sal raised an eyebrow and unsheathed the massive sword strapped to his back, plunging it into the ground with a heavy thud. Toya and the others stood in the corner, observing silently, stealing glances at the still slumbering His Highness. Relieved to find that he had not awakened as long as they hadn't disturbed him, there was no cause for concern. The standoff between Sal and Mitaka lasted less than 2 minutes before the beast reluctantly moved its tail away from the sweet little Rose. Its pale purple eyes fixed intently on Sal, and once it saw him carrying the child away, it stretched lazily and bared its teeth at Sal. Before Sal could respond, Xie Wei woke up. And in that instant, he witnessed Mitaka transforming into a completely different creature. It leaned over, gently nudging its fluffy head against the little Rose's hand, and after the child reached out to pet it, it emitted a soft, delicate sound. The little Rose, having just awakened and feeling somewhat lethargic, still mustered the energy to bid farewell to Mitaka, their interaction resembling a conversation, with the little Rose speaking and Mitaka responding with its soft meow. Sal, having grown up without ever hearing Mitaka produce such sounds, glanced back at the usually irritable beast as he carried the little Rose away. Once they were out of the child's line of sight, he observed the familiar ferocious Mitaka, baring its sharp teeth and exuding an aura of imminent aggression, rather than returning to the goddess temple via the usual route where he could not carry the little Rose. Sal chose to descend the steep, unrefined mountainside from the sacred spring. Such a cliff would be insurmountable for an ordinary person, yet Sal, along with Toya and the others, could easily leap down, requiring no cushioning. Wrapped in Sal's cloak, Xie Wei remained oblivious to the jumps and felt no jostling. Upon reaching the spot where the carriage had stopped that morning, all those who had come to participate in the ceremony had already descended the mountain. They held torches or illuminating crystals, creating a moving band of white and orange light against the dark night. Sal lowered Xie Wei's hood, urging him to gaze at the twinkling lights below. He could not quite fathom why he wanted the little Rose to witness such a scene, yet he felt compelled to share it with him. Nestled in Sal's embrace, Xie Wei savored the warmth emanating from him amidst the chilly night. Gazing at the flickering lights below, his emotions were complex, and he struggled to articulate them. Sal was always eager to share everything with him, yet to this day, he had never divulged even the slightest fragment of his innermost feelings. Xie Wei understood that despite Sal possessing some intolerable quirks, he genuinely regarded him as a partner. Yet, he found it impossible to fully entrust himself to Sal. He harbored doubts about how long Sal's affections would endure. Presently, he possessed a youthful physique and a commendable appearance, but people inevitably changed. If someone younger and more beautiful were to appear in the future, would Sal still maintain the same fervor for him? Would he, in his obsessive desire to possess, seek to possess another? Regardless of what Sal had said in the past, the credibility of words is time-sensitive. Once that period is past, how can one ascertain the validity of what has been said? Can a person truly love only one individual, devoting themselves exclusively to that one person for eternity? Xie Wei was uncertain, unconvinced, and skeptical that in essence, from the very beginning of their relationship, he had been at a disadvantage. No matter how well Sal treated him, he remained anxious, particularly due to Sal's obsessive possessiveness, which rendered him unable to feel like an equal partner. Most of the time, he felt more like a beautifully adorned, treasured pet. When humans lavish substantial sums on their desired pets, they strip them of their freedom, only to bestow what they perceive as endless affection. He saw little difference between himself and those creatures. When considering human relationships, the complexities of emotions are overwhelming, akin to the entanglements he had witnessed between his biological mother, father, and his father's wife in a past life. He had no desire to repeat that pattern. He wished to avoid becoming mired in such emotional quagmires. If it were merely a matter of physical interaction, he would find it far more acceptable. Having grown accustomed to solitude, it became exceedingly difficult to integrate another person into his life. While there might be attachment and reluctance, he would rather sever ties with anything that could complicate his future. He longed for a life of freedom, simplicity, and tranquility. This was a conviction he repeatedly reinforced within himself. That night, upon returning from the snow-capped mountains to the castle, Xie Wei developed a mild fever. Though not severe, Sal administered medicine and wiped his sweat, despite having not rested since the red moon. The man showed no signs of weariness. Unable to sleep due to his discomfort and with a slight headache, Xie Wei found solace in Sal's gentle storytelling as they enjoyed a rare night of tranquility together. In that moment, Xie Wei felt an overwhelming warmth, a sentiment he had only experienced once before in both his past and present lives. Earlier that day, he had hidden the teleportation scroll in Mitaka's wooden cat bed, quietly instructing the large feline not to cause any damage or disturb the scroll, to which it agreed. Upon encountering Puka, he realized that the magical beasts in this world were remarkably intelligent. Although they could not speak, he could discern their intentions through their eyes and expressions. His day spent communicating with the large cat had been immensely enjoyable, and it had even invited him to reside in its den and stay by the sacred spring together. However, Xie Wei politely declined. He was ill for 2 days, though he was already feeling better by the next morning. Nonetheless, Sal insisted he rest, forbidding him from getting out of bed, which led to another day of lying idle. By the third night, Sal enveloped him in a tender embrace in the bathroom. Upon returning to the columned bed, he continued to hold Xie Wei closely, showering him with kisses. Xie Wei sensed that Sal had something to discuss. So he cooperatively wrapped his arms around Sal's neck, closing his eyes to savor the man's affection. After a while, as Sal caressed his still trembling partner, he spoke in a hushed voice. I need to leave the castle for a few days. Will you stay here and wait for my return? For what purpose? Xie Wei did not answer directly. Burying his face in Sal's chest, his voice muffled, "Tio Sal." This indicated that the little Rose was somewhat displeased. He pressed a kiss to Xie Wei's head in a soothing manner, explaining, several tribes are facing some troublesome issues, and I must go to assess the situation. When will you return? Xie Wei inquired. His voice still tinged with discontent, though his eyes sparkled remarkably in a manner hidden from Sal, that I'm not sure yet. It could be 3 days or perhaps a week that I promise to return as quickly as possible. Sal felt a twinge of concern that little Rose might be angered, yet more so, he worried that she would be indifferent to his return. Oh, Xie Wei replied, turning his back to Sal. This gesture lifted Sal's spirits, for it signified that little Rose was sulking, indicating her discontent over his absence for several days. Leaning closer, Sal peered at little Rose, who was pouting with her eyes closed, her face devoid of expression. He gently rested his chin on her shoulder and coaxed, Xie Wei, shall I take you along next time? Can you refrain from being upset? Despite Sal's persistent attempts to soothe her, Xie Wei remained silent until Sal leaned in to kiss her earlobe, prompting her to cover her ears and utter, Sal, are you braiding your hair tomorrow? Her words came out in a rush, as if she feared being overheard. However, the Paraso people possessed keen hearing. Not only did Sal catch her words, but he also swept Xie Wei into his arms. Sitting up, he embraced her and asked, could you repeat that? Xie Wei? Xie Wei buried her face in the crook of his neck, murmuring, don't braid your hair tomorrow. Sal joyfully held her close, fervently kissing her ears and neck, his voice deep as he replied, I will braid my hair tomorrow, Xie Wei. You must help me. I shall wait for you after you've styled my hair before I leave. Wrapping his arms around Sal's strong waist, Xie Wei kissed his Adam's apple, pondering that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, tonight would be their last together. In response to Sal's fervent affection, Xie Wei felt his rationality ablaze. Yet once the fire subsided, he gathered his thoughts from the ashes. His body was utterly fatigued, yet his mind remained astutely alert. Chapter 57. Sal, be careful on the road. The following morning, Sal awakened Xie Wei with a kiss. As he opened his eyes to the warm, humid breaths of the man beside him, he caught sight of the laughter glimmering in Sal's silvery gray eyes. Clearly, Sal's good mood had carried over from the previous night. Sal was not typically a cheerful individual. Initially, Xie Wei had perceived him as domineering and brooding. However, as their time together extended, Sal's demeanor gradually shifted, evolving into the clingy and mischievous figure he had become. Despite his exhaustion, Sal, much like Puka, was brimming with energy and occasionally quite boisterous. Embracing his soft partner, he found it difficult to extricate himself from the bed, reluctant to leave little Rose's side, yearning to remain with his beautiful companion at all times. After stealing a moment of solace from little Rose, he swiftly lifted her from the grand bed. In the bathroom, Xie Wei sat on a large chair, draped in a plush blanket. Sal stood by the sink, attending to his grooming, while Xie Wei, feeling somewhat disgruntled, kicked at Sal's legs. Xie Wei, don't be troublesome, Sal admonished, turning to face him, gently pinching Xie Wei's pouting cheeks with his slightly damp fingers, having barely slept for a few hours. Xie Wei was in a foul mood. After Sal's gentle face pinch, Xie Wei buried his face in the blanket, but it was only a moment before Sal scooped him up, placing him atop the chair. Then wrapping an arm around his waist, standing on the chair, Xie Wei was slightly taller than Sal. He steadied himself by gripping Sal's shoulders, but the man seized his hands and moved them from his shoulders to his hair. This was no longer a mere hint. It had become an overt invitation. Thus, Xie Wei gathered Sal's hair and gently tugged, instructing, turn around. With Sal's hair in hand, Xie Wei gazed at his handsome features, thinking that even if he fashioned 2 braids, it couldn't look too awful. Sal obediently turned, and in that instant he felt little Rose begin to work on his hair, a wave of bittersweet emotion surging within him. He found himself at a loss for words to describe the feeling, but simply put, he longed to turn around and share a deep kiss with little Rose. After years, he finally had someone to braid his hair. Just the thought filled him with immense happiness. As his thoughts drifted, Sal stared at the delicate braids cascading over his shoulders, memories of the past surfacing. 25 years of recollections had become hazy, nearly erasing the images of Amida and his siblings. Yet, he still remembered the various braids they had crafted for him at the age of 4. His understanding of death was that each morning he would awaken without anyone to hold him and tenderly style his hair. During those years of captivity, he was confined in a beast's cage, disheveled and exposed, to the point where he forgot he was once human. It wasn't until he encountered fellow captives that he was reminded of his humanity. Before being dragged to the arena, a kin used his scarred hands to untangle Sal's messy hair and bind it with strips of cloth. The kin had promised that upon returning to the snowy plains, he would once again have someone to braid his hair, so he must persevere. Thus, he survived, returning to the snowy expanse. Now with a partner who could style his hair, braiding was not difficult for Xie Wei. He could manage a simple 3-strand braid. Instead of braiding all of Sal's hair into scattered plaits, he selectively braided sections on either side, partially tying it back with the braids. This hairstyle suited Sal remarkably well, and Xie Wei gazed at it in awe after Sal had turned around. Although it was merely a change in hairstyle, it presented a wholly different visual feast. The Paraso people possessed striking features, and among their many handsome faces, Sal stood out distinctly. Sal reveled in the way Xie Wei looked at him, though he hadn't glanced in a mirror to admire the braids. He could discern from Xie Wei's gaze and expression that his new hairstyle was indeed quite impressive. Xie Wei quickly regained his composure, lowering his lashes to urge Sal. "Let's go. I'm quite sleepy." Sal touched his braids, but said nothing more, merely placing a tender kiss on Xie Wei's forehead. He then lifted Xie Wei, carrying him from the bathroom, not directly back to the bed, but rather to the dining table. After coaxing Xie Wei to eat a bit of breakfast, Sal lingered with him for a while. And when it was time to leave, he returned Xie Wei to the bed, lying in the warmth of the quilt, with Sal holding one of his hands and kissing it tenderly. Xie Wei feigned drowsiness, avoiding eye contact with Sal. It was only when Sal lowered the bed curtains to depart that Xie Wei murmured, "Sal, be careful on the road." Chapter 58. Such a Xie Wei prince might suddenly disappear among the Paraso people. Farewells do not typically include phrases like "be careful on the road" or "safe travels." They are certain of one another's safe return, hence the lack of need for such verbal reassurances. This was Sal's first encounter with such words. After repeating them in his mind, he found them particularly melodious. Having resolved to leave, he felt a pang of discomfort and knelt on one knee beside the bed. Embracing his partner, he buried his face in Xie Wei's neck, and after a long pause, whispered in her ear, "As you wish, my little prince." The titles of Little Prince and Little Rose always made Xie Wei feel somewhat bashful. As a faint blush graced his fair ears, suppressing his inner turmoil, Xie Wei reached out to embrace the man's neck, yet remained silent. After Sal's departure, Xie Wei caressed his warm, tingling lips and took a deep breath before accessing the system panel. Unable to return to slumber, he resolved to inventory the items within his system backpack. According to Sal, their journey would lead them to several tribes, and Xie Wei estimated that a round trip would take at least 3 days at the fastest pace. Thus, it would be prudent for him to teleport to the sacred spring on the evening following Sal's departure from Goat City, and then glide towards the misty forest using his gliding apparatus. Due to distance constraints, the gliding device could not transport him directly into the misty forest. He would land some distance away and then proceed on foot. After consuming a stamina potion, his body would swiftly regain its optimal state. Based on his physical conditioning from his previous life, Xie Wei estimated that the walk to the misty forest would take approximately 2 hours, assuming favorable conditions. As winter came to an end, magical beasts and wild animals began to roam the outskirts of the forest, but Xie Wei felt no apprehension, for he had drawn a reusable single-person safe house from the system's card pool. The safe house's description indicated that upon encountering danger, one could deploy it to be securely sheltered within a 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide sanctuary. The safe house would conceal the user's form and presence, providing protection against the attacks of magical beasts below level 5. Though it could not be moved once placed. However, upgrades could later be purchased from the shop, enhancing its functionality and expanding its space. After Sal's departure, Xie Wei remained in his room, as usual, appearing entirely unremarkable. Toya could not fathom that this version of His Highness Xie Wei would suddenly vanish into thin air. Out on that day, Xie Wei, after enjoying his evening meal, indulged in some reading before heading to the bathroom to bathe. Sal had previously reminded Toya to ensure that Xie Wei soaked in the sacred spring for half an hour each day. Thus, upon seeing Xie Wei enter the bathroom, Toya followed closely behind. Reiterating the Lord's instructions, Xie Wei acknowledged with a nod and stepped into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Toya remained outside, initially able to hear the sound of water flowing, but after a while, the bathroom fell silent. Yet, she harbored no suspicions, for when the Lord was not accompanying His Highness Xie Wei in the sacred spring, he often preferred to rest quietly by the bath. When nearly an hour had elapsed without Xie Wei emerging, Toya decided to open the bathroom door. She called out a few times from behind the door, but received no response. Before entering the bathroom, the worst scenario Toya had envisioned was that His Highness Xie Wei had dozed off by the edge of the bath. She had never considered that he might vanish from the castle's top-floor bathroom, where the window bars remained unbroken. Following an initial wave of panic, Toya gradually regained her composure and meticulously searched the bathroom, confirming that no one was inside. She then scoured every room in the bedroom. Once she was certain that His Highness Xie Wei was no longer present in the room, Toya left the bedroom to seek out Captain Ryan, the guard left behind by the Lord in the castle. The castle's defensive magic array had not been breached, and aside from herself, only His Highness Xie Wei had been in the bedroom. Given that the prince lacked any magical aptitude, how could he have suddenly disappeared from the bathroom? Ryan strode swiftly down the castle's corridor, accompanied by two mages as they made their way to the master bedroom on the top floor. Intent on investigating any residual magical fluctuations that might linger within, he cast a cold glance at the maid trailing behind him, but quickly averted his gaze, with no grounds or motive to suspect. The Lord had chosen trusted attendants for His Highness Xiavi, making it unlikely that they were orchestrating anything untoward. The teleportation scroll used by Xivi was a product of the system, leaving no trace of magical energy. Once utilized, the scroll vanished entirely without a remnant. The mages found nothing amiss, and the beast that scented Xiavi's personal garments merely wandered about the bedroom. The entire castle was ablaze with light. Ryan had deployed a significant portion of his personnel to scour the surroundings, and he also dispatched others to inform the Lord while sending yet another team to search along the route toward the Empire. The disappearance of Xivi had instilled a sense of dread within Naya Castle, while Xivi himself was engaged in a strenuous struggle with the great cat Mitaka at the sacred spring. Before departing, Xivi had left behind his cold weather gear, and as the collar around his neck could not be removed on its own, he was compelled to wear it as he left. The magical artifacts crafted by Sal were invaluable. He possessed cold resistance potions, which would prove unnecessary after leaving the snowfields, so he saw no need to carry them away. Gripped by Mitaka, Xivi patiently soothed the great cat, negotiating for quite some time before the creature finally released him. Not far behind Xivi, Mitaka watched as the little cub produced an object resembling bird wings, securing the straps to itself. The cub waved goodbye before sprinting back and leaping off the cliff. Although the cub had assured Mitaka it would be fine, the great cat rushed to the cliff's edge, watching with a sense of despondency as the peculiar object carried the little cub away. This time, the cub had not stayed long to play, and Mitaka pondered when the cub might return, knowing it could not leave the sacred spring to seek its playful companion. The cubs of the Paralos often ventured into the misty forest for training. And in Mitaka's eyes, Xivi was merely off to train there for a time before returning, so it began to wait for the little cub's next visit. Xivi had never engaged in extreme sports in his previous life. As he leaped from the cliff, he felt a twinge of fear, but soon the triangular magical artifact above him, over a meter wide, stabilized his flight toward the misty forest, causing his apprehension to dissipate with the smoothness of his descent. The gliding apparatus featured a seat pouch beneath, allowing Xivi to simply sit and control the ropes on either side to adjust his direction and angle, compared to the paragliders of his past life. This gliding device offered numerous advantages. Its small wings made it easy to carry, and it could change direction at will without concern for air currents or wind direction. After consuming stamina and cold resistance potions, Xivi found his physical state comparable to that of his previous life. The cold resistance potion prevented frostbite, but did not eliminate the sensation of cold. However, as the sharp night winds of the snowfields brushed against him, Xivi felt invigorated. Soaring thousands of meters above the ground in safety thrilled his mind. At this moment, he was entirely absorbed in the expanse of the world before him, including the nearby misty forest. Eagerly prepared to embark on his long-awaited journey in this foreign realm. Chapter 59. Before long, he fell asleep within the confines of the narrow safe house, with winter just past and the snow barely melted. Xivi stepped lightly through the deep snow toward the misty forest, discovering that the path was far from level. Upon landing, he realized many areas required detours. He climbed over small hills and traversed minor crevices, even encountering a pack of ordinary-sized snow wolves. Hiding in the safe house, he observed the wolves pass by, finding great amusement in this close encounter with nature, perhaps due to his prolonged absence from the outside world. Everything appeared fresh and novel to him now. Of course, he did not linger excessively. The quantities of cold resistance and stamina potions were limited, and he could not afford to waste time. Xie Wei reached the edge of the misty forest. Taking an hour longer than anticipated, he gazed at the forest before him, glanced back at the Naya snow mountain, and then resolutely stepped inside. From the moment he activated the teleportation scroll, he ceased to think of Sal. Some things, if pondered too much, would undermine one's resolve. The misty forest derived its name from the unpredictable white mist that enveloped it, causing travelers and bounty hunters to lose their way within its depths. Those fortunate enough might find themselves guided out by the mist, while the unfortunate would remain trapped forever within its confines. That a select few, however, could discern direction even in the fog. These individuals were often employed as guides by adventurers. In truth, most Paralos warriors who had undergone fourth-tier training would not become lost in the misty forest, yet few would seek out a Paralos guide. Years of misinformation had cultivated a reluctance in those who had never encountered a Paralos to harbor goodwill toward the race. Upon entering the misty forest, Xie Wei slowed his pace, gripping the short sword gifted by Lauren, remaining vigilant at all times. Fortune smiled upon him. 2 hours into his forest exploration, he had yet to encounter any mist and had gathered some magical flora along the way. Observing the 500 points added to his system, he marveled at the 250 magical plants he had collected, each worth 2 points. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Anything he collected himself could be multiplied according to the quantity and points. Yet items given to him, regardless of number, would only yield a single point. This rule of the system could be seen as a measure to prevent cheating. Once he fully grasped the system's point calculation, Xie Wei no longer felt the urgency to rush. Instead, he enthusiastically resumed collecting magical plants. However, his backpack still had limitations on capacity, necessitating point exchanges for expansion. He could accommodate a maximum of 1,000 plants in the magical flora section of his backpack. Thus, Xie Wei had to collect and exchange simultaneously, striving to keep space available. Although he would always leave a few of each type of magical plant in his bag. He contemplated researching the properties of these magical plants when time permitted, pondering whether he could use them for cooking or potion making. Seated in a naturally formed hollow beneath a massive ancient tree, Xie Wei spread a beast skin blanket from his system over the collected dry leaves. The system panel displayed the time as 4 a.m. He had arrived in the misty forest just after midnight, and having not encountered any mist and having discovered various magical plants he had never seen before. He had walked for quite a while with great enthusiasm. Over 7 hours had passed since leaving the castle, during which he had consumed 4 bottles each of stamina and cold resistance potions. Originally possessing 18 stamina potions and 15 cold resistance potions, he now had 14 stamina potions and 11 cold resistance potions remaining. The stamina potions would last him for more than a day, but the cold resistance potions were running low. Xie Wei spread half of the beast skin beneath him and draped the other half over himself before activating the safe house. The space within the safe house was insufficient for him to lie flat. He curled up against the wall formed by the tree roots. The hollow was spacious, akin to a small room. Xie Wei had observed before entering that it did not appear to be a cave occupied by wild beasts, but rather bore traces of human activity. Whether in his previous life or this one, some travelers always seemed to enjoy leaving behind marks of their passage in the places they stayed. Xie Wei currently had exactly 3,000 points in his system. His affinity for wood magic elements, though his magical power was not particularly high at present, enabled him to easily discern whether magical plants were toxic or harmful. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he refrained from carelessly disturbing many magical plants. The low point, easily collectible plants had dwindled, and upon reaching 3,000 points, which felt significantly safer than the previous 352, he decided to pause and find a place to rest. The effects of stamina potions differed from those of the previously consumed powder-scaled fish. The latter provided both physical and mental vitality. But for someone as physically weak as Xie Wei, the fatigue would rebound doubly once the effect wore off. In contrast, stamina potions could only provide ample energy without alleviating mental fatigue, though Xie Wei was pleased with their lack of side effects. After spending a while drawing cards and using 1,000 points, Xie Wei drew an additional 20 bottles of stamina potions and 15 bottles of cold resistance potions. He now possessed a total of 34 stamina potions and 26 cold resistance potions. The probability of drawing cold resistance potions was lower than that of stamina potions. Xie Wei had reviewed the materials required for potion making and understood that the ingredients for cold resistance potions were rarer than those for stamina potions, which explained the lower draw rate. Xie Wei retrieved a strawberry from his backpack. After walking all night, he was feeling somewhat hungry, while he could stow away some clothing and supplies in the space. Concealing food was more challenging. Currently, his system backpack could only keep system-produced food fresh, while items from outside would spoil as if stored at normal temperature, subject to a fixed shelf life. Moreover, he could not hide away too much food, as excessive disappearance would be easily noticed. Previously restricted from leaving the bedroom by Sal, he had no access to the small kitchen, thereby unable to procure fresh ingredients. He could only stash away items that were easier to store from the meals delivered to him. The edible items in his system backpack now consisted of the fruits drawn from cards and a few desserts, candies, jerky, and bread. Given Xie Wei's appetite, these supplies would suffice for 2 days. Once these were consumed, he could devise a plan to hunt small animals or seek out edible magical plants. Xie Wei's current magical power allowed him to control vines to ensnare prey, making it manageable to deal with small creatures. After replenishing his sugars and hydration with the strawberry, Xie Wei wrapped himself in the beast's skin and curled up, quickly drifting off to sleep in the narrow confines of the safe house. Meanwhile, Sal, having learned of Xie Wei's sudden disappearance, was hastily making his way back to Gyuda City, trailed by subordinates who struggled to keep pace with Puka, helplessly watching as their lord's figure receded into the distance. Chapter 60. Any answer would sadden Little Rose. Sal had never felt as fearful of returning to Naya Castle as he did now. His mind was a blank canvas, devoid of thoughts. He could not comprehend how Ryan could have sent word that His Highness Xie Wei had gone missing. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he ascended to the top floor step by step, pondering whether Xie Wei might be longing for him and had conspired with Ryan to play a prank. However, this did not seem to be a jest. As Sal approached the door to his and Xie Wei's bedroom and beheld the rows of kneeling maids and attendants by the entrance, his heart plummeted into an icy abyss. An indescribable chill spread through him, rendering both his mind and body rigid. He stepped forward with heavy feet, expressionless, and pushed open the imposing door. In the past, merely opening this door would allow Sal to see his partner immediately. But this time, as he entered the bedroom, he first approached the grand bed draped with curtains and softly uttered, "Xie Wei, are you resting?" No one responded to him. The silence in the bedroom was eerily oppressive. The keen senses of the Parasol people informed Sal that the fragrance belonging to Little Rose had diminished significantly. He was alone in the room now. Instead of lifting the bed curtains, he began to methodically open each door in the bedroom, entering each room one by one to inspect the belongings within. Ultimately, he arrived at an empty room containing several boxes. Upon seeing the familiar boxes, a thought flashed through Sal's mind. He swiftly knelt before them and opened the boxes. He brushed aside the wooden magic crystals on top. What lay beneath caused his fingers to tighten involuntarily. The shards of the crystal he still held shattered, cutting into his palm, and crimson blood dripped onto the crystals and the seeds within the box. Yet, Sal felt no pain in his palm. Instead, it was as if something had struck him on the head, clouding his vision and making it difficult to breathe. Accompanied by a buzzing noise in his ears, he opened all the boxes that were supposed to contain wooden magic crystals. Pushing aside the upper layer of crystals to reveal seeds hidden beneath, Sal was not unfamiliar with these seeds. They belonged to the magical plants of the Xie Wei variety, which had retained seeds after harvest. At that time, Xie Wei had asked Toya to collect those seeds, saying they could be planted in the spring. However, there were simply too many seeds here. They were not the same as those he had sown. Uncertain how long he had knelt before the boxes, Sal eventually stood up and hurried to the cabinet where the winter protective accessories were stored. He opened the cabinet doors, inspecting each jewelry box one by one. The accessories of Little Rose were arranged in sets, chosen daily by him for her to wear, and no one knew their quantity better than Sal. With each box he opened, his expression darkened further. When he finally opened the last box, discovering it missing only a collar, but accompanied by a folded piece of paper and an oval object resembling a badge, his bloodshot eyes fixated intensely on the paper and the oval item. His jaw clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the surge of fury threatening to erupt, yet the cabinet before him could not escape the fate of destruction, gazing at the shattered cabinet and the scattered accessories. Sal crouched down to pick up the oval object, tucking it into the inner pocket of his chest. Only then did he unfold the piece of paper. "Dear Sal, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed from the Northern Territories. Everything was part of my own plan. Please do not blame Toya or anyone else. They were entirely unaware of it. I implore you not to punish the innocent. During this time, I am safe. I have taken a few items. I hope you do not mind. The boxes of seeds in the empty room are meant to repay you for all you have given me. I hope they can, to some extent, quell your anger. These seeds can adapt to the harsh cold of the Northern Territories and can be sown in any season, yielding high returns without much care. Your people will no longer suffer from food shortages. Beneath the seeds, there are design blueprints for some magical tools and methods for creating practical items. I have gifted them to you, and I believe they are sufficient compensation. After reading the letter, Sal folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket. He then knelt on the ground to rearrange Little Rose's accessories. He gazed coldly at the items in his hands, reflecting that he should not have been so soft-hearted. After Little Rose fell the first time she removed her protective gear, he should have replaced all her jewelry with unremovable styles. If it weren't for Little Rose's dislike, why would he have allowed her to wear only that one collar that could not be removed? Little Rose had escaped on her own, even pleading for Toya and the others in the letter. He remembered the food shortages in the Northern Territories, drawing a line with the seeds and so-called compensation. Little Rose had expressed a desire not to be trapped in the castle's highest tower, declaring a yearning for freedom. Thus, she had left behind an irresistible bargaining chip and departed without a trace of nostalgia. Sal could not comprehend why he had laid everything bare before Little Rose. He had been preparing for their bonding ceremony, and it seemed Little Rose had accepted him, so why escape at this moment? Upon learning that Xie Wei had departed, Sal felt less urgency. His previous anxiety stemmed solely from concern for Little Rose's safety. Now, he simply needed to locate her. Little Rose was clever. She must have planned her escape for a long time, disappearing without a sound under Toya's watchful eyes. There had to be some secret she possessed. Perhaps it was a hidden magical talent or a magical item invisible to anyone but the user. In any case, it must have been something that ensured her safety. Sal did not know what it was. But once he found Little Rose, he would destroy it. If it were a hidden magical talent, he would craft a beautiful anti-magic chain for her. If it were a spatial magical item, he would have a mage destroy it. He would strip Little Rose of all means of escape, making her understand that he had already granted her too much freedom. His excessive indulgence had led Little Rose to entertain thoughts that should not have arisen. This was his fault, and it would not happen again. As Sal left the bedroom, he cast a chilling glance at the grand four-poster bed. He thought that it would need to be relocated. Once he brought his willful partner back to the castle, Little Rose would no longer need to reside in this warm floral chamber until she fully accepted certain matters. When he first beheld Xie Wei's portrait, Sal merely wished to possess such a beautiful person. In fact, the opulent bedroom had not always appeared as it did now. That he had arranged for the decor to be altered after bringing the frail youth back to the territory, purchasing items to have sent ahead for a complete redecoration. Before encountering Xie Wei, Sal had never seen such a lovely and delicate individual. He often pondered how the emperor and empress of the Hesitan Empire could bear to part with such a pitiable and adorable child. If it were his, no amount of wealth would persuade him to relinquish such a treasure. In their subsequent interactions, he discovered further issues. Little Rose was exceptionally sensitive to the emotions of others, kind to everyone, and could even cook. Some noble youths in the empire required others to feed them, while Little Rose engaged in a skill that was decidedly not an elegant interest. Xie Wei's appearance and perfect physique aligned perfectly with his identity as the favored young prince. Yet the royal family, knowing the extreme cold of the Northern Territories, had not prepared winter clothing for their frail prince, nor provided him with protective gear and special potions that were unavailable to the Parasol people. These oddities, coupled with Little Rose's gentle nature, made him seem like the most neglected child in the household. Due to this lack of attention, he was neither spoiled nor arrogant, displaying profound understanding and restraint, even engaging in activities unbecoming of his status. Prior to their marriage, Sal had commissioned an investigation into his partner's true identity. He did not wish for the emperor to make amends for his own mistakes with someone else's child. However, the only information he could uncover was that Xie Wei possessed direct royal blood, having been raised in his grandfather's territory for health reasons until the year before the wedding when he was brought back to the empire. This information was readily available, and beyond that, he could find nothing more. Thus, Sal speculated that Little Rose might be the emperor's illegitimate son, not as favored as the rumors suggested. However, he did not directly confront Little Rose with his suspicions. If Little Rose were of legitimate birth, such a question would undoubtedly hurt his pride. If he were indeed a bastard, revealing such a truth would only embarrass him. Neither outcome would be pleasant for Little Rose. To Sal, It no longer mattered whether Xie Wei was the true rose of the empire or the emperor's most cherished young son. They were destined partners blessed by divine messengers, and even if little Rose was not the empire's rose, he belonged solely to Cao Puca's. Chapter 61. There is nothing to regret. Although Xie Wei wrote in the letter that he had already left the northern territories, Cao could only find the notion of his clever little Rose attempting to mislead him utterly endearing. Was it truly possible to leave the northern territories without a trace in such a short time? Even a grand mage would find such a feat impossible. Cao was convinced that Xie Wei remained within the territory and would be unable to leave in the immediate future. However, he was uncertain whether anyone was assisting Xie Wei. After all, little Rose had managed to vanish into thin air despite his tight security, suggesting that he had been planning his escape from the very beginning. He envisioned many dangers little Rose might encounter and made arrangements accordingly, yet he overlooked his fragile partner. Until this moment, Cao had never considered that Xie Wei might choose to leave him. Upon seeing the oval object in the jewelry box, he was certain that little Rose had indeed left of his own accord, rather than being taken away or coerced by someone else. Aside from little Rose, no one would return the key to the secret realm after obtaining it. The box gifted to little Rose by Jibwada contained the key to one of the 10 secret realms of the northern territories. Who would not wish to claim it for themselves? Only Xie remains. He had clearly explained what this thing was when little Rose inquired about it, yet upon learning its purpose, she so easily discarded it, as if nothing in the extreme northern territory could compel her to stay. Each time this thought crossed Cao's mind, he felt a sharp pang in his heart. His little Rose, in a certain sense, was quite a heartless individual. While planning her departure, she could also plunge him into sweet dreams, only to abandon him ruthlessly at the height of his happiness. Cao had not disclosed to others that Xie Wei was leaving of his own accord. He claimed instead that someone had abducted the empire's Rose. He summoned back most of the personnel dispatched by Ryan, leaving only a select elite team to continue the search. He then entrusted the seeds left by Xie Wei to a loyal vassal responsible for the spring planting. Before joining the search party with Puca, together with his most trusted mage, Cao had analyzed the situation and speculated that little Rose had likely used a teleportation scroll, and that she might possess a spatial artifact that only she could activate and perceive. The existing teleportation scrolls in the Lar continent could only facilitate short-distance transfers. Long-distance teleportation required the support of a large magic circle. Consequently, Cao delineated the search area within the teleportation range of the scroll. He ordered a thorough investigation within this range before gradually expanding outward. Unbeknownst to him, he was on the verge of discovering Xie Wei near the misty forest when he was suddenly awakened by the furious roars of beasts within the forest after a few hours of rest. Wrapping himself tighter in a beast skin blanket, Xie Wei glanced at the system panel that displayed the time. Exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, he calculated that he had slept for over 5 hours. His body, curled up all night, felt stiff and sore. After stowing away the safe house, he rose, draped in the blanket, to stretch a bit. He had not slept soundly. The moment the potion wore off, he would instantly awaken from the cold. Hence he had to wake periodically to drink a vial of the potion. Both day and night in the misty forest were perilous, yet daytime was marginally safer provided there was no fog. If fog appeared, there was little distinction between day and night. Xie Wei's luck during the night did not carry over into the day. As he peered out of the tree hollow, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white mist. After a mere glance, he retreated back into the hollow, fully aware that he could not leave until the mist dissipated. Even with a lack of fear towards the misty forest, he would not traverse a forest where he could not discern his direction. Using a multifunctional portable shovel drawn from the system's card pool, he dug a small hole in the hollow, piling up the dried leaves and branches he had collected around it. He then wielded his short sword to ignite the pile with flames, creating a small fire in the misty forest. Kindling a fire, whether by day or night, would generally not attract attention unless it was a massive bonfire. Cao had imparted this knowledge to Xie Wei, sharing tales of his hunts in the misty forest. Each time, Xie Wei had listened with great enthusiasm, which encouraged Cao to divulge many useful insights, such as how to navigate the misty forest, locate water sources, and identify the weaknesses of various beasts and magical creatures. After preparing a meal of snacks and bread in an iron lunchbox he had secretly stashed in the castle, Xie Wei placed it on stones he had gathered beside the fire pit. Resting his chin in his hand, he patiently awaited the food to heat, as the meager strawberries he had eaten before sleeping had not provided him with much energy. After consuming a stamina potion, he realized he required more energy than before. Upon waking, he discovered he felt hungrier than usual. Typically, Sal would feed him milk or rice porridge in the morning, but he could never eat much. And by noon, his intake was minimal. However, at that time, his body could not endure excessive activity, thus he did not feel the need for much energy and had never experienced hunger. But now it was different. Xie Wei clutched his stomach, which had begun to ache from hunger, and reached for a slice of bread from the iron lunchbox. This bread, made from wheat he had previously cultivated, was far superior in taste to the bread made from barley flour sourced from the extreme northern territory. The reheated dry bread was quite palatable. Xie Wei removed the bread and snacks from the iron lunchbox, wrapping them in grass paper before pouring some water from his leather water pouch into the box. Water that was not stored in a sealed container could not be kept in the system's backpack. In the bedroom, he had found very few sealed containers. He had only managed to acquire 2 leather water pouches, which he had taken from Sal's wardrobe, likely now discovered by Sal. Based on his understanding of Sal during this period, the man would surely inspect the bedroom himself, scrutinizing details to deduce whether he had been abducted or had left of his own volition. The number of personnel dispatched for the search would differ significantly depending on the answer to that question, necessitating different response strategies. Sal was not the type of lord to halt all activities in a frenzied search simply due to his sudden disappearance. He would prioritize his responsibilities first. This aspect of Sal was one that Xie Wei deeply admired. Compared to Emperor Haisetan, who disregarded the welfare of the empire's subjects, Sal was a remarkably competent lord. Save for his occasionally foul temper and dictatorial demeanor, Gasang had once said that the lord would always stand before them. The first lord chosen by the Paraso people had sworn an oath that every successor would regard the happiness and stability of their subjects as their lifelong duty. Leading the Paraso people toward a better life, a significant responsibility that came with the privileges of lordship. Any personal feelings must yield to the collective well-being of the clansmen across the snowfields. Throughout the past half-year of interaction with Sal, Xie Wei had observed that Sal was predominantly busy, with little time for rest. He would rise early and return late, yet still carve out moments to accompany him. The only times of true relaxation seemed to be when they soaked in the holy spring or when Sal embraced him, allowing Xie Wei to sense Sal shedding his fatigue and stress. Initially, this made him feel like an object, but later, he experienced something different. Sal's overly gentle gestures made him feel, for a brief moment, that he could rely on Sal as a refuge. After some time lost in thought, Xie Wei gazed at the boiling water in the lunchbox, giving a bitter smile as he pursed his lips. He contemplated that after his departure, he might not be able to forget Sal for a considerable time. Yet he would possess other, more vibrant memories. Therefore, there was nothing to regret. After all, one cannot desire everything. To gain something, one must inevitably sacrifice something else. Chapter 62. Stealing is wrong after leaving Naya Castle. On the third night within the misty forest, around 7 o'clock, Xie Wei found himself once again trapped in a cave by the mist. The system automatically generated a map of the areas he traversed, a highly practical feature. Although he was unaware of the true expanse of the misty forest, the map indicated that he had not strayed off course. However, as he ventured deeper, it became increasingly challenging to acquire relatively safe magical plants. After exhausting his previous 2,000 points, he managed to draw 16 bottles of stamina potions and 11 bottles of cold resistance potions, but only regained 1,600 points during his journey. He currently possessed 19 stamina potions and merely 6 cold resistance potions. The timing of the mist's appearance and disappearance was unpredictable as Xie Wei kindled a small fire in the cave. He contemplated that once his cold resistance potions were depleted, if the mist had not cleared, he would use 600 points to draw a card, temporarily storing the potion in his backpack. He planned to wrap himself in additional beast skins and stay close to the fire until the mist dissipated. However, he faced a dilemma. He was uncertain whether the stamina potions could enhance his physical health. If they merely replenished his stamina, Xie Wei feared he might not withstand the frigid depths of night once the cold resistance potions wore off. Yet, the situation was not entirely dire. At least he currently had ample food and water. Xie Wei had donned the cold-resistant clothing he had drawn from the card pool, which resembled the hunting attire of this world. The upper garment was a short coat made of beast fur, while the lower half consisted of long pants and boots. Both the clothing and pants fit snugly, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Although the attire he had worn from the castle was warm, its heavy outer cloak was cumbersome and hindered movement in the forest, while his cape was prone to snagging on branches. In the beginning, without the cold-resistant clothing, he had nearly been attacked by tentacle-like magical plants several times while wearing that outfit. After acquiring the cold-resistant clothing, his daily travels had accelerated significantly at in the morning. Xie Wei caught 2 wild rabbits, which he could not place in his system backpack, so he had tied them with vines to follow behind him, now gazing at the 2 adorable yet somewhat formidable gray rabbits. Xie Wei rummaged through his system backpack for seasoning, also retrieving the portable pot he had drawn during the last card pull. It seemed the system could indeed provide items suitable for the current environment based on the host's circumstances. He had drawn a multifunctional portable shovel during his first card pull upon entering the forest. Currently, his backpack also contained a sleeping bag and tent, alongside the portable pot, making it feel quite akin to camping. After gutting the rabbits, Xie Wei poured water from a water sphere he had obtained from his system backpack into the portable pot, and rinsed the chopped rabbit meat. Finding water sources was not always quick. Xie Wei had devised a way to carry more water in his backpack. Lacking suitable containers in his system backpack, he had ultimately resorted to using some hygiene products he had drawn previously to store water. Individuals with some knowledge of outdoor survival understood that such balloon-like items could be used to store water, start fires, protect wounds, and staunch bleeding when necessary. Hygiene products were undoubtedly safe and sanitary. As an adult male, Xie Wei felt no discomfort using them to store water. His earlier aversion stemmed from Sal's excessive requests. Previously, seeing such items had made him feel particularly awkward and embarrassed. Alone, they were merely everyday items. After washing the rabbit meat, given the limited conditions and time in the wild, he directly sought the rabbit meat in the pot, sprinkling on some seasoning before enjoying a meal. He did not finish the entire rabbit, sealing the pot for the night, planning to add water in the morning to make a meat soup for breakfast, after satiating his hunger and thirst. Xie Wei curled up in the safe house, wrapped in a blanket, examining the map recorded by the system. Zooming in on the map, he noted that every plant he had previously gathered was marked. With additional information added based on the books he had read, perhaps because he remained on the forest's periphery, he had yet to encounter any magical plants he did not recognize. He mused that with this feature, gathering magical plants would become exceedingly easy in the future. After a while, Xie Wei closed his eyes for a brief rest. Uncertain how long he had dozed, he was suddenly startled by a noise. Maintaining his position, he slowly lifted his eyelids, only to behold a creature with fiery red fur resembling a small panda. Aside from its face adorned with white wavy patterns, its fur bore no other colors. Its small orange-yellow eyes and forepaws were longer and sharper than those of a panda from his previous life. Judging by its size, the little creature was about the same as an adult panda. But Xie Wei recognized it as likely a juvenile magical beast, already bound by a contract. The contract between the Paraso people and magical beasts was one of companionship, where both parties regarded one another as different forms of themselves. This contract was equitable. Should either party cease to communicate, the contract would automatically dissolve, unlike master-servant contracts, which could only be broken if the master willingly released the servant or passed away. The little magical beast before him seemed intent on stealing his portable pot. Yet it had left behind 2 pieces of meat for him, suggesting it had been taught manners by its contracted partner, albeit with a touch of mischief. The little creature bore some bloodstains and scars. Xie Wei surmised it, and its partner had likely been attacked by a magical beast, rendering its partner unable to move, prompting this little one to seek food. Xie Wei did not believe the Paraso people would permit their magical beast companions to steal from others. Indicating this was likely the actions of a lesser-ranked magical beast. The small magical beast attempted to abscond with the pot. Xie Wei swiftly summoned vines to bound it securely, observing the trembling little creature on the ground. Shielding its eyes with its paws, Xie Wei retrieved his portable pot, relieved that it had not tipped over, and the rabbit meat remained intact. He wrapped the rabbit meat in grass paper, binding it with vines, and loosely tied the vines around the little magical beast's neck, then addressed the creature, which had moved its paws away from its eyes. Stealing is wrong. Considering your youth, I shall overlook it this time. This is for your partner, but you must reveal my location to them. Understood? It is said that, although the words are spoken, Xie Wei has already resolved to abandon this refuge, regardless of whether the mist dissipates or not. He can no longer remain in this place. The little creature, with its orange-yellow eyes, gazes at Xie Wei adorably, as if it comprehends yet also does not, its paws clinging to the paper bag hanging around his neck. Xie Wei understands that the intelligence of lower-ranked magical beasts is rather limited. This one likely possesses a childlike mind, and he does not expect it to grasp much. He ruffles its head with a vine before indicating towards the cave's entrance and saying, "Hurry back." The moment his words fall, the little beast swiftly darts out of the cave. Xie Wei follows to the mouth of the cave, but within the mist, the creature's silhouette has already vanished from sight. Chapter 63. Those tears soaked its fur. After the little beast departs, Xie Wei retrieves all his belongings back into the system. As for the 2 pieces of rabbit meat left behind, he consumes them, for now is not a time for delicacies. Water and food must not be wasted. During his time resting in the cave, he has consumed 2 bottles each of cold resistance and stamina potions, leaving him with only 17 stamina potions and 4 cold resistance potions in his backpack. Upon leaving the cave, he must procure more cold resistance potions, thus he spends 600 points, leaving him with a mere 1,000 points in the system. The system clock reads 10:30 in the evening. Xie Wei draws from the card pool 120 times, yet most of the items drawn are recall scrolls, yielding no stamina potions, only 3 cold resistance potions. Additionally, he acquires some useful items, such as ropes, an outdoor first aid kit, and a camping vehicle. He utilizes all the recall scrolls, amassing a total of 1,638 magic points. The testing of a mage's level in Lar Continent is exceptionally stringent, with mages categorized into 12 distinct ranks, each requiring the successful completion of 3 examinations to attain their respective titles. The 12 ranks are Apprentice Mage, Junior Mage, Intermediate Mage, Senior Mage, Grand Mage, Archmage, Great Archmage, Mage Master, Great Mage Master, Saint Mage Master, and the God of Magic. Previously, Xie Wei had never been assessed in the tower. His instructor merely brought him a new magic tome each week. Initially, the mage would explain and demonstrate. But after he turned 8, the mage ceased explanations and demonstrations, simply providing him with books and materials for crafting magical tools. The mage also gifted him some blank scrolls and a magic array engraving pin embedded with a magic crystal. The engraving pin can inscribe magic arrays onto items or draw them on blank scrolls with special pigments. Xie Wei's impression of the acerbic mage, who always donned a black robe and mask, is not particularly favorable, yet he does not harbor any strong aversion towards him. Although the mage often belittled and brainwashed him, during those years in the tower, he inadvertently alleviated Xie Wei's boredom to some extent. Moreover, the mage's rhetoric is rather simplistic, often repeating the same few phrases. Eventually, Xie Wei learned to filter out the unwanted words, only absorbing what he wished to hear. In certain respects, he is the type of person who is difficult to influence. Had he been a child, he might have been led astray over the years, but as an adult who has internalized the core socialist values, it is improbable that he could be misled far. Reflecting on it now, the mage has indeed taught him many valuable lessons, including the imperial language and script, the common tongue of the continent, and most importantly, magical runes. These were imparted to him, and on occasions when the mage was in good spirits, he would even teach him some intriguing spells. After casting a layer of protective magic upon himself, Xie Wei gazes at the silver-white magical elements enveloping him. This low-level protective spell is one he is using for the first time, and it appears to be quite effective. The low-level protection spell can prevent him from making contact with tentacled or poisonous magical plants, and can withstand a single attack from a level 2 magical beast or 10 attacks from level 1 beasts or ordinary wild animals. He retrieves a flashlight from his system backpack, adjusts the brightness, and steps into the mist. As he walks, he contemplates that had he not discovered the mage's theft of his crafted magical tools for sale, he might have regarded the mage as a true teacher. However, from the moment of that revelation, the mage has become nothing more than a despicable thief in his eyes. As for how to deal with a thief, Xie Wei has yet to devise a suitable plan. After all, the mage is backed by the Haze-Dun Empire, while he is merely an unidentified individual hiding in the misty forest. While in the tower, Xie Wei had speculated that he might be the emperor's illegitimate child or deemed an ill-omened person for some reason, confined as the biological offspring in the tower. However, after meeting the high priest, he gradually dismissed those notions, feeling increasingly that his lineage might be more complex than he originally thought. The only clue he possesses now is that swordsman resembling him, who goes by the alias Cyril. As he continues to walk, organizing his thoughts, Xie Wei finds himself still without a suitable refuge by 1 in the morning. After glancing at the system clock, he opens the map to assess how far he has traveled, only to realize he has been wandering in circles near the cave. He gazes at the mist enveloping him, the silence pierced only by the sound of his own footsteps, creating an atmosphere that is decidedly eerie. Were it not for the presence of some magic in the system, Xie Wei feels he would scarcely have the courage to step out of the cave. The situation is starkly clear. He has become lost within the mist. The system map does not display areas he has yet to traverse, leaving him to circle aimlessly in the fog, and despite his prolonged wandering, he has not collected any magical plants. Should the mist continue to linger, he will have no choice but to return to the cave via the paths already marked on the system map. Currently, he has 6 bottles of cold resistance potions and 16 bottles of stamina potions remaining, and he intends to walk for another hour. If he still does not find a suitable place to rest, he will return to the cave, although the cave may easily be exposed due to the previous visit by the little magical beast. It remains a relatively safe haven. Moreover, Xie Wei believes that the little beast's companion is likely gravely injured and will not make any movements until the mist recedes. Furthermore, Xie Wei does not think that Cao would send warriors accompanied by low-level magical beasts into the misty forest to search for him. Those are merely children who have recently reached adulthood, and Cao would not disregard their safety. After another 20 minutes of walking, Xie Wei suddenly hears some rustling sounds. He quickly deploys his safety shelter, and as it envelopes him, a familiar red-furred little beast leaps onto the barrier. Upon colliding with the barrier, the little beast slides down to the ground, looking around curiously, its small nose twitching as it sniffs the air. Its orange-yellow eyes appear perplexed, as if it cannot comprehend why the person who should be here has suddenly vanished. Xie Wei does not retract the safety shelter. Instead, he quietly observes the little beast. Noticing that no one is following, he squats down in place, originally intending to rest for a moment and wait for the little beast to leave before dismantling the shelter. He instead sees tears streaming from the little beast's orange-yellow eyes, soaking its fur. The little beast emits a series of mournful cries, anxiously calling out in place. From these cries, Xie Wei inexplicably discerns a message of distress. The little beast's gaze is filled with sorrow. It seems to be pleading for him to emerge, to save its companion. Chapter 64. He might still have time to escape back to the forest. He ought to remain quietly and wait for the beast to depart. Under the current circumstances, the most prudent course of action would be to refrain from unnecessary actions born from compassion. Xie Wei's heart is in turmoil. Following the little beast to rescue its companion may lead him into danger and expose his whereabouts. Yet, the thought of not intervening fills him with apprehension over potential regret. Ignoring the situation may indeed reduce complications, but it would inevitably lead him to wonder in the future about the fate of the little beast and its companion. Did they escape the misty forest, or are they forever trapped within it? After a brief internal struggle, Xie Wei retracts the safety shelter. The little beast, exhausted and unable to call out any longer, perks up upon catching a whiff of a familiar scent. It looks at the human squatting before it, and after a moment's contemplation, its paws clasp together in a gesture akin to prayer, producing a series of sounds that humans cannot comprehend. Yet, to Xie Wei's ears, these sounds instinctively coalesce into a coherent message: bleeding, sleeping, not eating, body very cold. It conveys that its companion has bled profusely, resting with closed eyes and never awakening, and that the food it brought back has gone uneaten, leaving its partner's body growing cold. If you can find me in the mist, surely you can lead me to your companion as well? We must hasten. Do you understand? Xie Wei gently caressed the little beast's head, deciding to follow it to see what lay ahead. The creature was already exhibiting signs of shock. Any further delay could prove fatal. Upon hearing Xie Wei's words, the little beast turned and ran in a particular direction, this time slowing its pace and occasionally glancing back to ensure Xie Wei was keeping up. They traversed through the mist for approximately 15 minutes before the little beast halted before a massive ancient tree. Once Xie Wei approached, it extended a claw and pointed towards the tree, then climbed up with agility. The ancient tree was exceptionally robust, its trunk entwined with a type of vine that appeared to be a common plant rather than a magical one. Xie Wei noticed numerous bloodstains on the vine, furrowing his brow slightly. Such traces could easily attract wild beasts and magical creatures. Fortunately, the little beast and its companion seemed relatively lucky for the moment. He scattered a circle of spices at the base of the ancient tree, as it was said that wild beasts detested the scent. However, having not used these spices in recent days, he was uncertain of their effectiveness, and there was no time to experiment further. Subsequently, Xie Wei manipulated the vines into a shape that formed a makeshift ladder for climbing, and he began to ascend. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, he reached his destination. He had anticipated a high tree hollow, but was surprised to find a wooden cabin perched on the trunk, some 10 meters above the ground, which appeared to have existed for quite some time. Completely enveloped by the vines, the little beast, having reached the cabin first, anxiously awaited at the entrance. Upon seeing Xie Wei, it once again clasped its claws together, this time emitting no sound, its orange-yellow eyes filled with a pleading expression. Xie Wei retrieved all the first aid supplies from his system backpack and opened the cabin door. Inside, a luminous crystal illuminated the interior, allowing him to discern the situation clearly to be by the light of the crystal. Xie Wei saw a figure lying near a fire pit that had long since extinguished, and from the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman that he approached, first gathering some firewood from the corner of the cabin to reignite the fire. He then hung a camping lantern from the wall, brightening the cabin further. After making these preparations, he gently peeled back the animal hide that covered the injured individual, the person, who had been lying with her back to him. Turned her face upon his touch, and Xie Wei caught a glimpse of her features, leaving him momentarily stunned. He could scarcely believe that he had encountered Gisang, the Polisher woman he had not seen in ages. In this misty forest, aside from Sal, she was the person with whom Xie Wei had spent the most time, and although she often remained quietly at a distance, he had always appreciated her lively spirit. After her departure, he had worried about her for quite a while. Now, the thought that if he had hesitated, Gisang might have perished alone in this small cabin sent a shiver of dread through him. He quickly assessed Gisang's injuries. The most severe wound was to her abdomen. Though she had managed some initial treatment, blood was seeping through the bandages. Additionally, her right leg was fractured, lacking proper medical supplies. Xie Wei could only administer a cold resistance potion and a stamina potion to the unconscious Gisang before tending to her wounds. Using scissors from the first aid kit, he cut away the blood-soaked fabric. Examining the long, deep gash, relieved to find that her internal organs were unharmed. Fortunate for him, having volunteered in his past life and learned how to treat external injuries. He cleaned and sutured the wound with the kit's supplies and then found 2 straight sticks to immobilize Gisang's fractured leg. After completing these tasks, the potions he had administered seemed to have a slight effect. Gisang's condition improved somewhat. Xie Wei elevated her head slightly and covered her with a thick animal hide blanket from his system to keep her warm. Given the limited conditions, he could only provide basic first aid, knowing it was insufficient. Gisang had lost too much blood, her injuries were grave, and she might develop a fever. She required prompt and effective treatment. There were now only 2 options. Either he could draw enough useful potions from his system to heal Gisang's wounds directly, or he could rely on the stamina potion to maintain her physical state while he transported her out of the misty forest and sought help from the Polisher people to bring her back to Good City for treatment. In the misty forest, he had no means to signal for assistance, especially since the fog had yet to dissipate. The first option could potentially deplete all his points without yielding the desired items, while the second option risked the stamina potion failing to sustain Gisang long enough for someone to find her and bring her back for treatment, which might also expose his whereabouts to Sal. Both scenarios posed significant disadvantages for him. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Xie Wei administered another vial of cold resistance potion and stamina potion to Gisang and drank one himself. He now had only 14 stamina potions and 4 cold resistance potions remaining. For the 2 of them, the cold resistance potion would last for only 4 more hours. Even if he refrained from drawing cards now, he would still need to do so after that time. While he pondered, the little beast had nestled closer, pressing its ear against Gisang's chest to listen for a moment before gently rubbing its face against hers, then settling quietly beside her shoulder. Earlier, when he had added wood to the fire pit, Xie Wei had noticed that the paper package he had brought was still intact. Gisang remained in a comatose state and unable to eat. Yet the little beast had not consumed anything either. Xie Wei reached out to stroke the little creature. Feeling its weakness, after his touch, the little beast affectionately grasped his hand with its tiny paws. Unbothered by the accidental scratch from its sharp claws, Xie Wei opened the paper package and offered the rabbit meat to the little beast, encouraging it to eat. The little creature clearly desired to eat but shook its head, instead nudging Gisang's sleeping form with its face, suggesting it wished to wait for her to awaken before sharing a meal. Xie Wei cradled the little beast in his arms and held the rabbit meat to it, gently reassuring, "Eat. She will be all right. She cannot eat now, but you must gain strength to protect her, won't you?" Understanding his words, the little beast began to eat, dividing the rabbit meat into 2 portions, consuming the smaller share for itself. Previously, Xie Wei had not fully comprehended the bond between contracted magical beasts and their partners, but now he began to grasp its significance. Checking the store, he found no medications within his budget and thus invested all 1,000 points into the card pool. Drawing 200 cards, he had never felt such tension over the items he might receive that he scrutinized each one, fearing he might overlook something crucial. Upon reaching the end, he noticed the addition of a basic healing potion to his system backpack. While the quantities of his cold resistance and stamina potions remained unchanged, it dawned on him that he was facing the worst possible scenario. All his points were depleted. Even the magical plants he had saved were converted to points for card drawing. Yet he had failed to obtain sufficient useful potions and would need to carry Gisang out of the forest. After administering the basic healing potion to Gisang, he considered using a healing spell. However, even a basic spell required substantial magical energy. The combination of his current magical capacity and the wood elemental crystal from his backpack might still fall short. Moreover, basic healing magic would have little effect on such severe injuries, rendering his efforts nearly futile, prompting him to abandon the idea. Resolutely, Xie Wei wove a simple stretcher from vines and utilized levitation magic to place Gisang onto it, then pulled the stretcher out of the cabin. He had to get Gisang out of the misty forest before the cold resistance potion was completely expended, allowing him to signal for the Polycer patrol to come to their aid. If luck were on his side, he might still have time to escape back into the forest. Chapter 65. Ultimately, he collapsed in the snowy ground at the edge of the misty forest. Lord, we found no traces on the way to the Empire, and the surrounding area has been thoroughly searched. What about near the misty forest? Sal interrupted his subordinate's report, uninterested in this useless information. For the past few days, Sal had not slept a wink. Little Rose was more cunning and formidable than he had anticipated. Nearly 4 days had passed without a single lead. Buck, having established a telepathic connection with his contracted beast, had flown around the perimeter but had yet to uncover anything. Aside from the Polycer people, it was unlikely anyone would venture into the misty forest without a guide. After Chuck finished speaking, he lowered his gaze to the ground, hesitating to meet the Lord's expression. Although the Lord had appeared relatively normal in recent days, his gaze grew increasingly cold and fierce. If they failed to locate His Highness Xie Wei soon, they could hardly fathom the dreadful actions the Lord might take. Salpukas was a competent lord, yet he was also a madman. The ordeal of having his partner abducted had pushed him to his limits in maintaining his composure during the search. Sal had publicly proclaimed that Xie Wei was kidnapped. Thus Chuck and all those seeking Xie Wei's whereabouts remained oblivious to the depths of the Lord's torment. Each day, Sal reminded himself, if the Little Rose returned today, he would overlook the escape, and they could return to their former selves. It was natural for his Little Rose, being young, to harbor some immature thoughts. He believed he should grant him the opportunity to rectify his mistakes, rather than resorting to violent reprimands as he had in the past. Yet, Xie Wei did not return, and Sal suddenly realized that if he failed to find Xie Wei soon, he might lose his Little Rose forever. The mere thought of such a possibility ignited a horrifying notion within him, to brand his Little Rose with a slave mark upon finding him. There were many ways to possess someone, and if the Little Rose became his slave, he could never escape his grasp and would be bound to comply with all his demands due to the contract. However, once this thought flickered through his mind, Sal quickly regained clarity that a voice reminded him that what he desired was a partner, not a slave. How could he entertain such an idea? It was an insult to Xie Wei. He must not, and absolutely could not, act in such a manner, for to do so would yield nothing. Sal understood precisely what he wanted, the wholehearted love and dependence of Xie Wei, who he wished to belong solely to him. In many nations on the Rar continent, men could possess more than one partner and could treat their partners as they pleased. For those in positions of power, claiming their preferred men or women was a trivial matter. They rarely considered whether these individuals were willing. They simply assumed that the other party could not possibly refuse. Pleasing them was all that was required to obtain what they desired, a notion so simplistic. Sal, being a Pallasorian, believed that each individual could only have one partner. He yearned to possess just one person. Xie Wei was that person he longed to claim. He could not comprehend why Xie Wei, raised in the Empire, could not accept his exclusive claim. Some nobles in the Empire insisted that their wives cover their faces, controlling every aspect of their behavior, from attire and appearance to social interactions and childbearing. He did not demand that Xie Wei wear a corset to enhance his figure, nor would he restrict his meals to maintain a slender form, nor would he arrange for a multitude of maids to constantly admonish him. He merely wished for him to remain in a warm and comfortable room, free to do as he pleased within the safe boundaries he had established for him. Yet, even such a simple request was met with resistance from his Little Rose. Immediately setting off toward the misty forest, Sal's silver-gray eyes pierced through the night, gazing in the direction of the forest, where a rare flicker of confusion appeared, quickly replaced by steely resolve. He could not allow his Little Rose to leave. He would certainly bring him back to the castle. The seeds from the far north were desperately needed, but he would barter something else to exchange for his Little Rose, ensuring that what he offered would never entail letting Xie Wei escape from him. Xie Wei had long been aware of Sal's peculiar logic, within which no matter how he expressed himself, Sal would remain unable to reach a consensus with him. This left Xie Wei feeling weary and powerless. Unsure how to alter Sal's perspective, nor did he wish to change his own. Since arriving in this world, he had faced too many constraints. If even his thoughts were to be altered, what would remain of him? Thus, he had only one means of breaking free: to escape. However, the resolute choice to flee was now thwarted by the injured Xie, compelling him to retrace his steps, after using levitation magic to bring Xie beneath a tree. Xie Wei dismantled the wheels of the camper and affixed them to a stretcher he had crafted himself. He maneuvered the stretcher through the trees, with a small magical beast following closely to guard Xie. Xie Wei felt a sense of relief that this was a world imbued with magic. Otherwise, even with stamina potions, it would have been exceedingly difficult to transport the significantly taller Xie without jeopardizing her wounds. Along the path out of the forest, they encountered neither beasts nor magical creatures, nor were they attacked by the magical flora. This was indeed a stroke of good fortune. However, 2 hours later, Xie Wei was horrified to discover that despite diligently following the route indicated on the system map, he was still ensnared by the mist, returning to the same spot time and again. Moreover, during these 2 hours, he encountered no magical plants to harvest, with only 2 bottles of cold-resistant potion left in his system backpack. He realized that if the mist did not dissipate within the next hour, it would be utterly impossible to escort Xie out of the misty forest before the potions lost their efficacy. At that point, not only would Xie be at risk, but he himself might also become trapped in the misty forest indefinitely. The extreme northern territories remained bitterly cold in the first month of spring, a fact that Cao had incessantly reiterated to Xie Wei. Although Xie Wei had not yet personally experienced the harsh cold due to the potions over the past few days, he was aware that water in a portable pot would freeze if left out for too long. Given his current physical condition, once the cold-resistant potions wore off, he could very well suffer frostbite in the extreme chill. With no time to contemplate the correct path, Xie Wei endeavored to enlist the help of a small magical beast to ascertain the way out of the misty forest. Yet, the small beast had only managed to locate him earlier because he had been wandering nearby. After discovering that the cave was unoccupied, it had followed the scent to track him down. Now, asking it to lead the way was somewhat of a dilemma, as it had never ventured beyond the misty forest. It and Xie had encountered one another within the confines of the forest and had lived there ever since their pact was formed. With Xie never having taken it outside, Xie Wei pulled Xie along as they repeatedly sought the correct direction through the mist, and finally, after what felt like an eternity, he awaited the dissipation of the mist. Just 1 hour after his last bottle of cold-resistant potion had expired. By this point, his limbs had grown numb and stiff, and the exposed skin, once racked with unbearable pain, had now become devoid of sensation. Despite this, his legs continued to mechanically move forward. Xie Wei trudged along the route indicated on the system map, unaware that his palms had drawn blood from his grip. He felt no pain, only an overwhelming urge to escape the misty forest and issue a distress signal. Ultimately, he collapsed in the snow on the outskirts of the misty forest. Chapter 66. Yet, he knew not when Cao would return. In a state of hazy consciousness, Xie Wei felt as though he were submerged in warm water. His body was hot and itchy, and he yearned to touch the uncomfortable areas, yet his hands were bound by an unseen force. Cao's cold, penetrating gaze fell upon the person cradled in his arms. He reached for a cup resting on the edge of the bath, consuming the crimson liquid within before administering it to the unconscious little Rose, who was unable to swallow on her own. The red liquid was the juice of the spring fruit, a magical fruit unique to the extreme northern territories. This fruit could heal frostbite of any degree and enhance the fertility of the parasol people. Due to the harshness of their living conditions, it was always exceedingly challenging for the parasol people to conceive a child. Many couples would spend a decade or 2 without success. Thus, in the extreme northern territories, children have historically been regarded as precious beings. During times of food scarcity, people would go to great lengths to procure sustenance for the children. And for the parasol people, the young required meticulous care. They cherished not only their own offspring, but also extended a measure of goodwill toward the children of other races. For a long time, the ancestors of the parasol people were troubled by the challenge of procreation until they discovered the spring fruit. Initially, the juice was crushed and applied to frostbitten areas. Upon contact with the skin, it would induce a burning sensation akin to fire, yet it provided swift and effective healing for frostbite, leaving no lasting scars or side effects once healed. Subsequently, someone had the novel idea of consuming the spring fruit to see if it would also alleviate frostbite, only to discover that it not only expedited the healing process but also did not cause pain at the injury site. However, it did result in some rather embarrassing reactions. The juice would amplify bodily desires, with the effects intensifying with increased consumption. One ancestor, who had been unable to conceive a child with his partner for 4 to 5 decades, found that after consuming the spring fruit, his partner soon became pregnant. From that moment forth, when the parasol people sought to bear children, they would gather and consume the spring fruit. Xie Wei suffered severe frostbite throughout his body, yet fortunately, Sal had instructed all search parties to carry the juice of the spring fruit during the days they were searching for him. He had only intended it as a precaution, considering that the little Rose had left wearing only a single cold-resistant item. Yet it had ultimately saved Xie Wei's life. The image of finding Xie Wei lying silently in the snow-haunted Sao, piercing his heart with countless steel needles, had they not discovered him in time. Combined with the presence of a unique force sustaining Xie Wei's life, he might have forever lost the little Rose. Initially, Sao had struggled with the idea of Xie Wei escaping his side. But now he found it unbearable that Xie Wei had endangered himself to save another, nearly losing his own life in the process. His partner, so fragile that he required constant protection, had used his slight shoulders and gentle hands to rescue a maid who had briefly cared for him from the misty forest. This left Sal both infuriated and helpless. He could not comprehend Xie Wei's thoughts, yet, in a certain sense, he had come to know his partner anew. Sal administered 10 doses of the spring fruit juice to Xie Wei, which promptly treated his frostbite and allowed his body to regain its former functionality in a short span of time. However, another effect of the spring fruit would continue to torment the little Rose until the frostbite was completely healed. Although it would not cause pain, the sensation was equally distressing. Xie Wei's skin was too delicate. After consuming the spring fruit, the frostbitten areas would merely feel warm and itchy, devoid of excruciating pain. Yet, when touched, the injured parts would elicit cries of anguish from him even in unconsciousness. This directly hindered Sal's ability to assist Xie Wei. He could only hold the little Rose in the sacred spring, attempting to alleviate his partner's discomfort, albeit with limited success. Thus, for the majority of the time, Sal could only confine the little Rose's body, allowing her to endure the discomfort on her own. Throughout this ordeal, the little Rose, weeping in distress and occasionally calling his name, caused Sal's composure to falter repeatedly. Yet each time he felt himself losing control, he would step away from her side. He could not touch his partner now. An embrace would not bring joy to the little Rose, but only instill fear due to the pain. Sal did not wish to leave an indelible shadow on the little Rose's heart. He had previously made her feel fear, and after much effort, he had managed to ensure she was only minimally afraid. He did not want to instill any further aversion in her regarding such matters. Xie Wei remained unconscious for 3 days, awakening due to the effects of the spring fruit. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar sight of the bed curtains. The entire room was eerily quiet. Xie Wei strained to turn his neck, discovering that beneath the covers, he was ensconced in a soft pelt, rendering him immobile from the neck down. This complete confinement evoked a profound sense of terror within him. During his years trapped in the tower, he had at least been able to move freely within that small room. Yet now he lay like a puppet upon this grand bed, confined to the minuscule space beneath the bed curtains. Is anyone there? Sal, Toya, Shalene, Dylan. Having been timely administered with medication and water, Xie Wei did not feel parched. He called out to each familiar face, yet none responded. Lying on the bed, he stared vacantly at the bed curtains, suddenly realizing that he might not be in the bedroom on the top floor, for the mechanical ticking of the grand floor clock was absent from this room. He also did not detect the fragrant incense that Toya often lit for him. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Sal might truly have confined him to a place where he would never see anyone again, locking him away in a chamber accessible only to himself. With this thought, disregarding his frail condition, Xie Wei employed a magic spell capable of severing objects to cut through the fur that enveloped him. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to free himself from the confines of the beast hide. Though his body felt unwell and was drenched in perspiration, as the hide fell away, he gazed upon his smooth skin, finding no trace of frostbite upon it, and even his injured hands had been completely healed. However, upon inadvertently touching areas previously afflicted by frostbite, an agonizing pain surged, momentarily darkening his vision. Propped up by the bedding, Xie Wei moved to the edge of the bed and pulled back the curtains, revealing a strange room devoid of any superfluous items. The most opulent feature in the room was the massive 4-poster bed. Apart from that, there was only a cabinet beside the bed and a solitary chair, nothing more. The cabinet lacked even a water jug or cup. The entire room was starkly empty. Xie Wei found no clothing or shoes, so he could only stand barefoot on the cold stone floor. enduring the pain in his feet as he cautiously navigated along the dark stone walls. Feeling his way to his growing despair, Xie Wei discerned that Sal had imprisoned him in a room that contained nothing but a large bed, a cabinet, and a chair. He could find no door, nor were there windows or vents, not even a place for bathing or addressing bodily needs. The luminous crystal was embedded high beyond his reach. While a magical array maintained the room's temperature and circulated fresh air. In this place, he had no means to contact the outside world and could only await Sal's return, uncertain of when that would be. Chapter 67. The vacant gaze startled Sal. Huddling on the bed with his legs drawn up, this position induced excruciating pain in Xie Wei's frostbitten legs, yet this pain effectively alleviated his bodily discomfort. Xie Wei was unaware of what potion Sal had administered to him, but he was certain it had the capacity to rapidly heal frostbite, albeit with some lingering side effects, such as the intense pain upon touching the injured areas. The discomfort in his body was likely an additional effect of the potion that he did not believe that Sal would administer any strange concoction. Despite his unbearable quirks in certain aspects, that man would not resort to using drugs as a form of punishment. Xie Wei was absolutely certain of this. Initially, Xie Wei contemplated resolving the matter himself, but his hands were also frostbitten, though they appeared fair and delicate. Even bending his fingers sent sharp pangs coursing through him, as if something were burrowing within the crevices of his bones. After a short while, he wrapped himself in the bedding and lay down, the overwhelming pain and discomfort causing tears to stream down his face, quickly soaking the pristine plush blanket beneath him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xie Wei suddenly heard a noise emanating from the wall. Rubbing his face against the blanket to clear his vision, he beheld a door where there had once been a wall. Sal entered, carrying something, and the wall swiftly closed behind him, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Upon entering, Sal immediately noticed that Xie Wei had awakened. He placed the items he was carrying onto the cabinet, then reached out, pulling Xie Wei, still wrapped in the bedding, to the edge of the bed. Before uncovering him, Xie Wei was forcibly unfurled, and Sal observed the tattered beast hide strewn across the bed, yet he uttered not a word. Coldly, he applied a transparent medicinal liquid to Xie Wei's skin with a brush. Throughout the entire process, regardless of what Xie Wei said, he remained unresponsive, and if Xie Wei struggled, Sal would regard him with a gaze that sent shivers down his spine, only averting his stare once Xie Wei fell silent. The soft brush glided over his skin, causing mild discomfort. Previously, Sal had used his fingers to apply ointments to Xie Wei, but due to the coarseness of his hands, it would often cause pain, leading him to have this small brush made instead. When the brush brushed against his skin, Xie Wei typically felt no discomfort, but now, as Sal applied the medicine to his hands and feet, he felt an urge to recoil. He wished to pull the bedding over himself, but any movement was swiftly thwarted by Sal. Xie Wei endured until Sal finished applying the medicine. As soon as Sal turned to fetch something else, he swiftly dove under the covers, only to be uncovered once more by the man. This time, Sal leaned down and enveloped him in his embrace. Xie Wei closed his eyes, avoiding Sal's gaze, his voice trembling as he called out. He opened his eyes to look at Sal, whose indifferent expression instantly chilled him. The two locked eyes for a moment. After several repetitions, Xie Wei's psychological defenses crumbled. He could no longer withstand this. And it was then that he realized Sal had never regarded him as mere plaything. If he truly viewed him as such, it would manifest in this manner, utterly disregarding him, relentlessly tormenting him, devoid of tenderness or affectionate glances, never allowing him to feel at ease. Xie Wei wept until he struggled to breathe, yet the man did not lift him to comfort him, nor did he fulfill his needs. Sal took a seat on the chair beside the bed, quietly observing the small Rose curled up, softly sobbing. Though he too felt unwell, he maintained an expression of complete indifference. Only when Xie Wei began to gag did he hastily rise to embrace him. Sal held Xie Wei close, allowing the small Rose to nestle against his neck, gently soothing his back before offering him some water. Once these tasks were completed, he grasped Xie Wei's chin, lifting his face to gaze into the amber eyes of the small Rose. His voice low and grave. "Do you feel immense torment and anguish, Xie Wei? Do you know how I have felt these past few days?" His voice was unusually hoarse, nearly inaudible unless one listened intently. Sal took Xie Wei's hand and placed it against his chest. Through the thin fabric, Xie Wei could feel the rapid beating of the man's heart that he wished to speak, but as the words hovered on his lips, the sight of Sal's bloodshot eyes caused him to lower his gaze and press his lips together. "Xie Wei, you have deceived me. You have violated the oath made before the statue of the goddess after braiding my hair. Traitors must be punished. From now on, you shall see no one but me. Is this the outcome you desired? I once granted you ample freedom, yet you were not satisfied. But do you know, I would rather keep you hidden away in a place known only to me." Cao released Xie Wei's hand and laid him back down on the bed. Though he spoke coldly, within his chest, it felt as though a colossal stone pressed down, causing him profound pain. His little Rose was always gentle with others, yet painfully cruel to him. After discovering Xie Wei had left, Cao had undone the hairstyle Xie Wei had crafted for him. His partner was a little deceiver. He had no need for a braid woven with lies. Upon Cao finishing his words, Xie Wei's complexion turned ashen as he perceived a barely perceptible madness within Cao's eyes. "No, you cannot do this, Cao." Xie Wei reached out to grasp Cao's arm, but the man effortlessly removed his hand. Cao pressed Xie Wei's hand to his lips and then retrieved a delicate bracelet from the pile of items on the cabinet. Fastening it around Xie Wei's wrist, the bracelet automatically adjusted to the appropriate size, emitting a soft purple glow. In that instant, the magic flowing within Xie Wei was abruptly shackled. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. It was a more advanced magic binding chain than the one he had worn before. "Xie Wei, you harbor many secrets. You do not wish to share them with me, and I do not require to know, for I will no longer grant you any opportunities to escape. If you do not comprehend how to be my partner, I shall teach you properly, but my patience is exceedingly limited. Do you understand?" After saying all this, Cao continued to gaze blankly at the person with the magic restraining chains on their wrist, holding him close once more, soothing his discomfort. This time, he did not deliberately torment him, but instead tended to his partner with utmost tenderness and care. However, this time, the little Rose showed no response. He appeared as if his soul had departed from his body, his vacant gaze sending chills down Cao's spine. Chapter 68. He wished to leave forever. Xie Wei looked at the magic restraining chains on his wrist, feeling as though he were entirely imprisoned by this object. He could not hear what Cao was saying, nor could he sense the intolerable discomfort that plagued his body. He repeatedly questioned himself. Had he erred? Had he made a mistake? He should not have run away. Should not have saved Gisang out of compassion. Should not have relied too heavily on the system. Should not have looked back. Why had he looked back? Why had he exhausted all his points? Why did he think he could rely on the system's map to avoid the mist's influence? Why did he believe he could find magical plants in the mist to exchange for new points? Why did he perceive things as so simple? Why was he so idealistic? Merely having learned some information about the misty forest from Cao, he thought that with the system and his faint magical power, he could traverse the forest and attain the so-called freedom he desired. He could not even save himself, yet he wished to save others. Cao seemed to be right. He had given him so much. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Yearning for more. It was his own greed and affectation, his naivety and arrogance. In his previous life, though he had no family, he had never worried about money. In this life, from birth, he had been confined, abused, and treated as a tool, yet he had been granted a new life. He was still alive. After marrying Cao treated him well, better than anyone ever had. He should be content. He should not have run away. Was it truly his fault? Was he in the wrong? Xie Wei heard someone speaking beside his ear, as if calling for him, but the names were not his. His name was Xie Wei, not Xie Wei, not Little Rose, nor any young prince. Cao noticed that his Little Rose seemed utterly terrified. He frantically tried to comfort the boy, whose eyes were vacant, as if he had lost his very soul. Yet no matter how he called or coaxed, the youth in his arms remained unresponsive. He merely intended to teach his willful partner a small lesson. He did not genuinely wish to confine him here. He was only trying to scare him. His Little Rose was quite clever. He had provided two choices. Although neither might have been to his liking, he was certain to choose the option that would afford him greater comfort. He merely wanted his Little Rose to make a choice between the secret chamber and the greenhouse on the upper floor. He had never anticipated that he would frighten him so profoundly. After they found the Little Rose on the outskirts of the misty forest, he first took him and Gisang back to the castle with his subordinates, but then promptly sent Ryan alone to explore the traces left by the Little Rose. Ryan returned to inform him that Xie Wei had entered the misty forest the night he left the castle and had been traversing it alone, seemingly intending to leave the extreme northern territory. However, the Little Rose later encountered the injured Gisang, and in order to escort Gisang out of the misty forest, he had used something that had been protecting him all along. Cao was unaware of what it was that allowed the Little Rose to remain in the misty forest for such an extended period without wearing the complete set of cold resistance gear.